Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 148, Who could resist this? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Undeniably, you teach very well. You are an excellent teacher. Morgan le Fay looked at Scáthach, who had a puzzled expression, and maintained her smile. However, there are some kinds of knowledge that only I can teach. Scáthach hesitated slightly. Why would she suddenly praise my disciple for no reason? Was she referring to the illusion and prophecy abilities my disciple used earlier, when she said some knowledge could only be taught by her? Scáthach gazed at Morgan le Fay's smile. For some reason, even though she knew she was being praised, she felt inexplicably annoyed. There was a feeling that only by stabbing that woman with her spear could she relieve her resentment. Asher looked left and right, listening with trepidation. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "Shishou, you left suddenly this time, will the land of shadows be all right?" Hearing Asher's words, Scáthach temporarily withdrew her gaze from Morgan le Fay and shook her head. "Your sister is still in the land of shadows. If anything happens, I will open the abyss gate and arrive immediately, so rest assured." She looked at Asher at the end of her sentence, seemingly wanting to see surprise on Asher's face again, but instead, she just happened to see Asher's troubled expression. "Is my presence here inconvenient?" Scáthach frowned inadvertently. "Usually, at this time, he's in the hall asking me questions, and it's basically just the two of us. But now there's an extra person here, so of course it's inconvenient," Morgan said with a beaming smile. "Is that so?" "Of course not." Asher felt a wave of pressure and loudly retorted Morgan's words. "Then what is it?" Scáthach asked. It's just. Asher's eyes flickered, and he quickly continued, "Now is a very special time. You must know about the rumors outside, right, Shishou?" The rumors about the white dragon were flying everywhere. Scáthach had heard about this as soon as she stepped into Britain. She nodded slightly. "You're right, my timing isn't very good." She paused slightly at this point, then asked, "Can you solve it yourself?" "It looks a bit tricky." "Don't worry, I'll deal with it as soon as possible." Seeing that Scáthach's attention had been diverted by his words, Asher quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't understand what was wrong with Sister Morgan today, to subtly mention what happened last night in front of Shishou. Asher felt a little resentful in his heart and secretly glanced at Morgan, only to find that Morgan was also looking at him. She blinked, as if saying, "How about it, exciting?" It was more than just exciting, it was almost heart-stopping. This goddess's thoughts were truly unfathomable. Did teasing people like this make her very happy? Facing Asher's speechless gaze, Morgan le Fay slightly raised her pale chin, revealing a proud, swan-like neck, her eyes indeed gleaming with pleasure. Well, she really did find it enjoyable, didn't she? Asher sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat speechless. "I'll continue to teach you tonight." Just as Asher was still speechless, Morgan le Fay's soft voice followed, her moist beautiful eyes carrying an alluring charm that seemed to captivate souls. Asher's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively glanced at Scáthach, then gently nodded under Morgan le Fay's gentle gaze. For some reason, just such a simple action made his heart feel as if it was about to jump out. Morgan licked her moist lips, looking very satisfied with Asher's expression, and even began to anticipate the arrival of night. "Tonight, you say, then I'll join in teaching you too," Scáthach suddenly said after pondering for a while. Morgan le Fay's smile slowly froze. Asher nearly fell off his chair, strongly suppressing his seemingly leaping heart. He turned to look at Scáthach, trying his best to maintain his usual calm expression. "Shishou, what did you just say?" "To teach you," Scáthach said calmly. "These few days, you might have some trouble. I will quickly pass on a spear technique to you that I originally planned to teach you 2 years later. It's called Gilgamesh alternative." Scáthach paused here, looking at Asher again. "Why do you suddenly look so disappointed? Aren't you interested in the spear technique?" "No, how could I not be? I'm super interested." Asher immediately replied. "I was just thinking about the rumors, so I felt a bit of a headache." Scáthach nodded slightly. "That is indeed a headache, but you don't have to feel too much pressure. No matter what, I'm still here behind you." "I think I can handle it myself," Asher said. "I believe in your abilities." Scáthach paused slightly. "However, my intuition should not be wrong. Just in case, I'll stay here for these 2 days. You don't mind, do you?" She looked up at Asher at the end of her sentence, wanting to see his reaction. But she didn't see the happiness she expected on Asher's face. No, to be precise, it was half happy and half worried. One could see joy and inexplicable worry on Asher's face. This made Scáthach even more curious. What exactly was her disciple worried about? Was it really because of the rumor? Asher also noticed the doubt on Scáthach's face and immediately interrupted her thoughts. Then I'll have someone prepare a room for you in a bit, Shishou. Scáthach nodded gently. Seeing this, Asher's tightly strung nerves relaxed considerably. If it were normal times, hearing his Shishou offer to stay, Asher would probably have jumped up from his chair with joy. But now the situation was truly special. Having that kind of relationship with Morgan, and having promised to meet her tonight. But if Shishou were to stay for a while, for the sake of caution, he definitely couldn't go to Morgan tonight. However, this goddess of death's personality was too unpredictable. If he didn't go to her tonight, she might very well come over, right? If that happened, Shishou would probably immediately notice that something was amiss. He hoped Sister Morgan could calm down a bit. Thinking this, Asher subconsciously glanced at Morgan le Fay, only to find her looking at him as well. She blinked, her mouth slightly open. Although she didn't speak, he could roughly guess her meaning from her lip movements. Come find me tonight. If he wasn't mistaken, that's what Morgan le Fay meant. Sure enough, this goddess completely disregards consequences. King Arthur. At this moment, a servant's voice suddenly came from the doorway. Enter. After Asher spoke, the servant stepped into the hall, cautiously glanced at the two women in the hall, then immediately lowered his head. Princess Morgan, you have a letter. Morgan paused slightly, instinctively glancing at Asher. Asher wished that either Morgan or Scáthach would leave first, so he immediately said, since you have something to do, you should go ahead and take care of it. Morgan frowned unhappily, but still took the letter. After tearing it open and quickly glancing at it, she looked back at Asher. He happened to see his expectant expression, as if he couldn't wait for her to leave quickly. Morgan also glanced at Scáthach beside her. The woman seemed to have regained her dominance, her red eyes calmly observing her. Since you have something to do, hurry up, Princess Morgan. The letter in Morgan's hand was unconsciously crumpled into a ball. She looked deeply at Asher again. I'll definitely make you regret it tonight, just wait. Morgan thought indignantly, then imagined Asher begging her for mercy tonight, and only then did she feel much better. She stepped forward, about to leave the hall, but at this moment, Asher suddenly called out to her. Sister Morgan, later I'd like to talk to you privately, if that's okay. Morgan paused, looked back, and then showed a bright smile. Of course, see you later. After speaking, Morgan le Fay left the hall. You two seem to have a much better relationship than before. After Asher stood up and saw Morgan le Fay off at the door, Scáthach's voice came from behind him. Because when I was King Arthur here, Sister Morgan helped me a lot, and so did everyone in the Knights of the Round Table. Asher turned around to see Scáthach had already walked to his side. It looks like you've gotten used to this life, Scáthach said, looking at the young man beside her. She couldn't help but feel a little emotional as she recalled Asher's tone when facing Agravain and the servants earlier. After all, half a year has passed, Asher smiled. Even if I'm not used to it, I have to be. He paused slightly, then continued, but it won't be too hard, so Shishou doesn't need to worry. Won't be too hard, you say? Scáthach repeated, then suddenly asked, how do you plan to handle this matter? I'll clarify the rumors as soon as possible, but not now, Asher said. Scáthach smiled casually. I thought you would take this opportunity to leave Britain directly. Does Shishou even know what I was thinking initially? Asher looked at Scáthach in surprise. He had originally considered that, but leaving like that would be too irresponsible towards Morgan le Fay. At the very least, he needed to achieve the initial goal of repelling the foreign races, and then find a way to legitimately retire and pass the throne to Lily. Scáthach's expression hesitated slightly, but before Asher noticed, she returned to her usual calmness, saying casually, by the way, do you have something you want to discuss with that goddess? If you're troubled by anything, perhaps I can help you too. Asher hesitated slightly. Is it a secret that can only be told to Morgan le Fay? Scáthach continued to ask. Asher immediately shook his head. No, Shishou, you should know that I took the dragon's essence blood that Sister Morgan gave me every week, right? Scáthach nodded slightly. She naturally knew about this, and she was very clear that the dragon was very strong, extremely strong. If it were in Britain, even she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Being able to let her disciple take such strong dragon essence blood every week was the main reason why she turned a blind eye to that goddess at the time. She just never expected that after Morgan le Fay fed Asher dragon essence blood every week, she would eventually abduct him. Scáthach regretted turning a blind eye at the time, but if she had to choose again, she would still tacitly allow Morgan le Fay to interact with her disciple. No matter how unwilling she was to admit it, Scáthach knew one thing very well. Asher was not taught by her alone. Morgan le Fay contributed greatly to his upbringing. Shishou, do you know the origin of that dragon? Asher spoke as he looked towards the hall door, and after confirming no one was present, he continued. That's the white dragon's essence blood. That dragon is an invader of Britain. It represents the foreign race, which are the Saxons. A hint of surprise flashed in Scáthach's eyes. She knew the dragon's origin was probably not clean, but she never expected it to be Britain's archenemy. Legend has it that during King Uther's reign, there were two dragons, one red and one white, fighting. The white dragon represented the Saxons, and the red dragon represented the people of Britain. Asher turned to Scáthach beside him. For the people of Britain, the white dragon is truly a mortal enemy. Scáthach clearly understood Asher's meaning, muttering, that woman has a lot of guts, daring to let you become King Arthur. Because she had no choice, right? Asher smiled. If the Caliban was pulled out, Lily would become king and never grow. That's why she desperately hoped someone would replace her. Then how do you plan to clarify the rumors? Scáthach asked. If someone questions you, asking you to offer white dragon blood to prove your identity, what will you do? Asher smiled. That's why I need to ask Sister Morgan some things to confirm my guess. If my guess is correct, these 2 days I will convene an investiture ceremony in Camelot Castle, and at that time, I will bestow insignias upon those who have earned merits. As soon as Asher announced the merit system, various tribes began to take action. Counting the time, it was just right to bestow insignias and rewards upon some people. What if your guess is wrong? Scáthach asked. Then I'll return to the land of shadows. Asher said, a hint of helplessness in his smile at the end, jokingly. Shishou, will I still be able to secretly return to the land of shadows to retire then? I promise not to cause you any trouble. Scáthach shook her head. So heartless. Asher smiled, but he could also understand. He was very open-minded about this. If his guess was wrong and his identity was exposed, he would become Britain's archenemy. At that time, even if he went back to the land of shadows secretly, there was a possibility of being discovered. If it really came to that, it would probably make Scáthach very difficult. Even if it causes trouble, it doesn't matter, Scáthach said. You are my disciple, and... Scáthach paused slightly, then reached out and gently embraced Asher. Have you forgotten what happened that night? Whether as Shishou and disciple, or as lovers. I will not abandon you, so feel free to do what you want. Asher's smile lessened. He looked up at Scáthach's face, which now held a soft smile like melting ice, and saw the tenderness in her usually cold eyes. He quietly buried his face in Scáthach's embrace. Who could resist this? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, can't learn anything unless Shishou sleeps with me. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. In the evening twilight, Asher walked to the balcony. The evening breeze brushed his face, bringing a slight chill and clearing his mind. In the afternoon, he had asked Morgan le Fay a question about the white dragon's body. This would be a crucial factor in disproving the rumors, and he had received the answer he wanted. So, the next course of action was simple. He just needed to publicly refute the rumors at the investiture ceremony. No, that wasn't refuting, it was lying. Lying to everyone. Thinking about something. A soft voice came from beside him without warning. Asher seemed completely unsurprised. He merely glanced at the woman who had transformed from a raven into human form and nodded gently. How boring. If it were before, you'd definitely have jumped in surprise, Morgan sighed. It seems that after last night, you've started to become a boring adult too. Wow, how scary, you almost scared me to death, Asher recited in a flat, emotionless tone. You dare to tease your sister now? You're much bolder than before, Morgan le Fay pinched Asher's face. It's quite something that I specially gave you and your Shishou some alone time today. Didn't you leave because you suddenly had something to do? Asher said subconsciously. He remembered Morgan received a letter today before leaving, and her expression seemed a bit unpleasant at the time. Perhaps she saw something unfavorable. Thinking this, Asher continued, did you encounter any trouble? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say, Asher quickly added when Morgan didn't immediately answer. Morgan gazed at Asher's expression, sighed helplessly, and patted his head. You're still very unconfident in yourself. I'm quite confident. Asher said. The confidence I'm talking about is in our feelings for each other, Morgan le Fay said. If you really trusted me, you wouldn't have asked me in such an unconfident way. You just have to directly ask me what was in today's letter, she continued. Asher showed a thoughtful expression, then looked up and asked, so, what was in the letter you read today? I always felt your expression seemed a bit off when you left today. I'm not telling you, Morgan said with a mysterious smile. Asher. Since you weren't going to tell me anyway, why make me ask? It seemed that teasing Asher made Morgan le Fay feel genuine joy from the bottom of her heart, and her smile grew even wider. Standing outside in the wind for too long makes you susceptible to colds. Let's go inside and chat. We can talk about anything you want. Asher didn't turn back into the room, instead, he hesitated. Let's not today. Morgan tilted her head and looked at Asher. Worried about your Shishou finding out? Asher nodded gently. Wouldn't that be better? Morgan said. Asher silently rubbed his forehead. Sister Morgan, don't play with me. From his understanding of Morgan, Asher knew very well that Morgan didn't intend to do anything right now. She was just simply bored and wanted to tease him. You're quite smart, aren't you? Morgan looked at Asher in surprise. He usually seemed a bit slow, but tonight he was very clever. Had Scáthach's arrival somehow boosted Asher's intelligence? Or perhaps it was just a pure survival instinct. Morgan le Fay thought of this, then turned to leave the room. Asher looked back at Morgan. Sister Morgan, where are you going? Lily's problem needs to be dealt with, right? Morgan le Fay didn't turn back, but continued, or do you want to go talk to her yourself and ask her, what do you think about me and your big sister having a relationship? Ah, then I'll trouble you, Asher could only say. He didn't have the courage to discuss such matters with Lily yet, because Lily's behavior during the day made Asher feel inexplicably guilty. You just need to handle the rumors. Morgan le Fay glanced back at Asher. I'll take care of everything else. With that, she opened the door and left. Asher averted his gaze, turning to look at the distant night sky again. A while later, Asher left his room and walked towards the training grounds. According to his previous agreement with Scáthach, he was now going to the training grounds to practice a new spear technique. After about 2 hours of Scáthach's torment, Asher lay sprawled on the training ground, gasping for breath, looking up at the jewel-blue sky. This is quite a familiar scene. I truly miss it, Asher said between breaths. Miss it? Scáthach said, have you not experienced physical exhaustion for a long time? Yes, it's been a long time, Asher said, so I miss it. He hadn't been without training here. In fact, he trained almost every day. But he never felt this exhausted. Neither the Knights of the Round Table nor Morgan le Fay would subject him to such cruel training. Only Scáthach would do so. But Asher didn't dislike it. In fact, if he did, he probably would have snuck out of the Land of Shadows years ago because he couldn't stand Scáthach's training methods. You sound like a masochist, Scáthach said, sitting beside Asher and placing her weapon to the side. She turned her head to look at her disciple. It's as if you're looking forward to this kind of training. I just look forward to being trained by Shishou like this again, Asher said. Is that so? Scáthach's lips curved into an arc. Then let's add another 2 hours of training. Please be merciful, Shishou. If I train any more now, I'll probably be bedridden for the entire day tomorrow. Asher said helplessly. Shishou was good in every way and usually very approachable, often acting as a confidant at night. However, when it came to training, she never held back. This was the real reason why so many disciples had a psychological shadow about training with Scáthach. If it were the old you saying that, I believe it, but now, with your white dragon body, you shouldn't be unable to recover your strength even after one night. Scáthach said lightly. You still have energy, don't you? Get up. Humans have limits, Shishou. Asher lay on the ground, completely unwilling to move, like a dead fish. Scáthach's stern expression softened slightly, and a hint of indulgence flashed in her eyes as she looked at Asher. She sighed softly. You never used to openly slack off in front of me. It seems after half a year here, you've forgotten how I punish lazy disciples. The moment Scáthach's words fell, Asher suddenly remembered the fear he had once been dominated by, and he immediately sat bolt upright. Scáthach, seeing this, chuckled inadvertently and looked at Asher, saying, looks like you still remember. How could I forget that punishment? Asher looked away guiltily. He never wanted to be punished by Scáthach in that way again, and he even refused to recall the punishment method. It wasn't a punishment method that a human could even conceive of, so much so that even Asher, who particularly admired his Shishou at the time, developed a psychological shadow of her. If Scáthach hadn't treated Asher gently that night, he probably would have seen Scáthach as a monstrous beast, just like other disciples. She was a very beautiful woman, and usually very approachable, but her battle-crazed demeanor in combat was charming, yes, but to an opponent, she was simply a devil. Scáthach gazed at Asher's face, his once slightly youthful features now much more mature. His soft black hair clung to his forehead with sweat. He truly looked much more mature than before, or rather, more charismatic. Or perhaps it was because of his confession that night that she started paying special attention to him. Looking at her disciple sitting on the ground, Scáthach's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, it seems even if I force you with punishment, you're not getting excited, are you? How about this? I'll add another hour of training, and then I'll give you special treatment. I told you, humans have limits. Asher hadn't finished speaking when he heard Scáthach continue, if you can perform the spear technique I taught you today, I can grant you one wish. In Asher's gaze, Scáthach then said, "Any wish." Asher silently stood up. Come to think of it, the white dragon's body isn't human itself, so I'm not human anymore. Under Scáthach's slightly amused gaze, Asher raised his red spear and began a new round of training. Try using the method I just taught you to throw that spear at me, Scáthach said. But if I throw it and can't avoid it, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Asher hesitated. Trust me, Scáthach said with a sadistic smile, if that could kill me, it would only prove my strength isn't enough. What's more, how could you, as you are now, possibly throw an unavoidable, magic spear? Asher no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and raised the red spear. Just as Scáthach said, an unavoidable magic spear couldn't be Shishou in a day or two, so he had no need to worry. Asher closed his eyes. After letting his mind calm down, he opened them. Scáthach's perfect figure was reflected in his dark pupils. She held her twin spears, calmly facing Asher, waiting for him to throw the weapon. Asher gripped the red spear and took a step back. Just as Scáthach said, he couldn't throw an unavoidable magic spear yet, so there was no need to worry. However, for some reason, as he gripped the red spear, Asher seemed to see a thread connecting to Scáthach, almost like a thread of fate. Asher's face showed hesitation as he threw the red spear along that thread. Whoosh! The red spear, with a whistling sound, flew towards Scáthach. Scáthach watched the rapidly approaching red spear, her expression unchanged, merely commenting calmly, "Good power, but this isn't an unavoidable magic spear." She slightly shifted her body, and the red spear flew past her. However, at that moment, the red spear seemed to change direction, slightly deviating. In Scáthach's slightly widened eyes, the spear tip grazed her arm, a spray of fresh blood flew out, and the red spear pierced the earth, standing proudly upright. Scáthach sharply turned her head to look at the red spear behind her, showing a surprised expression. Was that a magic spear with a sure hit effect attached just now? But this feeling, it's not what I taught my disciple. Did someone else teach him? Shishou, are you all right? At this moment, Asher quickly stepped forward, grabbing Scáthach's arm. When he saw the shallow blood stain on her arm, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the wound wasn't very deep, it could be healed with rune script. Asher unhesitatingly raised his hand, and the healing effect of the rune script was activated. Did someone teach you this kind of sure-hit magic spear before? Scáthach didn't care about the wound on her arm at all, and asked Asher, who was carefully helping her heal. Asher shook his head. This is the first time. You learned it the first time. Scáthach was slightly taken aback. And this wasn't what she had taught Asher at all. It was almost as if he knew it already. The sky had unknowingly completely darkened, and in the distance, faint wisps of cooking smoke could be seen drifting towards the sky. Scáthach looked at Asher, who was still concentrating on healing her, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. It seems, is there still some secret hidden within my disciple? Try again, Scáthach suddenly said. I need to confirm it again. Asher hesitated, still not drawing his weapon. As if reading Asher's thoughts, Scáthach calmly said, "This is my responsibility as a Shishou. Don't worry about me getting hurt. Try again." Asher knew he couldn't argue with his Shishou, so he reluctantly drew the red spear and, following his previous movements, took half a step back. However, this time he didn't see that thread. What's wrong? Seeing Asher hesitate to throw the red spear, Scáthach couldn't help but ask. I didn't find that feeling from before, Asher said with a wry smile. Maybe it was just luck earlier. Scáthach pondered for a moment, then looked at Asher's tired face and decided to stop. Let's call it a day here. After throwing that one spear, Asher felt as if all his magic had been drained, but he had been forcing himself to endure it. Now, hearing Scáthach's words, he immediately sat down. Then he looked up at Scáthach, who was standing beside him. Shishou, how was it? If that throw wasn't luck, then you're truly amazing. At least among all the disciples I've had, none have higher talent than you, Scáthach openly praised him. To be able to hurt her, even if it was due to carelessness, was already quite remarkable. Hearing Scáthach's undisguised praise, Asher felt greatly satisfied. Since becoming King Arthur, training had basically been like clocking in for work. Even when others praised him, Asher rarely felt any emotional fluctuations. But being praised so highly by his respected Shishou made Asher incredibly excited. Scáthach naturally saw the joy on Asher's face, but she merely smiled casually. Have you thought about what wish you want to achieve? Anything within my capabilities is fine. Asher's earlier joy subsided somewhat. He sat on the ground, using this resting time to think about the wish he wanted to fulfill. There were so many wishes he wanted to achieve. It was rare for Shishou to offer such generous terms, so he had to think carefully. Asher thought for a while. Then, the scene with Morgan le Fay from last night suddenly flashed through his mind, and the excitement he felt slowly subsided. In the end, Asher just shook his head. Forget it, I don't have any wish I want to achieve. He continued, training is just for myself, after all. Shishou doesn't need to put in any more effort. You don't have a wish you want to achieve? Scáthach was slightly taken aback, then looked deeply at Asher. It seems something happened to this child here. Is it because of that rumor, or is there some other trouble? Scáthach didn't press further, she just picked up her weapon. Then let's go back first. Tell me when you've thought about it. You still have the strength to walk back, don't you? Asher nodded, pushed himself up with his hands on his knees, and left the training ground with Scáthach. After dinner, Asher led Scáthach to the door of the room prepared for her, and then he left distractedly. Since leaving the training ground, Asher had been thinking about one thing. Should he confess to Shishou sooner? Although he really wanted to, he just didn't have the courage to speak up. Heaven knew what would happen if he told her. He'd wait until he was mentally prepared. Asher shook his head, shaking off the thoughts in his mind. He returned to his room, lay on the velvet bed, and quietly waited for night to fall. There were still many things waiting for him: the investiture ceremony, dispelling the rumors, repelling the foreign tribes, and the issues with neighboring countries. If it weren't for his relationship with Morgan last night, he might not even be in Britain right now. When he thought of this again, Asher let out a heavy sigh. It seemed to be getting more and more complicated. Knock, knock. A knock sounded from outside the room. Someone at this late hour? Could it be Sister Morgan? Asher thought as he walked to the door and opened it. Scáthach, dressed in casual clothes, appeared before him, her long reddish-purple hair flowing naturally down to her slender waist. Shishou. Asher secretly glanced at Scáthach, then quickly forced himself to look away. Scáthach was very sensitive to such gazes. If he looked at her for even a few more seconds, she would probably notice. Scáthach nodded slightly, scrutinizing Asher, and then casually scanned the room, seemingly searching for something. After a moment, she seemed to murmur to herself. She's not here, then. Shishou, is something wrong? Asher called out, puzzled. Scáthach then averted her gaze, her expression calm, and said, "A disciples' martial arts are one thing, but it's also necessary to check on their mental and physical well-being, so I came to check." Asher's reaction that afternoon had made her concerned. Hearing Scáthach's words, Asher's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, just hearing the words, mental and physical well-being, made him feel a little guilty. "Please, come in, Shishou." Asher quickly composed himself, trying his best to remain calm, and took 2 steps back to let Scáthach enter the room. Scáthach sat on the edge of the bed, her gaze sweeping around the room. The room's layout hadn't changed much since she was last here, but... Scáthach turned to look at Asher, who was standing beside her. "Are you nervous?" "A little," Asher admitted frankly. "Why?" Scáthach asked. "I've never seen you nervous when we were in the same room before. I never revealed my true feelings before." Asher mumbled. "But I already knew." Scáthach silently replied in her heart, a faint smile on her face. "Come sit here. If even you are so reserved, then I'll only have that child, Scáthach, left." Asher paused slightly. Come to think of it, Morgan le Fay and Scáthach seemed to have similarities. One was the Princess of Britain, and the other was the Queen of the Land of Shadows, both usually high and mighty, making people hesitant to approach them. Apart from Artoria, no one dared to easily approach Morgan le Fay. Similarly, apart from Scáthach, very few others dared to approach Scáthach. So, Asher finally walked over and sat down beside Scáthach. "Not going to lie down?" Scáthach tilted her head to look at Asher. If it were before, Asher would probably lie on her lap and chat naturally, but today he seemed very reserved, or perhaps nervous. "Let's not today." Asher shook his head. Lying on Shishou's lap now would make him feel a little guilty, even though Shishou's words were truly tempting. Scáthach looked at Asher a few times, then raised her hand and placed it on his face, gently pressing his head down so that he lay perfectly on her smooth, snow-white thighs. As if seeing Asher's slightly surprised gaze, Scáthach merely smiled. "I haven't been able to be by your side for a while, so at least for now, I'll let you relax a little." Under Scáthach's gentle gaze, perhaps due to guilt, Asher slightly turned his head, quietly avoiding her gaze, and softly said, "Don't worry, Shishou, with Sister Morgan and the others here, the pressure won't be too great." Scáthach paused slightly, her fingers, which were combing Asher's hair, briefly stopping. "Sister Morgan, you say?" It was precisely because that woman was present that she felt uneasy. Judging by her disciple's reaction, something really did happen to him, didn't it? Scáthach silently gazed into Asher's eyes, and recalling Morgan's reaction today, for some reason, a very strange feeling welled up within her. Could it be that my disciple's current reaction is related to Morgan le Fay? It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to talk to that woman. Just as she thought this, Scáthach suddenly noticed a creature outside the balcony. A raven stood on the balcony railing, silently watching Asher's room. Shishou. Seeing Scáthach remain silent, Asher's gaze returned to her face. For some reason, he felt that Scáthach's eyes just now seemed to hold a surprising kill. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, How do you know his magic is sweet? Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Your royal sister, you don't look so good, are you sick? In the simply furnished room, Artoria looked at the woman beside her. This woman, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, seemed to have a somewhat unpleasant expression. It's nothing, just got irritated by some woman who refused to leave under the guise of tutoring, Morgan le Fay said with a slight smile, her tone gentle, even standing on the balcony and letting the wind blow for a very long time. It's really nothing much. Are you really okay? Artoria observed Morgan le Fay for a moment. She rarely saw Morgan le Fay with such an expression, as if she had encountered an enemy and wished to tear them to shreds. Yes, truly fine, Morgan le Fay smiled calmly, no need to worry about me. She was merely thinking now that if she ever had the chance, she would tie Scáthach up and lock her in the basement, making that woman lick her shoes all day, letting her know what happens when you deliberately cross Morgan le Fay. It was only that level of anger. Artoria nodded, that's good. Morgan le Fay looked Artoria over a few times. How surprising, you rarely used to notice other people's feelings, did you? Is that so? Artoria asked, puzzled. Yes, Morgan le Fay gently patted Artoria's head, and the golden ahogue on the girl's head swayed slightly. It seems you've changed a lot too. Morgan le Fay paused slightly here, her mouth slightly open, wanting to try and talk to her sister about Asher. Is something wrong, royal sister? Noticing Morgan le Fay's hesitant expression, Artoria asked, puzzled. Morgan le Fay swallowed the words she was about to say, shook her head, never mind, it's nothing. It's getting late, you should go rest. Not just Asher, but Morgan herself felt uncharacteristically embarrassed. She was clearly planning to set up Lily and Asher, but she ended up eating all the cake herself. The most crucial thing was that Lily most likely saw it that night. Although she didn't know how much she saw, there was no doubt that Lily had definitely found out. It's better to take it slow. Today isn't a good day to talk about this with Lily. Uncharacteristically, Morgan le Fay felt a sense of retreat. Royal sister. At this moment, Artoria tried to call out to Morgan le Fay. What's wrong? Morgan le Fay snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed on Artoria's face for a long while. Indeed, her little sister was truly adorable. Aren't you going back to rest? Artoria asked. Don't worry about me. You just sleep, Morgan waved her hand, indicating that Artoria shouldn't concern herself with her. Embarrassing or not, this was something she would have to face sooner or later. To have a monogamous relationship, a price must be paid. But this is my room. Artoria looked hesitant. Your royal sister needs to protect your safety. Morgan touched Artoria's forehead, her expression gentle, so just sleep. Are you worried that I'll harm you? Artoria's eyes flickered, and she involuntarily recalled what happened that night. As a result, a faint blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, though it wasn't very noticeable in the dim light. What's wrong? Do you really not trust your royal sister? Morgan le Fay asked with a sorrowful tone. Artoria could only lie down in the bed, and after one last glance at the woman sitting by the bed, she closed her eyes. Morgan le Fay gazed intently at her sister's sleeping face. In the dimness, her eyes glowed faintly green, like those of a big bad wolf. She couldn't sleep while holding Asher, but at least she could sleep while holding Lily. As for that ungrateful fish who only cared about his Shishou and forgot his sister, he was completely unnecessary now. Artoria fell asleep quickly. Almost as Morgan was still thinking about how to effectively punish that unfaithful fish after Scáthach left, soft snoring could already be heard in the room. She fell asleep quite fast, indeed. Morgan brushed Artoria's hair from her forehead, gazing at the exquisite little face, and couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her smooth forehead. Her mind couldn't help but wander to thoughts of taking action against her beloved disciple again in a few days, after Scáthach left. For instance, blindfolding him with a black cloth one night, then using magic to restrict his pleasure until he begged, saying things like, I only like Sister Morgan, before releasing the magic. After imagining that scene for a moment, Morgan's mood immediately brightened significantly. She quickly cast aside the unpleasantness caused by Scáthach's mocking gaze earlier. She lifted the blanket and slipped into her sister's bed. In this cold night, only by embracing her sister could she feel a trace of human warmth. The next morning, when Asher woke up, Scáthach was no longer in the room. When he got out of bed, the quilt was tucked in tightly, suggesting that Scáthach had covered him before leaving last night. As Asher got out of bed and left the room, he happened to see Agravain standing by the door. King Arthur, Agravain's respectful voice sounded. Asher nodded slightly and looked at him strangely. What are you doing at my door so early? The message you asked me to prepare has already been spread. Due to the knighting ceremony, kings will successively enter the royal city within these 2 days, Agravain said. Next time, you can just knock and call me, it's fine. No need to wait specifically at the door, Asher said. Agravain shook his head. I cannot disturb the king's rest without permission. Asher couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't expect the other party to consider him so much, patiently waiting for him to wake up just for this matter. If the king has no other matters, then I shall take my leave. After Agravain finished speaking, Asher immediately nodded. Thank you for your hard work. You can go about your business now. Agravain turned to leave, his mind recalling the earnest warning Gawain, who was working as a clerical laborer nearby, had given him when he went to find Asher that morning. At that time, the always smiling man had said with a very serious expression, remember, never enter King Arthur's room without permission, and don't knock. If it's truly urgent, go directly to mother. Although he couldn't understand Gawain's words, Agravain decided to trust Gawain this once. But now it seemed Gawain was just trying to scare him. He gave such a serious warning, but what happened? Nothing at all. Asher watched Agravain leave, then averted his gaze, recalling what happened yesterday evening. To be honest, he was still quite bothered by it. Why did the red spear he threw yesterday evening achieve a guaranteed hit effect? Was that thread a matter of luck, or did he not see the thread the second time because he lacked magic? Thinking of this, Asher headed towards the training ground. Before the knighting ceremony, it was essential to improve his strength, especially since he was eager to confirm whether his guess was correct. When Asher arrived at the entrance of the training ground, he faintly heard sounds of combat coming from within. Was it Sister Morgan and Shishou again? Thinking of this possibility, Asher couldn't help but quicken his pace and entered the training ground. To his surprise, it wasn't what he imagined. Artoria was in the training ground, and the person in front of her was Scáthach. Perhaps because the offensive was too fierce, the red spear in Scáthach's hand seemed to turn into afterimages as it attacked Artoria. Artoria, gripping the holy spear, barely managed to block Scáthach's attack several times, but she looked very strained. Why is Shishou teaching Lily? Asher muttered to himself. Is this a common trait among teachers? Do they want to guide excellent individuals they encounter? You slept very well last night, didn't you? You look quite radiant today. Asher was just thinking this when a faint voice suddenly came from behind him. Compared to before, when you tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep, last night should have been your soundest sleep, right? Asher almost instinctively looked back. Morgan le Fay was standing behind him, her eyes filled with resentment. For some reason, Morgan le Fay's expression made Asher feel guilty, so much so that he subtly turned his face away. Sister Morgan, I don't understand what you mean. Don't you have a clue what I mean? Morgan extended a slender index finger and poked Asher's chest. Ask yourself what you did last night. Still playing dumb. Morgan glanced at Asher. You and Scáthach stayed in the room all night last night, didn't you? Shishou just taught me a little theoretical knowledge, Asher said. It's not what you think. Didn't you practice a bit? Morgan teased. Asher. Why does this goddess speak of that so naturally? This won't do. How can a queen be so fickle? Morgan le Fay looked at the somewhat speechless Asher and said faintly, you just need to serve me and Lily well. This statement had issues from the very beginning, didn't it? I'm not a woman, why am I serving her? Oh right, Sister Morgan, how do you know I usually lie down for a long time every night before I can fall asleep? A blue electric current seemed to flash through Asher's mind. He looked up at Morgan le Fay. Morgan paused, then lightly coughed, her eyes flickering, seemingly thinking of how to explain. Fortunately, at this moment, the battle there had come to an end. Scáthach was walking towards them, and Guinevere, who had been watching from the high platform, lightly jumped down and handed Artoria a towel. Your Shishou is coming over, she probably has something to say to you. Morgan le Fay stiffly changed the subject. Asher didn't have time to think further when he saw Scáthach walk up to him. After observing him for a few moments, she nodded slightly. Coming here for training so early, you haven't disappointed me. I also want to try that spear technique I used yesterday again, Asher said. I want to confirm whether it was just luck. Last night, he and Scáthach had discussed the magic spear with a guaranteed hit. Logically, it shouldn't have consumed all his magic after just one throw, especially since he possessed the white dragon body and had abundant magic to begin with. It couldn't be that his magic had been completely absorbed by Morgan after that night, could it? What spear technique? Artoria walked to Asher's side after wiping the sweat from her forehead. Yesterday, she had been quite aloof towards Asher, but just now, after hearing Asher and Scáthach's conversation, she seemed like a little girl tempted by food, her eyes filled with interest. Asher was eager to reconcile with this Ahok-chan as soon as possible, so he immediately explained, simply put, it's an unavoidable attack. An unavoidable attack. Artoria repeated, the light in her eyes intensifying. Can I try it? Her voice sounded expectant. Asher hesitated, it's very dangerous. If it's unavoidable, you might get seriously hurt. It's normal to get hurt during sparring. I'm mentally prepared, Artoria said. Asher thought to himself that if he hurt her, Sister Morgan would probably skin him alive. Seeing Asher shake his head again, Morgan le Fay looked left and right, and suddenly said, Why don't I call Agravain over to cooperate with you? Asher. Never mind, he's still busy with state affairs, it's better not to disturb him, Asher refused. Then what about the other children? Should I just call one over to be your experimental subject? Are they guinea pigs? Asher finally couldn't help but retort. Let me try, Artoria said, my intuition is quite strong, I can give it a shot. Why is this Ahokchan so stubborn? Let her try. I'll protect her in case of absolute necessity. Asher was considering whether to use his kingly authority to make Lily abandon this dangerous idea, but then he heard Scáthach's voice. Scáthach had encountered Artoria in the garden earlier, and after a brief conversation, she greatly admired the resilient girl, so she invited her to the training ground for a spar. And she wasn't disappointed, the girl was indeed a promising talent. Now that the other party had the courage to make this request, she also wanted to grant Artoria's wish. My sister shall be protected by me, Morgan le Fay glanced at Scáthach beside her, then her gaze fell on Asher, try using the guaranteed hit magic spear that woman taught you on Lily once. I will protect her well. Seeing that both Morgan and Scáthach had spoken, Asher couldn't refuse any longer and simply nodded. Both of you, please be extremely careful. Guinevere gently reminded, then retreated to the side with Scáthach and Morgan le Fay. Lily, be careful, Asher said, raising his red spear and reminding Artoria, who had put some distance between them. Artoria nodded, gripping the holy spear tightly, her gaze fixed on Asher's movements. Scáthach, not far away, also stared intently at Asher. I'll confirm seriously this time whether that magic spear strike yesterday was just luck. Asher slightly closed his eyes, taking half a step back. He was recalling the feeling of throwing that magic spear yesterday evening. A thread. A thread connecting the red spear and the opponent. A magic spear thrown from that thread cannot be avoided. Asher quietly opened his eyes and slightly tilted his head to look. Indeed, this thread existed. He glanced at the vigilant Artoria and understood. It seemed that others couldn't see this thread. Asher raised the red spear and threw it towards Artoria. Almost at the instant the red spear was thrown, Asher felt a sense of exhaustion as if all the magic in his body had been drained. Just one attack, and all his magic was exhausted. No wonder he couldn't use it a second time yesterday. On the other side, as Asher's spear was thrown, Artoria's pupils widened slightly, and her eyes reflected the red spear that seemed to burn with a fiery light. It shot directly towards her, moving very fast, and unavoidable. Artoria had this intuition, this spear could not be evaded. Whoosh! Crimson blood splattered as a body blocked Artoria's path, and the red spear pierced through her chest. Artoria exclaimed almost at the same instant, Royal Sister. Asher's mind went blank for a moment, and he stared blankly at the woman in front of him. No, that's not Sister Morgan. Asher quickly realized something and abruptly looked up in a certain direction. Morgan le Fay was standing perfectly fine not far from Scáthach. This woman was a tri-goddess. Asher had seen her use 3 materialized illusions before, and the one that was just pierced was merely one of them. Quite a quick reaction, much faster than Lily's, Morgan le Fay chuckled softly, walking slowly towards Asher, gently patting his shoulder, her eyes much softer than usual. I finally know what you are. Possessing immense magic, and a certain familiar aura, indeed, you are also. Morgan's voice suddenly trailed off at the end, then she continued, there's indeed a reason why your magic is so sweet. This way, even if the kings want you to prove your identity at the knighting ceremony 2 days from now, you won't have to worry about your identity being exposed. What do you mean? Asher couldn't help but ask. You'll know in 2 days. In any case, just confidently hold the knighting ceremony, Morgan le Fay finished, then turned and patted the head of a seemingly somewhat dejected Artoria. You've done very well, not panicking and running away even when facing that kind of attack. Artoria gently shook her head, I can't defend against that kind of attack at all. That's just the difference between offense and defense. If you were to unleash your ultimate move, I probably wouldn't even have ashes left, Asher said, looking at the holy spear in Artoria's hand at the end. He was very aware of the immense power hidden within that weapon. Artoria remained silent, looking at the weapon in her hand without a sound. Asher didn't think much of it and instead turned his head to look at Morgan le Fay. What did Sister Morgan mean by what she just said? Confidently prove his identity. Why was she so confident? Just because of that one throw. Princess Morgan, may I ask you something? Before Asher could continue asking, Scáthach had already walked towards Asher. Her gaze remained fixed on Morgan, as if trying to discern something from Morgan le Fay's face. I wouldn't dare presume to teach, but feel free to ask. Morgan le Fay raised her eyes to look at Scáthach. You just said my disciple's magic is sweet, didn't you? Scáthach stopped in front of the three. How do you know? His magic is sweet. As she finished, her gaze fixed directly on Morgan le Fay's eyes, just because of that one throw. Asher's body stiffened, and he instinctively looked at Morgan le Fay. Morgan le Fay's smile lessened considerably. She glanced at the stiff-faced Asher, then averted her gaze, shrugging indifferently. My intuition. She slowly said, you should know, I am a goddess. I am more sensitive to the perception of magic than you. It's not strange for me to be able to sense what his magic is like, is it? As she finished, Morgan glanced at Asher again. Sister can only help you this much. As for whether Scáthach believes such words, that's not my concern. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, The Knighting Ceremony. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Upon hearing Morgan le Fay's words, the doubt in Scáthach's eyes did not completely disappear, but the uneasy premonition that had just risen in her heart quietly receded a little. In terms of magic perception, this woman was indeed stronger than her, and Morgan le Fay had been by her disciple's side for the better part of a year, so it wasn't strange for her to be more sensitive to her disciple's magic. However, Scáthach stared at the calm smile on Morgan le Fay's face. For some reason, she couldn't help but feel annoyed when she saw that smile. It seemed to be full of mockery. Asher glanced left and right. Seeing that Scáthach seemed to be deep in thought, he quickly spoke, trying to divert her attention. By the way, Shishou, what's the difference between the spear I just threw and your magic spear? Scáthach's red eyes observed Asher for a few moments. Although her disciple's face still held some panic, he probably thought the previous magic spear had injured Morgan le Fay, which was why his unease hadn't completely dissipated yet. After all, no matter how perverse she might be, this woman beside him wouldn't do anything to an adolescent boy. On the contrary, if she wanted to do anything, Morgan could have done it years ago. There was no need to drag it out until now. Thinking of this, Scáthach calmed down considerably and nodded gently. There's a big difference, and it's also very different from Siu Chilinski Balg. This wasn't taught by me, it's something you inherently possess. Scáthach paused here and then glanced at Morgan le Fay, and it seems this woman knows something. Yes, of course. Morgan le Fay smiled. I did get a little information. Do you want to know? Scáthach frowned slightly and didn't speak. To say she didn't want to know was impossible. Ever since she took Asher in, she had been curious about his origins. Such immense magic and the talent he displayed during training were nothing like an ordinary person. And now this goddess of death said she knew something. Whether to satisfy her curiosity or to better understand her disciple from this information to help him become stronger, she wanted to know the answer no matter what. Then beg me, Morgan smiled seductively. A hint of coldness flashed in Scáthach's eyes. Asher's eyelids twitched slightly when he saw this, and he quickly stepped between Morgan and Scáthach. Never mind. Sister Morgan doesn't know much either. There's no need to specially inquire, is there? Scáthach glanced at Asher, then averted her gaze. To provoke Morgan and attack her at this moment would be too undignified, as if her emotions could be easily manipulated by Morgan le Fay. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Scáthach's mind gradually calmed down. She merely said lightly, you're right. It was just a guess based on seeing your attack. To be so eager to show off to others just because of that, should I call it childishness or ignorance? Morgan le Fay's smile receded somewhat. Shishou isn't usually such a sharp-tongued person, so why is her verbal aggression so strong today? Asher bitterly complained in his heart and could only say with a smile again. Training is almost over. Why don't we go back and have breakfast first? Artoria nodded silently. Morgan also understood Asher's meaning. She gave him a big eye roll but didn't act out again, instead silently agreeing with Asher's words. Given that she was currently in the lead, she wouldn't bother with this woman, Scáthach. Moreover, compared to doing such meaningless things with this woman, there were more important matters that needed her attention now. Asher watched as the others successively left the training ground, his taut nerves quietly relaxing. Why did it feel more tiring than yesterday's extra training with Shishou? It was quite relaxed when he was with any one of them individually, but once these two met, it was as if a chemical reaction occurred. The kind that explodes. Asher thought with a helpless sigh as he left the training ground. Ultimately, it was his own lack of strength. Otherwise, in a situation like today, if he just gave a reprimand, he believed Shishou and Sister Morgan would obediently quiet down. Therefore, improving his strength was the most important thing. After leaving the training ground, Asher watched the others eat breakfast with trepidation. Seeing that no more disputes arose, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He really hoped to get through these 2 days peacefully. Asher thought to himself, looking at Scáthach and Morgan le Fay. As long as the knighting ceremony was over, the situation should completely stabilize. Meanwhile, under Asher's previous orders, a piece of news was rapidly spreading outwards. In just one morning, it had reached every corner of Camelot Castle, quickly becoming common knowledge. King Arthur will hold a knighting ceremony in the royal city in 2 days. When this news spread, all the negative rumors from the previous whispers were suddenly dispersed quite a bit. After all, daring to hold a knighting ceremony at such a time was proof of many things. King Arthur had a clear conscience, which was why he dared to hold the knighting ceremony. This news also reassured many of the previously panicked commoners, and many were shouting King Arthur's name. And in these 2 days, kings of various tribes began to enter the city with their troops. This was not a demonstration, but rather their troops gifted to King Arthur, signifying their intention not to cause trouble during the unrest, but to choose to take a stand at this time. No one would be so foolish as to believe that King Arthur was a white dragon, a great enemy colluding with foreign tribes. Such rumors would be completely shattered today. This was the thought in everyone's mind. King Bors, father of one of the knights of the Round Table, Bors, arrived. This king, clad in armor, looked formidable. As he entered the royal city, the commoners whispered among themselves, not speaking ill, but discussing the impressive past achievements of this tall and powerful man. And not long after King Bors arrived, King Marco rode a griffin into the royal city. Subsequently, King Percival and other kings, at King Arthur's invitation, entered the royal city one after another, preparing to witness this grand knighting ceremony. Are you ready? Morgan le Fay looked at the young man sitting in the room, adjusting his breathing. Asher was constantly taking deep breaths. None of the kings present were easy targets, they were all powerful warlords guarding their own territories, far surpassing him in experience and battle prowess. He was just an ordinary person, and maintaining composure in front of the kings required a strong heart. But fortunately, he had been tempered by Scáthach in the past, and it wasn't as if he hadn't experienced similar situations before. The arrival of the tribal chiefs had also put considerable pressure on him, but he had managed to get through it safely in the end. After taking several deep breaths, Asher's mood slowly calmed down, and he nodded gently. Sister Morgan, I'll go meet those kings first. Morgan le Fay's face showed satisfaction. That's more like the men I like. Just a few kings, that's all. You are King Arthur of Britain. There's no need to be afraid at all. Be bold. I understand. Asher nodded gently and walked out of the room. Golden, dazzling light poured down, and the golden crown refracted dazzling light in the sunlight. The seating of the kings was handled by Bedivere and others, which was also King Arthur's way of showing respect to the kings. The seating area was chosen on the top floor of the palace. Here, the commoners could see the kings above by simply looking up, while King Arthur sat on the central throne, with several kings seated on his left and right. The kings conversed among themselves or observed King Arthur, with whom they had spoken for a while earlier. Without saying much praise, they at least believed that at King Arthur's age, they could not have been as calm as he was. Being able to become King Arthur was indeed not due to luck, but genuinely due to some ability. Until everyone was seated, Asher stood up from the throne. At that instant, a burst of cheers erupted from below the palace. This was their respect for King Arthur. Many people had been skeptical of that rumor, and even doubted King Arthur himself. However, holding a knighting ceremony at such a time without issuing denials was enough to make many people deeply doubt that rumor. It wasn't that King Arthur didn't deny it because he felt guilty, but because he disdained it. He showed contempt for the rumors spread by the foreign tribes. The so-called rumors would be completely shattered in this sacred knighting ceremony. Knights in armor stood guard at the entrance, with sustained knights patrolling nearby. This was specifically prepared by Morgan le Fay just in case. If anything unforeseen happened, the sustained knights would be one of the reliable forces. Asher surveyed the kings in front of him, stepped forward, and looked at the commoners gathered below the palace. In his hand, he held a speech prepared day and night by several clerical staff. More than 10 years ago, Vortigern, the treacherous king, rebelled, and our country was once in turmoil. The people were in dire straits, and greedy foreign tribes sought to claim our country for themselves. They committed all sorts of evil deeds, and many frontline warriors were brutally slaughtered in order to resist their attacks. Asher's voice, with Morgan le Fay's assistance, spread throughout Camelot. The magic-infused voice, coupled with the nostalgic tone, made the commoners present lower their heads. Even among the kings seated on both sides, some showed expressions of reminiscence. That was indeed a past that no one wished to recall, still causing shivers to run down their bodies when remembered even now. The white dragon Vortigern, the truly treacherous king, his name was a nightmare for almost everyone. The kings at that time had no choice but to fight, for if Britain fell under Vortigern's control, they would only be left to await their deaths. For this, the kings present at the time paid a considerable price to barely stabilize the situation. But even so, the scales of victory had once tilted towards Vortigern's side. If Vortigern had not mysteriously disappeared on the night he defeated Britain, there probably would be no so-called kings now. But it is precisely because of the efforts of our predecessors that Britain exists today. Ashur gazed into the distance, as if remembering old friends. The late king laid the foundation for our victory before his passing. The kings present here have also guarded their homelands, and are undeniably heroes. And today, Britain is gradually growing stronger, with frequent reports of victorious retreats by foreign tribes. Vortigern has also mysteriously disappeared, and the territory recapture war has already begun. This will be an important cornerstone for Britain's future development. Ashur looked around as he finished speaking, but found that the commoners below the palace had all lowered their heads, and the atmosphere seemed somewhat somber. Why did so many good news reports cause the commoners to lower their heads instead? Ashur didn't understand, but the kings behind him already understood what was happening. The reason people's bodies were trembling slightly was solely due to the name Ashur mentioned. Vortigern. According to the news spread by the foreign tribes, Vortigern had not died. He had not appeared yet, but that didn't mean he wouldn't return. People's hearts were already filled with an innate fear of that treacherous king. Even if King Arthur's speech was impassioned, thinking of a potentially returning Vortigern in the future still inevitably caused unease. The pressure brought by Vortigern is still too great. King Bors shook his head and whispered. It could only be said that the young King Arthur underestimated Vortigern's standing in people's hearts. When that king ruled the foreign tribes, a vast shadow seemed to envelop the entire country. No one heard Vortigern's name without fear. Is King Arthur still too young and impetuous to understand the horrors of Vortigern? Another king murmured. Even he still felt somewhat traumatized when he heard Vortigern's name now, let alone ordinary commoners. After all, he is King Arthur, so high-spirited. King Marco smiled, a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked at Ashur. He was Tristan's uncle and once had the chance to become King Arthur, but because of the so-called, he who pulls the sword shall be king, he had no opportunity to contend for the throne, only able to watch this young man pull out the Caliban and become King Arthur. Now, seeing King Arthur in a predicament, he naturally felt schadenfreude. This is a bit troublesome. Morgan frowned, looking at the young man standing in front of the commoners. If he continued to read from the speech now, it would inevitably cause some people to lose faith in King Arthur. Without the ability to control the situation, how could he lead a country? Furthermore, there were still kings watching him. But the best way now was probably just to continue reading from the speech, pretending not to notice the low morale of the commoners below, and just let the knighting ceremony proceed normally. After all, their original goal was just to shatter the rumors spread by the foreign tribes. Although doing so now might seem like avoiding the issue, it was the best method at present. What are you looking at, bowing your heads? But at this moment, Ashur's voice suddenly rang out. Answer me, what do you see when you bow your heads? Everyone was stunned. The fear that had just risen from their hearts had dissipated slightly with Ashur's words. Look up. King Arthur's voice resonated in their hearts. The commoners, at Ashur's words, all looked up at the man standing on the top floor of the palace. Although his appearance was somewhat young, his dark eyes seemed to burn with a fiery glow. Morgan le Fay stared blankly at the young man in front of her, her eyes subtly changing. Scáthach, seated on the right, also watched Ashur. After showing surprise, her red eyes soon revealed a hint of satisfaction. Not faltering at a time like this, it seems he has truly grown quite a bit. In the commoners' somewhat bewildered gazes, Ashur's voice rang out again. More than 10 years ago, Britain was in turmoil. The former king was defeated, and most of our territory was occupied. Our warriors fought valiantly on the front lines, using their last drop of blood to defend their homeland. It is because of their sacrifice that we are here today. The sacrifices of our predecessors have become the foundation of our victory. Today is different from the past. Britain has already grown strong. We shall certainly reclaim our own territories, and those lost lands will eventually be returned. No matter what schemes or rumors the enemy spreads, I will lead the Knights of the Round Table to shatter these conspiracies. Even if Vortigern returns, I will repel him. Ashur's voice was resolute, and the shadows in people's hearts were enveloped by sunlight. Their gazes shifted from bewilderment to a burning intensity. Ashur's expression remained unchanged. He looked around, and countless eyes fell upon him. His body was trembling slightly, not from nervousness, but because in those burning gazes, he felt the blood in his veins ignite with fervent heat. He clenched his fist, crushing the speech in his hand, and forcefully threw it towards the sunlight in front of him. Boom. Magic erupted in an instant, and the crumpled paper scattered like fireworks, like countless snowflakes in the sunlight. May Great Britain endure forever. People looked up at the scattered pieces of paper, and after a brief silence, a burst of enthusiastic cheers suddenly erupted from the crowd. King Arthur! King Arthur! King Arthur! The sound lingered, until Ashur raised his hand, and the cheers below gradually quieted. Looking at the countless gazes below, Ashur calmly said. Now, let the knighting ceremony begin. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 152, Morgan's Betrayal. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The investiture ceremony officially began. From the Knights of the Round Table and tribal chiefs to some nobles and seasoned warriors, everyone received a badge and rewards. However, due to differing accumulated merits, the badges and rewards varied significantly. Nonetheless, this was an honor. Regardless of the reward, it would serve as bragging rights in the future, so almost everyone carefully accepted the badge personally bestowed by King Arthur. After the investiture ceremony for the Knights of the Round Table concluded, Asher began presenting badges to the tribal chiefs. Artoria remained by his side. She was the court steward and a member of the Knights of the Round Table. Although petite, her aura was not to be underestimated. No one would think that someone accompanying King Arthur would be an ordinary person. "Thank you, King Arthur." Milo smiled sweetly, her smile so charming and amiable that many nobles in the audience directed their gaze at the gentle girl. If one could marry this tribal chief, it would be equivalent to gaining a territory, and she was already a sweet-looking girl. In any case, she was an enviable presence. Asher merely nodded slightly and moved to the next tribal chief, pinning the platinum badge on their shoulder. Everyone watched the scene, almost every person filled with excitement. This was King Arthur's first investiture ceremony, and who knew how long it would be until the next. Moreover, the next time, the badge might not be personally bestowed by King Arthur. One could say this was an immense honor. For a commoner, it was akin to instantly becoming a noble, bringing immense material and spiritual satisfaction. Asher walked towards the 5th tribal chief. Artoria handed him the 5th meticulously crafted badge. Asher stepped forward, about to pin the badge on the tribal chief's shoulder. "Wait." But at this moment, the tribal chief raised his hand, stopping Asher's movement. Almost everyone was stunned by the tribal chief's action. This was an important ceremony where King Arthur was bestowing badges. Even if there were questions, they should wait until the ceremony ended before raising them. Yet, this tribal chief actually spoke up at this moment. Asher's eyes narrowed slightly, but he maintained his smile. "Duke Bell, do you have any questions?" The man before him was Duke Bell, who had previously been threatened by Morgan le Fay and was forced to swear an oath to willingly surrender his territory. His dark circles were heavy, his lips somewhat pale, and his eyes were narrowed into slits, his cold gaze fixed on the young man before him. "I believe that before bestowing the badges, King Arthur should first clarify the matter of the White Dragon's body." "Does such a matter even need clarification, Duke Bell? Are you doubting King Arthur's identity?" Milo tilted her head, looking coldly at Duke Bell. "Although I also trust King Arthur very much, one should always be suspicious of the unknown, right? After all, in this chaotic world, there are too many conspiracies and schemes. I don't think anyone would want the king they follow to turn out to be a member of a foreign race, would they?" As Duke Bell's words fell, many people secretly nodded. What he said made sense. Many of them wanted to serve King Arthur with all their might, but they did not want to be deceived. If King Arthur turned out to be a spy for a foreign race, it would be a slap in everyone's face. "Do you really think I am of the White Dragon's body, Duke Bell?" Asher asked in a deep voice. "I wouldn't dare," Duke Bell said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "But I believe, since King Arthur is the King of Britain, to ask your subjects to follow in your footsteps, shouldn't you prove yourself for this?" Asher frowned. "How do you think I should prove myself?" "A guise." Duke Bell stared at Asher with eyes like a venomous snake. "Swear an oath, and then everyone will believe in your innocence." "Nonsense. Should King Arthur be forced to swear an oath because of 1 or 2 words from you? You are deliberately using public opinion to pressure King Arthur, which is a great treason," Milo said coldly. Asher did not speak. He had considered many possibilities, but he never expected anyone to dare to demand an oath at such a moment. "You don't dare, do you?" Duke Bell said, then turned to the commoners below. "Because the current King Arthur is indeed of the White Dragon's body, a descendant left behind when Vortigern disappeared a decade ago." The crowd below erupted in an uproar, whispering among themselves. If King Arthur truly was of the White Dragon's body, with his true identity being Vortigern's son, then even an ordinary person could imagine the turmoil Britain would plunge into. Gawain remained silent, his gaze fixed on Asher with a complex expression. King Arthur had personally admitted the day that he was of the White Dragon's body, but Gawain had never mentioned it to anyone. This was not entirely for Asher's sake, but more for the sake of Britain's current situation. If the current King Arthur's true identity were exposed, Britain itself would suffer the most damage. For the sake of the greater good, Asher's identity absolutely could not be revealed. Moreover, as his mother had said before, King Arthur had never done anything to harm Britain. To condemn him solely based on his identity would be too pedantic. But the common people were different, not everyone could trust a King Arthur of such an identity. After all, the white dragon's body represented the Saxons. For a white dragon to be King Arthur was simply too absurd. No words. Does that mean you're tacitly admitting it? Duke Bell looked at Asher with a sneer. I know you're still thinking of your words, so now, I will completely shatter any further lies you have. Next, we invite Uther's daughter, Vortigern's niece, Morgan le Fay, to confirm the truth of this matter. Duke Bell spread his hands, turning to look at Morgan le Fay, who had remained seated in her chair. The situation had unknowingly completely entered Duke Bell's rhythm. He was clearly very well prepared, even having greeted Morgan le Fay in advance. The previous letter was sent by Duke Bell to Morgan le Fay, with the aim of achieving a fatal blow at this moment. Gawain and the others were stunned, looking at Morgan le Fay. How could Mother? Almost at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Morgan le Fay. She maintained her calm demeanor from beginning to end, as if everything before her had nothing to do with her, until Duke Bell's voice and the gazes of others turned towards her, and only then did she slowly stand up. Asher's eyes flickered, staring at Morgan le Fay. He naturally didn't believe Morgan would conspire with the tribal chief, but he also didn't understand why she was standing up now. From the looks of it, Duke Bell had already had private communication with Morgan le Fay, otherwise, Duke Bell wouldn't be directly pointing to Morgan le Fay now. Under countless gazes, Morgan gathered her long, flowing hair behind her. She wore a long court dress, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the floor. Her tall figure and exquisite features attracted countless eyes. Morgan le Fay quickly came before the common people. The commoners rarely saw Morgan le Fay, and upon seeing her face at this moment, they were all somewhat moved. Rumors about the witch also circulated outside, but most of them had been distorted. Now, seeing Morgan le Fay's appearance and the amiable smile on her face, they all began to question the previous rumors. How could such a refined and captivating woman be associated with being a witch? Princess Morgan, please expose King Arthur's conspiracy next. I will protect your safety. Duke Bell said with a smile, as everyone knows, Princess Morgan is King Uther's daughter. Although external rumors portray her as seemingly wicked, I believe that rumors stop at the wise. In reality, I have always firmly believed that she is a kind woman. King Marco beside him also nodded solemnly. If King Arthur is truly of the White Dragon's body, we will guarantee your safety afterwards, so please, Princess Morgan, feel free to reveal the truth. Under the gaze of the kings, Morgan le Fay nodded, turned to face the commoners below, and her voice, amplified by magic, resonated throughout the entire castle. I, as the daughter of the former king, a princess of Britain, and by the reputation of Merlin, the court magician of Britain, swear that all my following statements are true. If there is even half a lie, I, Morgan le Fay, willingly subject myself to divine wrath, and after death, my soul shall be imprisoned by the goddess of death, never to know peace for all eternity. The crowd gasped. This oath was truly vicious. Duke Bell's face showed a satisfied smile. Indeed, seeking Morgan le Fay's help was the most correct choice. Even if he rarely paid attention to matters in Camelot Castle, he knew very well that this woman, Morgan le Fay, had a great desire for power. Perhaps the former king's failure to pass the throne to Morgan had left her deeply resentful. Utilizing this mindset, it would be easy to draw her to their side. Next, I shall announce my conclusion. Morgan le Fay looked around and said in a deep voice, King Arthur is not of the White Dragon's body. He is our King Arthur, and he has always strived for the rise of Britain. Duke Bell froze. Why would this woman dare to lie with her eyes open? Is she not afraid of the oath she just swore? They were convinced that King Arthur was of the White Dragon's body and had been preparing for this for a long time, even going so far as to offer 3 territories in the future as a bribe to Morgan le Fay to ensure success. Yet, she actually said something like a madwoman. Morgan did not stop speaking. Her subsequent statements further moved the common people and silenced the nobles. She spoke of how King Arthur, when he first drew the Caliban and became king, also felt confused and uneasy, worried about whether he could lead the country to prosperity. Fortunately, with Merlin's guidance, he was no longer lost and instead turned to tirelessly managing state affairs day and night. She also mentioned how King Arthur still diligently worked in the cold night, and whenever Morgan le Fay entered the room, she would see King Arthur still working hard. Sometimes, when he was tired, he would nap on the table for a while, and she would drape her coat over King Arthur to prevent him from catching a cold. Not only that, Morgan also gave several detailed examples. For instance, one evening, as she and King Arthur were discussing important matters of repelling foreign tribes, the loyal Agravain of the Knights of the Round Table couldn't bear to see the king toil so hard, so he interrupted their discussion, even risking the king's displeasure, just to hope the king would get some good rest. Another example was Gawain, who deeply understood King Arthur's difficulties, but also knew that all of this was for Britain's sake. Therefore, what he could do was quietly help with basic tasks, hoping to share some of the king's burdens. And then there was the court steward, Artoria. Although she was a woman, she was a knight of the Round Table, an elite among elites, who had made immense contributions to repelling foreign tribes. King Arthur often discussed martial arts with Artoria, and they encouraged each other to progress together, making for a truly commendable tale. In short, in Morgan le Fay's description, King Arthur was an absolute wise king, and she was a virtuous woman accompanying King Arthur. They discussed state affairs daily, sometimes even staying up late into the night diligently researching how to repel foreign tribes, and even had experiences of staying up until the early hours of the morning. Upon hearing the last of it, many lowered their heads, rubbing tears from the corners of their eyes. They had actually questioned such a wise king earlier because of a few words from Duke Bell. Now, thinking back, they felt incredibly guilty. Someone started applauding first, and soon, one after another, the common people joined in the applause. These cheers were their profound respect for King Arthur. Duke Bell's face was utterly grim as he listened to the end, staring deadly at Morgan le Fay as she walked towards them. Now, I would like to ask Duke Bell, why would you bring up such a matter at the investiture ceremony to disrupt morale? What exactly is your purpose? Morgan le Fay raised her voice at the end, her queenly aura fully unleashed, looking down at Duke Bell and sharply asking. Are you the spy for the foreign race, intending to remove such a wise king from power? Duke Bell took a step back, screaming hysterically, this is slander. This woman cannot be trusted, she is lying. She is absolutely lying. Sigh, Morgan le Fay merely shook her head and sighed, Duke Bell, you just said I was the daughter of the former king, and that rumors stop at the wise. Now you're turning around and slandering me. What exactly are your intentions? As she said the last words, her gaze was fixed on Duke Bell. Is someone manipulating you from behind? Gawain and Lancelot stepped forward, approaching Duke Bell. Although they hadn't drawn their swords, their imposing presence moved the kings present. The Knights of the Round Table are truly not to be underestimated. Duke Bell slowly retreated, his eyes quickly darting left and right, a look of panic in them. He subconsciously looked in a certain direction, as if hoping someone would come out to help him. But that person did not appear, merely observing coldly from among the kings. Duke Bell's eyes flickered, and he suddenly drew a dagger hidden in his sleeve, stabbing at Asher beside him as if he didn't care about his own life. His speed was too fast, completely unlike a movement an obese man could make. Asher was not carrying a weapon, and a crimson streak of blood appeared on his right shoulder from the blade's graze. Asher staggered back 2 steps. Morgan le Fay quickly supported Asher, a hint of distress in her eyes. She raised her hand to cast healing magic, but found that the normally unfailing healing effect did not work on Asher. I'm fine, don't worry, Asher said softly. Duke Bell did not launch a second attack. He grinned eerily, rapidly retreating as if intending to leap from the castle. Don't even think about it. Gawain stomped his foot back, his body lunging forward as he swung his sword at Duke Bell. But the seemingly obese man seemed well prepared, blocking the attack with just the sharp blade in his hand, and simultaneously retreating quickly. Lancelot followed closely, blocking Duke Bell's path, but Duke Bell's face showed no trace of panic. He evaded Lancelot's attack like an eel, stepped onto the top of the palace, and leaped down. He had already prepared for his escape, and he also had the armor that person had prepared for him, which could block a fatal blow if necessary. As for Morgan le Fay, although he never expected her to betray him, he didn't have to worry about her making a move. After all, this woman would definitely not use her magic in such a public setting, otherwise her reputation as a witch would be even harder to clear. In short, although the outcome was not ideal, the plan was completed, and the rest could be left to that person. Boom. Just as Duke Bell was about to jump down, a red spear from a distance, like a flash of lightning, pierced through Duke Bell's right shoulder, a circular deep purple lightning flash appearing in midair, nailing Duke Bell in the air. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Royal Flush, Your Disciple is So Delicious. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. You hurt someone and then try to run. You're far too presumptuous. A graceful figure stepped past Asher, her long hair lifting with the wind. Asher's pupils reflected the woman's flawless profile. Scáthach leaped up, gripping the red spear that had pierced Duke Bell's shoulder. She performed an over-the-shoulder throw, flinging Duke Bell and the red spear back together. Boom. The obese body was impaled to the ground by the red spear. Duke Bell let out a scream, struggling desperately, but was unable to break free. The intense pain from the spear piercing his shoulder made him look around frantically, his eyes meeting another pair. In that instant, Duke Bell's body suddenly trembled, not from pain, but from the gloomy darkness contained in someone's eyes in the crowd. Scáthach walked forward and pulled out the red spear. People's gazes were involuntarily drawn to this woman. Their eyes held both awe and longing. Such a powerful and perfect woman could only be admired from afar. If one were to be compared to her while standing together, it would only lead to feelings of inferiority. The kings all gazed at this woman standing proudly beneath the sky, praising her in their hearts, many with a fervent look in their eyes. They were all kings of various territories, so they naturally had no shortage of women, but a woman as exceptional as this was truly rare. However, they also knew very well that such a woman was not for them to claim. If one were to marry her, it was truly uncertain who would be in charge of whom. Truly worthy of the Queen of the Land of Shadows. With such martial arts, it's no wonder she could train such an excellent King Arthur. Facing Scáthach as fierce offensive earlier, the kings couldn't help but admire her from the bottom of their hearts, now conversing in hushed tones. Even if I gathered all my generals, they probably wouldn't be her match. Her precise control over magic, and that ability to pin Duke Bell in space just now, are truly terrifying. Once your movements are restricted, you can only wait for death. Perhaps I should consider sending my children to the Land of Shadows for a period of training. That's a good point. If we can train our children to be excellent warriors in the future, we won't have to worry too much about our thrones. Just as the kings were discussing the matter of becoming disciples, one of them snorted coldly, "Have none of you questioned why such a powerful person would appear out of nowhere at King Arthur's investiture ceremony? She's King Arthur's teacher, it's not strange for King Arthur to invite her to visit, is it?" King Odgrin said, "According to you, do you think this queen has a problem, King Marco?" "That's not necessarily true." King Marco shook his head, looking in Asher's direction, his eyes incredibly deep. Meanwhile, Asher looked at Duke Bell, who lay on the ground as if having given up struggling, and said in a deep voice, "Take Duke Bell back and imprison him. We'll interrogate him thoroughly later." Then, he looked at Scáthach, who had walked to his side, and whispered, "Thank you, Shishou." Scáthach merely shook her head. Her fingertip touched Asher's wound. Looking at the blood on her fingertip, a thoughtful expression appeared in her eyes. An incurable blade. Morgan's eyes fixed on the wound on Asher's shoulder. She lowered her voice and said, "It doesn't look like a weapon an ordinary chief would possess, and it seems he prepared for a long time." Asher was about to ask something, but then he suddenly heard a scream. He looked up and saw that as the guards lifted Duke Bell, the obese man's head suddenly drooped, his eyes widened, and his movements became incredibly stiff. Gawain's expression changed slightly. He quickly stepped forward to confirm, then turned to Asher and said in a deep voice, "He stopped breathing." He was being controlled. Morgan le Fay stared grimly at the already deceased Duke Bell. And from the looks of it, that person must have been present earlier, controlling Duke Bell. The common people below began to discuss in hushed tones. The sudden turn of events had exceeded everyone's expectations, including Morgan le Fay. The person they had just captured was killed right in front of her. Although there was an element of her carelessness, the other party must have been very well prepared, even planning how to deal with Duke Bell when he was captured. The Queen of the Land of Shadows actually killed an important prisoner. This is truly unexpected. At this moment, an inappropriate voice rang out, full of indignation, as if crying out against injustice. As the voice sounded, many people's gazes followed it to the men who had spoken. It was King Marco, Tristan's uncle. He looked indignant at this moment, which unconsciously led everyone present to a thought. Could Duke Bell really have been killed by Scáthach? King Marco, it's better not to slander recklessly. Asher looked at the men who had stood up and was walking towards them, his tone a few degrees colder than usual. Am I slandering recklessly? King Marco turned to look at the others as he reached Asher. King Arthur, ask everyone present, wasn't Duke Bell perfectly fine initially, and only died shortly after being attacked by your Shishou? Could this be a sign of a guilty conscience? King Marco continued. Because you didn't want Duke Bell to reveal information unfavorable to you. Agravain frowned slightly. King Marco, you should have seen it. King Arthur was injured by Duke Bell earlier, and the wound is still there. As King Arthur's teacher, it's not strange for her to feel anger when her disciple is harmed, is it? Furthermore, she attacked Duke Bell's shoulder. No matter what, it wouldn't cause a fatal injury. I was just making a guess. Everyone, please calm down, King Marco said lightly. Indeed, my Shishou's attack just now could not have caused a fatal injury. Anyone with some martial arts knowledge can see that. King Marco, are you implying that my Shishou conspired to harm me? Asher asked, staring at King Marco. I wouldn't dare. King Marco shook his head. But the facts are right before us. I've heard that the Queen of the Land of Shadows is quite accomplished in both magic and martial arts. Perhaps she imbued her attack with magic, which we couldn't detect, isn't that right? After all, your master is a queen from another country. Even if you have a master-disciple relationship, she might be swayed when huge interests are at stake, right? Upon hearing this, although the crowd remained outwardly impassive, they all secretly nodded. This did make some sense. Throughout history, there had been cases of family members killing each other for power, not to mention that the relationship between King Arthur and Scáthach was merely that of Shishou and disciple. Is he playing tricks? Morgan le Fay's eyes narrowed slightly as she subtly observed the tall and powerful-looking men. Was he trying to provoke Asher, to make Asher lose his composure and take some extreme action? Morgan le Fay already had a rough judgment in her heart, and she glanced at the young man beside her again. Asher's expression was calmer than Morgan had imagined. He merely looked at King Marco and said, "So you've concluded that my Shishou killed Duke Bel?" "Concluded? Not really, just putting forward a conjecture." King Marco shook his head. "After all, among those present, your master isn't the only one who could have killed Duke Bel without anyone knowing." As he said the last part, he casually glanced at Morgan le Fay. "Indeed, I remember that among your subordinates, there's a druid who can use magic, isn't there?" Morgan le Fay said with a smile. "Even you are a suspect." King Marco paused, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He seemed not to have expected Morgan le Fay to even know that he had a druid among his subordinates. But quickly, King Marco composed himself and continued, "Furthermore, there's another thing that puzzles me, and I hope King Arthur can clarify it for us." As he spoke, he stared at Asher, seemingly wanting to see some other emotion in Asher's eyes. But Asher remained calm throughout, saying blandly, "Ask away." "I'll state beforehand that my following question might be somewhat disrespectful to King Arthur, but it is also for the future of Britain. If there are any mistakes, I hope King Arthur will be lenient." King Marco said this, his gaze fixed on Asher. "King Arthur, I would like to ask you, where did you grow up? Was it in Britain? What does that have to do with the current matter?" "Of course it does," King Marco smiled. "There's a rumor going around recently, and I believe everyone is aware of it. The rumor states that King Arthur is of the White Dragon's body, his true identity being Vortigern's descendant, attempting to conquer our country without bloodshed. Are you saying you believe this rumor, which is clearly spread by foreign races, is true?" Morgan le Fay stared coldly at King Marco. "I naturally want to believe King Arthur, but I also believe that for the sake of caution, King Arthur might as well take this opportunity to prove himself, so that everyone can wholeheartedly assist you in repelling the foreign tribes afterwards. What do you think?" King Marco fixed his gaze on Asher as he spoke the last part, seemingly wanting to discern something from his face. "How do you want me to prove myself?" Asher asked calmly. "It's very simple," King Marco pointed to the wound on Asher's shoulder. "To prove your innocence, a little blood is needed. Since you're injured now, I'd like to presume upon you by having someone take a little blood from you for verification. Would that be permissible?" "King Marco, you're quite bold." "This is insubordination." Milo's voice was soft, but her eyes were very hostile. "That's why I said it was presumptuous, but I hope everyone present and King Arthur understand that I am only thinking of Britain's future," King Marco said, looking at Asher. "King Arthur, what do you think? This way, you can prove your innocence, and if you are not of the White Dragon's body, I am willing to accept punishment for today's presumption." "King Marco, you've probably forgotten Merlin's prophecy, haven't you? Only someone of the Red Dragon's body can pull out the Caliban. Have you forgotten this?" Morgan le Fay said coldly. "I am well aware of that." King Marco paused slightly. "However, I heard that after King Arthur pulled out the Caliban the first time, he actually failed when he tried to pull it out a second time, didn't he? He didn't ultimately pull out the Caliban, but instead lifted the Caliban along with the massive rock. Everyone should remember that, right?" Many people secretly nodded. Thinking about it, it seemed to be true. King Arthur had pulled out the Caliban once, but the second time was actually a failure. Artoria, who had been quietly standing by, unconsciously tightened her grip on her spear. If she had inherited the throne then, would none of this be happening now? And Asher wouldn't have been pushed into his current situation. Asher also noticed the girl beside him was a bit downcast. He suddenly smiled. "My second attempt to draw the sword failed, but precisely because of my will to become king, I was later able to lift the entire great stone. I ask everyone present, who among you can achieve this level? The Caliban is a symbol of the king, but it's not the person who pulls out the Caliban who is King Arthur. Rather, it is the person recognized by the people who can become King Arthur." Asher's voice was impassioned, every word forceful, moving everyone present. "I believe that since becoming king, everything I have done has been beneficial to Britain. Is that not enough?" Asher paused slightly, looking at King Marco. "King Marco, you shouldn't be such a stubborn person, should you? Do you really believe that only by pulling out the Caliban can one become King Arthur? More important than the Caliban is the recognition of the people." The voice descended from the palace, causing the people who heard Asher's words to erupt in cheers. These words were comforting to everyone. They preferred an Arthur who understood people's hearts rather than a high and mighty king. Asher's response gained the people's approval. Listening to the cheers around him, King Marco's expression stiffened. He suddenly realized something very important. From the very beginning, his idea had been flawed. Yes, why should only the one who pulls out the Caliban become King Arthur? As long as one can do things beneficial to Britain and lead the people to prosperity, that should be enough. Why did he give up contending for King Arthur after hearing Merlin's words? Gazing at King Marco's gradually darkening expression, Asher subtly continued, "Since you believe this king is of the white dragon's body, then today I shall prove my innocence to you." Artoria's expression changed slightly. She instinctively glanced at Asher. She wanted to dissuade Asher, but she knew very well that she couldn't speak now. If she made a sound, it would be suspicious, as if she were admitting guilt. And from the looks of it, Asher seemed to have prepared in advance. King Marco gradually composed himself and exchanged a look with the two guards he had brought onto the palace. One of them, a man in a black robe, stepped forward. "This is a druid I invited. He can use your blood as a medium to confirm whether you are of the white dragon's body," King Marco said. "Furthermore, to ensure the druid is not lying, he will project what he sees for all of you to witness." Asher hesitated, but then nodded gently. He remembered what Morgan le Fay had said earlier at the training grounds. He could confidently accept tests from others. So, at this moment, he chose to trust Sister Morgan. The servant placed a few drops of Asher's blood into a bowl, positioning it in front of the palace. Once an image was presented, everyone would be able to see it. The druid in the black robe walked forward, chanting some ancient words. "Is it really okay, royal sister?" Artoria, who had approached Morgan le Fay at some point, whispered. "It's fine, don't worry," Morgan le Fay said with a smile. "No one can know Asher's identity." Scáthach happened to overhear Morgan le Fay's answer. She couldn't help but glance at the goddess twice. Why is Morgan le Fay so confident that her disciple's white dragon identity won't be revealed? Is it really just because of that one spear throw from her disciple? As Scáthach was still pondering in secret, a golden aura emanated from the druid, spreading out from him as its center. The blood in the bowl projected into midair. It was blurry, so blurry that it was impossible to see clearly. One could only vaguely make out a dragon, but even its color was indistinguishable. "Watch closely, the truth will soon be revealed." King Marco's face showed a triumphant smile, his gaze fixed on the projection. Swish. At this moment, the dragon's projection seemed to morph. It let out a mournful cry to the sky, and soon, the projection transformed into a human figure. It's not a white dragon, and it's not a red dragon. The druid trembled and recoiled several steps, his eyes filled with terror, screaming hysterically, "What is this thing?" People looked up, but could only see a tall figure from behind, though it was extremely blurry. The figure wore a black cloak, with a raven on one shoulder and a golden crow on the other. After people stared at the figure for a while, the projection suddenly disappeared. The druid fell to his knees with a thud, as if worshipping a god. As the projection vanished, and by the time people regained their senses, they tried to recall the figure they had just seen, but they could no longer remember it. It was like a dream, where they all dreamed of the same person, but upon waking, they couldn't clearly see their appearance. Everyone was stunned, even Asher himself was a bit dazed. What was that thing just now? The raven should represent the blessing of the goddess of death, and the golden crow the blessing of the sun god, but who was the person in that projection? Why would he have something like that in his body? Even Scáthach was stunned for a long time, only reacting after seeing the projection disappear. As if she had thought of something, she sharply turned to look at Morgan le Fay. "You knew all along." Even when she was slandered by King Marco earlier, she hadn't been this angry, but now Scáthach's face had become extremely grim, her red eyes seemingly burning with flames. "Didn't I tell you?" "I knew when your disciple threw that spear," Morgan said with a faint smile. "You couldn't have understood that much from just that one spear throw. His magic is very special, but no matter how strong your perception is, you couldn't tell he wasn't human from that one throw," Scáthach said coldly, staring at Morgan. "What did you do to him?" Morgan glanced at the young man who was confronting King Marco, and chuckled softly. "Aren't you already very clear in your heart? How can one fully understand a person's magic? Is it through blood?" "No," Morgan le Fay paused slightly. "Your disciple is so delicious." Scáthach's blood rushed to her head in an instant, and the red spear in her hand nearly flew towards Morgan le Fay. But she suppressed it. Now was not the time to act. If she were to clash with Morgan here, it would cause a lot of trouble for Asher. Artoria silently listened to their conversation from the side, her expression mostly unchanged, only her eyes flickering slightly, wondering what she was thinking. "King Marco, I wonder if this proof is sufficient now." On the other side, Asher's voice came faintly. King Marco, after a brief silence, nodded gently. "I apologize, my previous suspicion was indeed slander. I am willing to accept punishment." However, King Marco's tone shifted. "Your master was previously suspected of murdering Duke Bell." "Shut up, you fool." King Marco's words abruptly ceased at Scáthach's ice-cold voice. He instinctively swallowed, feeling his back suddenly covered in cold sweat. He had fought countless battles in his life, and this plan had been prepared for a long time. He believed he had many ways to make a big deal out of Scáthach, but when faced with that woman's extremely cold red eyes at this moment, all his thoughts vanished. He would be killed. If he said another word, this woman would definitely kill him. Just seeing such eyes, King Marco knew it clearly in his heart. But he completely couldn't understand why this woman's temper would suddenly become so bad in less than a few minutes, completely unlike her previous calm and collected demeanor. Even Asher was stunned, looking at his Shishou's frost-covered expression, hesitating for a moment, not daring to speak. What happened? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, do you like Shishou or do you covet Shishou's body? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The knighting ceremony ultimately concluded smoothly. However, King Marco's meticulously planned scheme was completely disrupted by the mysterious projection that Asher manifested. Apparently, King Marco had somehow learned that Asher was the White Dragon and had even invited a druid for a final decisive blow against Asher. But he never expected that what emerged from Asher's blood would be a person, not a white dragon. Because of this, all his plans failed, and the pawn, Duke Bell, was wasted. The only thing King Marco was grateful for was that neither King Arthur nor Morgan le Fay had come looking for him, especially since King Arthur seemed to leave in a frantic hurry, looking quite flustered. Although he really wanted to secretly follow him, there were too many unexpected events today, making him hesitant to cause any more disturbances. Mother, do you have any orders? On the afternoon of the knighting ceremony, Agravain received Morgan's command and now stood before her. He stood silently in the shadows, head bowed, and even the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy in the evening twilight. You should know what I mean. Morgan turned and calmly gazed at Agravain. Agravain hesitated for a moment. King Marco is constantly protected by excellent guards. It might not be easy to approach him. Don't rush to act yet. I just want you to monitor his movements, after all. He's still useful for resisting the foreign tribes for now. Morgan interrupted Agravain. Agravain nodded, then hesitated for another moment, appearing as if he wanted to ask something but wasn't sure if he should. You have doubts you wish to ask me? Morgan noticed Agravain's hesitation. May I ask? Agravain asked. Morgan nodded. No. Agravain, who was about to speak, fell into a brief silence. Are you crazy? If not, why did you nod? This is thanks to the serious Agravain. If it were anyone else, they would probably be complaining like that. Why don't you act, mother? Agravain finally couldn't suppress the doubt in his heart. From a long time ago, Agravain knew how strong his mother was. If it were her, even with powerful mages protecting King Marco, she could probably eliminate him without anyone knowing. I have more important matters to attend to and cannot leave. And, eliminating a person isn't necessarily the greatest punishment for them. Morgan paused. In short, you just need to do as I instruct. Yes. Agravain bowed his head and turned to leave. It wasn't until Agravain had left that Morgan le Fay turned to look in a certain direction, precisely where Scáthach and Asher were. She wasn't just making excuses to Agravain, she genuinely had more important matters to handle now. Compared to what was happening over there, everything else seemed so insignificant. The sky transformed from twilight into a deep sapphire blue, and the evening breeze swept through the narrow garden path, tousling Asher's hair. Scáthach's reddish-purple hair fluttered gently in the wind as she strolled through the garden, remaining silent throughout. If nothing unexpected happened, Scáthach would be returning tomorrow. Normally, Asher would be immersed in the emotional farewell between Shishou and disciple. However, for some reason, he felt that something was off today. What exactly was the problem? Asher walked beside Scáthach, cautiously observing his Shishou's expression. Although Scáthach outwardly appeared as calm as ever, her clear red eyes filled with serenity, Asher couldn't shake a strange feeling of incongruity. He wondered if it was just him, or if everyone experienced this sometimes. After knowing someone well for a long time, even without speaking, one could sense shifts in the atmosphere. Normally, the atmosphere between Shishou and disciple at this time should be relaxed, but tonight, their surroundings were infused with a certain chill. Could it simply be because of King Marco's slander? If it was about that, wasn't Shishou's innocence already proven, and King Marco had also confessed that he had misunderstood Scáthach and formally apologized? Shishou, what exactly was that figure projected today? Do you have any idea? After this atmosphere persisted for nearly 10 minutes, Asher finally couldn't bear it any longer and broke the silence. Scáthach merely glanced at Asher before looking away, shaking her head and saying, I don't know. It's my first time seeing it too. Is that so? I thought Shishou would know something. Asher's tone carried a hint of regret, but he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good, Shishou was still willing to talk to him, which meant she shouldn't be particularly angry. That woman should know something. Didn't she mention it before? Scáthach's footsteps slowed considerably as she spoke. Under Asher's perplexed gaze, she said casually, I think your sister Morgan probably knows something. Asher couldn't help but be taken aback. My sister Morgan. Why does that sound so strange? What, isn't she your sister Morgan? Scáthach observed Asher, who was deep in thought, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She should be half your teacher, too, right? Something like a mentor and friend. That's true, Asher nodded, deliberately slowing his pace. But Sister Morgan might not know the true identity of that projection, right? If she knew, she should have said so already. Asher rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment. But she told me it was fine to boldly accept the inspection then, so she must have seen something. Yes, she does know something, Scáthach nodded. Her strength is on par with mine. I've lived with you for so long and never knew what was hidden in your body, but Morgan discovered it. Because she's a goddess, she's more sensitive to magic, perhaps, Asher attempted to analyze, but saw Scáthach shake her head. I could have noticed it much earlier. Scáthach muttered to herself, as if in a low voice. As she finished, she looked up at the distant sky. After a long pause, she looked at the young man beside her with complex eyes. After being stared at so intensely by Scáthach for a long time, Asher felt increasingly guilty for some reason, though he didn't know what he was guilty about. Could it be that Shishou already knows about me and Sister Morgan? Sister Morgan isn't the kind of person who would talk about such things, there's no way she would say something like that. Moreover, if Shishou knew, her reaction wouldn't be so calm. As for why he felt guilty now, it was probably just a simple apology to Shishou after doing that kind of thing with Morgan earlier. Is Shishou troubled by something? If there's any difficulty, I can help. He was so uncomfortable being stared at by Scáthach that Asher had no choice but to speak, trying to divert Scáthach's gaze. Scáthach merely gazed at Asher, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. Disciple, you said before that you like your Shishou, right? Looking at Scáthach's exquisite face and those terrifying, Valkyrie-like red eyes, Asher nodded without hesitation. What do you like? Scáthach suddenly asked. Asher was stunned. What did Shishou mean by that? Oh, asking you that way might be a bit too abstract. Scáthach said thoughtfully. Then let me rephrase it. Do you like me, or do you like my body? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Shishou above. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. Scáthach was a battle fanatic, always harboring the desire to fight strong opponents, but that didn't mean she was oblivious to her surroundings. She had known Asher's feelings for a long time and was well aware that her disciple held both admiration and affection for her. Indeed, it would have been difficult not to notice, as Asher had been a precocious child since he was little, often taking advantage of opportunities to brush against her leg or refusing to leave her room at night. She didn't dislike Asher's admiration, otherwise, she could have cast Asher into cold storage long ago. She had always protected her disciple, intending to let him make his own choices once he came of age. But she never expected that a perverse woman with a pedophile tendency would make a move on her disciple before he even reached adulthood. Although her disciple would be 16 in just over a month, he was still just a child now. To actually lay hands on a 15-year-old boy, just thinking about it, Scáthach felt a burning anger in her chest. However, she still maintained a shred of rationality. As much as she didn't want to admit it, she knew very well that Morgan le Fay's older sister Aura could indeed easily attract an innocent child like her disciple, so it was understandable that he would be tempted. But she had to consider a very serious matter. Did Asher like her, or did he simply like her body? Scáthach stared into Asher's eyes, then continued. I think you need to seriously think about this question. Asher was a bit bewildered by Scáthach's question. Do I like Shishou, or do I like Shishou's body? How should I answer this to be correct right now? Urgent, waiting online. I guess I like both. Asher finally said after thinking seriously for a while, both Shishou's personality and body. I like them all. As he finished speaking, Asher seemed a little awkward, his eyelids slightly lowered. Shishou, why are you suddenly asking this? Scáthach looked at Asher's embarrassed expression and smiled faintly. Don't be so nervous. As your Shishou, it's not just about martial arts, I also need to pay a little attention to your psychological well-being. After all, at your age, you are easily susceptible to external temptations, which can lead to actions that affect your physical and mental health. Asher's eyelids twitched. Why did he always feel like Shishou was hinting at something? But it shouldn't be, right? Shishou definitely wasn't there that night. There's no way Lily told Shishou about me and Sister Morgan. Definitely not. Lily isn't the type to gossip. That's right, Shishou probably just spoke her mind. Thinking this, Asher felt somewhat relieved, but quickly, his mind was immediately occupied by a new thought. Should I confess to Shishou? If I told her, how would Shishou react? As if he had thought of some serious consequences, Asher's body involuntarily shivered. Indeed, it's better not to say anything for now. I'll wait until I find a suitable opportunity later. Just as Asher thought this, he heard approaching footsteps not far away. For some reason, just hearing the footsteps, Asher immediately guessed the identity of the person. Undoubtedly, it must be Lily. Shishou, over here. Asher said, pulling Scáthach towards a nearby bush without a word. Why are you hiding? Scáthach asked with interest. Although Morgan le Fay annoyed her greatly, her disciple's performance tonight was quite amusing. King Arthur himself, walking in the garden with his Shishou, actually hid when he saw someone. It wasn't as if they were having an affair or anything, there was no need to hide, was there? Ah. Asher was stunned, I don't know either. Perhaps it was a guilty conscience. Afraid that Lily, upon seeing Scáthach tonight, would suddenly say, I saw with my own eyes that royal sister and Ash did that. As the two spoke, the footsteps slowly approached. Asher stood on the grass, looking at the girl outside through the bushes. It was indeed Artoria. Come to think of it, Lily seemed to train here by herself every night. Asher suddenly remembered this and was wondering whether to go out and greet her. But before he could take a step, Asher suddenly had a change of thought. Wait, if he and Shishou came out from this place now, would Lily have some unnecessary misunderstandings? His relationship with Lily was already subtly awkward because of Morgan le Fay's matter. If further misunderstandings arose, he really didn't know what Lily would do. Thinking this, Asher couldn't help but take half a step back. But at this moment, the ahog on Artoria's head moved slightly like a radar, and she suddenly turned to look at where Asher was hiding, her eyes filled with doubt. She stepped forward, looking left and right, but there was nothing in front of her except the green grass. A hallucination. Artoria couldn't help but mutter to herself. She quickly averted her gaze, took out her weapon, and began training in the cool evening garden. Asher's mouth opened, but it was as if something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak for a long time, only staring blankly at the woman in front of him. Their gazes met, and each saw the other's reflection in their eyes. As if something had come to mind, a strange light flickered in Scáthach's red eyes. Artoria had almost discovered Asher when she walked forward just now, but Scáthach reacted quickly, almost immediately pressing Asher to the ground, which prevented Artoria from seeing them. And from their current position, it was precisely a woman on top pose. After a brief gaze with Scáthach, Asher's gaze subtly shifted to the side, and he lowered his voice, saying, Shishou, you can let go. Lily is concentrating on her training now, so we shouldn't be discovered. His wrist was being held down by Scáthach's hand, and because he was lying on the grass, there was no room to move at all. A strand of Scáthach's hair slipped from her shoulder, gently brushing Asher's face, tickling him and carrying a faint fragrance. Scáthach slightly parted her lips, and her hot breath lightly fell on Asher's cheek. The sweet scent made him involuntarily perk up, so much so that Asher's gaze became somewhat dazed. Shishou, what did you just say? Asher heard Scáthach's voice, but it was very faint, completely inaudible. He quietly called out. I suddenly thought of something. As if afraid that Artoria, who was training outside, would hear, Scáthach leaned close to Asher's ear. The softness of her chest was slightly deformed from the pressure, but she seemed not to notice, not deliberately avoiding this intimate gesture. What? Asher felt his earlobes grow hot, and his cheeks flushed considerably, but fortunately, it was evening with very low visibility, so it wasn't very clear. You and your sister Morgan that night, was she on top too? Scáthach desperately wanted to say these words, but they caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. In the end, she just shook her head and whispered, It's nothing. Let's just wait here until Lily leaves. Asher nodded gently, then tried to ask, Can you move a bit, Shishou? It feels a little stuffy to breathe like this. Although Asher was enjoying the current contact, it was fine for a short while. But if they had to wait until Lily finished training and left, that would be too long. Do you mean I'm too heavy? Scáthach asked. No, I didn't mean that. Asher quickly replied, and just as he was about to say something else, he was immediately cut off by Scáthach. Since you don't think I'm heavy, then let's stay like this for now. Scáthach stared at Asher's face, a slight curl at the corner of her lips. This is also part of the training. Look at the title, isn't it very apt, laughs. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Scáthach doesn't want to indulge. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Why hasn't Lily finished her training yet? She said she'd go to bed early and wake up early. Why is she training for so long today? Asher silently grumbled in his mind, listening to the faint whooshing of weapons. His wrist had been pinned like this for a full half an hour. Although the delightful sensation of his Shishou pressing down on him was truly captivating, her silk stocking thigh, her soft plumpness, and a wisp of fine hair brushing Asher's cheek from the occasional night breeze. All of this was an immense challenge for Asher. Most importantly, facing those red eyes staring at him, and the calmness contained within them, he simply couldn't meet such a gaze for too long. But there was no way to avoid that gaze, because Asher was lying flat on the grass. If he didn't meet Scáthach's eyes, he would have to turn his face away. And that's where the problem lay. A grown man, his wrist pinned to the ground by a woman, who was gazing down at him, while he turned his face away to avoid her. The scene was simply too beautiful. Shishou, can you please stop staring at me? It feels strange. Finally, under Scáthach's gaze, Asher couldn't help but avert his eyes. Are you nervous? Scáthach asked softly, staring at Asher, who had glanced away. I think any normal person would be nervous in this situation, Asher said. Is that so? Scáthach pondered for a moment. I don't feel anything. That's just because Shishou has experienced more, I suppose. If you're talking about having a man pinned beneath me, with an acquaintance training outside, then yes, this is the first time, Scáthach said. Asher. And, moving now would cause too much commotion. Since you don't want Lily to find out, just bear with it a bit longer. Feeling something stirring beneath her, Scáthach merely smiled. Actually, I don't think you're entirely unwilling. That's just a normal physiological reaction. Asher argued. Even if the other person is your Shishou. Just a fleeting sentence, but it was as if it effortlessly pierced Asher's eardrums, making him shiver all over. Usually, at this point, Asher would habitually cover his face, but now his body had no room to move. He could only be calmly observed by Scáthach. It was completely a public execution. After finally calming his inner emotions, Asher's gaze returned to Scáthach. He whispered, I feel like I was tricked by my former Shishou. He had thought she was a serious Shishou, never letting down her guard in battle, meticulously teaching others, and even specifically coming to chat with him at night, because Scáthach knew very well that a 10-year-old boy would be very uneasy upon arriving in a strange world, and chatting with him could relieve his stress. But after that confession night, Inisha began to show her other side. At least from then until now, Scáthach had never teased her disciple. Scáthach obviously understood the meaning of Asher's words, but she didn't mind, saying lightly. It's not that I tricked you, it's just that you imagined me too perfectly. Asher fell silent. Longing for someone, liking someone, and thus filling in the unknown aspects with imagination, it seems many people subconsciously do this. Plop. A drop of water hit Asher's face, also making him sober up from his recent wandering thoughts. What's wrong? Scáthach asked. Water hit my face. Asher subconsciously said, is it drool? Thump. Scáthach curled her index finger and flicked Asher hard on the forehead. Ouch. Asher covered his forehead with his right hand, while his other hand was still pinned. You even dare to tease your Shishou now. It seems you've been here so long that you no longer respect your Shishou, Scáthach said. Just a joke, Asher's gaze passed over Scáthach to the sky. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds covered the night sky. Thunder rolled within the thick clouds, and occasional claps of thunder echoed. It's going to rain heavily, Asher said. Scáthach glanced at Artoria, who was still training outside through the bushes. But it seems we'll have to wait a bit longer. Listening to the sound of weapons being swung, Asher felt speechless. Lily, can't you go back quickly and avoid the rain? If only I hadn't hidden in the first place, there wouldn't be so many problems now. Fortunately, Artoria wasn't so strict that she would stay in the garden training when a downpour was imminent. After a few more minutes of training, she stopped and then walked away from the garden. Shishou, let's go quickly too, otherwise it'll be troublesome if the rain gets heavier. However, just as he said this, large drops of water fell from the sky, splashing on the ground. Immediately after, dense rain fell, and a layer of mist gradually rose from the ground. Scáthach released her hand. Asher regained control of his body. After moving his limbs, he shivered from the sudden cold rain. He turned to Scáthach and said loudly, let's go back quickly before the rain gets too heavy. After speaking, he grabbed the quilt he had draped behind him and covered his head. He looked back at Scáthach, who seemed to have paused for a moment. Shishou, quick, get in here. Scáthach looked at Asher twice, and finally walked into the shelter Asher had created. Let me hold it, Scáthach said, taking the cloak from Asher's hand and holding it over her head. She then glanced at Asher again. You're too short. Asher. Can't she stop bringing up my height? I still have several years to grow. Asher grumbled in his mind, then followed Scáthach and ran towards the palace. Luckily, it was nighttime, and visibility was low. If anyone saw King Arthur shamelessly using his cloak as an umbrella, they would probably be shocked. Cold wind mixed with rain pelted their bodies, bringing a chill. Asher jogged all the way back to the palace. After pushing open the door to his room, he felt a wave of warmth. He turned to Scáthach and said, Shishou, please come in first. Scáthach nodded slightly and walked into Asher's room. How strange. It's not the first time I've been in my disciple's room, but why does the atmosphere feel a bit different today? Could this atmosphere be affecting me too? Scáthach thought to herself, watching Asher squatting down, looking for something. No, impossible. I'm not that perverted goddess. I wouldn't go after a minor. Scáthach quickly shook her head, dispelling those thoughts. I never thought it would suddenly rain so heavily, Asher muttered as he rummaged for a towel. But I should also be grateful for the rain, otherwise Lily probably wouldn't have gone back so quickly. Although we're both drenched, you should dry yourself first, Shishou, Asher said, turning around with a towel, and then his eyes widened slightly. Because she was drenched in rain, Scáthach's tight-fitting clothes appeared even more clung to her skin, and even faint glimpses of her tender white skin could be seen through her clothes. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Fish Entering the Tiger's Mouth. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Raindrops splattered densely against the glass window. Looking out, the garden outside was rendered hazy by the rain. What's wrong? Scáthach tilted her head slightly, listening to the rain outside. Water droplets trickled down her reddish-purple hair, splashing tiny ripples on the floor. Scáthach clearly noticed Asher's fervent gaze and could even feel her disciple's breathing quicken, but she didn't pay too much attention, naturally taking the towel Asher offered her. Nothing. Asher forced his gaze away, then pointed to a certain direction in the room. Shishou, there's a shower room over there. Go take a hot bath later, so you don't catch a cold. A cold. Scáthach suppressed a laugh and nodded gently. Her disciple actually thought she would catch a cold. Should she call him too foolish, or just flustered with concern? Scáthach wiped the water droplets from her head, then glanced at Asher, who was also soaking wet. After a moment of thought, she said, Come over here. Asher hesitated. Just come, Scáthach's voice came again. So, he had no choice but to step closer, but he still maintained a small distance from Scáthach. You weren't so timid just now. Are you getting timid in a confined space? Scáthach took 2 steps forward, still holding the towel. Turn around. Her tone was light, like an empress giving a command. Asher unconsciously turned around. Scáthach placed the towel on Asher's head and, while helping him wipe, spoke, Your physical strength has never been great since you were little. If you're worried about me catching a cold, you should first ensure your own health. Asher remained silent, allowing Scáthach to help dry his drenched hair. He suddenly felt that this rain seemed quite nice. His Shishou had never been so attentive before, this was the first time. Outside, a flash of white light streaked across, followed by a thunderclap that shook the sky. Asher had just been immersed in his Shishou's tenderness, but the startling thunderclap made him considerably more sober. He turned and said, That's enough, Shishou. You go take a hot bath first. Asher pointed to a direction outside the room door. Just go straight in that direction and you'll see it. Someone should have given you a tour here before, right? Scáthach nodded gently, then gave Asher a meaningful look. Are you in such a hurry to send me to bathe? That's not what I meant. Asher said loudly. What do you mean by that? Scáthach asked, confused. Asher. Just a joke, you're still too impetuous. Scáthach lectured her disciple earnestly, but her eyes were full of playful teasing. Compared to her previous serious teaching, she suddenly found it quite interesting to tease her disciple this way. No wonder that goddess liked to tease my disciple so much before. Observing his reactions like this is indeed quite amusing. But she couldn't tease him too much, or her Shishou's image would crumble. The bath is over there, isn't it? Scáthach lifted her chin, indicating the direction Asher had just pointed. Asher nodded, his ears slightly flushed. You were also drenched just now, aren't you going to take a hot bath? Scáthach asked. I'll just dry myself. Shishou, you go first, Asher said. I'll go borrow some clothes for you from someone else. Scáthach clearly hadn't expected to get drenched when she arrived, so she naturally didn't have extra clothes. However, thankfully, this was the palace, so borrowing a set of clothes was easy enough, it wasn't a big problem. Scáthach observed Asher's expression. Asher kept his head down as he spoke, completely unwilling to look up at her. This made sense, because being completely drenched, Scáthach's clothes clung tightly to her skin, revealing her perfect figure. When Asher looked up, he could even see certain scenes that would cause nosebleeds, which was why he kept his head down. If his Shishou noticed his gaze constantly on her body, he would definitely be teased again. "Aren't you joining me for the bath?" Scáthach suddenly asked. "Just a joke, your adaptability still needs to be improved." Scáthach gave Asher a teasing glance. "Just leave the clothes outside the door later." After speaking, Scáthach turned and walked towards the bath. Asher finally let out a long sigh of relief after seeing the tempting back leave the room. It was the first time he found being with his Shishou so tiring. If he continued to talk with Scáthach like this, he was afraid he really wouldn't be able to control himself. Asher finally managed to compose his thoughts, then took out another towel. After drying himself and changing into a dry set of clothes, he left the room. "Oh, right, who should I go to borrow clothes from?" Just as he stepped out of the room, Asher tapped his head, suddenly remembering this important matter. "Surely, I should go to Lily, right?" Lily had just finished training earlier, she must be back in her room by now. "Did you just call my name?" Just then, a voice came from in front of him. Asher looked up and saw Artoria standing before him. Perhaps she had also been caught in the rain earlier, or for some other reason, Artoria had changed into a more casual dress, looking pretty and elegant. "I don't think it's quite suitable," Asher sighed, shaking his head after eyeing her up and down a few times. Lily was still too short, and her development was average. Shishou probably wouldn't be able to wear her clothes. "Not suitable." Artoria frowned, looking at the troubled expression on Asher's face. Asher clearly didn't notice the unhappy girl in front of him. He rested his chin in his hand, still pondering who would be suitable. Sir Milo could be considered, but he had a feeling she might not be in her room at this time. Guinevere, she was pretty much like Lily, though well-developed, still just a young girl. So that leaves only Sister Morgan, right? Asher thought long and hard. The only one whose figure was somewhat similar to Scáthach's was Morgan le Fay. Otherwise, he would have to go to the palace maids. But for a dignified King Arthur to go to a maid to borrow clothes, it felt strange no matter how he thought about it. By the time Asher came to his senses, Artoria had already walked away. He muttered to himself, somewhat bewildered, why did Lily leave today without even saying hello? Never mind, I'll worry about that later. I should go borrow clothes as soon as possible. Asher shook his head and walked towards Morgan le Fay's room. In the mist-filled bath, Scáthach removed her boots, revealing her tender white feet. Her drenched tight-fitting clothes were set aside. Her long legs and fair skin appeared and disappeared in the mist, creating a captivating, hazy beauty. Recalling her conversation with Asher just now, Scáthach's expression was softer than usual. Indeed, compared to being a strict Shishou as before, being like this now was much more relaxing. Remembering Asher's various reactions just now, Scáthach shook her head helplessly, but her eyes were exceptionally gentle. Even though he was drenched himself, his first thought was still of his Shishou. He even dried himself and then rushed to borrow clothes for her. He truly was a foolish disciple. She shouldn't disappoint his good intentions. Calculating the time, he should be on his way to borrow clothes now, and would probably be back soon. Scáthach lightly tapped the bath with her foot, about to step in, but then, as if something occurred to her, she paused slightly. Wait. Who will the disciple go to borrow clothes from? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Potions. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Asher walked to Morgan le Fay's room and knocked on the door. There was no reply. The room's owner was either not there or deliberately not opening the door. No one responded for a long while. Considering that she might be changing clothes or something, Asher patiently waited at the door for a few minutes, listening to the rustling rain outside. Sister Morgan. Finally, Asher couldn't bear it anymore. He knocked on the door again, and when there was no reply, he tried saying, I'm coming in. He didn't believe Morgan le Fay would be resting so early. She was either not in the room or deliberately playing with him. Pushing open the door, the room's decor naturally came into view. The layout was luxurious, with a soft velvet bed and glittering decorations on the display cabinet. But what caught Asher's attention were the handcuffs placed on the headboard, engraved with strange characters. Besides the handcuffs on the bed, the most striking sight was probably the dozen or so bottles of potions next to them. Pink, red, purple, well, if he had to describe it, it could probably form a rainbow. Are these Sister Morgan's potions? Asher muttered to himself. He picked up a pink potion and gently sniffed it at his nose. A very fragrant scent entered his nostrils, making his mind feel a bit muddled. Doesn't feel like anything good. Asher quickly became wary, put down the pink potion, and then picked up another red one to look at. Wine-flavored. Why would this red potion smell like wine? And it felt exactly like the wine they drank that night. Just as Asher was still pondering, a voice suddenly came from behind him without warning. I was wondering how a thief dared to sneak into my room, turns out it's you. Sneaking into someone else's room is bad behavior, you know. Asher, caught completely off guard, couldn't help but shiver. He instinctively turned around to see Morgan le Fay standing in the doorway, dressed in a light golden, thin dress. After observing Asher for a few moments, she used her right middle finger to push a strand of hair behind her ear. What? Is it strange to see me in my own room? As she said this, her gaze quickly fell on the potion Asher had quietly put back on the headboard, her eyes flickering slightly. Did you need something from me? It's rare for you to specifically come to my room to find me. I just came to see you. Asher didn't know why, but he found it difficult to even bring himself to ask Morgan le Fay for clothes, so he changed the subject. Sister Morgan, what were those potions just now? Just some toys for entertainment. The purple bottle is a truth serum used to interrogate prisoners, the green bottle will corrode the stomach if consumed, and the pink one has a slight aphrodisiac effect. In short, they're just small things, Morgan replied casually. Are those small things? Asher complained. He paused slightly, then asked, what about the red one? The red one. Morgan le Fay said faintly, just ordinary red wine. I haven't had time to adjust it yet. If you don't believe me, you can try a little sip. I'll pass, Asher shook his head. Who would casually try such a potion? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Who knew if the red wine in that bottle had been adjusted by Morgan le Fay? Taste it, do you think I'd harm you, dear? Morgan le Fay said with a smile. That line sounded really familiar. Asher muttered to himself, picked up the red potion, sniffed it again, and after opening the cap, tried a small sip. Immediately, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Morgan. This is the one we drank that night. So you remember, Morgan le Fay smiled, not denying it. It really was an aphrodisiac. Asher said, then felt the changes in his body, but it seemed drinking only a little wouldn't have much effect. The wine you drank that night wasn't an aphrodisiac, don't make it sound like I secretly tricked you into bed, Morgan le Fay said slowly. The wine I gave you that night was just ordinary red wine meant to set the mood. You couldn't resist simply because you desired my body. Asher. Sister Morgan, don't be so blunt. Looking at Asher's somewhat embarrassed expression, Morgan le Fay, with slender fingers twirling a strand of her hair, walked over and sat down on the bed. Since you specifically came to find me, sit down first. Don't be so formal. Are you afraid I'll do something bad to you? Why did that sound so strange? If someone were to do something bad, it should be me, right? Asher mumbled inwardly, but didn't immediately sit down. Instead, he subconsciously glanced at the handcuffs on the headboard. To be honest, he was very curious about the writing on those handcuffs. Also, what exactly did Morgan le Fay usually tinker with in her room? Potions and handcuffs. Noticing Asher's gaze, Morgan le Fay glanced back slightly, gently covered the handcuffs with the blanket, and looked up at Asher. Are you here to chat with me? Asher nodded gently. Later, when they were chatting, he could casually bring up borrowing clothes. If he said it directly now, Sister Morgan might not lend them to him. Still not satisfied after your evening rendezvous with your Shishou? Morgan then asked. Asher's heart secretly skipped a beat. How did Sister Morgan know even that? Could she have been secretly following him and his Shishou the whole time? Don't worry, I wasn't following you, Morgan le Fay sighed faintly. It just so happened that I saw you and your Shishou go out today. As Morgan le Fay finished speaking, she looked up at Asher, her eyes filled with resentment, looking as pitiful as a heartbroken widow. One had to admit, this decisive empress, paired with such sorrowful eyes, was incredibly impactful, causing Asher's heart to uncontrollably speed up. Morgan le Fay feigned indifference to Asher's reaction, crossed her legs, and after a moment of self-reflection, spoke, You're probably not here just to chat with me, are you? It just rained, and you and Scáthach only went to the garden a short while ago. Plus, you changed your clothes. If I'm not mistaken, you two probably got caught in the rain, and your Shishou doesn't have any clothes. You're here to borrow clothes from me, aren't you? She could even guess that. Sister Morgan's deductive reasoning was simply too strong. Asher couldn't help but marvel, looking at Morgan le Fay sitting on the bed. Since Sister Morgan already knows, then I don't need to hide it. Can I borrow a set of clothes? Do you think you can? Morgan le Fay countered. Should be fine, right? Asher tried to say, I think the kind and gentle Sister Morgan wouldn't fuss over something like this. Puffed. Morgan le Fay couldn't help but laugh. She managed to suppress her laughter, then raised her chin and pointed to the wardrobe not far away. Pick something yourself. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, an important foreshadowing. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher opened the wardrobe, and a pile of alluring clothes came into view. Besides some outfits that seemed meant for formal occasions, there were also several obviously revealing dresses. He should just pick something quickly and leave. Although Shishou probably wouldn't finish bathing that fast, it wasn't good to stay here too long. Thinking this, Asher casually picked a black and purple dress and was about to leave the room. However, when he walked to the door and pulled the doorknob, he found the door wouldn't budge. Sister Morgan, what have you done again? Asher turned back, looking at Morgan le Fay helplessly. What? Morgan le Fay tilted her head in confusion, then a look of realization appeared on her face. Oh, it must be the magic formula I left in the room activating on its own. Magic formula. Simply put, it's easy to get in, but hard to get out, Morgan le Fay said. This was originally designed to catch suicidal thieves, because rather than preventing thieves, I preferred to catch them. That's why I set up this magic formula. Indeed, Sister Morgan's thoughts were always unfathomable. Asher muttered to himself, looking at Morgan le Fay, who was stretching her perfect figure. As she raised her hand, the 2 alluring mounds on her chest trembled slightly, and the red mark on her chest also deformed a little. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were as smooth as chocolate. What's wrong? Morgan le Fay asked, looking at the somewhat dazed Asher. Could you help me open the door? Asher avoided Morgan's gaze and pointed to the door behind him. Morgan le Fay shrugged. It will automatically deactivate the spell when the time is up. Forcibly breaking it open would consume too much magic, which I don't think is worth it. Asher's expression stiffened. How long does it take for this magic to automatically deactivate? 3 hours, I think. Morgan le Fay tilted her head, thought for a while, then made an accurate estimate. 3 hours. If it took him 3 hours to deliver the clothes to Shishou, would Shishou kill him? Asher grumbled inwardly, looking at Morgan le Fay and saying, You must have a way, Sister Morgan. I do, but why should I help a thief who secretly entered a woman's room? Morgan le Fay said as if it were obvious. Solve your own problems. Your Shishou must have taught you that too, right? If I could solve it, I wouldn't be looking for you. Asher turned and tried to pull the doorknob. Naturally, there was no way he could open the door. If he had brought a weapon, he could try to blast the door open with a shot, but unfortunately, he never thought something like this would happen when he left. Asher secretly regretted it. Besides, a weapon wouldn't be of much use. If he broke Sister Morgan's door, he wondered if she would kill him. Actually, I can help you. Just as Asher was still troubled, Morgan le Fay's voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking at Asher, who immediately turned to face her, Morgan le Fay paused slightly, but I feel like I'd be at a loss. I have no reason to help that woman, do I? She paused slightly, then continued, unless. Unless what? Unless there are conditions that move my heart. As if looking at prey, Morgan le Fay seductively licked her lips. What conditions? Asher asked subconsciously. Anyway, he was penniless now and had nothing valuable. The only valuable thing was probably this throne, so no matter what conditions Morgan proposed, it wouldn't be a great loss for him. Your Shishou won't finish her bath that quickly. Why don't you tell me about your conversation with your Shishou tonight? Morgan le Fay said, since it wasn't a love confession, it shouldn't matter if you tell me, right? If it was just that, it really didn't matter, as he hadn't discussed anything with Scáthach. Asher pondered for a moment, then gave a rough explanation. That's all. Morgan's smile receded a bit. It must be much more than that. When you came back earlier, I saw some grass stuck to your back. Also, you probably didn't notice, but even now, there are still a few blades of grass in your hair. And. Morgan le Fay stood up and walked in front of Asher, leaning down slightly to sniff him, then looked up at Asher. Your Shishou scent still lingers on you, even after you've changed clothes, I can still smell it. That woman must have had very intimate physical contact with you, right? Stared at by Morgan le Fay's unsmiling beautiful eyes, Asher shivered for no reason. This woman was too terrifying. She could roughly guess things just like that. If anyone truly got together with Morgan le Fay in the future, they would probably be immediately detected if they did anything even slightly unfaithful to her. Under Morgan le Fay's gaze, Asher had no choice but to briefly explain the other part he had deliberately concealed. I see, you were afraid Lily would see you in your Shishou having a secret rendezvous at night, so you hid. Morgan le Fay nodded slightly. That makes sense. It was just a normal conversation, Asher corrected. And then your Shishou normally pressed you down? Morgan asked. Can we open the door now, Sister Morgan? After a brief silence, Asher tried to divert Morgan's attention. Wait a moment, I'd like you to cooperate with me a bit more, Morgan le Fay said, grabbing Asher's wrist and snapping her fingers. Asher felt his body uncontrollably sink into the soft bed. Morgan le Fay propped herself on the bed with her knees, then climbed onto the bed, positioning herself directly below Asher's lower abdomen. So, that was roughly the scene, right? Morgan le Fay asked. More or less. That's quite an awkward position, isn't it? If someone saw Shishou and Disciple in that position, it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings, Morgan le Fay said with a seductive smile, feeling something stirring below her lower abdomen. Such things, it's better if only we do them. My Shishou. Opening the door consumes a lot of magic, Morgan le Fay said. So you need to compensate me in advance. I think you're lying. Asher clearly remembered seeing Morgan le Fay open the door effortlessly earlier. He didn't believe opening a door would waste much of Morgan's magic. At a time like this, you shouldn't expose your sister's lies. That's what a qualified man does. Besides, aren't you excited too? Morgan le Fay showed a charming smile and slowly leaned down, her lips about to touch Asher's, but at that moment, a knock suddenly came from outside the room. Royal sister, is Asher in the room? Artoria's voice came from outside the door. Morgan le Fay's expression changed slightly. She moved away from Asher, tidied her attire slightly, and after confirming everything was in order, snapped her fingers. At that instant, Asher heard what sounded like something shattering in the room, then Morgan le Fay got up and walked to the door to open it. Artoria's pretty face came into view. She looked at Morgan, then stared at Asher for a moment before saying, Royal sister, I came to get clothes. Get clothes? Morgan le Fay was puzzled. I just saw Asher's Shishou when I went to the bathhouse. She said Asher came to you to borrow clothes and should be in your room now, so she wanted me to come and help get them, Artoria explained. That woman. Morgan tried her best to maintain a natural smile. Come in. Artoria walked to Asher and looked at the clothes beside him. It seems you've already borrowed clothes. Then I'll take them over. Wait, I'll go with you, Asher quickly said. Artoria thought about it and nodded, all right, but you can't enter the bathhouse. I'll go with you too, Morgan le Fay said with a smile. Chatting with other girls in the bathhouse, I think it sounds quite interesting. However, by the end of her sentence, Morgan's tone clearly carried suppressed anger. To use her own sister, what a cunning woman. Are you going too, Sister Morgan? Asher asked subconsciously. What? If your Shishou goes, I can't. Morgan glanced at Asher. No, I didn't mean that. Then it's fine, Morgan le Fay pushed open the door, thought for a moment, then turned back and said, as for underwear, it's in the closet. Just take one. After saying that, Morgan le Fay left the room first. Asher genuinely sighed. He should have just gone to the maid in the first place. Artoria silently watched the room's decor, then looked at Asher's gloomy expression as he picked out a black bra from the closet that seemed larger than her face. She paused slightly, then muttered to herself, so that's what you meant by, not quite right, earlier. Why does it suddenly feel cold? Am I catching a cold? For some reason, Asher, who was putting away clothes, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, but when he turned, he only saw Artoria calmly looking at him. Let's go quickly, Lily. Asher didn't think much of it. After preparing Scáthach's clothes, he stepped towards the door. Perhaps he walked too hastily, and the edge of his foot hit the cabinet by the bed. The few bottles of potions on it swayed twice before falling onto the floor. Asher quickly knelt down and carefully examined the potions. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming they weren't broken. He didn't know how long Morgan had spent preparing these potions. If he accidentally broke them, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. Artoria knelt down to help tidy up. After scanning the various potions, she asked with a slightly confused tone. What are all these? Your royal sister's potions, Asher explained while rearranging the potions. It's best not to sniff them randomly. Some potions are quite dangerous. What do they all do? Artoria asked with a hint of curiosity. Truth serum, stomach-corroding potion, and aphrodisiacs. In short, they're all kinds of messy and dangerous potions. Let's put them away and leave quickly. It'll be troublesome if Shishou waits too long. Asher was a little afraid of what bad things might happen if Morgan and Scáthach were left alone. Artoria said no more, only helping to tidy the potions with her head bowed. After tidying up, Artoria stood up and followed Asher out of the room. As she stepped out the door, she took one last look at the potions in the room, the liquid in the bottles shimmering with a captivating glow in the dim light. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 160. Chapter 160. The atmosphere suddenly turns yandere-ish. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. You're so slow. Scáthach lay in the misty bath, listening to the rain outside. She looked up at the spacious and brightly lit ceiling, slowly exhaling. I hope there are no problems. Logically, there shouldn't be. Artoria and Morgan are completely different personalities. She could, for now, trust this much. It wasn't for nothing that she deliberately released rune magic outside the window to attract Artoria. Based on Scáthach's deduction, that foolish disciple was almost 100% certain to have gone to Morgan to borrow clothes. Doesn't he think? If he knew it was for her, given Morgan's personality, she definitely wouldn't lend them easily. Who knows, she might even create some messy situation to keep Asher there. Of course, this was just Scáthach's guess, and Asher might not have gone to Morgan to borrow clothes. But just in case, she still sent Artoria to Morgan le Fay's room. But logically, whether Asher went to Morgan or not, he should have already arrived by now, unless something else happened on the way. Or Artoria was also locked up by Morgan. Scáthach's thoughts paused for a moment, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. I didn't expect Morgan to arrive first before my disciple. The dignified queen of the land of shadows, actually using someone else's sister to achieve her own goals, how shameful. Scáthach suddenly felt her 2 mounds being supported. A mature woman with her hair in a bun appeared behind her at some point, her soft, ample form pressing against Scáthach's back. Get away from me, Scáthach said coldly, glancing at the woman behind her. And take your hands off me. I was just testing it, why are you so petty? Are you afraid I'll do something bad to you? Such a cold tone did not make Morgan le Fay timid in the slightest. She weighed Scáthach's chest with both hands, saying with a hint of surprise, it's really big, actually. Boom. The bath water instantly surged upwards like a spring, but Morgan's expression remained unchanged. She calmly raised a finger, and the surging water seemed to condense in midair. Morgan snapped her fingers. Splash. A large mass of water, condensed in midair, gently fell back into the bath. Your disciple just said your chest might be bigger than mine, so I wanted to test it. Turns out it's just so, Morgan le Fay said with disdain in her voice, then kneaded Scáthach's chest again. Maybe a little smaller than mine. Scáthach was slightly startled. Does Morgan mean that her disciple touched her chest just now? In other words, they were indeed in the room just now. After a brief hesitation, Scáthach turned and stared into Morgan le Fay's eyes, then suddenly smiled. You're just trying to provoke me, aren't you? My disciple wouldn't say something like that. Are you so sure? Morgan's tone was casual, her eyes unwavering. Of course, Scáthach said. He's secretly lewd. Even if he compared them in his mind, he would never say it out loud. Speechless. Morgan, for once, agreed with Scáthach. Asher had shown interest in her various seductions for a long time, but had never made a move. It wasn't because he was a virtuous gentleman or anything, but simply because he was timid. If she hadn't created a private space that night and frankly told him not to think about leaving the room, he probably would have run away on the spot. Why would you suddenly want to provoke me? Scáthach pushed away Morgan le Fay's fingers from her ample chest, moving to the side to continue bathing. Because you were interrupted by your own sister, so you wanted to tease and get revenge on me. Morgan's smile froze for a moment. Looks like I guessed correctly. Scáthach merely smiled. It seems you really care about your sister, so you gave up as soon as she arrived in the room, right? Looking at Morgan, who remained silent, Scáthach's smile held a hint of mockery. Since you don't want your sister to know, then you shouldn't have done that from the start. There's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. If she knew that her respected royal sister actually made a move on an underage child, what would she think? Scáthach's words could be said to have perfectly hit Morgan le Fay's sore spot. Thinking about that night, and the subtle atmosphere that always existed between Lily and her afterwards, her hand, hidden underwater, unconsciously tightened. But under Scáthach's disdainful gaze, Morgan le Fay quickly regained her composure, shaking her head with a smile. Indeed, in that regard, I'm certainly not as good as you. What do you mean? I heard Asher is already engaged to your daughter, isn't he? That's why you've kept a certain distance from him before, right? But it seems you can't control yourself recently. You'd better be careful. If there's a cake constantly in front of you, sooner or later you'll want to eat it. Morgan said slowly, her fingers tracing Scáthach's arm, like a pair of lovers in a passionate embrace, teasing each other. Scáthach's smile had considerably lessened. "Oh dear, did I say something wrong? I apologize, I've never been good at reading the room. If I accidentally spoke the truth, I apologize to you." Morgan le Fay bowed slightly, like a polite and elegant noble lady, but the words that left her mouth stung Scáthach's heart. "Actually, I think it's better for people to honor their desires. Since you're always timidly staying on the sidelines, not daring to do anything, wouldn't it be better to hand him over to someone who dares?" Morgan le Fay tilted her head slightly, her smile like winter sunlight. "He's still a minor." Scáthach cast a cold gaze at Morgan. "You pedophile goddess. You can't keep treating him like a child, you know. His physical strength wasn't good before, but with my help, his physical strength is excellent now, and his body has matured a lot." Morgan sat back in the bath, a tender white finger pressed to her lips, her nimble tongue lightly licking her finger, staring into Scáthach's eyes. "In every sense." Morgan and Scáthach's gazes met. Morgan was observing Scáthach's eyes, seemingly wanting to see anger in them, but unfortunately, Scáthach's pupils remained calm. Although angry, Scáthach had not yet lost her composure. Morgan le Fay was merely jumping the gun, it wasn't as if she was the ultimate victor. "Indeed, those who've lived long are hard to deal with," Morgan le Fay sighed. She knew Scáthach hadn't made a move yet, not because Asher was young or anything, but probably only out of consideration for her own daughter. If Scáthach knew her daughter already knew the truth and was even excited about it, she might have made a move even earlier than her. So, under no circumstances could Scáthach know about this. Speaking of which, this mother and daughter were really quite alike. Even though she was an adopted daughter, why did they resemble each other so much? Morgan stared at Scáthach, her eyes flickering. She raised her hand and placed it on Scáthach's shoulder. "You have so much animosity towards me. What will happen if the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law don't get along in the future?" "You won't have the chance," Scáthach said lightly. "You're right. If the future mother-in-law also likes her own child, she certainly wouldn't want to give me a chance," Morgan sighed, staring at Scáthach's flawless face. "Actually, I quite like you too. If you don't mind, you can marry me too in the future." Scáthach ignored her, keeping her gaze forward, treating the alluring succubus beside her as if she were air. Morgan stared at Scáthach's calm expression, then suddenly gave a charming smile. "Mom, please guide me more in the future." With that, she pushed back her hanging hair and kissed Scáthach's right cheek. Scáthach's eyelid twitched slightly. She could ignore Morgan's teasing, but the other party's action was no longer teasing, this was clearly an invitation to war. "Shishou, I had Lily bring your clothes in." However, before she could make a move, she heard a voice from the doorway. Asher opened the door, his footsteps stopping. He stared dumbfounded at Morgan, who was kissing Scáthach's right cheek, her hand still resting on his Shishou's slender, smooth waist. They looked like a pair of lovers in a passionate embrace. Asher silently covered Artoria's eyes, who had just walked up beside him and glanced inside. "What are you doing?" Artoria couldn't help but ask, her vision plunged into darkness. "You're still young. You shouldn't see such things," Asher said. "What about you?" I'm already grown up, so it's fine." Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, I see, I understand. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Perhaps I should leave first. Asher secretly glanced at the two in the bath, instinctively swallowing. This scene was simply too stimulating for the nerves. Although a wicked hot mist vaguely shrouded them, he could still vaguely make out the two graceful figures. "It's fine if you stay, you know," Morgan le Fay had released her hand from Scáthach's smooth waist. "But whether your Shishou minds, I wouldn't know." Scáthach withdrew the cold glare she had directed at Morgan. As she wrapped herself in a bath towel, she turned to Asher. The lingering coldness remained in her red eyes. The moment their gazes met, Asher's shoulders trembled slightly. He subconsciously released his hand from Artoria's eyes and pointed to the clothes he had just placed aside. "Shishou, your clothes are here. I'm leaving first." "Are you kidding me?" Shishou is clearly angry right now. Staying here would be courting death, wouldn't it? As for the reason for her anger, it was quite obvious. Anyone would be angry if a person of the same sex kissed them so intimately on the cheek, especially after that person had been uninhibitedly touching their body. Moreover, this scene was witnessed by her own disciple. What? This scene with two women is quite beautiful. From a male perspective, it might be beautiful, but what if two men did that? Wait, what if they start fighting after I leave? Asher, who was about to turn and leave, paused, suddenly thinking of this serious matter. Should I ask Lily to help watch? Asher turned to Artoria. Artoria's face showed confusion, her gaze sweeping between Scáthach and Morgan, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, she turned to Asher. Why did Royal Sister kiss your Shishou? Didn't Royal Sister like Asher? Asher. All right, expecting Lily to be of any help is unrealistic. Looking at Asher, who had withdrawn his gaze and was lost in thought, Artoria's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Did you hear me, Ash? I heard you, Asher nodded perfunctorily. Hearing Asher's perfunctory reply, Artoria's expression showed a hint more displeasure, but it quickly returned to normal. Are you planning to stay here and bathe together? Scáthach, wrapped in a bath towel, looked through the hot mist at Asher by the door. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Asher felt a little tempted. Since you know, why are you still waiting here? A gust of green wind blew away the hot mist, rushing towards Asher. In that instant, Asher finally saw Scáthach clearly. She covered most of her skin with a bath towel, but large areas of fair skin still met his eyes, and her two mounds seemed on the verge of spilling out. When his gaze fell upon her completely uncovered smooth, beautiful legs, Asher was already blown out of the bath door by the wind. Thump. With a crisp sound, the door suddenly closed. Honestly, she's already so old and still so easily embarrassed, Morgan shrugged, standing beside Scáthach with a helpless expression. Scáthach glanced at Morgan, who had somehow put on a bathrobe, only revealing her beautiful legs, and said nothing. Artoria listened to their conversation, remaining silent. She quietly shed her clothes, revealing soft, almost translucent skin. She lightly touched the water with her toes, then sat completely into the bath, feeling the warm, moist water envelop her body. All the fatigue of the day seemed to wash away. In terms of age, I can't compare to a certain goddess, Scáthach's tone was light. Is that so? But you must be over 100 years old already. The two women continued talking by her ear. Outside, there was thunder and rain, and the howling of the wind. Artoria hugged her knees, resting her forehead on them, not speaking a single word to either of them from beginning to end. Morgan turned to look at her sister, a slight hint of confusion in her eyes. After undoing her bathrobe, she came to Artoria's side. Are you worried about something? Nothing. Artoria looked up at Morgan le Fay, her gaze lingering on her royal sister's prominent chest for a moment. I just want to grow up quickly. Want to grow up quickly. Morgan chewed on the meaning of that phrase, thinking for a while but unable to come up with a reasonable explanation. She could only ask, why? My presence is too low, Artoria said. If I grow up, I'll become more mature. Presence too low, meaning not noticeable. Morgan le Fay muttered to herself, still feeling confused. Logically, Lily's presence wasn't low at all. Almost every knight of the Round Table knew her, and everyone was more or less trying their best to protect this girl and let her grow freely. There was also a perverted Lilicon probably lurking in the shadows, peeking at Lily. How could her presence be low? Just as Morgan was hesitating, she noticed Artoria's gaze. Her sister was looking down at her chest, lost in thought. After a brief pause, Morgan suddenly thought of something. Her slender index finger traced Artoria's smooth back. The smooth skin glistened in the water. Ah, I see. You feel your chest is too small, so you're like a little transparent to Ash. Artoria almost shivered, and abruptly stood up from the bath. Royal sister. My apologies, I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Morgan's eyes were filled with affection as she patted Artoria's head. You're still young, you'll grow up later, no need to worry too much. Is that so? Artoria's eyes were slightly confused. Of course, you have royal blood. If I can, so can you, Morgan said softly. She rarely spoke in such a gentle tone. Even with Asher, she usually used a flirtatious tone, but when facing her own sister, Morgan generally adopted the image of a gentle older sister. Though this gentle older sister had just eaten King Arthur recently and was seen by her own sister. Your low presence isn't because of physical development, is it? Just as Artoria was feeling relieved, Scáthach sat beside Artoria, placing her bath towel on the edge of the tub. What do you mean? Artoria turned to look at Scáthach. This was the first time she had asked Scáthach about something other than martial arts. Just asking, what's your usual interaction like with my disciple? Scáthach asked. Artoria roughly explained. In short, apart from necessary situations, you rarely proactively talk to him about things other than politics and martial arts. Even when it comes to martial arts, it's mostly just simple discussions. Scáthach summarized, a thoughtful expression on her face. Perhaps you should change your approach. Since you feel your presence is low, then just do something that will leave a deep impression on my disciple, and your presence won't be low anymore. Deep impression. Artoria repeated. Scáthach nodded slightly. What exactly would leave a deep impression is something you need to figure out yourself. Morgan's eyes narrowed slightly, sweeping back and forth between her sister and Scáthach. What exactly is this woman thinking? I've eaten her disciple, so she wants to steal my sister. Look at Lily's expression now, she clearly trusts Scáthach quite a bit, probably even sees her as a true Shishou. Something that leaves a deep impression. Artoria lowered her eyelids, muttering to herself, then secretly glanced at Morgan le Fay. What would royal sister do? Artoria asked. Me. Morgan thought for a moment, then shook her head. I can't think of anything offhand, but if you want to leave a deep impression, then naturally you have to be unscrupulous. Unscrupulous. Artoria's eyes narrowed slightly. She suddenly stood up, splashing water onto Scáthach and Morgan nearby. I'm leaving first. Thank you both. She said, then changed into her clothes and left the bath. Morgan looked at her sister's retreating figure, shaking her head helplessly. She then glanced at the woman beside her. You really surprise me. I didn't expect you to actually teach Lily. Scáthach was also slightly stunned, then gently shook her head. It's probably a Shishou's instinct. She herself didn't know why, but when she saw Artoria looking somewhat confused just now, she couldn't help but want to guide her a bit. As for you, is it really okay to say that to your own sister? What if she truly does something bad by being unscrupulous? Scáthach was somewhat worried for some reason. Don't worry, Lily isn't that kind of person. Morgan raised her toes, water splashing from her tender white feet onto the surface of the water, creating ripples. She's a very upright person. When I said unscrupulous, I meant for her to learn to be flexible. She's too rigid. Besides, can you imagine Lily doing anything outrageous? Scáthach shook her head. Then that's it. I'm not worried, so what are you worried about? Morgan got up and left the bath. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Lily's Peculiar Behavior. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The next day, the sky was still a gloomy gray. Thick, leaden clouds obscured the sun, and a light drizzle fell, creating an exceptionally tranquil atmosphere. That's strange. Where's Agravain? I haven't seen him for 2 days, it seems. After his usual training session, Asher arrived in the main hall and suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Agravain in 2 days. I sent him to do something. He should be back in a few days. Morgan, who was already in the hall as usual, yawned slightly, her gaze falling on Asher. Oh, by the way, there's something I need to ask you. Just tell me directly. Asher's gaze was fixed on the main entrance, seemingly waiting for a certain figure to enter the hall. Shishou usually arrived very early, but why today? Was she still sleeping? Asher couldn't help but wonder. Last night, besides you and Lily, did you take anyone else to my room? Morgan's voice pulled Asher back to reality. No, why would I take anyone else into your room? Asher said, slightly puzzled. Did something happen? I don't know if it's my imagination. Morgan toyed with the dazzling metal in her hand, but I keep feeling like the room is strange, like it doesn't belong to me. Doesn't belong to you? Morgan nodded. I usually fold my quilt and place it at the head of the bed, but just now, when I went back to get some materials for a new potion, I found the quilt had a few more wrinkles. Also, I usually leave the drawer slightly ajar, but just now I found it was tightly shut. And, Morgan gazed into Asher's eyes, the arrangement and position of the potions are also off. I remember the color order of those seemingly chaotic arrangements. For some reason, under Morgan le Fay's serious gaze, Asher felt completely seen through. Even though he hadn't done anything, he felt inexplicably guilty under Morgan's eyes. So scary. Sister Morgan is terrifying when she's serious. Just those tiny details, and Morgan remembered them so clearly. I accidentally knocked over the potions last night, so I helped put them back. Sorry, Asher apologized. Morgan didn't speak, just stared at Asher. After a brief gaze, she suddenly smiled, so that's it. Don't worry, I'm not suspecting you. Besides, even if you secretly sneaked into my room, I wouldn't say anything. Oh, if you secretly sneak into my room at night, I'd be very welcoming. I'll give you an adult's reward, you know. Morgan's tone sounded like she was joking, but her eyes seemed to hold no hint of humor. Without giving Asher a chance to speak, she continued to ask, I just want to ask you now, regarding what I just said, did you see anyone suspicious pass by when you went to train this morning? Asher looked up, recalled carefully, then shook his head. Too many people, hard to say. This was a palace, after all. Maids passed by every day, as did administrative staff, and so on. Although Asher's room was deeper within the palace, it was not impossible for someone to sneak into Morgan's room. By the way, didn't you say it's hard to leave your room once you're in? Asher suddenly remembered this. Did someone break your magic? I think that's unlikely. Morgan gently tapped her finger on the armrest of the chair. If someone truly broke my magic, I would definitely notice. So, the person can probably enter and exit my room freely. I've told you before, only 2 people can do that. Me and Lily. Asher asked. Morgan nodded gently. That's not right. Asher suddenly thought of something. Since I can enter and exit the room freely, why couldn't I open the door last night? Morgan's gaze remained unchanged. She said faintly, perhaps the magic spell suddenly malfunctioned. The point we need to focus on now isn't that, but who entered my room. Can magic spells malfunction that easily? Asher grumbled. Even I make mistakes sometimes, Morgan said. Asher kept the truthfulness of Morgan's words to himself for now, looking at her and asking, so, you suspect it was either me or Lily who entered your room when you left? I told you, I trust you too. Besides, if you wanted something, would I not give it to you? Morgan shook her head. Asher thought for a moment. Was anything stolen? Like your refined potions or something? Not that I've found yet. Morgan shook her head. Everything's fine, but whether the amount of potions has decreased, I'm not sure yet. After all, I wasted quite a bit secretly preparing potions last night. Morgan's voice suddenly stopped. Under Asher's bewildered gaze, she lightly coughed. Anyway, if you find any clues, tell me. If I catch the culprit, I'll definitely lock them in the magic workshop as a lab rat. As Morgan finished speaking, her eyes held a cold sharpness. This woman was never one to make empty threats. If she truly caught the culprit, one could easily imagine their miserable end without much imagination. I hope that person doesn't seek death by going to Morgan's room again, otherwise, no one would be able to save them. Looking at the coldness in Morgan le Fay's eyes, Asher's heart involuntarily tightened. Come to think of it, if nothing was stolen, what did that person go to Sister Morgan's room for? Asher gazed at the light rain outside the window, his thoughts drifting. Arthur, may I come in? At that moment, a gentle voice came from the doorway. From the voice, it was clear that this person was Guinevere. Come in, Asher said. Guinevere walked into the hall, her beautiful face coming into view. This is a true princess, Morgan muttered softly to herself. Guinevere always seemed like a true princess, in a flowing white dress, with a gentle smile on her face, elegant and graceful. However, today, Guinevere's smile seemed to carry a hint of worry. After entering the hall, she looked up at Asher and said, Arthur, have you seen Lily? Lily's gone. Asher was puzzled. Could she be training with my Shishou? These past 2 days, Scáthach often trained with Artoria. Scáthach frankly said that Artoria was much more diligent than Asher, her admiration evident in her words, which initially caused Asher a great sense of crisis. But then he remembered his goal wasn't to be a disciple, so his sense of crisis immediately disappeared. I'm not sure. I haven't seen Miss Scáthach either. As for Lily, I've checked her room and the training ground, but I haven't seen her, Guinevere said, looking worried. That's why I came here to check. Asher and Morgan exchanged glances, then thought for a moment. First, send people to search the garden. She sometimes trains there. By the way, did you see Lily when you woke up this morning? Or did she disappear very early? I saw her when I woke up this morning, but I haven't seen her since, Guinevere nodded gently. Did she say anything to you? Guinevere thought for a moment, then quickly shook her head. She didn't say anything strange. Oh, wait, there was something quite strange, actually. What is it? Asher asked. She asked me if I knew how to make fish soup. Make fish soup. Had Lily finally grown tired of 3 meals a day and decided to learn how to cook? Boom. At that moment, a rumble suddenly came from afar. It wasn't thunder, but a flash of golden light. Morgan looked in that direction and muttered to herself, what on earth is Lily up to? I'll go check it out. Asher stood up as he spoke and walked towards the direction of the earlier rumble. From the direction, it seemed to be the seaside. What was she doing at the seaside in this rainy weather? Asher couldn't help but wonder. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, The Truly Impressive Way. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Dense raindrops pattered on the sea surface, creating countless ripples. A cold wind, mixed with rain, fell on Artoria's face, and the ahog on her head swayed in the wind. Artoria gripped the vanguard lance tightly, and runes formed in her hand. Then, with a boom, the sea surface exploded as if a deep-sea bomb had been detonated. Tsunami-like waves surged towards the shore, resembling several fierce sea dragons pouncing. Scáthach stood behind Artoria, raised an index finger, and gently pointed downwards. The seawater splashed onto the beach, instantly forming countless pits, which were quickly filled by other fine sand. Artoria scanned the beach, then raised the vanguard lance, spearing a flopping fish on the beach and tossing it into the basket on her back. Excellent, your use of runes is already very proficient, Scáthach nodded slightly. How did you come up with this method? In the early morning, shortly after Scáthach left her room, Artoria came to find her. At the time, she said she wanted to practice runes at sea and was worried about causing a tsunami, so she hoped someone could help prevent any unavoidable incidents. With such a proactive person, Scáthach was naturally happy to oblige, so she followed Artoria to the seaside. She indeed began practicing runes, and each time the sea surface exploded, it was accompanied by a few fish flopping in midair. Artoria would then pick out 2 or 3 fish that she found appealing and put them into the basket. I just had a sudden thought, Artoria said, shaking her head and raising her finger again. Scáthach silently watched the girl in front of her, her eyes scanning the basket on her back with suspicion. By now, she understood very well that Artoria's so-called rune practice was just a secondary activity. The girl's true purpose was the fish in the basket. But why? Suddenly decided to catch fish. She really wanted to ask Lily, but for some reason, Scáthach felt that even if she asked, Lily might not answer truthfully. However, no matter what, Lily was still training, and she was very serious every time she used runes, so she didn't want to press the matter. As long as the outcome was good. Artoria raised her finger, released the runes again, then raised the vanguard lance and tossed the fish into the basket. This pattern repeated an unknown number of times until Scáthach suddenly heard someone from nearby say, "They're over there." Scáthach turned just in time to see Asher jogging through the mist and rain. "Shishou, Lily, what are you doing in this rain?" Asher ran up to Scáthach, facing the rain. "You'll have to ask Lily about that," Scáthach gestured towards Artoria, who was not far away. When Asher looked up, he saw Artoria tossing an enormous fish into the basket, then releasing runes again. Asher's eyes widened slightly. Oh no, is Lily really so hungry she's gone crazy? Running to the seaside to catch fish this early in the morning. "Lily, what are you doing?" Asher jogged closer and called out. Artoria glanced at Asher, her eyes surprised. "Why are you here too?" "Never mind, I'm almost done here anyway." She tossed the freshly caught fish into the basket, then looked at the basket full of fish, a satisfied expression on her face. "This should be enough, right?" "Just asking, what are you planning to do?" Asher asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Artoria frowned. "Of course, I'm going to cook." "I thought so." Asher was at a loss for words. He raised his sleeve and wiped the rain from her face. "Anyway, let's go back first." He resolved to make more food for Lily when they returned. He never expected her to be so hungry that she'd run out to catch fish this early in the morning. It was truly unexpected. "No, you two go back first," Artoria shook her head. "I still need to find Brother K." "K?" Asher was startled. "Why are you suddenly looking for him?" "I want to pick some vegetables," Artoria said. Although he wanted to stop Artoria, looking at her serious eyes, Asher couldn't bring himself to say anything to dissuade her. He knew it would be useless to try. "Then we'll head back first." Asher tried to ask. Artoria nodded. Asher had no choice but to return to the palace with Scáthach. "Shishou, did Lily tell you what she was thinking?" On the way, Asher couldn't help but ask. Scáthach shook her head. "I don't know." "You don't know, and yet you accompanied her to the shore to catch fish this early in the morning." Asher grumbled inwardly. "Because it was too boring." "It's quite nice sometimes to do this," Scáthach said casually, as if seeing through Asher's thoughts. Asher was at a loss for words. "How was it? Did you find them?" As soon as they returned to the hall, Guinevere immediately came forward, asking anxiously. She had just searched the nearby garden but hadn't found any trace of Artoria. "Found them," Asher nodded. "She was practicing runes, and catching fish." "Catching fish?" Guinevere tilted her head slightly. "Yes, catching fish," Asher said. In the afternoon, the sky remained overcast, and the rain drifted with the wind. Asher sat in front of the courtyard, lost in thought. A figure slowly walked along the corridor not far away. She made no effort to hide her presence, and Asher quickly noticed her. "Open your mouth." Artoria walked up to Asher, carrying a steaming bowl of fish soup. Her expression was no different from usual, but her subtly flickering eyes indicated her inner unease at that moment. "Why?" Asher glanced at the clearly undercooked fish soup, which seemed to emanate a dark, ominous aura. To be impressive, Artoria whispered in reply, then forked a small piece of fish. "Open your mouth." Asher hesitated, instinctively leaning back, but Artoria immediately followed. Before he knew it, Asher found himself backed against a stone pillar. He had nowhere to escape. Under Artoria's direct gaze, Asher had no choice but to open his mouth and eat the half-cooked fish. Great, looks like Lily didn't add any seasoning at all. How is it? Does it taste impressive? Artoria stared into Asher's eyes, seemingly observing his reaction. Asher nodded with a nuanced expression. It's very impressive, in every sense. It was simply too disgusting. He had no idea what on earth Lily had added. Why was the taste so peculiar? Then drink the fish soup too, don't waste it. Artoria handed the entire bowl to Asher. For some reason, her eyes, which usually remained calm, now shone with an unusual light. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Getting Used to Not Being Distracted. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. During combat with Shishou requires Looking at the fish soup Artoria handed him, Asher hesitated. Just a whiff of the fish soup was enough to kill his appetite, let alone drink it. But since Lily had made it especially for him, he didn't want to disappoint her. What's wrong? Artoria asked, puzzled. Asher was thinking of a polite way to refuse when, at that moment, a figure approached from the front. Asher looked up and saw Scáthach slowly walking towards them. Her high heels made a rhythmic sound on the floor, and her dark purple dress swayed gently in the wind, vaguely revealing a hint of fair skin beneath the hem. As Scáthach drew near, she happened to see the fish soup in Artoria's hand and gave Artoria a meaningful look. So that's what it is. No wonder she went fishing so early in the morning, it was to make fish soup for her disciple. Artoria lowered her gaze, seemingly embarrassed to look at Scáthach. Shishou, you've come just in time. Let's share this fish soup together. Asher looked up at Scáthach. This is also Lily's kind intention. Artoria suddenly looked up at Asher, her eyes widening slightly, seemingly surprised that Asher would suddenly say such a thing. If Scáthach were to drink it, it was hard to imagine the consequences just by thinking about it. Since Lily specially prepared it for you, it wouldn't be good for me to drink it. Besides. But Scáthach didn't accept. She just glanced at the bowl of fish soup and shook her head, saying, if there's only one bowl, how do you plan to share it between 2 people? That's true, it's impossible for Shishou and I to share one bowl. Asher nodded gently, about to take the fish soup from Artoria, but found the girl gripping the bowl tightly, refusing to let go. Lily. Asher looked up. Artoria's face showed a conflicted expression. On second thought, never mind. What I made today was a bit of a failure. Artoria clutched the fish soup to her chest. I'll pour it away later. Asher was startled, then immediately smiled and said, it's fine, the taste isn't particularly bad, actually. You can still swallow it if you drink it all at once. It was rare for Lily to make fish soup, so being so dismissive would undoubtedly dampen her confidence. Asher felt that as Lily's elder, he should take care of this younger girl and give her some confidence. But Artoria showed no intention of letting go. She stared at Asher and said, let go. Her gaze was firm, as if to say, if you don't let go today, I'll fight you. And so, Asher released his hand under Artoria's imposing demeanor. I'll come find you when I've made it well. Just wait. Artoria looked at Asher. Someone who didn't know might think she was declaring war. Lily feels so strange today. Asher turned to Scáthach. Shishou, did something else happen in the bath after we left? Scáthach raised her hand towards the courtyard outside. Rain fell on her fair palm. After pondering for a while, she shook her head. Nothing happened. If anything, she had just taught Artoria a little something. But now it seemed, the thing Lily thought of to make a deep impression on Asher was to make delicious fish soup for her disciple to drink. She truly was a very naive child. As she thought of this, Scáthach's gaze couldn't help but fall on Asher. He truly was a child burdened with sin. What's wrong, Shishou? Asher noticed Scáthach's gaze. Nothing, Scáthach patted Asher's head. Go to the training grounds to practice. As she spoke, she had already started walking towards the training grounds. Asher nodded. After following her, he looked at Scáthach's figure and hesitated. By the way, Shishou, have you decided on the time to leave? The time to leave, there's no rush for now. Scáthach turned to look at the heavy rain outside. If anything unexpected happens, that Griffin will immediately come to report, don't worry. Asher recalled the griffin that had carried Scáthach and Scáthach earlier, and then imagined Scáthach probably now sprawled on the palace windowsill, staring blankly at the rain curtain out of boredom. He inexplicably found it very amusing, and a warmth spread in his heart. In the past, on rainy days, they would often lie by the windowsill, staring blankly, saying nothing, just watching the rain. "Let's go." Scáthach's voice pulled Asher back to reality. "Ah. I really shouldn't do this. If he finds out later, he'll definitely think I'm a terrible person." After pouring out the bowl of fish soup, Artoria shook her head vigorously, trying to sober up. Moreover, she seemed to have taken too little of the potion. According to what royal sister told her a long time ago, if the dosage was too small, the other person might be able to resist, and then their future interactions would become very awkward. Once she could make better tasting fish soup, then she would consider the potion problem. Having made up her mind, Artoria walked deep into the corridor. She was going to consult the palace chefs about fish soup. Moving around in a dress is truly inconvenient. Scáthach stood in the drizzle, shaking her head and sighing. Her dress swayed gently in the wind, vaguely revealing glimpses of her fair thighs. If she were wearing her usual tight-fitting clothes, she wouldn't be so restricted in her movements. Just now, when sparring with her disciple, her dodging movements seemed very stiff, for fear of accidentally tearing the fabric of her clothes. After all, it's everyday wear, not special combat attire. Besides, even like this, I can't beat Shishou. Asher shook his head and said. "Your performance today isn't even 50% of your usual." "It's normal that you can't beat me." Scáthach glanced at Asher lightly. "You were distracted during the fight, and not just once." Asher lowered his gaze awkwardly, nodding slightly. He was indeed distracted during training just now, and more than once. As for the reason, it was a bit subtle. Scáthach shook her head helplessly, unsure whether to be happy or angry. During the previous fight, Asher was distracted several times, looking at the hem of her dress as it swayed in combat. When her fair thighs flashed into view, Asher's gaze couldn't help but follow, let alone focus on training. "Let's go back first," Scáthach said. Training here any longer would just be a waste of time. After all, with her disciple so distracted, the training effect would be very poor. Asher nodded, looked up, and said, "Sorry. Speaking of which, were you often distracted when fighting me before?" Scáthach suddenly recalled what Morgan had said earlier. Asher nodded gently. He was basically a little distracted every time he fought with Scáthach, but once he entered combat mode, he basically had no energy left to be distracted. "Why?" Scáthach stared at Asher. "Tell me the truth." "I can't help but steal glances at Shishou," Asher answered very honestly. Scáthach's eyelid twitched slightly. That was truly honest. "Even after so many years, you still haven't gotten used to it." Scáthach's tone held a hint of helplessness. It seemed that in the future, when training with her disciple, she would have to wear a more conservative outfit. "It might take some more time to get used to it," Asher also said helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to train seriously, it was just that Shishou's attire was really eye-catching, and he would always subconsciously glance at parts other than the combat. "Some time." Scáthach paused. "How long do you think it will take to get used to it?" "Probably a lifetime." Scáthach's lips involuntarily curved into a faint smile. "That's quite a long time, then." Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Morgan le Fay, Artoria, Green. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The amount of potion has decreased again. That evening, Morgan le Fay looked at the bottle of pink aphrodisiac potion in the room. The amount in the bottle was clearly reduced by 1/10. Her eyes held a coldness. She hadn't expected anyone to dare to come to her room a second time. Good, no matter which rat it is, I'll catch it. Looking at the potions on the bedside table, Morgan secretly made up her mind, her eyes filled with murderous intent. To dare to provoke her again and again. Good, very good. On the evening of the 3rd day, it was still raining incessantly. Artoria stared intently at Asher, watching him drink the fish soup in one gulp. "How is it?" For the first time, a look of joy appeared in Artoria's normally calm eyes. She could roughly deduce from Asher's expression that this time, the fish soup should be quite successful. "You've improved a lot, Lily is really amazing," Asher praised. The bowl of fish soup Artoria brought yesterday was full of problems, but today, she had managed to reach such a level. It was truly impressive. At least, Asher believed he couldn't do it in just 2 days. "So, it's qualified?" Artoria asked. Qualified, Asher nodded, then looked at the girl in front of him with suspicion. Why did Lily's face look a little red? That's good then, Artoria lowered her head, taking the empty bowl from Asher. I'll come find you tomorrow evening. Still fish soup? Asher tried to ask. Was Lily determined to stick with fish soup? If they had to make food, couldn't they try something else? Last time tomorrow night, Artoria looked up and said. A decisive battle. It sounded as if she was going to duel someone. Although he didn't understand what Lily was up to, it was rare for her to be interested in things other than martial arts. Asher didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, so he nodded and smiled, saying, I'm looking forward to it. Time unknowingly passed into the night. I never thought Lily would actually make fish soup. Morgan le Fay leaned back in the bath. In the warm water, all the fatigue of the day seemed to melt away. She had spent almost the entire day in the magic workshop. Me neither, and she even went to consult the palace chefs. Guinevere clutched her chest, her fair toes lightly touching the water's surface as she stepped into the bath. She used to be obsessed with martial arts and military strategy, but now she seems to have changed a lot. Morgan looked at the smiling girl sitting beside her. Her skin was fair and supple, making one want to gently bite it. Guinevere didn't continue the conversation. She only knew about Artoria's past from the people closest to her, but she didn't truly understand. Princess Morgan, I haven't seen you all day today. Were you busy with other things? Guinevere asked softly. Sort of, Morgan said slowly. I was refining the only bewitching potion in this world. Her voice suddenly quieted. Anyway, I was pretty busy. You must have worked hard. Guinevere was smart enough not to pry, a smile on her face. She noticed that Morgan's face suddenly showed a sadistic smile that only hunters exhibit when they've caught their prey. What happened? Guinevere couldn't help but shiver a little. The aura Morgan was exuding at that moment was simply terrifying. A rat stepped into the trap. Morgan le Fay put on her bathrobe, her perfect figure concealed within it. I need to go see which rat snuck into my room. When Morgan le Fay returned to her room, as she expected, there was no sign of the rat in the room. But Morgan's goal from the beginning wasn't to trap the rat, but to find out which rat it was. She took out a bottle of white powdered potion and sprinkled it on the floor. In that instant, a faint light glowed in the dim room. Immediately after, a figure gradually appeared before her. That figure quietly opened the door, called out something, and after confirming no one was there, walked into the room. Lily. Morgan had just been thinking about how to get revenge on this rat, but upon seeing the girl, those thoughts abruptly vanished, and her face showed a look of surprise and uncertainty. How did Lily end up in my room taking potions? Could it be that she was making fish soup these past few days? Because Morgan's eyes flickered slightly, and she slowly exhaled, sitting on the edge of the bed. It seemed she needed to find time to talk to Lily. She wasn't against Lily and Asher being together, but it shouldn't be so soon. The only reason she would make a move on Asher was because he was a boy, and once or twice wouldn't matter. It was simply that she couldn't resist sneaking a taste. But Lily was different. She was still young and shouldn't be doing such things so early. If she wasn't mistaken, she should be carrying the fish soup to Asher now, right? Morgan looked up, lost in thought. How should I guide Lily later? She wasn't in a hurry to stop her sister now, because among the potions she had on her bedside table, 2 were aphrodisiacs, the pink and red ones. But the pink one was only effective on females, and what Lily took was precisely the pink one. In other words, even if Asher drank all the fish soup, it wouldn't have any effect. How should I guide my sister later? Morgan fell into deep thought. Can I come in? Asher was practicing rune magic in his room when Artoria's voice came from outside the door. Even without thinking, he knew she had probably made fish soup again. To be honest, Asher was getting tired of fish soup, but he really didn't want to dampen Artoria's enthusiasm, so he temporarily stopped practicing and said, Come in. Artoria entered the room and placed the fish soup by the bedside. Drink it. From her tone, it sounded like she was forcing someone to drink poison. Asher glanced at the fragrant fish soup. Although he was truly tired of it, he still picked up the bowl and drank a few sips, then nodded gently, praising. The taste is even better than yesterday. You go back and rest first. I'll finish it later. Artoria hesitated, then asked cautiously, Can I stay a little longer? Of course, you can leave whenever you want, it's still early anyway, Asher nodded readily. Artoria felt a weight lift from her heart. She didn't need Asher to drink all the potion. She had added a lot this time, just 2 or 3 sips should be enough. All she needed to do now was stay here. The last time it had no effect was probably because the dosage was too small. This time, she added nearly half. Looking at Asher, who had started practicing rune magic again, Artoria carefully observed his expression. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. Time unknowingly passed an hour. No effect. Artoria muttered to herself, somewhat astonished. Did he not drink enough? No, that can't be. I added so much today, how could there be no effect? Did the potion lose its potency? Knock knock. Just as she thought of this, a knock suddenly came from the door. Then the door opened, and Morgan stood at the doorway, looking at Artoria. Lily, come to my room for a moment. Under Morgan le Fay's gaze, Artoria's heart fluttered. She glanced at Asher, who looked natural, and finally lowered her head and stood up. What happened, Sister Morgan? Asher asked, puzzled. He could sense that the atmosphere between the two sisters seemed a little strange. Nothing, I just want to have some sisterly bonding with Lily. You continue practicing, Morgan said with a smile, then led Artoria out of the room. Asher didn't pry. After watching them leave the room, he looked at the fish soup, which was still mostly full, and sighed. There's still so much. He decided to practice first. Asher raised his finger and continued his rune magic practice. Knock knock. Not long after, a knock came from the door, followed by Scáthach's voice. Disciple, may I come in? After Asher said, please come in, Scáthach pushed the door open and entered the room. Is something wrong, Shishou? Asher looked up, unable to resist looking at Scáthach twice. She was wearing one of the few outfits Asher had specially prepared for her yesterday. The dark red dress contrasted sharply with her fair skin, making one marvel at her beauty at first glance. Can't I come over if nothing's wrong? Scáthach teased with a smile in her voice. No, I welcome it. Shishou can come over anytime, Asher quickly added. Besides, I've finished practicing for today. Scáthach nodded, her gaze sweeping around the room, soon landing on the bowl of fish soup by Asher's desk. Lily made you fish soup again today. Yeah, Asher said helplessly. If possible, I hope she can make something else next time. It gets tiresome eating the same thing repeatedly, Scáthach said, understanding. I'll find a chance to tell her next time, Asher said, then thought for a moment. Or how about Shishou drinks it for me? Lily would probably be sad if she saw I didn't finish it. You've already had some. Scáthach asked. Asher nodded gently. I don't think Shishou would mind this, would you? You understand me quite well, Scáthach smiled, walked to the bedside, picked up the fish soup, and took a sip. It's a bit cold now, but the taste is pretty good, quite sweet, Scáthach commented. Lily improves very quickly, Asher said. She has good talent in both cooking and martial arts. As Scáthach spoke, she drank all the fish soup, then glanced at Asher, who was still practicing rune magic. I won't disturb you for now. You continue practicing. Leaving so soon? Asher looked up at Scáthach, who had stood up. Scáthach nodded. Ultimately, she had only come over because she happened to see Morgan le Fay come to her disciple's room, but unexpectedly, Morgan left with Lily not long after. So, there was no need for her to stay and disturb her disciple's training. Scáthach began to leave the room, but just as she reached the doorway, she paused slightly. Why suddenly? Her chest felt as if flames were burning within her. Scáthach's cheeks gradually flushed with a faint blush, and her red eyes stared at Asher, who was practicing rune magic. Disciple, she called out, her gaze a little unfocused. Did you forget to say something, Shishou? Asher looked up, puzzled. It seems you haven't fully mastered your rune magic, have you? Scáthach slowly walked back and sat on the bedside. She first lowered her gaze, then quickly raised her eyes to stare at Asher. Just this simple action, however, stirred Asher's heart. He had no idea his Shishou could possess such charm. Just a look made it impossible to tear his eyes away, as if it was captivating his soul. Of course. Didn't Shishou say before that Shishouing all rune magic isn't that simple? One must build a solid foundation before practicing new rune magic, Asher said, lowering his head. He didn't dare to look at Scáthach, because he could feel the warning light in his heart had turned from green to rapidly flashing red. Why are you looking down when you speak? Scáthach's voice lingered in Asher's ears. Without giving Asher a chance to speak, Scáthach cupped Asher's face, staring into his eyes. Shishou, have you been drinking? Asher felt his heart rate uncontrollably quicken, and his voice became somewhat hoarse. I'm perfectly normal. It's just your imagination, Scáthach smiled faintly. But this normally calm smile now brimmed with temptation, for as she smiled, her eyes shone with desire, and the blush on her face significantly enhanced her charm. I'll teach you new rune magic now. Do you want to learn? Scáthach had already raised her finger as she spoke. Rune magic that can bind others. I'm so excited. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 166, Asher has fallen. Crying. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. As Scáthach spoke, she raised her finger, and a faint light seemed to shimmer at its tip. Asher felt his vision instantly blur, as if covered by a white mist, until he opened his eyes again. He felt an itchy sensation on his cheek and desperately tried to lift his head, but his body was completely uncontrollable. He couldn't move at all. What happened? Not just his head, he couldn't even move a single finger. Runes that can restrict others' movements, but they only work if there's a significant power difference between the two parties. This is a new ability that Shishou will teach you. Scáthach slowly walked to the head of the bed and sat down. She lowered her head, her long lashes drooping with her. Her lustrous reddish-purple hair slid onto her shoulders with a series of movements. Shishou, are you having a fever? Thankfully, Asher could still speak despite being unable to move. He noticed that the woman beside him seemed to be panting slightly, her face unknowingly flushed. Do you think I'd have a fever? Scáthach lifted her eyelids, her red eyes no longer as calm as usual. The aggressive light within them made Asher speechless, and he subconsciously swallowed. This was the first time Asher had seen Scáthach with such a predatory gaze, as if she was about to devour her prey. I'm just a little warm, Scáthach said, gently caressing Asher's face with her finger. Her fingers were long and slender, providing a cool touch against his skin. You seem to be sweating, she whispered. No. Shishou has never shown this kind of expression before, and she wouldn't make such intimate gestures. At least, not under normal circumstances. Shishou, can you release the restraint now? Asher finally realized something was amiss. Why should I release it? Scáthach asked, puzzled. She tilted her head slightly, a smile appearing on her face, as if radiating a soft glow. I haven't taught you how to use the restraint method yet. Aren't you a very studious disciple? I can only learn after you release me. Asher looked at Scáthach. She slightly raised her proud chin, revealing a glimpse of her fair, tempting neck. As he looked at her delicate skin, Asher couldn't help but hold his breath. You're right, you do need to be released before you can try my runes yourself, Scáthach nodded gently. Hearing this, Asher just breathed a sigh of relief, but then he saw Scáthach reveal a seductive smile. However, unfortunately, I can't release you just yet. Asher. This isn't my usual Shishou. Why? She was fine when she first came in, but why did she suddenly seem like a different person just as she was about to leave? Asher's brain raced, but he couldn't think of anything. No, it wasn't that he couldn't think, but that his current situation made it impossible to concentrate. Why? Isn't it obvious? Scáthach raised her index finger and pressed it against Asher's chest, pushing him onto the soft bed. Asher saw the ceiling for an instant, feeling like someone was watching him. He looked up, and Scáthach was sitting at the head of the bed, her snow-white face leaning towards him. You'd run away if I didn't do this, she said. Asher finally realized something, his mouth slightly open, wanting to say more, but Scáthach had already leaned down, her lips pressing against Asher's. The sweet and soft kiss emptied Asher's mind for a moment. He instinctively closed his eyes, feeling the sweet breath on his cheeks, then quietly opened his eyes. In his vision, Scáthach's beautiful face was reflected, her red eyes filled with greed, her face flushed with desire for Asher's lips. He could hear the sound of raindrops hitting the window. Asher's body felt as if it were restricted by gravity, completely unable to move. Even struggling with all his might was futile, he could only passively accept Scáthach's soft and sweet kisses. She truly seemed to feel hot, sweat seeped from her skin, emitting a faint, intoxicating fragrance that quickly enveloped Asher's entire body. Asher tried to move his fingers again, but it was still useless. He could only watch as Scáthach brazenly intertwined her tongue with his. Asher had never seen such a scene. His Shishou had always given him the impression of a calm and dignified figure, but now her every move was aggressive. Asher sighed inwardly. At least release the restraint so I can do something. This is nice, but the feeling of being completely unable to move is truly uncomfortable, especially since he now felt an uncomfortable swelling in a certain area, yet he couldn't adjust his position. Just as he thought of this, some kind of magic seemed to burst from his body. In less than a second, Asher could clearly feel the gravity that had been restricting his body suddenly disappear. He wiggled his fingers. He could move freely now. Should I stop Shishou, or go along with her? Two thoughts surfaced in Asher's mind. The sweet kisses continuously assaulted his brain, and Asher's first thought just now vanished amidst such kissing. He instinctively raised his hand to embrace Scáthach's body. However, as expected of a battle-hardened warrior, the moment Asher raised his hand, Scáthach had already reacted first, pressing his hands onto the bed. It was a long while before Scáthach finally released his mouth. Her eyes were moist, gleaming with an unusual light. Shishou, you've been drugged, Asher said, panting as he gazed at Scáthach. Although he didn't know when or how the other party managed to catch Shishou off guard, there was no doubt that Shishou must have consumed something to become like this. "I know," Scáthach said, slipping off the too thin straps of her dress. In the dim light, a flawless body vaguely emerged. Asher was at a loss for words. His gaze was completely fixed on Scáthach, unable to move away. Scáthach noticed Asher's gaze and chuckled softly. She lowered her head and whispered into Asher's ear, "I know exactly what I'm doing, so don't worry. I will take responsibility for you." "Did we get our lines mixed up?" Asher said with a wry smile. "You'll definitely regret this later." "No regrets." Scáthach's fingers slowly traced down Asher's chest to below his abdomen. She paused, looking at Asher. "How did your sister Morgan do it then?" "Sister Morgan." Asher felt his brain freeze. "When did Shishou know about me and Morgan?" "Like this." Without giving Asher a chance to think further, Scáthach gently squeezed his hand. Asher shivered all over. "Or like this." Her fingertips glided, her nails lightly scraping. Asher had no energy left to think about anything else. For a moment, he even thought that Scáthach was not only experienced in martial arts but also in other aspects. But he quickly realized that his previous thought was completely wrong. A sound of pain reached his ears. Asher finally couldn't suppress himself and hugged Scáthach's body tightly. But he didn't act immediately, only softly asking, "Shishou, should I continue in a moment?" "No, keep going." Scáthach embraced Asher back. "Just follow your feelings, disciple." The term, which he usually said so naturally, now seemed to stimulate Asher's nerves, making him much more excited. Scáthach's body could clearly feel the changes in her disciple at that moment. She winced slightly from the pain, but a smile remained on her face. "Did that title stimulate your nerves just now?" "Disciple, what do you want to do to your Shishou?" she said again, as if intentionally trying to provoke Asher. "Are you sure?" Asher maintained his last shred of sanity. "Of course." Scáthach wrapped her arms around Asher's neck. "Let me see how much you've grown in these 5 years." Asher hugged Scáthach again, their lips touching. Scáthach felt the pain begin to surge, gradually intensifying. Her toes slowly moved up along the bed, straightening rigidly. She subconsciously gritted her teeth. Before she knew it, the pain disappeared, and then a comfortable sensation spread through her body, as if the pain had never existed. Like distant thunder approaching, the passage of time was accompanied by a coming, unusual sensation, and the room was filled with a pink aura. Asher's mind felt like mush, he had no idea what he was thinking. It felt completely unreal. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming, just like with Morgan le Fay. Even though it wasn't the first time, he was still very nervous, so nervous that he didn't even know what he was doing, as if everything was simply his body's instinctive action. "Are you very tired?" Scáthach gently stroked Asher's hair, holding him in her embrace. If it were normal, Asher's heart would probably be racing and his throat dry, but now he felt none of that. He had grown accustomed to such contact. "Who drugged you?" After a long while, Asher finally felt capable of thinking. He whispered the question. "Who knows?" Scáthach looked down at the boy in her arms, smiling inadvertently. Whoever it was, she should really thank them. If it weren't for the person who added the drug, she probably wouldn't have been able to make up her mind now. This time, she took advantage of the opportunity to put her inner thoughts into action. Oh, as for something like, "It's not good to prey on minors," well, this wasn't praying. This was just teaching. Shishou teaching her disciple. Maybe Morgan. Scáthach suddenly found the thought amusing. "No. I only felt something was wrong after drinking the fish soup," which means Scáthach suddenly thought of something, staring at the boy buried in her chest, her eyes flickering slightly. Connecting it with Artoria, who had just been called away by Morgan le Fay, various events linked together, and Scáthach soon showed an amused smile. So that's how it was. No wonder Morgan called Lily away, no wonder Lily had been desperately making fish soup for her disciple these past few days. Was it with such an unhealthy motive? Luckily, she arrived in time, otherwise something truly bad might have happened. This can also be considered my sacrifice for Lily's physical and mental well-being, right? Scáthach couldn't help but think. "Shishou, what are you thinking about?" Asher looked up and asked Scáthach. "Nothing." Scáthach snapped out of her thoughts and changed the subject. "Did you learn it?" "The binding ability." "To be honest, I have no idea how you used the binding," Asher said helplessly. "I also don't know why it released just now." "It's probably related to something inside your body," Scáthach said, combing Asher's hair, enjoying the intimacy after their exertion. "What is that thing?" Asher asked. Scáthach shook her head. "I'm not clear yet, but for you, it's currently more beneficial than detrimental. That surging magic, if fully released, I think even Morgan wouldn't compare." Magic that even Sister Morgan can't compare to. Asher felt the pleasant sensation on his cheeks and skin while pondering Scáthach's words. But this way, my strength will be even greater than before, Scáthach sighed softly. The difficulty of being killed will be even higher now. Asher snapped out of his recent thoughts and subconsciously looked up at Scáthach. Does Shishou still wish to be killed in battle? To be honest, Asher had always been unable to understand Scáthach's wish. No, he could understand it, but he couldn't accept it. Don't worry, I'm not thinking of seeking death for now, Scáthach said softly, as if seeing through Asher's thoughts. Are you satisfied now? At first, she wanted to die simply because she knew living too long would be boring, but now, with her disciple, it wouldn't be too lonely. Asher nodded gently. Scáthach gazed at Asher tenderly, holding him tightly to her chest, as if wanting to merge with him again. I can't breathe a little. Asher said with great difficulty. Sorry, I seem to have gotten a little too excited. Scáthach slightly loosened her grip, giving Asher room to breathe. Scáthach looked down at Asher, who had his eyes closed, seemingly also enjoying this warm moment. She felt a bit sentimental. She never expected him to have grown so much in less than 6 years. He had grown in many ways. While enjoying this warmth, Scáthach suddenly felt an unusual sensation rise from within her. Her body became even hotter than before, and she felt much more sensitive. Just sensing her disciple's presence made her uncontrollably aroused. Disciple. Scáthach released Asher, gazing at his tired expression. Asher looked up and saw a faint smile on Scáthach's face. For some reason, he seemed to see a mischievous look on his Shishou's face. What's wrong? Asher asked. The full effect of the medicine seems to be kicking in now, Scáthach said. Asher, you mean? Sorry, your stamina shouldn't have reached its limit yet. Please accompany me a bit longer. Shishou, I really have no stamina left. Asher tried to negotiate with his Shishou. He was truly exhausted. While he hadn't reached his absolute limit, he was pretty close. Just leave it to me, Scáthach said. You just need to lie there obediently. That's not the problem. So noisy. If you speak again, I'll bind you. Scáthach finally lost her patience and raised her finger. Asher's body instantly froze, unable to move. Soon, he felt warmth covering him again. Rest well. You have training tomorrow. Don't slack off because of tonight's relaxation. Scáthach put on her dress. Her expression held more mature charm than before. She looked back at Asher, who weakly responded. Yes, opened the door, and left the room. Meanwhile, in Morgan le Fay's room. What a truly fulfilling day, Morgan le Fay said, crossing her legs, her eyes narrowed in pleasure. She had just spent most of the evening chatting with her sister. After educating her sister and discussing topics of gender and relationships, Artoria finally gave up her initial idea. She felt that her sister was right, she was still too young to do such things, so she temporarily abandoned that plan. As for the scene she saw that night, Morgan le Fay's explanation was that her magic was extremely depleted at the time, and if she didn't replenish it promptly, she might be in danger, so she had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. This explanation also convinced Artoria. In short, the awkwardness between her and her sister due to that incident had completely vanished. But after chatting with my sister for so long, I feel a lack of magic again, Morgan said, licking her index finger. Recalling the pleasure of that night, she turned, her high heels stepping onto the windowsill, then leaped, transforming into a crow that vanished into the night. Soon, she flew into Asher's room. The room was silent, shrouded in dimness. Was he resting so early today? A hint of confusion appeared on Morgan's face as she walked to the head of the bed. Asher only then felt someone approaching and opened his eyes. Sister Morgan, what are you doing here so late? Asher greeted her weakly. Why do you seem so tired? Morgan frowned. Did you do something today? Asher's eyelids twitched slightly. He forced himself to sit up, shaking his head. Nothing much. I was just sleepy and wanted to sleep. Do you need something this late? Morgan didn't think much of it, as Scáthach had already cleaned up all suspicious items before leaving. It would be difficult to notice anything unless one looked very carefully. Morgan sat at the head of the bed, her shoulder naturally resting against Asher's. Her smile was alluring. What do you think? Asher's heart skipped a beat, he already had a premonition. At that moment, he felt a pair of arms wrap around his waist, and a soft body pressed against his back. Asher was stunned. He turned to look, and behind him, a Morgan le Fay was embracing him. He turned his head again, and there was another Morgan le Fay in front of him. That's right, it's triple the Sister Morgan tonight. You'll get triple the pleasure. Morgan le Fay revealed a gentle smile, her two clones closing in on Asher's body from two directions. She was originally a triple goddess, capable of summoning two identical clones, and tonight, it seemed she had summoned both clones to immerse Asher in even greater pleasure. "Give me all your magic," Morgan's voice came from in front, while another Morgan beside him had already pounced on him on the bed. No one expected that Asher, on whom we placed great hopes, would actually fall on his path to becoming a heroic spirit. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, My waist aches so much. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The next morning, the sunlight streamed through the glass window, making it hard to open one's eyes. Feeling a gentle breeze accompanied by the morning light moving back and forth across his eyelids, Asher slowly squinted. So dazzling. My eyes. He climbed out of bed, intending to draw the curtains, but as soon as he got up, he felt his legs weaken. My waist aches so much. His steps felt like they were filled with lead. Asher relied on his years of training to painstakingly get out of bed and barely managed to draw the curtains. And Shishou still wants me to train in this state. Asher buried his head into the soft covers without looking up. He was simply too tired to move at all. Actually, Scáthach's judgment wasn't wrong. Asher truly had some energy left after being with her last night. At least, after a night's rest, his spirits should have mostly recovered. But she never expected Morgan to sneak into Asher's room in the dead of night, and to make matters worse, summon 2 of her clones. Normally, 1 Morgan le Fay was enough for Asher to handle, but last night was that kind of situation. If Asher hadn't been quick-witted and managed to find an excuse, he probably would have been exposed last night. After all, no matter how much Scáthach tried to hide the evidence in the room, Morgan le Fay's body could genuinely feel Asher's magic. From that, she could guess something. Fortunately, although Morgan suspected Asher might have been wasting his magic somewhere behind her back, she couldn't have imagined that the Queen of the Land of Shadows, who usually expressed strong disdain for her pedophilic tendencies, had also secretly made a move. Although it was due to the magic potion that Artoria brewed, which didn't contain fish soup, leading to the opportune moment. Sleepiness kept washing over him. Asher could smell a faint, comforting fragrance that quickly made him close his eyes. Just a little more sleep, just a little more, and I'll get up to train. Asher thought. With that thought, Asher gradually drifted into slumber. Time passed unknowingly for an hour. Asher felt someone gently pat his shoulder several times. He groggily opened his eyes. After a sleepy yawn, he rubbed the tears from the corners of his eyes and suddenly felt his lips touch something. A very soft, warm, and smooth sensation. Asher looked intently and saw a pair of fair, tender thighs. Much of his earlier sleepiness immediately dispersed. Asher turned to look at the owner of the thighs. Artoria was looking down at him, a faint smile on her face. Good morning, Ash. Asher was currently lying on Artoria's lap. No wonder he felt something was slightly off when he lay down earlier. He usually lay on a soft quilt, but when he lay down just now, his cheek touched a soft yet elastic thigh. If it were normal, Asher would have reacted immediately, but he was simply too exhausted from being drained last night. He even thought he was going to die and didn't even know when Morgan left, only vaguely hearing her say something like, "Thanks for the hospitality." He woke up groggily this morning, unable to think of anything. "When did you come in, Lily?" Asher said, shifting his body, intending to move off Artoria's legs, but his head was gently held down by Artoria. "Just stay like this for now. It's been over an hour, it won't hurt to lie down a bit longer, will it?" Artoria, seeing that Asher was finally obedient, then spoke, "You seem to wake up a bit late today, so I thought I'd come in and call you to train together, but when I came in, you looked very tired, so I thought I'd let you sleep a bit longer." "Oh, I see, that's thoughtful of you," Asher said. He rarely saw Artoria being so considerate of others. If it were before, she would have definitely woken him up decisively for training when the time came, but today she specifically let him sleep a little longer. "It's just a trivial matter," Artoria shook her head. "Did you do anything bad last night? You look very tired." According to her royal sister, the fish soup in that potion had no effect on males, so I shouldn't be so tired. "Did he do something else last night?" But even so, it shouldn't be like this. He possessed the body of a white dragon, naturally having high recovery and stamina. Even after an intense battle, he shouldn't be this exhausted. Asher's heart suddenly skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt a bit guilty. He glanced at the girl looking down at him. "Didn't do anything, just kept practicing runes. After practicing, I also briefly studied the changes in the friction coefficient of objects in dry and wet environments. That's all." Asher naturally didn't dare to say such words directly, he only added them in his heart. "You should still be moderate. Consuming too much magic at once can indeed make you very tired. Artoria's face showed a hint of a smile. Since it's because you trained late last night, I'll tell your teacher when I go to the training ground, and you can rest well again today. Is my Shishou at the training ground? Asher asked subconsciously. She's been there since early this morning. She just had 2 more sparring matches with Lancelot while waiting for you to arrive at the training ground. She should still be there now, Artoria said. She seems to be in a very good mood today. Then I'd better go. Asher said, painstakingly climbing off Artoria's lap, enduring his weak body. After taking off his upper clothing, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Artoria, who was sitting at the head of the bed, staring at him unblinkingly. Lily, I need to change. I know. Artoria nodded. You know what? You look like you completely don't. At least turn your head as a gesture. Please turn your head or wait outside for me, Asher said helplessly. His skin was still quite thin, he couldn't change clothes in front of a girl. Don't worry, I don't mind, Artoria said. But I do mind. Ash is so easily shy. Artoria's face showed a hint of a smile, but she still turned her head, waiting for Asher to change. Whether it was because Asher had a bad sleeping posture last night or something else, the quilt and mattress were in disarray. I should take this time to tidy up for him, Artoria thought, then stood up and folded the quilt. Just as she was about to pull the mattress straight, a black velvet object appeared in her vision. What's that? Artoria's eyes filled with confusion. She picked up the velvet object and spread it out. Its true form then appeared before her. It was a pair of sexy black stockings. Artoria paused, then hid the stockings behind her back. She slowly turned to look at Asher, who had just finished changing and turned to face her. If I remember correctly, these are royal sisters, aren't they? Lily, what's wrong? Asher didn't seem to notice the stockings Artoria was hiding behind her back. He only felt that her gaze was very strange and couldn't help but ask curiously. Connecting it to Asher's fatigue today, Artoria seemed to have realized something, her head slightly bowed. Nothing, she shook her head. You really didn't do anything bad last night, did you? As she finished speaking, Artoria raised her eyelids and calmly gazed at Asher. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Why did it turn out this way? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher was stunned by Artoria's question. Why does Lily suddenly feel a bit off? Although her eyes were always calm, for some reason, Asher felt a hint of coldness in Artoria's gaze at that moment. Asher quickly shook his head. It must be an illusion. Lily hardly ever gets angry about anything. Thinking this, Asher smiled and said, Why did you suddenly ask that? What bad thing could I have done? To be fair, Asher truly hadn't done anything bad, it was all beyond his control. The first time, he was locked in the room by Morgan and couldn't get out. Last night, Scáthach's martial arts and magic were far superior to his, easily binding Asher. Even when Morgan arrived in the latter half of the night, Asher still couldn't make his own choices. Although he was so exhausted that he almost had no energy left, Morgan forcefully did what she wanted. So, in this world, without strength, one can only be passive everywhere. He still needed to have immense strength. Didn't do anything bad. Artoria murmured, head bowed, instinctively clutching the stocking in her hand. Royal Sister had talked to her a lot last night, saying things like, you're still young, you can't do unhealthy things, Royal Sister is doing this for your own good, and Royal Sister had no choice but to find Ash that night because of insufficient magic. But the current facts were completely different from what Morgan told her last night. Thinking this, Artoria lowered her head, instinctively clutching the ball of stocking in her hand, as if a black aura was rising behind her. Lily. Asher called out. Why does the atmosphere feel a bit strange? What could have happened in that short time while I was changing? Let's go to the training grounds quickly. It's not good to make Shishou wait. Asher finished speaking, but Artoria still didn't move. Lily. He called out again. Artoria extended the hand hidden behind her. In Asher's slowly widening eyes, she opened her hand, revealing the balled-up stocking. I hate lies, she said, looking at Asher. Lily, wait for me, walk a little slower. Asher walked on the way to the training grounds, calling out to the girl who was about to disappear from his sight ahead. Artoria tilted her head slightly, glanced at the boy behind her, ignored him, and hurried towards the training grounds. Asher could only sigh at this and slowly followed. Because he had consumed too much stamina and magic last night, he completely lacked the energy to catch up now. And even if he caught up, he wouldn't know how to explain it. He couldn't possibly tell Artoria. You might not believe it, but your royal sister made the first move. Even if he said that, Lily might not believe it, and even if she did, the ultimate fact still wouldn't change, would it? Moreover, if Morgan found out that he, the traitor, had sold her out, who knows what would happen. Ordinarily, Asher would never make such a low-level mistake. However, last night, he simply didn't have the energy to consider the aftermath, quickly showered and went to bed. Sister Morgan too, how could she forget to take such an important personal item? Didn't she feel cold on her legs when she left in the middle of the night? Why are you sighing so much this early in the morning? Just as Asher sighed, a voice came from nearby. Morgan le Fay was wearing a dress, the hem of which reached her upper thighs, exposing her fair legs to the air. Her skin was pure white, and she wore a pair of high heels, making it impossible to look away. The dress was made of a light, thin material. Her beautiful skin and a vaguely visible hint of white deeper on her thighs made one swallow. Asher even suspected that Morgan wasn't wearing anything underneath. Last night, when she came to his room, she wasn't wearing anything underneath either. Noticing Morgan's playful gaze, Asher lightly coughed, "Good morning, Sister Morgan." Morgan gave an amused smile and said provocatively, "Weren't you satisfied last night? It's fine if you want to today too. Let's not, I need a few days of rest first." Asher felt that if he did that again tonight, he would truly be unconscious in bed for several days. She's a goddess skilled in magic, but why is her physical endurance so good too? That's a shame, I was planning on coming to see you again tonight. Morgan licked her lips. I think I just saw Lily heading towards the training grounds. Did something happen between you two? Asher's head started aching as soon as he heard this. He rubbed his forehead and roughly recounted what had just happened. As he finished speaking, Asher inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed. That's right, why didn't I think of it just now? This is Morgan le Fay, the goddess who can always calculate everything and hold everything in her hands. Maybe she even anticipated this. Even if she didn't, she must have a way. Sister Morgan, do you have a solution? Asher asked, looking up as he thought of this. Are you saying that last night you didn't even clean up, just showered and went to sleep, and then this morning Lily, who came in, found out I came to see you last night? Morgan le Fay asked with a grim expression. Asher nodded. You must have a way, Sister Morgan. If I handed you over to Lily now, she should still be able to forgive me, right? Morgan stared at Asher with a desolate look. Yesterday, she had earnestly lectured her sister as an elder, but not long after her sister left, she couldn't resist going to Asher for adult rituals, and she was even discovered. Her glorious image as an royal sister must have shattered into pieces in Lily's heart. Does that mean this wasn't within your predictions either? Asher heard the unusual tone in Morgan's voice, and his recently relaxed mood immediately sank a lot. Who would have known that you, this idiot, would go to sleep without cleaning up? Morgan reached out and squeezed Asher's face hard. Now it's all messed up. Lily must think I'm a big liar now. Asher looked at the resentment in Morgan le Fay's eyes and mumbled, didn't you use stockings to tie my wrists yourself? How is this my problem? Anyway, let's go to the training grounds to find Lily first, and then discuss what to do on the way. Morgan le Fay quickly calmed her emotions, though her good mood from waking up this morning had largely vanished. She had finally stolen a fish, and had also gained Lily's trust and affection. It should have been a dreamlike start, but why did it turn out this way? Against enemies. Morgan le Fay could unscrupulously solve problems with simple violence, but against Asher or Artoria, violence was completely ineffective. Now, she could only think about how to explain things to her sister. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Who Drank the Fish Soup I Made. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Didn't my disciple come with you? Scáthach asked Artoria, who walked towards her. I don't know, he should still be behind, almost here, Artoria replied in a flat tone. It took several calls to wake him up this morning, he seems to have slept too late last night. Scáthach's expression stiffened slightly, then she nodded gently. Is that so? Then let's not worry about him for now. Let's start training. Artoria tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes complex as she looked at the woman standing opposite her. If Scáthach found out that royal sister had secretly eaten Ash twice, they would probably fight, wouldn't they? Although Scáthach should know the truth, Morgan was still her royal sister, so she couldn't tell her. As Artoria thought this, she took a step forward, thrusting her spear towards Scáthach. What should I do? This was the 5th time Asher had heard Morgan sigh like this. She had always been an omnipotent goddess, but now she was so troubled and distressed by her sister's affairs. Asher could only lament that Morgan was indeed a true sister con. Morgan le Fay was indeed very troubled now. She wanted both Asher and her sister, and she had prepared a plan a long time ago. She could implement that plan once Lily grew up in a few years. However, she couldn't resist stealing a taste because of the deliciousness of the food, and it resulted in the awkward situation of being discovered by her sister. Is this the consequence of stealing? Morgan shook her head and sighed. But there was nothing she could do about it. Who asked this fish to keep swimming in front of her eyes? It was Asher's fault for being eaten by her. She had to think of a way before going to the training grounds. Morgan thought to herself, looking at Asher. As if thinking of something, Morgan suddenly patted Asher's shoulder. Sister wants a small favor from you. Small favor. Asher's eyes immediately became wary. A small favor from the goddess of death might not really be a small favor. It's really just a small favor. Morgan stopped, pressing her hands on Asher's shoulders. With a wall slam, she pressed Asher against the wall behind him, staring intently into his eyes. Sister Morgan, just tell me what it is directly. If I can help, I will. Asher tried to struggle but gave up. Morgan's hands pressed very hard. Even if he broke free, she would probably have other ways to restrict his movements. When you see Lily, just tell her you coerced me, all right? Morgan said. I refuse. Asher glanced at Morgan. That's very unfair to me. Last night, he had said several times that he wanted to sleep, but Morgan completely ignored him, even going so far as to tie Asher's hands when she could no longer tolerate it. In that context, the one being coerced should clearly be the other way around. You're right about that. Morgan sighed helplessly, releasing her tight grip on Asher's shoulders. Let's go to the training grounds first. Last night's continuous drizzle had completely stopped today, but the sky was still gloomy. When the two arrived at the training grounds, Artoria seemed to have just finished her first training session, sitting on the ground wiping sweat from her forehead. Noticing someone entering the training grounds, she turned to look, then immediately averted her gaze, as if sulking. This is troublesome. Morgan shook her head helplessly and walked towards Artoria. It seems Sister Morgan is really having a headache this time. Just as Asher thought this, a familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at the newcomer. Scáthach was wearing a very refreshing outfit, a white t-shirt and white hot pants. Her long hair fluttered lightly in the wind, strands occasionally brushing her fair thighs. Her perfect figure made it impossible to look away. Good morning, Shishou. Asher's gaze lingered on those fair thighs for a moment before immediately moving away. To be honest, Asher felt a little uneasy now. Shishou had said last night that she knew exactly what she was doing, but that could also have been said under the influence of the potion. Scáthach glanced at the conversing sisters, then turned to Asher, catching his recent gaze. A playful smile flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Did you sleep well last night? She was naturally referring to what happened last night. Pretty well. Asher finally felt relieved upon hearing this. It seemed that what Shishou said last night was true. She indeed remembered what happened last night, and she didn't seem to mind at all. It looks like you didn't get enough sleep. Or was it excessive magic consumption? Scáthach playfully examined Asher. This was a secret known only to her and her disciple. Even if there were others nearby, she didn't need to worry about them understanding anything. However, after Scáthach spoke, Morgan and Lily, who were chatting, suddenly fell silent, both looking at Scáthach. Scáthach was startled for a moment. Did I say something wrong? By the way, Shishou, can I reduce my training volume today? Asher secretly glanced at the Morgan sisters nearby, and quickly changed the subject. Among those present, only Asher, the person involved, knew exactly what happened. Morgan, Artoria, and Scáthach only knew part of the truth. If Scáthach knew that her beloved disciple had been nibbled a few more times by Morgan after she left, she probably wouldn't be smiling so easily right now. You can, after all, this is the first time you voluntarily asked to reduce your training volume, and overworking yourself would be counterproductive if it harms your body. Scáthach nodded slightly, agreeing to Asher's request. Lily, are you still going to train? Asher turned to Artoria and asked. Wait a bit longer, I just finished training. Despite not wanting to talk to Asher, Artoria finally answered him. Are you still going to the beach today? If so, I'll go with you, Asher continued. Artoria had been running to the beach almost every day for the past 2 days, catching all sorts of fish. Asher didn't know how many fish she had killed these 2 days, but he guessed the number was definitely not small. No, I'm not going. You'd get tired of fish soup every day too, wouldn't you? Artoria's tone was flat. It's a good thing Lily knows that too much fish soup gets tiresome. Asher mumbled inwardly, then smiled and said, a little, but I can also definitely feel your progress these past 2 days. It would be great if I could eat other food you make in the future. Depends on my mood. As Artoria said this, an undeniable joy appeared in her eyes. Is the fish soup delicious? She continued to ask. Asher naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to reconcile, as Lily was willing to talk to him. He immediately nodded. The improvement is very obvious. My Shishou also said you have good talent in cooking. As he spoke, he glanced at Scáthach. Scáthach nodded gently. As a beginner, the fish soup tastes really good. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 170. Chapter 170. This old lady is going to pull out this. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. A hog and fight you all today. My fish soup was delicious. Upon hearing Scáthach's words, as if something had just dawned on her, Artoria's face lost all traces of a smile, even the fleeting joy in her eyes vanished completely. Did your Shishou also drink the fish soup I made? Artoria looked up at Asher. Asher nodded, but for some reason, he felt the atmosphere was a bit off. Morgan le Fay's faint smile also slowly froze as she looked at Scáthach beside her. The fish soup Lily made last night, was it you who drank it? Scáthach smiled and shook her head. I only had a little. She looked at Morgan, gesturing a small distance with her index finger and thumb. Yes, I only drank about this much, and ate a little bit of the fish meat. Artoria secretly let out a sigh of relief, muttering to herself, only a little. If it was just a little, there shouldn't be much of a problem. She didn't think Scáthach's abilities would leave her without any immunity. Although a large amount of medicine was added last night, it wouldn't be a big issue if not much was consumed. Yes, just a little, Scáthach said with a faint smile. Because my disciple kept asking me to taste it, so I helped out a bit. The taste was indeed very fresh, Scáthach continued. Morgan le Fay's eyelids twitched slightly. That's not right, Shishou drank all the fish soup last night, didn't she? Asher looked at Scáthach with a puzzled expression, wanting to say something, but Scáthach warned him with a look, so he quieted down. Although he didn't know what trick Shishou was playing, it was best to listen to her for now. The taste was very fresh. Morgan's smile had completely vanished. No wonder it was so bland, so that's how it is. She gave Asher a meaningful look. Asher somewhat guiltily avoided Morgan's gaze. He felt as if everything he did last night had been discovered. But that shouldn't be the case. If Morgan had found out, she would have said something last night. If the person who delivered the fish soup last night was Milo or someone else, Asher might have suspected the fish soup was problematic immediately, but the person who delivered it was Artoria. Asher couldn't for the life of him believe that the righteous Lily would put medicine in fish soup. Asher might believe it if someone else had put medicine in the fish soup when Lily wasn't paying attention. You should be well rested now, right? How about we continue training? Scáthach's voice interrupted Asher's thoughts. Asher was eager to escape this strange atmosphere. Upon hearing this, he immediately rushed to the center of the training ground. Although his stamina and magic were still a bit depleted today, he assumed Shishou would go easy on him. After all, his poor condition today was largely due to Shishou. Just as he thought of this, Asher found that the person walking towards him was not Scáthach, but Artoria. Let's spar again. Artoria stood a short distance in front of Asher, expressionless, and raised the vanguard lance in her hand. Ever since Scáthach started speaking, she had felt inexplicably irritable, and now she just wanted to vent her inner frustration. If the target of her venting was Asher, the effect would surely be even better. Are you going to refuse? Artoria asked when Asher still hadn't picked up a weapon. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Asher wondered. Lily, please go easy on me, Asher reminded Artoria, just in case. We'll see, Artoria said calmly. We'll see. So that means if she's in a bad mood, she won't go easy on me. Hearing this, Asher suddenly didn't want to spar with her. Although sparring with Artoria usually resulted in a 50-50 split, today's situation was special. Without any surprises, he would most likely be beaten badly. And Lily was clearly in a bad mood today, which wasn't surprising, given that she had learned her royal sister had done that with him last night. Anyone would feel hostile. However, if a little sparring could cheer Lily up, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Asher picked up a wooden stick nearby. Come on. Artoria frowned slightly. You're going to fight me with that? This will do, Asher nodded. Lily was a very righteous girl. If she saw him using something like this, she would surely be too embarrassed to use the vanguard lance. If they only sparred with branches as weapons, the damage could be minimized. As expected, Artoria put down her weapon upon hearing this, stepped forward, picked up a branch, and held it tightly with both hands as if holding a sword. In that case, I'll use this against you too. Just as he expected. Asher grinned, a triumphant, brilliant smile on his face. Come on, Lily. Whoosh. As soon as Asher finished speaking, the branch, leaving a blur, struck his arm before he could even raise his hand. Hiss, that thing hurts so much when it hits. Asher gasped, the fogginess from waking up this morning largely dispelled. Artoria gave Asher no time to recover. The branch in her hand whipped towards Asher again like a whip. Asher barely managed to raise his wooden stick and block the blow. I take back what I said, because it's a branch, Lily seems even less inclined to hold back. Your reactions are much slower than before, Artoria said, taking 2 steps back and calmly evaluating him. It seems that sort of thing doesn't help your martial arts at all. Sometimes you need to relax your body and mind, Asher muttered. It's just that you're too young to understand. As Asher's words fell, as if recalling the things he had done before, Artoria's cheeks flushed crimson instantly. When she raised her eyes again, her gaze seemed to burn with anger, and the branch in her hand swung towards Asher once more. Wobbly steps, slow reactions. This is completely unlike the usual Ash. Morgan le Fay watched their fight, a faint smile on her face. It seems someone went too far last night. Is it because she never experienced that kind of pleasure before, that she was so eager to drain him completely in one go? A pervert, a pedophile, and a teacher-student romance. Scáthach glanced at Morgan. He'll be 16 in just over a month. He's almost an adult. At least I'm better than someone who couldn't wait to make a move on him after bringing him to Britain. Scáthach didn't yet know that Morgan had also been in Asher's room last night, otherwise she would probably have used that as a topic directly. I was merely providing Asher with physiological education, Morgan said indifferently. If he wasn't willing, could I force him? After all, I've watched him grow up. I couldn't bear to force him. Last night doesn't count. Morgan added in her heart. What a coincidence. I didn't force him last night either, and you and my disciple aren't lovers, so you have no right to meddle, Scáthach replied. Wearing such revealing clothes every day, completely lacking the image of a teacher, it's not surprising that a righteous young child would be uncontrollably tempted by their teacher, Morgan looked at Scáthach, then said with a smile. Even with considerable hostility towards Scáthach, Morgan had to admit that the Queen of the Land of Shadows indeed had qualities that could attract Asher. Firstly, Scáthach had an excellent figure, ample breasts, long, shapely legs, and beautiful long hair. Add to that her cool yet gentle older sister personality, and it was undoubtedly most attractive to a young boy like Asher, who hadn't yet reached adulthood. Moreover, Scáthach's strength was also top tier. When a usually unapproachable teacher proactively lowers herself to tempt a disciple, few could resist such temptation. That applies to you too, Scáthach retorted, glancing back at Morgan. Like Scáthach, Morgan le Fay shared many similarities with Scáthach, from her figure to her status. It seemed the only difference was their personality. Indeed, I admit I tempted him. So what? Morgan le Fay nodded frankly. I wanted his body, and I've had a taste more than once, but so what? I'm not in a teacher-student relationship with him, so why can't I have a taste? On the contrary, what do you think your daughter would think if she found out? Morgan then asked. Scáthach's eyelids twitched slightly, unsure if it was Morgan's frankness that provoked her, or if she was thinking of what hack. Mom, I can't believe you went after my fiancé. I can't believe you're this kind of mom. I hate Mom the most. That child would probably say that if she found out, right? Morgan put a hand on Scáthach's shoulder, mimicking Wathaka's tone. Scáthach remained silent, her eyes flickering slightly. After a moment, Scáthach suddenly smiled. If I'm not mistaken, Lily already knows about you making a move on Asher before, right? Her absent-mindedness today should be related to this. Scáthach's words were like a sharp blade piercing Morgan le Fay's chest, and Morgan's smile could no longer be maintained. No answer means my guess is correct. Scáthach asked. Morgan lowered her eyelids, remaining silent. Scáthach had actually guessed wrong. Artoria was angry today simply because Morgan, after giving her a heartfelt lecture in an elder's tone last night, immediately ran off to find Asher. That was the real reason for her anger. However, Scáthach's guess wasn't entirely wrong either. In any case, her words hit Morgan's weak spot. Just as Scáthach was about to press her advantage, Morgan suddenly retorted, but at least Lily knows the truth now. Does your daughter know? How do you plan to handle it? Tell her, Mom fell in love with and already slept with your fiancé. Maybe we should cancel your engagement. He's Mom's man now. Scáthach's voice, which was about to continue, abruptly stopped. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. At this moment, Asher was swaying as he walked towards them, and Artoria, following behind him, had a hint of apology in her eyes. She felt she might have gone a bit too far. Although she didn't hit him many times, Asher was already in poor condition today, and her fierce attacks had further drained his stamina. Although she wanted to go forward and support Asher, due to the morning's events, Artoria kept her distance, simply following closely behind him. Shishou, the first round of training is over. Asher was so exhausted that he slumped down as soon as he reached Scáthach, completely unaware of the awkward atmosphere. Shishou. Seeing Scáthach didn't respond, Asher looked up and called out again. Ultimately, you're the true pervert. At this moment, Morgan said again. Asher's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Looking at Morgan's gaze towards Scáthach, he finally realized something was wrong. How did it turn into this just from my short training session? This should depend on personal feelings. If two people don't mutually like each other, there's no need to force them together. I've said this a long time ago, Scáthach replied faintly in a vague tone. Still want to keep him all to yourself, eh? Morgan smiled. Aren't you the same? I'm not, Morgan said. I want to share with others, of course, they have to be my own people. Scáthach's brow furrowed slightly. What are they talking about? Asher listened to their vague conversation, and for some reason, he had a very bad premonition. You're quite generous, then, Scáthach glanced at Morgan sideways. But a woman who was the first to sneak a taste has no credibility when saying something like that. Artoria's face showed confusion. Not only Asher, but Artoria also looked bewildered, completely unable to understand what these two were talking about. Sneaking a taste and sharing afterwards are not in conflict, Morgan smiled. If you ate something from the table first, does that mean the rest of the food can't be shared later? Aren't you going to ask the person involved for his opinion? What if he disagrees? Scáthach said. As expected, you're a woman who only thinks of herself. Then I'll ask him now, shall I? I don't think he'd object. Morgan said. Asher suddenly had a very bad premonition. His eyes flickered for a moment, then he quietly covered his forehead. Thud. Asher suddenly collapsed to the ground. Disciple. Scáthach quickly looked down at Asher, who had fallen. Ash, what's wrong? Asher didn't make a sound, his vision completely black. In the room. Asher lay on the soft bed, playing dead, feeling a bit helpless. Because he had suddenly fainted just now, Morgan and Scáthach stopped their previous conversation and brought him back to his room. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. But now there was a very big problem. These three people were all in his room. Can't I just get some rest? Asher completely dared not open his eyes, fearing that even a slight movement would be noticed. Let's go outside first. Let's not disturb his rest. Scáthach's voice suddenly rang out. As expected of Shishou, she's still reliable. Asher silently gave Scáthach's words a thumbs up in his heart. After they left, he could wake up after a little while. Asher secretly planned his next steps. Ultimately, his fainting was simply to stop Morgan and Scáthach's meaningless quarrel. Asher had a premonition that if the topic continued, they would definitely start fighting. Even a fool could sense the gunpowder lingering in the air at that moment. You're right. After making him so tired last night, you still make him train first thing in the morning. That's not a Shishou, that's clearly a demon. Morgan's tone grew colder. Scáthach, uncharacteristically, didn't refute but fell into deep thought. After a moment, she suddenly said, that shouldn't be the case. My disciple's stamina isn't that bad, and he still had magic left. How could he be so weak now? Asher lay flat on the bed, feeling his heart skip a beat. Scáthach's red eyes flickered. She looked up at Morgan le Fay. Recalling Artoria's behavior today, a bold guess suddenly arose in her heart. She stared at Morgan. You were in this room last night. Morgan glanced at Artoria, who was looking at her with a complicated expression, then turned back to Scáthach and said coldly, if it weren't for you, would he be like this now? You're the real culprit. I'm just that insignificant last straw. The fish soup last night, you drank all of it, didn't you? Morgan then asked. Scáthach didn't speak. Artoria's eyes slowly widened, reflecting Scáthach's figure, as if she had heard something unacceptable. So, Scáthach did that to Ash last night. She murmured. Then, she looked at Morgan. Royal sister also last night. So, both of them were in Ash's room last night. Artoria's pupils seemed to lose their luster. No wonder he's so tired today. So that's what happened. As she finished speaking, Artoria's voice seemed to lose its warmth. Cold sweat unknowingly seeped from Asher's forehead. I'd better keep playing dead. Lily's blackening progress, 90%. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Asher likes older women. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. No wonder he's so tired today, so it was you too. Artoria's eyes were lowered slightly, then quickly lifted to look at Scáthach and Morgan le Fay. She had initially respected Scáthach as a worthy Shishou, but she never expected her to make a move on her own disciple. It was simply too enviable, infuriating. And Royal Sister too, after preaching to her last night with such earnest words, saying things like, Royal Sister will protect Eshwell until you're adults, then I'll give him to you as an adult gift. And what happened? She ran to Asher's room in the middle of the night and did such shameful things. By the time Royal Sister gives Asher to her when she's an adult, there'll probably only be fish bones left, right? Was Royal Sister treating her like a cat? I was forced. Scáthach spread her hands. That bowl of fish soup, you should know better than I, Lily. Scáthach looked at Artoria as she finished speaking, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Though she certainly had the chance to leave the room last night. Artoria knew she was in the wrong and quietly avoided Scáthach's gaze, looking at Morgan le Fay. What about Royal Sister? I was also forced. Morgan also spread her hands. Last night, I sensed some movement in Asher's room. Worried for his safety, I went to check. You know, Ash removed all the guards at his door not long after becoming King Arthur. You know what happened next? Because this woman next to me did that with Ash, and Ash is probably in the prime of his youth and still unsatisfied, so after I came to his room, he made a move on me again. That pair of stockings is proof, Morgan said. Ash could force you. Artoria was skeptical. He is King Arthur. If he ordered me with the authority of a king, it would be difficult for me to resist, Morgan sighed. But it's also my fault. I shouldn't have gone over in just a nightgown last night. Young people can't resist temptation, even if it's my unintentional temptation, he still can't control himself. Asher's eye twitched. Sister Morgan truly lied without batting an eye. Though he couldn't see if Morgan was actually blinking or not right now. So, Ash made the first move. Artoria looked up at Morgan. Ah, of course, Morgan said with a smile, shaking her head. Royal Sister told you she would protect Eshwell, so why would she lie to you? Lying for the sake of education isn't lying. Morgan le Fay thought. The immediate priority now was to stabilize her good image in Lily's mind. Only then would Artoria believe what she said later. Royal Sister, there's something I want to ask you. Artoria gazed at Morgan le Fay. Go ahead, Morgan smiled. Are you treating me like an idiot? Artoria asked. Morgan le Fay froze. Why do you say that? Ash is too cowardly. He wouldn't possibly use the authority of a king to order you to do something like that, Artoria said calmly. He doesn't have the guts. Morgan. For the first time, she didn't know how to argue with her sister. Her lie had no flaws, except for Asher's personality. As the court steward, Lily was with Asher every day and knew him too well, so she knew how timid Asher truly was. Even as King Arthur, he wouldn't have the guts to lay a hand on Morgan le Fay. In short, he was only forced and knew he was going to be used, and only then, emboldened, did he dare to make a move. Asher's heart was practically overflowing with tears of gratitude. Lily still understood him. Though that impression was quite sad. Am I really that timid? Indeed, he's always had the desire but lacked the courage, Scáthach nodded in agreement. It's been like that from the beginning. Asher. Even Shishou says that about me. It's not very nice for you two to say that about him. At that moment, Morgan le Fay's voice suddenly rang out, and Asher felt a ray of hope. As expected, Sister Morgan is still the best when it comes down to it, she's willing to speak up for me. Although Ash is timid, he does have some guts. Most people wouldn't even dare to sneak a peek at my chest, Morgan said slowly. And that was years ago. Oh. Scáthach showed some interest. That happened. Although Scáthach had long known there was a pedophilic goddess who coveted her disciple, she truly didn't know that her disciple had been a little pervert from that far back. Yes, and based on my observations, this child is very likely a foot fetishist. Morgan walked into the room and drew the curtains. I've tested him a few times before, asking if he wanted to lick feet or something. He didn't seem particularly repulsed, he even seemed a little tempted. Now that you mention it, I think I remember too, Scáthach pondered for a moment, then tilted her head slightly, recalling past events. Before, he seemed to playfully cuddle sometimes, like rubbing his face against my leg when I gave him a lap pillow. A lap pillow. Morgan toyed with a strand of hair. He seems to really like lying on people's laps. Sometimes, he probably wanted to make a move but was too timid to do so. But he was quite handsome when he pulled out the Caliban. Artoria rarely said something good about Asher. But weren't some of the decisions he made after that a bit too young? Morgan said with a smile. Like building ships for international diplomacy and such. After all, he's not even 16 yet. He's too young in terms of experience. You should be aware of this, which is why you let others help assist him, right? Scáthach said. Morgan nodded slightly. But he does have his good points. Anyway, he's still young, and everything can be learned slowly, no rush. You still want him to stay in this position until he dies? Scáthach glanced at Morgan le Fay. This isn't the same as our original agreement, is it? Although not explicitly stated, this was their unspoken agreement. Morgan would help raise the disciple, and after he succeeded, he would help pull out the Caliban. Ah. Was there an agreement? Morgan le Fay looked confused. This woman, is she really going to break the agreement? Scáthach's eyes narrowed slightly, showing an unfriendly gaze. Morgan directly ignored the unfriendliness in Scáthach's eyes and continued, besides, I don't think he's very unwilling. After all, I'm here, and Lily is here. That child is probably an older woman fetishist, so he probably can't bear to leave. He should be an older woman fetishist, right? Artoria muttered to herself. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the two women in the room both showed varying degrees of unpleasant expressions. Artoria's a hogue, like a radar, perked up, as if sounding an alarm. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Green Artoria Green. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Lily is too reckless, isn't she? Asher lay in bed, hearing this, feeling his heart race with fear. After every incident, he never brought up the issue of age again, but now, the word, older woman preference, popped out of Lily's mouth. Where did she learn that word? And I'm not an older woman preference. Asher really wanted to get up and prove his innocence, but he held back. No rush yet, it's best to wake up after they've both left. As for Lily, well, she should be fine, Sister Morgan still dotes on her a lot. Asher's guess was indeed correct. In the end, neither Scáthach nor Morgan held a grudge against Artoria. It wasn't because Artoria was young that Scáthach and Morgan forgave her, but because they were truly at fault first. Even if Lily was the one who put the medicine in, Scáthach herself had planned to take advantage of that opportunity. As for Morgan, there's no need to mention her. Whether or not Asher drank aphrodisiacs, she was the one who would directly make a move. Asher's refusal was useless. This woman would only find ways to satisfy her own desires and never care whether others agreed or not. Lily, don't say words like that next time, it's easy to make people angry, Morgan said with a smile. Mentioning a woman's age without permission is a very dangerous thing. Scáthach also nodded, agreeing with Morgan for a rare moment. Artoria nodded silently. So, both Royal Sister and Ash's master care about age. Even though Ash prefers older women. Lily, do you really think Ash prefers older women, which is why you've always been like a little transparent? Morgan seemed to have seen through Lily's thoughts. Artoria looked up, puzzled. I've carefully researched it for you these past 2 days. Actually, you don't necessarily have to do something impressive, there are also ways to make him unable to take his eyes off you. Under Artoria's curious gaze, Morgan le Fay revealed a mysterious smile. You just don't like to dress up, that's why you seem like a little transparent. Don't like to dress up. Morgan took Artoria's hand. Let's talk outside. We shouldn't disturb his rest. Morgan said, then turned and gave Asher a meaningful look. But he, Artoria said, then looked at Scáthach with great concern. She couldn't trust anyone now. Even Asher's Shishou was coveting this fish, so who could be trusted? Guinevere should be trustworthy, right? I can go consult her later. Guinevere and Artoria had been very close recently. In some aspects, Guinevere showed quite a mature way of doing things. If it were her, she should be able to help her with her emotional troubles. Artoria thought. Don't worry about Ash. At least today, no one will have any ulterior motives. Morgan held Artoria's hand and led her out of the room. She knew very well how weak Asher was right now. Even with his white dragon body, he probably needed a good rest today. Have they all left? The previously somewhat noisy room suddenly became quiet. Asher secretly opened a slit in his eyes, peeking at the outside world. They seemed to have really left. He could finally rest properly. Asher felt the rock that had been weighing on his heart finally lift. You can open your eyes. You didn't faint, did you? Scáthach's voice came from the bedside. Did you notice, Shishou? Asher opened his eyes, and the woman sitting by the bedside was reflected in them. Such tricks can only deceive Lily, who is still naive. Scáthach smiled provocatively. But I really didn't expect that you actually did it with your beloved sister Morgan that night. No wonder you're so tired today. Ah. Under Scáthach's playful gaze, Asher turned to look out the window to hide his embarrassment. After a moment, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Actually, I didn't ask Sister Morgan to come over. But you still couldn't resist after she came, could you? Scáthach reached out and placed her hand on Asher's face. Did hiding from Shishou, who just left the room, and doing certain happy things with your beloved sister Morgan last night excite you? That's not it at all. I really wanted to rest last night, but there was a bit of an accident midway. Asher felt that if he didn't explain himself further, something might really happen. It seems I still underestimated your stamina. Scáthach ignored Asher's words. Her fingers caressed Asher's face, moving down his neck to his chest. She stared into Asher's eyes, a curve forming on her lips. Next time, she won't give that woman any chances. Shishou. For some reason, when Asher saw the smile on Scáthach's lips, who usually seemed like a strict teacher and kind mother, he felt a chill down his spine and a dull ache in his waist. Last night was my food. You don't need to train today. Rest well. Scáthach gently patted Asher's head, then thought for a moment, leaning close to Asher's ear and whispering, "Or, are you still looking forward to other things?" "Forget it, I want to rest." Asher immediately replied. If it were his past self, he would probably have jumped up with excitement upon hearing such words, but now, upon hearing them, Asher only felt his legs go a little weak. Scáthach's face showed a faint smile. "Then close your eyes and rest." Asher obediently closed his eyes. A soft, wonderful sensation touched his lips. Asher abruptly opened his eyes, a look of surprise in them. Scáthach brushed a strand of hair from her ear, released his lips, and her red eyes held a captivating allure that made one's heart pound. "Sleep," she said, then turned and floated out of the room. Finally, she left. After the door closed, Asher finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, he felt a wave of fatigue rush to his brain, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. When Asher woke up again, it was already dawn of the next day. He turned to look out the window. Rain was falling erratically in the wind, and the fatigue accumulated from the night before had completely disappeared. Should I say, as expected of a white dragon? My recovery ability is truly strong, Asher muttered to himself. Do you need some water? You must be thirsty after sleeping for so long. A gentle female voice sounded. Thank you, Asher turned to look, his gaze meeting hers. Princess Guinevere. Why are you in my room? Actually, Lily should be taking care of you, but she's a bit too embarrassed to see you, so she asked me to help. Guinevere showed a gentle smile, her platinum blonde hair gently resting on her shoulders. She was wearing a pure white dress and a necklace, highlighting her fair skin, making her even more captivating. Lily's too embarrassed. Asher repeated, a hint of realization on his face. So, hearing Shishou and Sister Morgan's tone yesterday, it seems Lily did put medicine in the fish soup. Is she embarrassed about that, which is why she asked Guinevere to come? Yes, that's right. Because Princess Morgan gave her a new set of clothes, and she felt it wasn't quite suitable, saying she needed to get used to it, so she asked me to come over. Guinevere tilted her head slightly, revealing a playful smile. She said if it were me, she could relax. She handed Asher a glass of water. Drink some water first, Arthur. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Quieter, She's Asleep. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher took the water glass but hesitated to drink. He really had a bit of a psychological shadow. Even Lily would put medicine in the fish soup. Although he didn't know what she was thinking, Asher now had a sense of crisis, feeling like, some cunning commoner always wants to harm me. Arthur, aren't you drinking? Guinevere's white dress hem reached her thighs, revealing a pair of smooth legs. Her hands were placed on her rounded knees, a hint of sorrow on her face. Or is Arthur worried I'll poison the water? No. I'm just suddenly not very thirsty, Asher said, but still picked up the glass and took a sip. Guinevere shouldn't go so far as to put medicine in. Lily's thought process was hard to understand, but this girl in front of him was different. With her gentle personality, how could she put medicine in a bowl? Besides, not everyone had Sister Morgan's potions. Guinevere's bright, moist eyes stared intently at Asher. After watching him drink a sip of water, she suddenly said, Actually, I put something in it, Arthur. Asher almost spat out the water, but when he saw Guinevere's playful smile, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It feels like this child has also been led astray by Sister Morgan. She wouldn't play tricks like this before. Sorry, I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Guinevere maintained a sweet smile on her face, her kind voice making it impossible to get angry. Asher could only lightly cough twice and say, "Don't joke around when I'm drinking next time." "Yes," Guinevere replied obediently, her eyes twinkling slightly as she looked at Asher. "What's wrong?" Asher felt uncomfortable under her gaze and turned to look out the window. "Arthur's eyelashes are very long," she said. "That's not a good thing." "Sometimes eyelashes falling into your eyes can be very uncomfortable." Asher still looked out the window. It seems so." Guinevere stared at the boy sitting by the bedside, pursed her lips, and smiled. "This seems to be the first time it's just the two of us, isn't it?" "It feels a little new." The first time they met at the ball, there were many people around. Even when Asher taught her martial arts later, Lily was basically always there. "It seems so," Asher nodded gently. The room fell into an awkward silence again. Asher yawned, showing his drowsiness, hoping Guinevere would leave quickly. It wasn't that he disliked Guinevere, he just didn't know how to get along with this girl. "Arthur, can I ask you a question?" However, Guinevere clearly had no intention of leaving. She either didn't notice Asher's yawn earlier, or pretended not to. "No," Asher said. Guinevere was slightly startled, then puffed out her cheeks slightly. "What a mean king." "You can ask." Asher felt completely uncomfortable under Guinevere's resentful gaze, feeling as if he had done something wrong to her. "Did you go out on some mission yesterday? Otherwise, why would you be so tired?" Guinevere asked, placing her hands on her knees and leaning slightly forward, looking very curious. Asher just tilted his head and glanced, his gaze falling directly on Guinevere's vaguely visible fair cleavage. He then glanced at Guinevere's bright, curious eyes, and withdrew his gaze as if he hadn't noticed. Does this girl have no sense of self-preservation at all? She's so close all of a sudden, doesn't she notice her chest is a bit exposed? "Arthur." Guinevere called out again softly. "I did go on a mission, so I'm a bit tired," Asher said. "Actually, I'm still a bit tired now. This girl is so smart, she should understand what I mean." Asher thought. "Is that so?" "Sorry, I think I got a little too excited." Guinevere nodded gently. "Then you can go back to sleep." Asher nodded. "Sorry." After speaking, he lay on the bed and closed his eyes, but after a while, when he opened his eyes, he found Guinevere still sitting by the bed, watching him. You can go do your own things first." Asher tried to use indirect words to persuade Guinevere to leave. "It's all right, my priority is taking care of Arthur here. Lily said morning training can wait until the afternoon, and she also has some things to do." Guinevere used her little finger to brush a falling strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her swan-like fair neck. Asher was involuntarily drawn to this gesture. He had to admit, when girls made this gesture, it was truly captivating, especially when the person was a well-known beauty. Even as a young girl, she was quite adorable. Besides, it's not even time for training yet, is it? Guinevere glanced out the window, the sun had not yet risen, and it was still dark. "You're right," Asher couldn't say anything more, so he simply turned his back, pretending not to notice Guinevere, and lay on his side, preparing to sleep. Asher still trusted Guinevere a lot. After all, she had lived in the palace for so long, and their daily training had made them acquainted early on. "By the way, Arthur." Guinevere quietly stared at Asher's back. "Don't trust me too much, you know." "Don't trust you too much." Asher turned to look. Her bright eyes held a hint of darkness. "Actually, after the knighting ceremony, Father gave me a mission." "Guess what it was?" Asher remained silent because he couldn't guess such a thing. He just looked at Guinevere, waiting for her to continue. "It wasn't a good mission." Guinevere's lips held a hint of bitterness. She lowered her head as if disheartened, and her choked mumble inexplicably softened Asher's heart. He saw Guinevere looking down at her knees, her hands gently clutching the hem of her white dress, her platinum blonde hair cascading down. Suddenly, an emotion that Asher himself couldn't quite describe welled up from his heart. He raised his hand and gently patted Guinevere's shoulder. "It's all right. If you don't want to go back, just stay here." Guinevere kept her head bowed, only placing her hand on Asher's hand. Her hand is so cold, and her fingers are very long. Asher thought. Guinevere's slightly trembling shoulders gradually steadied, and her previous negative emotions slowly calmed down, as if she felt at ease only by holding Asher's hand. "Thank you, Arthur." She raised her eyelids. The sadness from before was gone from her bright eyes. Her calm gaze gave Asher an indescribable sense of satisfaction. "It seems this is the first time someone has relied on me, right?" Asher suddenly thought. Both Scáthach and Morgan le Fay were the strong type, like high and mighty empresses. And Lily rarely relied on others, she basically solved problems herself in silence. Otherwise, Morgan wouldn't have had to beat around the bush to make Asher pull out the Caliban. But Guinevere would calm down with just a small gesture from him, which was something he had never experienced before. Guinevere lightly yawned, tears welling up in her eyes. It's really not good to wake up too early. You should go back to rest. You don't need to take care of me here, Asher said. It's all right, I'm just a little sleepy, it's fine, Guinevere shook her head. That won't do. And if you keep guarding here, I won't feel comfortable sleeping, it'll be a bit unusual. Asher tried to persuade Guinevere to go back. Guinevere tilted her head slightly and thought, then can I rest here for a little while? That way Arthur can also rest easy, right? Asher thought for a moment and finally nodded. Guinevere had said this much, it seemed a bit inappropriate to kick her out. Ah, by the way, where will you sleep? But new problems quickly arose. The other party said she wanted to rest here, but there was no way he could let her sleep in the same bed as him, right? Guinevere seemed to have seen Asher's dilemma and smiled faintly. No need. I'll just lie down for a bit. I was originally here to take care of Arthur, and Arthur allowing me to rest is already a great kindness. How could I ask for more? Or, if Arthur doesn't mind me sleeping on the bed, I wouldn't mind either. As she finished speaking, a hint of playfulness entered Guinevere's tone. This girl doesn't seem as pure and gentle as I thought, she seems a little cunning too. Asher silently thought. Just kidding, of course. Guinevere stared at Asher for a while, then suddenly smiled and lay down on the bedside, gently rubbing her face against the soft mattress, seemingly trying to find a comfortable position to sleep. Seeing this, Asher couldn't say anything more and tacitly allowed her actions. But he glanced at Guinevere again. A white flower was pinned to the chest of her pure white dress. From his angle, he could clearly see the vaguely visible pattern of a pink and white bra beneath the dress. She truly had no defenses at all. Any other men would probably be unable to control themselves, right? But Asher was different. He was the upright, cowardly King Arthur, and he wouldn't take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Not long after, soft snoring sounds came from the room. Asher's gaze lingered for a moment on Guinevere's long eyelashes as she slept, then he shook his head. She said my eyelashes are long, but hers are quite long too. But now I'm not sleepy at all, Asher sighed again. If he had been a little sleepy just now, after chatting with Guinevere, Asher was completely awake. Not just because he saw some exciting beautiful things, or for other reasons. She seemed to be sleeping uncomfortably. Guinevere's brow furrowed slightly. She grabbed one of Asher's arms, as if using it as a pillow, her tender white cheek resting on Asher's arm, and continued to sleep. Asher was stunned, then looked at Guinevere again. Even in the dim light, her sleeping face had a lazy yet charming elegance that made one's heart pound. It was said that King Leodegrance had received several marriage proposals, requesting to marry Guinevere. Asher initially couldn't understand why, but from their interaction today, he seemed to slightly understand the reason. Princess Guinevere. Asher tried to call out softly. But Guinevere didn't respond, she seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Asher tried to pull his arm out from where Guinevere was holding him, but just as he tried to pull it out, he heard the girl gently hum. Forget it. I'll just give up. Asher abandoned his previous thought and turned to look at the rain curtain outside the window. Other than his arm getting a little numb after a while, there didn't seem to be anything bad about it. In a spacious room, Artoria somewhat awkwardly held up the hem of her dress, seemingly very uncomfortable. It still looks a bit strange, doesn't it? She murmured to herself. No, it's very cute. I should say Lily looks cute in anything, Morgan said, examining the girl who had just changed. She was wearing a white dress, her golden hair tied with a red ribbon, white stockings covering her rounded, slender legs. A soft, fair hint was revealed beneath the hem, forming a perfect, absolute territory. Her fair, delicate skin combined with this white dress made her appear pure and captivating at first glance. It's too perfect, it even makes my heart pound, Morgan le Fay said, her eyes gleaming with a wolf-like green light as she stared at Artoria. It really doesn't look strange. Artoria tilted her head slightly, a puzzled expression on her face. Artoria rarely bothered to dress up herself. This time, it was also at her royal sister's urging that she followed her to change clothes, saying that it would multiply her charm and make it impossible to be a little transparent. With a skeptical attitude, Artoria still put on the clothes Morgan had prepared for her. Actually, she had changed clothes several times today. One time, the exposure was too much for her to accept, but this time was fine. Although the skirt seemed a bit short, at least she was wearing stockings, so her legs wouldn't be seen. After all, she has white stockings protecting her. Now you can go see Ash with confidence. Observe his expression carefully, and I guarantee you'll see an expression you've never seen before, Morgan said, standing behind Artoria, patting her shoulder with a smile. I didn't dress up specifically for him, Artoria frowned. I just wanted to try something new. Yes, I know, Morgan replied perfunctorily. Go quickly. You're already his court steward. Whether you want him to see it or not, you still have to take care of him, right? I ran into Guinevere on the way. She said if I don't mind, she could go take care of Ash, so there's no need to worry for now, Artoria said. You really trust her, Morgan said. Artoria nodded gently. She's a very trustworthy companion. Is that so? Morgan le Fay murmured to herself. So royal sister isn't trustworthy. Although she had stolen a few tastes during this time, and almost drained Asher twice, she still planned to leave Asher to her sister in the future. Oh, of course, to be precise, both her sister and Ash were hers. Artoria remained silent, lost in thought. Anyway, it's not good to keep letting Guinevere take care of Ash, is it? She's King Leodegrant's daughter, after all, and our guest. Morgan gave Lily a way out, knowing that Lily was still quite looking forward to Asher's amazed expression when he saw her outfit. Artoria nodded gently. Then I'll go to Ash's side first. Remember to tell sister his reaction later, okay? Morgan smiled and waved, watching Artoria leave, a thoughtful expression on her face. Lily is still too trusting. Even Guinevere isn't someone to be completely trusted. Even if Guinevere herself had no intention, if her father were to push things from behind, that girl would probably also make a move on Ash. And Guinevere might not even be unwilling. Royalty is heartless, but Guinevere and Asher have been together for so long, she should know that child is very timid, so he wouldn't use the ruthless methods politicians should. This is undoubtedly very appealing. Having supreme power, yet being very approachable. If Guinevere doesn't want to be used as a tool for political marriage, the best way is probably to find someone she likes before the marriage. She must have feelings for Asher, there's no doubt about that. So, for Guinevere, marrying Asher is probably the best choice. But it has nothing to do with her, anyway. Morgan le Fay slowly tidied up the clothes Artoria had just taken off, her mind pondering certain things. Anyway, apart from Scáthach, there were no other opponents worth paying attention to. The skirt is still too short, after all. Artoria awkwardly tugged at the hem of her skirt. She was a little younger than Asher. Even though she had tempered her character in childhood, she was still just a girl, and rarely wore such revealing skirts, so she inevitably felt a bit uneasy. It's all right. Since royal sister said so, there shouldn't be any problem. Artoria secretly comforted herself, then gently knocked on the door. But she only knocked once and stopped. It wouldn't be good to wake Asher if he was sleeping. She raised her hand and quietly pushed the door open. Through the crack, she saw Asher staring blankly out the window. Is he already awake? Artoria thought this, then pushed the door open and called out, Ash. Shoo. Asher reacted quickly, turning with his index finger pressed to his lips. Quieter, she's asleep. Asher pointed to Guinevere, who was sprawled out on the bedside, deep in sleep. Artoria was stunned for a moment, then her gaze suddenly froze on Guinevere's hands. Guinevere was holding one of Asher's arms, like an elegant cat, her cheek pressed against his arm, seemingly sleeping soundly. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 174, Rainy Day, Locked Room, Not a Murder Case. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Lily, how did you get here? Asher looked at Artoria as she entered the room, his gaze lingering on her for a moment before he asked naturally. Artoria's eyes fell on Guinevere's hands. The sleeping princess was currently holding one of Asher's arms, seemingly using him as a pillow. I apologize. I shouldn't have disturbed you now, after all. Artoria's tone was calm. Although she said so, she didn't leave the room, but sat on a chair by the bed. She probably woke up too early today and seemed very sleepy just now, so I let her rest first. Perhaps seeing the puzzlement and confusion in Artoria's eyes, Asher explained in a low voice. You don't need to explain such things, it has nothing to do with me. Artoria's tone was calm. After a moment, she continued to ask, why is she sleeping here? Asher gave a rough explanation. That's how it is. She said she came to temporarily replace you and hoped to stay in this room even when resting, so she just slept here, face down. Artoria's previously tense expression finally softened a bit, and she muttered to herself, so that's how it is. I thought even Princess Guinevere was like royal sister. But then again, royal sister and Master Scáthach only fell for Ash after spending a long time with him, but Guinevere is different. Though it's not nice to say this about Ash, he doesn't really have any qualities that would attract Princess Guinevere, does he? You didn't secretly do anything, did you? Artoria suddenly asked. Asher nearly fell over. He looked up and said helplessly, Lily, what kind of person do you take me for? I'm an upright person, how could I take advantage of someone in need? Upright. Artoria repeated, a hint of meaning in her tone. Exactly, upright. Asher nodded again. I want to be a noble person, a pure person, a moral person, a person free from low-level interests, a person beneficial to the people. Artoria remained silent, just looking at Asher quietly. Asher used his free little finger to scratch his forehead. Lily's sudden silence at this moment was quite awkward. The two sat quietly in the room. Outside, the pattering of rain could be heard, accompanied by a booming thunderclap, together playing a gloomy day's marching song. Do you want water? Perhaps the silence made Asher a little uncomfortable. He asked in a low voice. Artoria nodded gently. There's water over there, just pour it yourself. I can't move right now, Asher said, pointing to his arm. Artoria silently stood up and walked to the side to pour a glass of water. Her short skirt fluttered, her legs were long and slender, stunningly beautiful. She looked back at Asher. Asher was staring blankly at the wall in front of him. Artoria unconsciously frowned slightly, then looked down at her attire, confirming that she hadn't changed anything. A hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Why is he completely unresponsive? Is it because it's not quite right? Or is it because he's into older women? Artoria returned to her seat, sitting down with her legs together. The rounded thighs formed between her white stockings and skirt hem were particularly eye-catching. It's a bit cold today, she whispered, biting her lips slightly, her long eyelashes constantly fluttering. Her fingers nervously caressed the rim of the cup, then she continued, but wearing socks outside makes them easily wet. That's true. It's best to stay in the palace on a rainy day like this, Asher nodded gently. Artoria took a shallow breath, cautiously peeking at Asher through the gaps in her soft bangs. He was completely unresponsive, like a complete idiot, just leaning against the headboard, staring straight ahead, seemingly deep in thought. Lily. Asher suddenly turned to look at Artoria. What? Artoria was observing Asher, seemingly not expecting him to suddenly call her name. For a moment, she didn't react. Can you get my jacket for me? Asher pointed to the jacket not far from the bed. Artoria silently walked to the bedside, picked up the jacket, and handed it to Asher. It's not for me. When you just said it was cold, I remembered that it's a bit chilly today. Please put the jacket on Princess Guinevere. It wouldn't be good if she caught a cold, Asher said. Artoria quietly draped the jacket over Guinevere's shoulders, then looked up and asked blandly, is there anything else you need help with? Her expression had completely calmed down, and the highlights in her pupils were much less than usual, perhaps giving up or something. Nothing else, Asher shook his head. Then I'll go now, Artoria said, turning to leave the room. You just got here, and you're leaving already? Asher asked, puzzled. It's not good to disturb you too. Artoria glanced at Asher one last time and left the room. With a faint closing sound, Asher looked at the closed door, somewhat puzzled. Lily's behavior today was truly strange, completely unlike her usual self. Was it really because she felt guilty about putting medicine in the fish soup last night? It seems I need to find some time to talk to her today. Just as Asher thought of this, Guinevere, who was lying face down at the head of the bed, let out a soft Just hearing such a bewildered and lazy sound made one's bones tingle. Are you awake? Asher asked. Guinevere looked up, opening a pair of clear eyes. Did I just hear Lily's voice? How strange, she wakes up so quickly after sleeping. Asher's gaze lingered on Guinevere's clear eyes for a moment, then he nodded gently. She was just here. Perhaps sensing the meaning behind Asher's puzzled gaze, Guinevere said, actually, I was already half awake when Lily came in, just still a bit groggy. So that's it, I sometimes feel that way too, Asher said, suddenly enlightened. He had also experienced times when he felt awake while sleeping, able to hear outside sounds but unable to get up. I think I half opened my eyes while I was still groggy, and I saw Lily's outfit and wondered, is that really Lily? Guinevere said with a smile. Outfit? Asher was confused. Arthur, you're not going to say you didn't notice such a stunning outfit, are you? Guinevere's tone was gentle. Oh, you mean that, Asher said with a sudden realization. I noticed it long ago. He had noticed it the moment Artoria entered the room, in fact, it would have been hard not to notice. After all, she was dressed so cutely, to say he hadn't noticed would be like being blind. But you don't seem to have mentioned her outfit, she said, toying with a strand of hair with her index finger. If I said something, Lily might get shy or upset, or something. Don't look at her like that, she's still very easily embarrassed, Asher said. So I didn't think it was necessary. Not necessary. Lily is already very cute. I don't think there's any need to praise her more. I see, Guinevere nodded gently, placing the jacket on the bedside table. Thank you, Arthur, she said with a smile. It's very warm. Asher shook his head, indicating it was nothing. He looked up at the window, raindrops hitting the glass, a continuous pattering sound. This rain doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Guinevere said, following Asher's gaze out the window. Indeed, Asher replied. Scáthach sat in front of the courtyard, silently gazing at the rainy scenery outside. Because there was no training today, she was wearing a light, reddish-purple dress. Two thin straps rested gently on her smooth, fragrant shoulders, and her red eyes reflected the rainy curtain outside. She suddenly felt as if someone was walking towards her, so she looked back. Lily. Why are you back so soon? When Artoria approached, Scáthach asked. Or did my disciple ask you to do something? Artoria just shook her head silently, but she still didn't speak. Scáthach looked at the girl with puzzled eyes. Did something happen? Speaking of which, Lily's outfit today really is a refreshing sight. That outfit suits you very well, Scáthach said. Thank you. Artoria was visibly embarrassed, her eyelids slightly lowered. If there's nothing else, I'll go now. I need to change. Why? Scáthach asked, puzzled. Did my disciple say something bad? If so, he needs a lesson. He's clearly very cute. It's not his problem. I just feel a bit strange, it's very uncomfortable, Artoria interrupted Scáthach. Sometimes you need to muster the courage to try new things, Scáthach said. I don't think you need to change your clothes. It's very cute. Cute, huh? Artoria muttered softly to herself. Scáthach looked at Artoria with a knowing glance and chuckled softly. Yes, very cute. Even my disciple would probably be attracted to you. You can observe his eyes closely. Although that child is timid, he often sneaks glances. If you observe carefully, you might find some interesting reactions. Artoria lowered her head, stroking her smooth golden hair. She recalled that royal sister had also said similar things just now, but when she entered the room, Asher only glanced at her a few times and quickly averted his gaze, as if he found it quite distasteful. This made her can't help but think, as expected, these clothes don't suit me. Scáthach watched Artoria's movements and continued to play the role of a sympathetic older sister, saying with a smile, I told you, that child is a bit reserved. Even if he's tempted, he won't show it on his face. If you don't believe me, you can try testing him a few more times. Testing him. Artoria still had her head down, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she finally looked up. Thank you. After speaking, Artoria turned and walked back down the corridor she had just come from. Scáthach silently watched her. After the girl left, she muttered thoughtfully to herself, speaking of which, what was I thinking, guiding her to go find my disciple? Then, she shook her head helplessly. This was probably a Shishou's habit, always subconsciously guiding lost children. Ash. Artoria pushed open the door, standing at the doorway, expressionless, looking at Asher inside the room and Guinevere, who was chatting and laughing with Asher. Lily, is there something suddenly? Or are you done with your matters? Guinevere turned to look at Artoria and asked. You worked hard this morning. After Artoria answered, her gaze fell on Asher's face. Her eyes were calm, yet they seemed to contain a hint of exasperation, as if she was ashamed of her hasty retreat just now. But paired with that cute little face, even her exasperation seemed incredibly adorable. What's wrong? Asher asked, puzzled. Can you come to the training ground with me for a spar? Artoria asked. Now. Asher glanced at the rain outside. The rain wasn't heavy now, but after one sparring session, their clothes would probably be soaked. Artoria remained silent, just looking at Asher quietly. All right. Asher pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lily seemed to be in a bad mood, and if this could cheer her up, it was acceptable. Besides, his mental state had mostly recovered now, so even if they sparred, he wouldn't be utterly defeated again. Should I come with you too? Guinevere stood up and said. It's still raining. You should stay here. It wouldn't be good if you caught a cold. Your constitution isn't very good, is it? Asher shook his head, refusing. Guinevere's eyes flickered, and she finally sighed softly. All right, then be careful, both of you. Asher nodded and followed Artoria towards the training ground. The atmosphere feels a bit off. Asher looked at the figure in front of him. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of pressure starting just now, but he didn't know where it was coming from. In this confusion, Asher followed Artoria into the training ground. Raindrops hit Asher's face. He held his weapon and looked at Artoria, saying, Come on, Lily. Artoria just silently watched Asher's eyes, seemingly observing his gaze. But because of the rain curtain, she couldn't see very clearly and couldn't discern the interesting reactions that Scáthach and Morgan mentioned. She gripped the vanguard lance tightly and stepped forward. That should be enough, right? Asher gasped, quickly shaking the water droplets from his forehead. Artoria silently watched Asher. His soft hair was slightly disheveled now, like a drowned rat. His bangs, dampened by the raindrops, vaguely seemed to block his dark eyes. From those eyes, she saw no impatience or similar emotions. But she also saw no other emotions, such as the dazed look he sometimes had when looking at Scáthach or Morgan. It hadn't appeared at all. As expected, he's into older women. Artoria thought. Lily. Seeing the girl hadn't responded after a long pause, Asher tried calling out again. Artoria snapped out of her thoughts and nodded gently. Then let's go back, Asher said. We still need to change clothes. Although the rain had lessened when they came out, being in the training ground for so long, even light rain would soak their clothes mostly through. No reaction at all, as expected. Artoria muttered to herself. What? Asher heard her muttering and turned to ask. Lily seems a bit strange today. Nothing, Artoria shook her head. Before we go back, I want to go somewhere first. I'll come with you. Asher understood the meaning in her words. Artoria made no sound, just walked past Asher and headed towards the palace. Lily is really a bit strange today. Asher looked at Artoria's back and quickly followed her. Seeing her unusual behavior today, he couldn't just leave it alone. They unknowingly arrived at a strange room. The reason it was strange was that it was likely one of Morgan's secret rooms. This was because they had walked through a seemingly impassable wall that was actually directly accessible, then opened a switch, walked up several flights of stairs, and finally reached this room. Moreover, there were about a dozen Fey knights standing silently on either side of the entrance. This is one of Royal Sister's changing rooms, but she rarely comes here. Perhaps noticing the confusion in Asher's eyes, Artoria explained. So Sister Morgan has a changing room like this? Asher looked around, then asked. Then why are we here? Do you have clothes in this room? Artoria nodded silently, saying nothing. Then I'll wait for you at the door. Asher turned his back to Artoria and glanced left and right. I just feel like the atmosphere is a bit off. He already had a bit of a psychological shadow regarding such nearly enclosed environments. Artoria looked at Asher, who had his back to her, and gently bit her lower lip, grasping the corner of Asher's clothes. Feeling his gaze turn towards her, she lowered her eyelids and said, "You come in first." After speaking, without giving Asher a chance to reply, she opened the door and pulled Asher into the room. It had to be said that, true to her red dragon body, even in her youthful teenage years, her strength was quite considerable. Soon, Asher only heard a bang, and when he looked up, he saw Artoria silently closing the door. Asher subconsciously glanced at his surroundings, thinking, why does this scene feel a little familiar? Rainy day, an inaccessible place, a closed room, and wet boys and girls. But Asher didn't have much energy to think about these things. His gaze quickly fixated completely on Artoria. Because she had just been drenched in the rain, her light dress was completely wet, the fabric clinging to her tender skin. Artoria walked to a nearby wardrobe, took out a set of clothes, then sat on the long bench, her thumb pressing against her white stockings. The soaked white stockings clung to her slender legs in a translucent beauty, as if a gentle press on her thigh would cause water droplets to seep from the stockings. Asher's gaze couldn't help but fall on her thighs. Artoria easily noticed Asher's gaze. Recalling Scáthach's words, she looked up. Asher coughed dryly, his gaze darting to the nearby wall, pretending to look at the scenery. Artoria lowered her head, about to continue removing the white stockings from her legs, but at this moment, she felt the gaze from the side sneaking a peek again. Artoria looked up again, just in time to see Asher turning his head away, his eyes looking slightly flustered, almost whistling. Artoria stared intently at Asher. After a short silence, she suddenly chuckled softly. So Royal Sister and Shishou were telling the truth. It really was an interesting reaction. This was another side of Asher she had never seen before. Help me take off my stockings, she suddenly said, gazing at Asher's profile. Asher. Although he was surprised, his gaze subconsciously fell on those tender white legs again, and he quietly swallowed. My ears aren't playing tricks on me, are they? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, come on, big brother who's almost out of juice. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher felt his breathing accelerate to a degree that made him feel a little nauseous. Artoria's soaked white stockings clung tightly to her slender legs. When his fingers touched Artoria's thighs, encased in white stockings, Asher's heart was beating so fast it felt like it might burst out at any moment. As the white stockings were slowly peeled away by Asher's careful movements, a pair of smooth, fair thighs, slightly damp, appeared before him. The room's lighting was somewhat warm-toned. Asher sat on a chair by the bed, the chair's height significantly lower than the bed. Artoria sat at the head of the bed directly opposite Asher, slightly lowering her head, silently gazing at him. The person who usually treated her like she was invisible now completely couldn't ignore her anymore. What was this feeling right now? She looked at Asher's face, feeling the slight tremor in the hand placed on her thigh, and sensing the clear wavering in those usually calm, dark eyes. Evidently, Asher was very nervous right now. Teasing him like this, I feel a bit sorry for him. Artoria couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. But then, thinking that Asher had become like this because of her, a feeling of elation inexplicably surged from within her. Watching him lower his head and slowly pull off the soaked white stockings from her thighs, and then carefully remove her shoes, a trace of pleasure, even she didn't realize, flashed in Artoria's eyes. Is this the interesting reaction Royal Sister and Scáthach mentioned? It really is quite interesting, this feeling. Phew, done. When Asher took off the shoes and removed the stockings, he casually placed the stockings aside, then wiped a cold sweat from his brow. For some reason, he felt even more tired than after sparring with Shishou. Although the feel of her thighs and stockings was wonderful, Lily was clearly staring at him the whole time, probably testing his character. Thankfully, the events of the previous night had put him in saint mode. Even though he had recovered by today, he wouldn't be uncontrollably tempted to make a move or anything. In any case, Lily's test for him should be complete now, right? Such a difficult task, perhaps only I could accomplish it. Most people would probably have given up halfway. Asher couldn't help but think. As Asher's words fell, Artoria was visibly stunned for a moment. Although she didn't know much about unhealthy things, she knew it definitely wouldn't end so quickly. After all, what Royal Sister did with Ash in the enclosed room that night was far more than just that. All right, Lily, hurry up and change your clothes so you don't catch a cold, Asher said, turning his back. Don't worry, I definitely won't peek. Or should I wait for you outside, he asked, looking back. Artoria silently gazed into Asher's eyes. Although she could sense his gaze occasionally sneaking towards her smooth thighs, he never made any further moves. Wait here, it's fine. Artoria's delicate white feet stepped on the soft floor as she walked towards the wardrobe behind her. When she reached the wardrobe, she looked back again. Asher was indeed facing away from her, seemingly having no intention of peeking. She picked out a pure white long dress from the wardrobe, then began to take off her clothes. Asher could clearly hear the friction sound of clothes and skin. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet room, as if teasing one's nerves. Several times, he couldn't resist the urge to turn around and peek, but considering that turning around might result in a direct hit from Rongaminiad, he endured. But this whole thing today was also quite strange. He had never felt Lily had any emotional troubles before, yet she suddenly asked him to help her take off her stockings. Someone with weak willpower would probably have given in long ago. He really couldn't figure out what Lily was thinking. And that fish soup that night. Asher thought of this, then fell silent for a moment, before speaking. By the way, Lily, that fish soup the night before last. The sound of clothes changing in the room suddenly paused. Never mind, it's nothing, Asher said. Artoria put on the pure white long dress, her expression largely unchanged. She silently gazed at Asher, her head slightly lowered, a shadow perfectly covering her face. You want to ask why I put medicine in that fish soup, don't you? Artoria asked. Yes. Asher was still facing away from Artoria. You really don't know my purpose, she asked. To be honest. I don't understand. Asher scratched his forehead and continued. If you had other motives, you wouldn't have used an aphrodisiac that only works on females from the start, so I truly can't guess your intentions. Didn't you ever suspect I made a mistake? Artoria's tone was faint. How could that be? I think I told you the effects of those magic potions that night, right? You're not stupid, you couldn't possibly have forgotten even that much, Asher shook his head. Artoria. She naturally remembered the effects of those magic potions, but Asher had said both bottles had aphrodisiac effects, but he hadn't mentioned at the time that they were divided into male and female. He probably didn't even remember if he had said it or not, right? Do you really want to know the reason? Artoria's eyes flickered with an unusual light. Why I put medicine in it, and specifically medicine for females. Asher nodded. Turn around, she suddenly said. Asher hesitated. Turn around, she said again. At this moment, it was as if she was King Arthur, and the king's authority made Asher subconsciously turn his head. The pure white night princess entered his vision, a delicate face, smooth golden hair gently resting on her shoulder, Asher's reflection in her emerald pupils. Her skin beneath the white dress seemed to glow with a delicate, snowy whiteness, and her tempting collarbones and exposed fragrant shoulders made it impossible to look away. But what truly captivated Asher were her eyes. Those firm eyes, as if she had made up her mind, deeply attracted Asher's gaze. Asher felt that this steadfastness was one of the reasons she was attractive. Their gazes met. At this moment, an indescribable atmosphere quietly permeated the air. Artoria slowly spoke, "I just didn't know that those two magic potions were divided into male and female." Asher was startled, silently looking at her. Then, he suddenly burst out laughing. Artoria, who had just made up her mind to continue speaking, slightly puffed out her cheeks, seemingly annoyed by Asher's action. "Sorry, you go on, go on." Asher finally managed to compose himself and gestured for Artoria to continue. "I had originally intended to prepare a magic potion for males," she continued. Asher froze, his earlier smile instantly solidifying. "So, Lily had originally intended." Artoria walked up to Asher. She was standing, while Asher was still seated in the chair. "Look up," she said. Asher subconsciously looked up. "Close your eyes," she continued. "Tangerine boost this fanfic." Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Fully Lily, Obsessive Mode Activated. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. When Asher closed his eyes, he instinctively thought about what would happen next. This scene was far too familiar. Morgan le Fay had done something similar before. This must be the method Morgan taught Lily, right? Feeling the girl's hand on his face, Asher didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Logically, shouldn't he be the one doing this? Yet, apart from the time with his Shishou, everything else had been passively accepted. Artoria carefully watched Asher, leaning in slightly, making a motion as if to kiss him. But just as her lips were about to meet Asher's, she stopped short, a strand of golden hair lightly brushing Asher's face. Artoria gazed at Asher's face with a complex expression. Wouldn't doing this be taking advantage of him? It seems a bit wrong to make him close his eyes and then secretly do something bad. "You can open your eyes," Artoria said. Looking at Asher, whose eyes were now open, staring into those dark pupils, and at the handsome face beneath his soft hair that seemed not yet fully matured, Artoria silently covered her face. This makes it even more impossible to do that. But even if his eyes were closed, if she kissed him, Ash would very likely open his eyes. I really should have blindfolded him earlier. Thinking this, Artoria removed her hands from her face, her gaze scanning left and right, suddenly fixing on the stockings she had just taken off. If I blindfold him, I wouldn't have to worry about him seeing, right? But this completely contradicted the spirit of a righteous knight. As a knight, one should express their feelings openly and do what they want openly. But this also felt very embarrassing. So annoying, this emotion is truly unpleasant. Lily. Asher cautiously called Artoria's name. For some reason, he felt that the oppressive aura Artoria was currently emitting was quite astonishing. What's wrong? Artoria frowned slightly. In reality, she didn't want to frown, but she instinctively wanted to use this method to hide her shyness. No, I thought you were spacing out just now, so I tried calling you. Artoria didn't speak, and Asher looked at her twice, then continued, I think you look quite good in a dress. I didn't expect Sister Morgan's dressing room to have clothes that suit you. Is this her childhood clothes? Artoria's eyelids twitched slightly. Does he mean I'm still too young? Asher immediately sensed that the atmosphere was off, so he quickly changed the subject. Let's go back quickly. We've been here a bit long. I'm afraid Sister Morgan will start looking for us soon. Sister Morgan, as expected, Ash only has royal sister in his eyes. Artoria lightly bit her lip. She was already secretly annoyed by her earlier hesitation, and upon hearing Asher's words, her heart immediately filled with more anger. She suppressed the rage in her heart, keeping her gaze as calm as possible. Then you go change your clothes, and we'll leave. Change clothes here. Asher thought, are you planning on making me cross-dress? Royal sister and I have been here before. There are men's clothes here. Just pick one, Artoria said. She had been here with Morgan le Fay a few months ago and was a bit puzzled when she saw some men's clothing, but later she figured it out. Clearly, all of Royal Sister's men's clothes were prepared for Ash, and many of them probably mixed in Royal Sister's personal preferences and interests. Asher nodded gently and walked to the wardrobe. When he opened it, he indeed saw many men's clothes. He picked one. Artoria silently turned her head, waiting for Asher to change. In her leisure, her gaze scanned the surroundings, sniffing the unique fragrance in the room. Although she had been here several times with royal sister, she rarely had the chance to observe her surroundings because Morgan wouldn't let her move around and strictly forbade her from touching anything in the room, except clothes. The room's decor and layout gave off a very warm feeling. There were many cabinets around, and a small table. On the table were several miniature bottles, stoppered, but without liquid inside. They seemed to be the source of the room's fragrance. Artoria walked over, picked up one of the miniature bottles, and gently sniffed it at her nose. Indeed, the room's fragrance emanated from here. The miniature bottle had a very strong scent. It was a floral scent, with a cool undertone. Artoria couldn't say what kind of flower it was. It might be the combined scent of several flowers. What is it? Just then, Asher finished changing, walked behind Artoria, and leaned over to look. Unprepared, Artoria instinctively flinched, and the miniature bottle slipped from her hand. Asher reacted quickly, leaning down to catch the small bottle, but he was still a step too late. Cracks appeared on the small bottle, and soon, with a pleasant cracking sound, the bottle broke open. Oh no! Asher quickly knelt down to pick up the glass shards. Seeing Artoria also kneeling to help tidy up, he softly said, "Sorry. I didn't even notice you were behind me. This is my fault, I was careless." Artoria shook her head, not blaming Asher, but her tone was much more distant than before, because her own actions just now made her feel foolish. She picked up the broken small bottle in her hand, looked at it, and sniffed it again. She felt that the moment she inhaled the scent, her mind immediately cleared a lot. Something to clear the mind, she murmured to herself. Artoria couldn't help but sniff again gently. She had a very strange feeling when she first smelled this fragrance. Although there was a mint-like coolness, this coolness also had a wonderful feeling that made her blood boil. Is it not something to clear the mind? Artoria thought to herself. Sorry. I'll tell Sister Morgan later that I broke it, Asher said. Artoria shook her head. No, I brought you in. I'll explain to royal sister later. Asher couldn't help but look at Artoria twice. He felt like Lily was sulking. But he couldn't ask too many questions now. Asking more questions would only add fuel to the fire. So, he just nodded and said, "Let's leave here first." Artoria nodded absently, picked up her dress and white stockings from the chair, and was about to leave the room with Asher, but as soon as she took the first step, she felt her mind become hazy. The mind-clearing floral scent from before now revealed its true colors. It seemed to emit a sweet, rosy fragrance that plunged Artoria's mind into confusion. When Artoria looked up at Asher again, she felt a certain emotion quietly flowing deep within her. Her gaze fixed tightly on Asher's back, and a sudden impulse arose in her heart. The impulse to hold him tightly. And another feeling of jealousy. Even though it was her and Ash in this room, he was still thinking about royal sister. Just thinking about it, an inexplicable jealousy burned within her, making her want to pin him to the ground and retaliate. But she couldn't do that, because she felt completely powerless, as if something had drained her. Asher also seemed to sense something was amiss and turned to look at Artoria. "Lily. I'm fine. The scent just now must have been problematic. Let's leave here first," Artoria said in a very low, deep voice. Despite saying this, her mind felt increasingly confused. Asher nodded gently, then looked at the swaying Artoria. He walked forward, squatted down with his back to her, and said, "I'll carry you." But after a moment, the girl behind him remained motionless. Asher turned back, about to say something more, but found the girl's head bowed, as if she had fallen asleep. "Lily." Asher tried to call out. Artoria still didn't respond. Was there something wrong with the scent just now? Asher's heart skipped a beat. He leaned closer to see if she was really asleep, but as soon as he leaned in, he saw Artoria raise her head. Her emerald green eyes had turned a brilliant gold, and sparks, like those from blacksmithing, seemed to scatter within her pupils. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, First, muzzle this. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. King Arthur and Lily. They said they were going to the training grounds to spar. Guinevere said, looking at Morgan who stood before her. Training grounds. In this rainy weather. Morgan frowned slightly, falling into a brief contemplation. Guinevere blinked. Did something happen? Seeing Morgan didn't answer, she looked at Scáthach leaning by the door. She was wearing a flowing purple-red short skirt, and her attire gave off a noble and elegant impression, but Guinevere knew very well the terrifying nature of this woman. It wasn't the first time she had seen what Scáthach was like in battle. In short, these two women were terrifying existences. Even without being skilled in martial arts, Guinevere knew this well. I just went to the training grounds, they're not there, Scáthach said calmly. Could they be on their way back? Guinevere said this, then shook her head herself. No, if that were the case, you wouldn't be asking me. But logically, nothing should happen in the palace, right? Guinevere suddenly asked. Indeed, nothing should happen. At least, there's no need to worry too much about safety. Morgan paused slightly here. But, honestly, I'm a bit worried about Lily. The emotional impact she's experienced these past few days must be quite significant. After all, successively learning that both her royal sister and Ash's Shishou had made moves on him would likely create a considerable shock for a young girl, possibly even leading her to do something undesirable. For example, imitating their behavior. Guinevere almost had question marks popping above her head. She couldn't understand what Morgan meant for a moment. Thump thump. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside, followed by a guard's voice from the entrance. Princess Morgan, King Arthur has not left the palace. Someone reported seeing them seemingly heading south after leaving the training grounds. Morgan le Fay was slightly startled. South? As if remembering something, Morgan le Fay's expression suddenly became extremely grim. It seems you know something. Scáthach still leaned against the doorway, her tone devoid of any worry. This was the British royal palace, with countless guards, and with her and Morgan le Fay present, her disciple would not encounter any danger. Furthermore, her disciple's own strength was sufficient for self-preservation. Even if something happened, she would notice the slightest movement. Morgan's current behavior was a bit over the top. If nothing goes wrong, Lily must have taken Ash to my dressing room, Morgan said. Dressing room? Scáthach looked up at the rain outside the window, saying in a teasing tone, I didn't realize you were such a vain woman, especially preparing a dressing room. And then, since they're in the dressing room, what are you worried about now? Scáthach asked. If it were you, you'd probably set up quite a few protective barriers or guards, right? Morgan nodded gently. 16 sustained knights, and magical mechanisms I've set up. Anyone not recognized who forces their way in there cannot leave safely, but Ash and Lily are not among them, so their safety is not a concern. Scáthach stared at Morgan's still worried eyes. Then what are you worried about? I just said they don't need to worry about safety, Morgan said slowly. But in terms of personal safety, I think it's better to worry a little. What do you mean? Scáthach felt an indistinct sense of unease. That room contains the aphrodisiac incense I stored, Morgan said. What effect? Scáthach frowned. Morgan smiled, but there was no amusement in her eyes. Aphrodisiac, to be precise, it stimulates the desires deep within one's heart, making people act according to their deepest desires. Scáthach. Why would you put something like that in your own room? Scáthach suddenly had an urge to shoot this foolish woman. It smells good, Morgan said innocently. And I'm immune to this fragrance. It was accidentally blended. As long as the stopper isn't opened, or the bottle isn't broken, there won't be any problems. Just smelling it even has a mind-clearing effect. Is it an alchemical product where extremes meet? Scáthach showed a thoughtful expression. Is it really okay for you two to be chatting here? Guinevere cautiously raised her hand, looking at the two women in front of her. If they really opened the stopper or broke the aphrodisiac incense, wouldn't something big happen? Wouldn't it cause a considerable commotion if they started fighting? Guinevere asked worriedly. They won't fight, Morgan said, her smile gone as she finished speaking. But he'll probably be tied up. As she said this, she leaped out the window, transforming into a raven in Scáthach's sight and flying into the distance. Scáthach rubbed her temples, feeling a headache. She was an excellent warrior, unfazed even by gods, but encountering this kind of situation gave her a headache. I guess I'll have to go take a look. Scáthach walked to the window, leaped up, and her figure broke through the rain curtain. The room returned to silence. Guinevere lay on the soft bed, her eyelids slightly lowered, gently hugging the blanket. Her usually cheerful bright eyes now appeared particularly dim. Thump thump. A knock sounded at the door. I'm coming in, she said, already pushing the door open. So this is King Arthur's room. I think this is my first time entering. She curiously observed her surroundings, then looked at Guinevere lying in the bed. Please, go take a look. Guinevere raised her eyes to the woman in front of her. Why me? She asked. That person won't help, so I can only ask you, Guinevere said softly. My martial arts are terrible, it would be useless if I went. But men like pure girls like you. They'd probably love to see how such a pure girl reacts when they conquer her. She slowly emerged from the shadows, revealing her charming and alluring face, her pink hair gently fluttering. She smiled gently, cupping Guinevere's delicate face in her hands. But all right, since we are one, and I'm also very interested in King Arthur, I'll help you. Her lips touched Guinevere's lips. My other self. Asher really wanted to know why he had been encountering such miserable experiences these past few days. Why did just accompanying Lily for a spar, and then planning to change clothes on the way back, turn into this? Lily's current state was clearly abnormal. Those golden pupils, they were exactly like his own when he had overpowered before. But she clearly didn't have so-called overpower. Could she have become like this from smelling that fragrance? I've lost count of how many times it's been. Artoria's voice pulled Asher back to reality. When he looked up, he saw Artoria's eyes, even calmer than usual, her tone laced with a chilling coldness that made his heart tremble. What? Asher was stunned. Do you take me for a child? Artoria stood in a white gown, looking at Asher like an empress. Asher remained silent. Lily was a little younger than him, so she was indeed a child, right? He truly treated Lily like a younger sister. After all, everyone around him was older than him. He finally met a girl around his age, so it was natural to treat her like a younger sister. So you do take me for a child? Artoria gripped the white stockings she had just taken off, the high temperature rapidly drying the already soaked stockings. Very well. Artoria walked towards Asher. Asher instinctively backed away until he was against the wall behind him. He had nowhere left to retreat and looked up at Artoria. Lily, we need to find Sister Morgan. You must have smelled the fragrance just now to become like this. Sister Morgan should have a way to help you recover. Shut up. Artoria said coldly. Asher was stunned. The current Lily was indeed problematic. She would never speak like this normally, would she? Sister Morgan, always Sister Morgan. But she really will have a way to help you. Thump. Before Asher could finish speaking, Artoria's hand forcefully pressed against the wall behind Asher, her golden pupils filled with aggression. Say one more word. She picked up the stockings in her hand. And I'll muzzle your mouth. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, You're still young, leave this to Royal Sister. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Lily, I think you need to calm down right now. You're not in your right mind. Asher timidly reminded her. After speaking, he clamped his mouth shut, afraid that Artoria might suddenly lose it and stuff her stockings into his mouth. I know exactly what I'm doing. Artoria gazed at Asher with cold eyes. Those words sound familiar. Asher thought to himself. Without a doubt, Lily's current state clearly indicates she's been corrupted, but this should only be due to the influence of that scent just now, and the situation can still be salvaged. Because, the ahog on her head is still there. In any case, he'd try to calm her down first. As long as he got her to Sister Morgan, she'd surely have a way. Or perhaps, he should leave here first and find Sister Morgan. Asher glanced at the nearby door. You want to run? Artoria's gaze turned chillingly on Asher. All right. Lily seems to have gotten much smarter after being corrupted. I have no such intention. Facing Artoria's golden eyes, Asher cleared his throat. Lily, what exactly do you want to do? You think I'm a child, so your eyes are always only on Royal Sister. Artoria placed her finger on Asher's face. I want to prove myself. For some reason, Asher had a very bad feeling. Can you lie down over there by yourself? She pointed to the large bed nearby, her tone surprisingly gentle. If you could explain what you want to do first, I can cooperate with you. Asher felt it was necessary to first understand the intentions of this corrupted Lily. I want to do you, Artoria said seriously. Asher. But without giving Asher a chance to speak further, Artoria grabbed Asher's arm, yanked hard, and threw him onto the nearby floor. Her strength was much greater than usual. It seemed that her power had reached its true peak at this moment, so much so that Asher, caught off guard, was easily thrown to the ground. Asher reacted quickly, about to sit up with a carp jump, but Artoria extended her hand the next second, pinning one of his wrists to the ground, while her knee was already pressing onto Asher's body. Giving Asher almost no time to react, Artoria lowered her head slightly, her lips already pressed against Asher's lips. The moist lips caused Asher's brain to short-circuit. He felt liquid flow into his throat. Until their lips separated, Asher instinctively tried to open his eyes, but found everything was pitch black. I've already blindfolded you, Artoria's voice came from beside his ear. Of course, don't worry, the stockings were already dry. That's not the problem here, is it? Lily, I don't want to do this here. You don't want Sister Morgan's changing room to be destroyed, do you? Asher felt that if he didn't give Artoria a warning, she'd really treat him like a pushover. He had little resistance when facing Scáthach and Morgan before, but Lily's strength was nearly on par with his. Was he supposed to be afraid of her? He only considered that if they were to fight here, these things would probably be destroyed. He knew what kind of potions Morgan hid here. That little bottle with the scent, after breaking it, made Lily like this. If other things were also shattered, he really didn't know what would happen. Royal Sister said before that the pink potion only works on women. So, in other words, the red potion would work on men, right? Artoria pursed her lips. I wonder if it works on me. You put medicine in it. Asher was startled. Don't worry, that wasn't an aphrodisiac just now. Artoria said, staring at Asher. I just wanted to confirm something. Answer me now. Artoria's hands pressed down on Asher's wrists, her body weight almost completely on him. Do you truly see me as just a younger sister? Have you truly never had any improper thoughts about me? Of course, Asher's voice suddenly stopped. He felt unable to say what he wanted to say, as if some mysterious force was preventing him. Could it be Morgan's sister's truth serum? Asher instantly recalled that Morgan's potion seemed to include such a thing. Artoria's face showed a cold smile. It seems you've been lying all along. I told you, I hate liars the most. She looked down at Asher. I will punish bad children who lie. She seemed to have forgotten that she was even younger than Asher, a joyful smile on her face. From now on, don't imagine yourself licking my body with your tongue. Asher. How can I not imagine it after being told that? Just as Asher was hesitating whether to use his magic here, he suddenly felt the weight on him disappear. But in that instant, his hands were immediately restrained by something, and soon, Asher's vision returned to normal. Handcuffs. Asher saw the handcuffs on his wrists, and the ancient script on them. He quickly remembered the handcuffs he had seen in Morgan le Fay's room before. I can't believe Lily even brought this out. This isn't the one from Royal Sister's room, Artoria said with a teasing smile. This was already in the room, but I think the effect should be the same. You can try activating your magic and see, Artoria said. Asher tried to activate the magic in his body, but he felt as if his magic was being restricted by something. Not a single bit of magic flowed out. This was natural. These were handcuffs that could restrict others' magic. Even if they were just toys made by Morgan, for most people, they were undoubtedly instruments of torture. Artoria stood up, lifted her toes, and stepped towards Asher's lower abdomen. Royal Sister said you're a reserved foot fetishist and leg fetishist. Sensing Asher's reaction, Artoria showed a sadistic smile. It's true, after all. What a pervert. All right, tell me again now. Artoria's toes gently rubbed. What are your thoughts now? Asher lowered his head, seemingly saying something, but it was too soft to hear clearly. If you don't speak clearly, I can't continue. Artoria's lips curved into a slight arc. This was her victory. Everything was proceeding exactly according to her script. No. Asher's voice rang out. Artoria's smile froze for a moment. She looked down at Asher. With the truth serum in effect, he couldn't lie, meaning he truly refused her. Lily, sit down first. Asher looked up at the girl. You can see your underwear from this angle. Artoria blushed, a rare occurrence, but still maintained her cold demeanor. Asher smiled helplessly, struggling to stand up. You seem to have grown a lot taller, Asher said, a hint of emotion in his voice as he finished. But then again, it's normal to develop if you haven't pulled out the Caliban. It wasn't just Artoria, he was also growing, which was evident from his height now being on par with the increasingly tall Artoria. What do you want to say? Artoria asked coldly. You clearly rejected me. Asher smiled and shook his head, taking 2 steps forward, and kissed Artoria on her flawless right cheek. Artoria froze, staring at Asher in disbelief. Why did he kiss me after rejecting me? I won't do that kind of thing to you until you're truly an adult. So wait a bit longer, Asher said, raising his handcuffed hand and stroking Artoria's face. Love isn't only expressed that way. I already understand what you mean. That's enough. Then why can you? Artoria asked. I wasn't willing either. Asher thought to himself. I won't suffer too great a loss, but you're different. So, until you're an adult, let's maintain our previous relationship, Asher said, looking at the subtly open door. Trust me, he said again. Artoria's eyes visibly wavered, seemingly contemplating Asher's words. But soon, she shook her head, staring coldly at Asher. Don't think you can shake my resolve with such methods. She said, about to raise her hand, but then heard a muffled thud. Artoria felt her vision go dark. As her eyes were about to close, she took one last look at Asher. Her consciousness quickly faded completely. Artoria slumped down, and Asher caught her in time. He looked up at the woman standing behind Artoria, dressed in a black gown and high heels, elegant and charming. Sister Morgan, next time don't leave such dangerous things in the room, Asher said. Phew, thankfully I arrived in time. Morgan let out a long sigh, glanced at the messy items around, then looked at the handcuffs on Asher's hands. She probably guessed what had happened in the room. Did anything happen? Morgan asked. No, Asher shook his head. I guess nothing really happened, right? Except for Lily's sudden bold action midway. But thankfully, I managed to resist. He could naturally accept Morgan or Scáthach when they tempted him, but he simply couldn't bring himself to touch the current Lily. That was his bottom line, although he was indeed very tempted. Thankfully, Sister Morgan arrived in time. Asher secretly rejoiced in his heart. Lily might not have been convinced by him just now. She had only wavered for a moment, but she might not have listened to him. If it weren't for Morgan, he really wouldn't have had any other options. When Morgan carried Artoria and set her down, Asher raised his hand. Sister Morgan, please unlock this for me first. I never thought Lily would even use something like this. I'm surprised you managed to handle it in that situation. Morgan le Fay walked to a drawer, took out a key, and then came to Asher. But just as the key was about to touch the handcuffs, her fingers suddenly paused. She looked down at the young man in front of her, her eyes flickering. Wait a minute, why should I unlock it? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, The True Green Enabler appears. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Sister Morgan. In the dimly lit room, Asher watched Morgan le Fay, who had intended to open the handcuffs but then suddenly stopped. He felt an inexplicable bad premonition. Morgan le Fay didn't speak, glancing at Artoria, who was still unconscious nearby. She had knocked her sister out, so she knew exactly how long it would take Artoria to wake up. Scáthach didn't know where this room was, so it would take some time for her to find it. In other words, no one here could stop her now. Sister Morgan. Asher called out again. Morgan immediately snapped back to reality, her gaze towards Asher seemingly radiating a soft glow. I'll unlock it for you right now. She said, half crouching, her fingers touching Asher's chest, her slender index finger slowly moving downwards. Sister Morgan, can you please stop playing around? Under Morgan's cold touch, Asher, who was already somewhat inflamed by Artoria's actions, shivered and instinctively took a step back. He wanted the handcuffs unlocked, not his pants. Since you're here, my Shishou should know, right? Asher then asked. If nothing goes wrong, she should be right behind me, right? Morgan thought for a moment. But don't worry, it won't be that quick for her to find this place. After all, this is a very hidden location. Even with the strongest detection abilities, it's impossible to find it that quickly. Besides, even if that woman sees us, it doesn't matter. Don't be afraid of her. Sister will protect you. You're not afraid, but I am. Asher felt that if he didn't stop Morgan now, if Shishou really came later, she would definitely skewer them both like shish kebab with her spear. Morgan turned and walked to the table, casually tossing the key onto it, then slowly walked towards Asher. Let's go back first, Sister Morgan. What do you think? Asher felt that if he didn't stop Morgan now, he wouldn't have another chance. He wasn't a saint, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent after facing both Lily and Morgan. If this hadn't happened tonight or today, Asher wouldn't care what Morgan did, in fact, he wouldn't object. But the problem was, if Scáthach really came later. I don't think so. Morgan pressed Asher's shoulders, gently pushing down. As Asher felt his vision still spinning, he felt Morgan's weight press down on him. But she didn't make any further moves, she just sat on Asher, looking complicatedly at the young man lying on the ground. I suddenly feel that it's not quite right. Asher's heart filled with joy. So, we should first have the Fey Knights at the door guard properly, and also set up a barrier to prevent that woman from coming in quickly, Morgan said. I don't want to be interrupted halfway. Asher. Morgan touched her lips with her index finger, contemplating her thought, then glanced at Artoria, who was still unconscious. She quickly shook her head. Sigh, never mind. I'll send Lily back first. Even if Lily didn't find out that Ash had been nibbled on a few more times afterwards, she would still feel strange. Eating Ash in front of Scáthach would actually excite her quite a bit, but if the person unconscious next to her was her sister, she wouldn't be excited. Instead, she would feel guilty. She was also a death goddess with a bottom line. It was already shameful enough to secretly eat an underage person. If she also ate him in front of Lily, that would be unacceptable. So she should tie him up and eat him in another room tonight. Morgan thought of this and was about to get up from Asher when, at that moment, an urgent voice suddenly came from the doorway. Arthur. A pink-haired girl stood at the doorway, slightly panting. She must have exhausted too much stamina from her hurried journey. Upon seeing the scene in the room, her eyes widened slightly, seemingly unable to believe what she was seeing. Morgan turned to look at the girl standing at the doorway. Sir Milo. How did you get here? I just heard the guards say you were looking for King Arthur, so I followed them, and then I saw King Arthur's footprints on the way, so I followed the footprints here, Milo said, looking at Morgan. What are you two doing? Arthur accidentally fell just now. I was just about to help him up. Morgan's eyes didn't even blink when she lied. Her ample bottom was still sitting on Asher, and her hands were perfectly pressed on Asher's shoulders, making it look like she was about to kiss him. You go back first. Leave this to me, Morgan said after pulling Asher up from the ground. Milo hesitated, then looked at Asher again. I'm fine. Do I look injured anywhere? Asher said with a smile. You go about your business first, Sir Milo. Milo heard this, but still looked at Asher uneasily a couple more times. Finally, under Morgan's threatening gaze, she nodded. If anything happens, you can always come find me, Arthur. Asher nodded, watching Milo leave the room. How strange, how did she find this place? Morgan got up and took the key, still muttering to herself as she unlocked Asher's handcuffs. Didn't she say she came by following footprints? Feeling the previously restricted magic refilling his body, Asher felt like he could fight 10 people right now. The footprints would have been washed away by the rain. The only place where footprints could remain is the walkway at the entrance of the training ground. Morgan shook her head. But if you can determine your direction based only on footprints in the walkway, how terrifying would that judgment ability be? Morgan remained skeptical. She believed Milo's words were a lie, and how Milo found this place was still suspicious. Sister Morgan, what about Lily now? Asher's voice brought Morgan back to reality. Morgan's gaze returned to Artoria, who was lying nearby. You take her back to her room first, and then observe her changes. If nothing unexpected happens, this personality should last for a while. You already knew Lily's personality changed? Asher asked, somewhat surprised. Just by smelling the scent in the air, you'd know, Morgan said. She walked to Artoria, bent down, placing one hand under her bent knees and the other under her shoulder blade, gently lifting Artoria horizontally. A bewitching incense that can activate the desires deep within one's heart. She probably handcuffed you because of the bewitching incense bottle you broke. After all, with Lily's original personality, she wouldn't do something like this no matter what. In a way, Artoria was also the reserved type, burying her emotions in her heart and not easily showing them. If it weren't for that bewitching incense, Asher probably wouldn't know her true feelings even now. After all, Artoria in her normal state wouldn't say straightforward things like, I want to do you, to Asher's face. Desires deep within the heart. Asher repeated. Then why didn't I do anything to Lily? I guess it's your instincts resisting, Morgan said. So that means I'm really a good man, Asher's heart swelled with joy. It's simply because you're so bland that even the bewitching incense couldn't activate the desires in your heart. It doesn't mean you don't have desires, Morgan interrupted Asher. In short, you just want to do it but don't dare to, in other words, you're super reserved. Asher. Although he wanted to say something, he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Hand, Morgan suddenly said. Asher instinctively held out his hand, and Morgan placed Artoria into his arms. Asher soon felt his fingers touch the soft body through a thin layer of fabric, and a faint, orchid-like scent wafted into his nostrils. Asher instinctively held the girl tighter in his arms. Hold her tight, now, Morgan reminded him calmly. Asher looked down at Artoria in his arms. The girl still seemed to be unconscious, like a sleeping beauty, with a serene sleeping face, golden hair gently resting on her forehead, and a lock of smooth hair naturally hanging down his arm. Why me? Asher looked up at Morgan. I wish I could do it myself, Morgan said with a smile, shaking her head. Just quietly carry her back to her room. This task wasn't something he particularly resisted, so Asher said nothing more and carried Artoria out of the room. As he left, he looked around again, saying somewhat strangely, odd, didn't Shishou come over? Why do you care about her? Are you worried she'll be in danger? Morgan said, inadvertently glancing behind the door. Besides, she's already here. My Shishou is here. Asher followed Morgan le Fay's gaze. Scáthach was standing silently behind the door, he had no idea when she got there. Shishou, when were you here? Asher was startled. He hadn't detected any movement from Scáthach when she entered the room. Since a certain shameless woman was planning to make a move in front of her sister, Scáthach said, scrutinizing Asher. You performed quite well. Although you showed signs of temptation several times during the process, you managed to resist it successfully. though he was still secretly glancing at the woman opposite him from time to time until just now. But there was nothing he could do. Anyone would be tempted seeing such a beauty dressed in such alluring clothes. Listening to Scáthach's words, Asher secretly broke into a cold sweat. If he had really succumbed to temptation and done something with Morgan in the room just now, wouldn't it have been entirely witnessed by Shishou? Thinking about it, it was quite stimulating. Bah, quite dangerous. Let's go. Staying in a room like this isn't good for your health, Scáthach said, taking the lead and leaving the room. The bewitching incense hadn't fully dissipated in the room yet. Staying in such an enclosed space, even she would be affected. Asher heard this, nodded gently, glanced back at Morgan, who was tidying up the room, and carried Artoria out of the room. The rain was still falling outside, raindrops hitting the ground, creating countless ripples. Scáthach silently followed behind Asher, her hair gently fluttering in the wind, which carried traces of rain. Her expression was somewhat complex, as if she was thinking of something, and her steps were much heavier than usual. Shishou, are you troubled about something? Asher turned to look at Scáthach. Have you already noticed? Scáthach smiled. Your reactions are much quicker than before. Because I can feel Shishou's gaze. Asher slowed down and walked beside Scáthach. Are you thinking about something? For some reason, he felt that Scáthach seemed a bit troubled. I was thinking, if I hadn't let you out back then, would you still be naturally growing up in the land of shadows now? Scáthach said softly. Probably, Asher said. But I'm quite glad. Because you met Morgan and Lily. Scáthach glanced at the girl in Asher's arms, reaching out to gently wipe the raindrops from Artoria's face. She's indeed a good child. It's not just that, Asher shook his head. Didn't it also prove our feelings? If I were in the land of shadows, Shishou would probably still see me as a child, right? Scáthach glanced at Asher and shook her head. You're still a child now. You didn't say that the other night. Asher muttered. He still remembered Scáthach saying things like, so you've already grown into a mature adult, that night. And now he's a child again. Humph, women. Seeing Asher's displeased expression, Scáthach couldn't help but chuckle. It seems she really did say that back then. Thinking about it, it was true. If her disciple hadn't left the land of shadows, she would probably still be struggling with how to handle her relationship with her disciple. Lily also deserves a lot of credit. Scáthach looked at Artoria with soft eyes. Unconsciously, they arrived in front of the palace. Scáthach stopped in front of the courtyard. You send her back to her room first. I'll rest here for a bit. Yes, Asher drew out the word. Clearly, being called a child by Scáthach had made Asher a little unhappy. You're impossible. Scáthach naturally sensed Asher's bad mood. She smiled and shook her head, taking 2 steps forward. She brushed aside a stray lock of hair, leaned in, and kissed Asher on the cheek. Shishou. Asher was startled, but he didn't recoil. I spoke carelessly just now. You're slowly growing into an adult. Consider this my compensation to you, Scáthach said with a smile. Why does it feel like I'm being coaxed back to my room? Asher muttered to himself, glancing at Scáthach. His gaze involuntarily lingered on her elastic pink lips for a long time. What's wrong? Scáthach tilted her head. Her reddish-purple dress gently fluttered in the wind, faintly revealing her fair thighs. Asher averted his gaze and quickly shook his head. Nothing, I'll send Lily back to her room first. Scáthach silently watched Asher disappear from sight and chuckled softly. He's still so easily embarrassed, even after doing that. He still needs more training in this area. Scáthach withdrew her gaze, looking up at the gloomy, rainy sky. This rain was actually quite pleasant. Scáthach muttered to herself. A scream echoed through the sky. A huge griffin burst through the rain curtain and swooped down. Scáthach's pupils contracted as she stared at the griffin flying towards her. And the purple-haired girl riding on the griffin. What hack? Mama. What hack leaped down from the griffin, her hair fluttering in the wind. For some reason, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and for some reason, countless green leaves seemed to dance. What hack, with a beaming smile, embraced her mother. I came to find you in Ash. I missed you both so much. Scáthach's expression stiffened slightly. Looking at the bright smile on the girl's face, for the first time in her life, she felt a pang of guilt for some reason. As if to cover up this guilt, she gently patted Wathaka's back, stroking Wathaka's beautiful long hair. At this moment, Scáthach noticed a gaze seemingly directed at her from the side. She turned her head. Morgan le Fay was standing at the end of the corridor. She raised her finger, forming a gun shape, and pointed it at Scáthach, her mouth slightly open, but she didn't speak, only revealing a gloating smile. Scáthach still understood what her mouth was trying to say. It's your turn. After Lily found out about that matter, it had given Morgan le Fay a headache for quite some time. Even now, thinking about it still made her head ache. So now, how will you handle the mother-daughter relationship? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Asher, is your magic reserve still enough? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. What was Lily even thinking? Asher wondered as he carried Artoria back to her room. According to Morgan, what Lily wanted to do at that moment was to follow her inner desires. So, she really wanted to. But why? If it wasn't confession, what's the necessary connection between a confession and H? Because she saw royal sister do it, so she wanted to do it too. Asher gently placed Artoria on the bed, covered her with a blanket, then shook his head and quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. The moment he turned, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Milo, hands behind her back, a wide smile on her face. Arthur, you're back. Nothing happened, right? No, but next time, can you make some noise when you walk? It's creepy to be so silent, I thought you were an assassin. Asher complained. He considered his perception abilities to be very strong, but he hadn't sensed Milo's presence at all just now. How terrifying was that level of stealth? My apologies. I was just trying to surprise you. I'll be more careful next time. Milo put her hands together, smiling apologetically. It's fine this time, Asher shook his head. Don't you have anything else to do today? Milo spread her hands. Even I need to rest occasionally. If I had known it would turn out like this when I pledged allegiance to the king, I wouldn't have come to you for anything. She had thought it would be a situation where the king would rely on her more and more. Little did she know she'd be working with a golden gorilla and a reclusive man every day. Oh, and a few other maids presumably sent by Morgan. Clearly, Morgan had long known Milo's intentions and used this method to restrict her. Asher knew he was in the wrong, so he just smiled, pretending not to hear. Just then, footsteps approached from not far away. He turned to see Scáthach walking towards him. Shishou, Asher greeted her. Scáthach nodded gently, but her expression was clearly not good. Did something happen? Asher asked, puzzled. What kind of trouble could make Scáthach show such an ugly expression? Your sister is here. Scáthach's first sentence made Asher's expression stiffen. Sister Whathach. Asher looked up, and when he saw Scáthach nod in confirmation, his mind went blank for a moment. To be honest, he hadn't yet figured out how to handle his relationship with Whathach. He thought that in Britain, he wouldn't have to face this so soon, but he didn't expect Whathach to arrive so quickly. Who's Whathach? Milo's curious voice came from beside him. Her eyes assessed Scáthach. Besides the previous knighting ceremony, this was the first time she had seen this woman. My daughter. Scáthach noticed Milo's gaze and studied her. Then, a hint of confusion appeared in Scáthach's eyes. Why do you feel so familiar? Have we met before? Her red eyes observed the pink-haired girl in front of her. For some reason, she felt an unusual sense of familiarity. Perhaps we met at the knighting ceremony. Besides that, it's impossible for us to have met at any other time because I've been working constantly, Milo said with a smile. Scáthach's eyes remained doubtful, but she didn't think much of it, just nodded slightly. You must be very tired. Not at all, it's my honor to work for the king. Milo slightly lifted her skirt, striking an elegant pose. Then, I'll go take care of today's government affairs. Go on, Asher recovered and told Milo. She nodded slightly, turned, and left along the corridor. Scáthach gazed at Milo's retreating figure and gently shook her head. It seemed she had been a bit paranoid lately. Shishou, where is my sister now? Asher asked. Seeing Scáthach didn't respond, only looking straight ahead, he followed Scáthach's gaze to Milo in the distance, and strangely called out again, Shishou. Scáthach came back to herself, composing her emotions, and said, she said she wanted to give you a surprise, secretly going to your room to ambush you later. That's quite her style, Asher said with a smile. Looks like I'll have to lock my door tonight. Still in the mood for jokes. It seems you've mentally prepared yourself. Scáthach gave Asher a meaningful look. Asher nodded, I haven't prepared myself. Then why so calm now? Sister's already here, I can't just sneak away now, can I? Asher spread his hands. Besides, sister probably just came to play, it's fine. Just to play. Scáthach repeated. Moreover, this is something I'll have to face sooner or later. I'll explain to sister once I've mentally prepared myself, Asher continued. You've already come to that realization? Scáthach asked in surprise. If I want to be with Shishou. I can't do without that realization, Asher shook his head. Scáthach was silent for a moment, then smiled silently, looking up at the rain outside. It seems you're becoming a bit of a man. However, I hope the child learns the truth a little later. Scáthach raised her hand, raindrops hitting her palm, splashing a few drops on her face. I also need to come to that realization. Asher nodded slightly. I'll wait for you, so don't feel too much pressure. Scáthach flicked the raindrops from her hand, watching them fall into the heavy rain in front of the courtyard. She turned to the young man beside her. Thank you for your understanding. Asher shook his head and said, this is just the most basic tolerance for a lover. At this, Scáthach, momentarily stunned, quickly revealed a charming smile. You're getting better at talking. Her eyes were much softer than usual. By the way, that child named Milo just now. Who is she to you? Scáthach suddenly remembered Milo, who had just left. The worry caused by her daughter's arrival had largely subsided with Asher's words. She quickly recalled the young girl. For some reason, she always felt a familiar aura about that girl, very familiar, but she couldn't pinpoint why. Sir Milo. Asher was stunned. Why did you suddenly bring her up? Just a little curious, Scáthach said. Nothing at all has happened between me and her, really. Asher explained. Seeing this, Scáthach couldn't help but smile. I didn't say anything happened between you and Milo. Your reaction now is rather suspicious. Ah. Asher felt relieved by Scáthach's words and briefly explained Milo's background. Finally, Asher curiously asked, Shishou, is there something about Milo that concerns you? No, I'm not sure what that feeling is yet, Scáthach shook her head. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. She made to leave. Shishou, where are you going? Asher asked. Morgan said she was going to concoct an antidote for the aphrodisiac incense. Since I have some free time now, I want to go take a look. She said it would be done in half a day, and it should be about time. I'll go with you. Asher said. Scáthach nodded gently. All right. The two left the corridor together and walked towards Morgan le Fay's alchemy workshop. Morgan le Fay hummed a tune, standing in her alchemy workshop, deftly twirling a potion in one hand, while pouring several differently colored potions into an empty narrow-mouthed bottle with the other. Bang. The narrow-mouthed bottle cap exploded with a puff of green smoke, which then dissipated. Morgan put down the bottle, fanning her nose. After the smoke cleared, she picked up the bottle to examine it, then brought her nose closer, gently fanning the air towards her nose, and sniffed. This method was taught to her by Asher, who said it would reduce the amount of gas inhaled. Although she felt these potions wouldn't have much effect on her, she still followed his instructions so as not to disappoint him. This indeed reduced the amount of smell. It smells fine. This way, Lily's blackened problem can be solved as soon as possible. Morgan nodded with satisfaction, glancing at the fat mouse in the cage next to her, constantly running on its wheel. It was gnawing on something as it ran, as if it would die if it didn't eat. Morgan opened the cage and extended her demonic claw towards the white mouse. No. Let me go. Lady Morgan, no. Let me go, I don't want to drink potions, I refuse, this is an inhumane experiment. The enormous white mouse struggled desperately in Morgan's hand, trying to escape, but to no avail. Shut up. This is for your weight loss. I've been making you run on the wheel every day, and you haven't lost any weight. All you do is eat, eat, eat. Morgan grabbed the narrow-mouthed bottle beside her and placed it in front of the white mouse. Drink it. It will help you lose weight. This was a potion that could reduce the desires deep within a person's heart, precisely the opposite effect of the aphrodisiac incense Lily had smelled earlier. If administered in the proper amount, it should quickly restore her to her former self. No. No. I refuse. You witch. Seeing Morgan approaching with the potion, the white mouse struggled with all its might, its two chubby little paws flailing everywhere, but it was useless. Those words won't work on me, Morgan smiled indifferently. Witch. Actually, I don't dislike that title. She held the narrow-mouthed bottle towards the white mouse. Quickly, don't make me do it myself. I don't want to. You malicious woman. King Arthur hates women like you who abuse animals and have no kindness. You'll never get King Arthur's heart, I curse you to never be queen in this life. Morgan's fingers paused slightly. Drink it when I tell you to drink it. So much nonsense. She grabbed an iron rod and pried open the white mouse's mouth, about to pour the potion down. The white mouse struggled even more fiercely, trying desperately to close its mouth. Several sharp tooth marks appeared on the iron rod from its biting. If you don't let go, you'll see what happens, Morgan threatened coldly. The white mouse still refused to let go. This monster was quite intelligent and knew that once it let go, Morgan would definitely pour the potion in, so it refused to release its grip. Very well. Since the gentle way doesn't work, I'll have to use force, Morgan said, about to activate her magic to teach this fat mouse a lesson, but then, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Sister Morgan. Morgan's movements paused. The white mouse seized the opportunity, bit the iron rod, and flung it aside. Then it turned to look at Asher, as if it had seen hope. King Arthur, save me. This malicious woman is conducting inhumane experiments on me. Why are you here? Morgan le Fay wished she could tear the white mouse's mouth apart, vowing in her heart to roast this lab mouse after the experiment. Shishou said you were concocting an antidote, and told me to come take a look. Morgan glanced at Scáthach, who stood beside Asher, her eyes narrowing slightly. To think even Scáthach cares about Lily's affairs so much. Asher looked at the alchemy workshop's environment, then at the white mouse in Morgan's hand. It looked very pitiful, its big eyes staring at him. Sister Morgan, how about you just let it go? Asher tried to ask. The white mouse instantly saw hope and shrieked, King Arthur is wise. Woman, did you hear that? Or are you planning to defy the king's command? It turned to Morgan le Fay, as if emboldened by another's power. This is an antidote prepared for Lily. Are you sure you want to give it to her without testing it first? Morgan asked indifferently. Oh, it's an antidote for Lily. Then it's fine, you can continue. Asher silently turned his face away. Since it was for Lily, it was better to be cautious. King Arthur. King Arthur. The white mouse's squeals echoed in the alchemy workshop. King Arthur Shishou, help me. It looked at Scáthach. Scáthach looked up, meeting Morgan's gaze. She said indifferently, go ahead. She quickly withdrew her gaze, appearing completely unconcerned. You two malicious women. Old women that no one wants. The white mouse's voice suddenly quieted. Sensing two terrifying killing intents permeating the air, its animal instincts made it realize the danger. I'll drink. I'll drink it then, it said. Afterwards, Morgan began observing the white mouse's changes. She saw the white mouse climb into the cage, but it was completely indifferent to the food inside. The entire mouse lay flat in a spread-eagled position, revealing a bulging belly, looking like a Buddhist type of creature, accepting its fate. The effect is good, but it seems the dosage needs to be reduced appropriately. Morgan muttered to herself, then brewed some more potion, placing a small bottle in Asher's hand. When Lily wakes up, have her drink this, and everything will return to normal. Asher took the bottle, a colorless liquid in a transparent glass bottle, and nodded gently. I'll go to Lily's room now to check. Artoria opened her eyes from a hazy slumber. Brilliant golden eyes. She lay in bed, turning her head to look out the window. It was currently evening. From the room's arrangement, there was no doubt she was back in her own room. As if remembering something very important, her pupils seemed to flow with magma, making her already brilliant golden eyes even more dazzling. The effect of the aphrodisiac incense from Morgan's dressing room was still significant, but she still possessed her original personality and shouldn't have been so enraged. Yet, she still couldn't curb the anger in her heart. The reason was none other than Asher's words before she fainted. You're not an adult yet. Not an adult. Artoria slowly closed her eyes. Those words were just an excuse from that coward, right? After all, she's already 16. Her age was already a little younger than Asher's, but not by much. She was almost 16 when she pulled the Caliban. 16, that was already the age for coming-of-age ceremonies. Yet, when Asher said she wasn't an adult, she actually froze. Because she never paid attention to her own age, and she hadn't even realized that half a year had passed since the selection of the king. But even if she hadn't wavered then, she probably would have failed in the end, right? After all, Royal Sister was already on her way. But why? The same enclosed room, why could Royal Sister do it, but she couldn't? And Royal Sister even came to stop her. If she wasn't mistaken, Scáthach probably came too. Are those two just sore losers? The door opened silently. The newcomer seemed afraid of disturbing the room's occupant. After opening the door, he slipped in, then quietly closed it. He turned and his gaze met Artoria's. Lily, good afternoon, Asher gently waved and walked in front of Artoria. Artoria silently turned her face away, ignoring Asher. Lily, he called out again, then sat on the edge of the bed. Are you still angry? Otherwise. Artoria finally spoke, her voice cold and clear. I've already come of age. What you said today was just an excuse, you just don't want to accept my feelings. Liking someone isn't only about that kind of way, Asher sighed. Then why can Royal Sister? She turned to Asher. Even in the dim light, her golden eyes were still captivating. Perhaps that's just how adults are. Asher didn't know how to explain it. I shouldn't have been fooled by your words, Artoria showed a displeased expression. I should have just decisively fucked you. Lily. You'd better be careful with your words, or you'll definitely regret it when you recover later, Asher kindly reminded her. If Artoria took Morgan's antidote later, some of the things she said today would be full of embarrassing past. You're right, Artoria nodded gently, seemingly taking it in. Just as Asher relaxed, he heard her continue. Then, can you let me fuck you? Asher's smile slowly froze. Fuck, it actually sounded a lot more indirect. You wouldn't dare, would you? Artoria glanced at Asher dismissively. Royal sister was right, you're truly a big repressed pervert. Asher let out a long sigh. Lily, you'll really regret saying something like that. I won't regret it, Artoria glanced at Asher indifferently. All right, you can leave now. Drink the antidote first, Asher took out Morgan's antidote. Drink this, and you'll return to normal. I don't need that kind of thing, Artoria shook her head. Are you really not going to drink it? Asher asked. No need, get out, she said again. All right, Asher nodded gently. Looking at Asher, who was about to leave the room, Artoria smiled dismissively. Coward. She retracted her gaze and turned to look out the window. Is she abnormal now? She didn't think so. How could fully releasing the desires in one's heart be abnormal? Artoria suddenly felt a light tap on her shoulder. She turned to look. What else do you want? She asked, frowning at the young man in front of her. Asher pressed on her shoulder, giving her no chance to speak, and pressed his lips against Artoria's. Artoria's eyes slowly widened, as if disbelieving that this guy would dare to do such a thing to her, even though he had just been meekly scolded and chased away. Giving her no more room to think, Asher's tongue pried open her teeth, and some kind of liquid seemed to flow from Asher's mouth into hers. It was the antidote Asher had just taken out. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 181, but I was first. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher gazed into Artoria's eyes, still pressing on her shoulder as she made a symbolic struggle. The antidote slowly flowed into Artoria's mouth. Under Asher's burning gaze, Artoria's previously cold golden eyes, after a brief moment of stunned realization, suddenly flickered with panic. Then, as if to avoid Asher's gaze, she quietly closed her eyes. Her body seemed to soften. Artoria's eyelashes trembled slightly, completely lacking the strength to struggle. Or perhaps, even if she could struggle, she didn't want to. This was the first time she had seen Ash take the initiative. Was it because his anger flared up after her earlier words? As the antidote flowed down her throat, Artoria instinctively wrapped her arms around Asher's neck. After a while, the antidote had completely flowed down Artoria's throat. This should be fine now. Asher thought to himself, releasing his hands from Artoria. As their soft lips parted, Asher inevitably felt a little disappointed. Maybe I should have kissed her longer. It feels a bit like a loss. But kissing wasn't the main point. He wondered if Lily had recovered after taking the antidote. Asher's gaze returned to Artoria, whose eyes were now open. Her eyes were still golden, and a cold expression remained on her delicate small face, but within this coldness was a deep blush. Coupled with her embarrassed and angry eyes, it gave her a unique charm. Great, it seems she hasn't recovered at all. Perhaps the medicine isn't strong enough yet. Asher secretly glanced at the antidote bottle in his hand, which was still more than half full. Lily, why don't you drink it yourself? Asher took out the narrow-mouthed bottle and tried to ask. She can choose whether to drink it herself, or if I have to do it again. I won't drink it. Artoria's attitude was firm. Won't drink it, then I'll have to do it again. Although it wasn't ideal, it couldn't be helped for Lily's sake. If you do that again, I'll kill you. Artoria looked coldly at Asher, who seemed to be stirring. Asher looked at Artoria with a blank and shocked expression. Then why didn't you kill me just now? Artoria. I forgot just now. She rarely felt awkward, but quickly glared at Asher again. This has nothing to do with you. It seems to have something to do with me, doesn't it? Asher retorted. What just happened was caused by him, so how could it not be related to him? Are you really not going to drink it? Asher brought the antidote closer to Artoria. I won't. Artoria shook her head firmly, her eyes radiating coldness. Anyway, it'll just end after a kiss, right? There won't be any new developments. You're just giving me the antidote so I won't bother you anymore, just like before. Weren't we always together before? Asher said speechlessly. So you really think I'm annoying? Artoria's face seemed to be shrouded in a shadow, unable to tell if it was disappointment or anger, or perhaps both. Asher. All right, so whatever I answer is wrong, huh? Then what do you want? Asher asked. To continue like Sister Morgan and Shishou. Artoria was suddenly speechless for a moment. Not really, she said after hesitating for a long time. Then what exactly do you want? Asher silently rubbed his forehead. Do I have to force the antidote down your throat again? Artoria's eyes brightened slightly, looking eager to try. If you can do it, try it. Asher was speechless for a while. All right, it seems Lily's desire to fight has also strengthened after she went dark. Looking at this stubborn and unresponsive Ahok-chan, Asher was at a loss for what to do. I'll leave the antidote here for you, he placed the narrow-mouthed bottle by Artoria's bed. You can drink it later. Lily was also the slightly tsundere type. If he stayed in the room, she would be even less likely to drink the antidote. After he left, she might drink it herself. Like a stray cat encountered in the wild, even if you want to feed it, it won't easily approach, but if you leave the food there and walk away, it's very likely to eat the food you left. The current Artoria was like this stray cat. Artoria silently watched Asher, who was about to leave after placing the bottle, and raised her hand to flick the bottle off the bed. The bottle fell towards the ground. Asher quickly reached out to catch the bottle, but he was a little too late, his fingers only touched the edge of the bottle. The bottle tumbled in midair, hit Artoria's chest, and the narrow-mouthed bottle rolled down her thigh, a translucent liquid flowing down her smooth thigh, which shimmered with a delicate luster. Only a tiny bit of the antidote remained in the narrow-mouthed bottle. Asher looked at this scene, speechless. Well, this stray cat has a really bad temper. Artoria looked down at the water on her smooth, tender thigh, and soon noticed Asher's gaze. She raised her eyes and teased, "You want to drink the antidote too?" "I don't mind." Asher ignored her, looked around the room, pulled out a towel, and sat down beside Artoria. Eh. Artoria let out a small surprised sound, instinctively moving back slightly. What are you doing? Asher was amused by the tsundere Ahok-chan's words and said seriously, "Didn't you say you didn't mind?" "I'm coming," Asher said, leaning in, as if he really intended to drink the antidote on her leg. Wait. Seeing Asher's lips approaching her tender white thigh, Artoria quickly pushed Asher's face away, looking at him as if he were a pervert, even a hint of disdain on her face. "What's wrong?" Asher asked, feigning ignorance. Artoria lightly coughed and said indifferently, "You shouldn't just drink antidotes randomly. I'm just looking out for your well-being." "I don't mind. Anyway, if you don't drink it, it'll go to waste." "Might as well let me take care of it," Asher said, bringing his face closer again. Artoria quickly dodged backwards. Whether it was the antidote taking effect or her being startled by Asher's unconventional move, her cold eyes finally melted away. "I understand. I'll drink the rest of the antidote. Is that okay?" "That's more like it. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if you just did that earlier?" Asher nodded with satisfaction. "But it's probably not enough. Sister Morgan has more antidote. I'll go get some from her later." After Asher finished speaking, he grabbed the wet towel and wiped the liquid from her legs. The girl was wearing a knee-length dress and white ankle socks. Because of the spilled liquid, her white socks were also slightly damp, and the faint glow of her fair skin could be seen beneath them. Asher reached out and touched Artoria's foot. Feeling unfamiliar fingers touch the sole of her foot, Artoria let out a sensitive little moan and quickly raised her golden eyes to glare fiercely at Asher. "What are you doing? Taking off your socks, aren't they wet?" Asher said speechlessly. After taking off one of her socks, he reached out and touched Artoria's other foot. Feeling Artoria instinctively retract her leg, Asher looked up and asked, "Are you very ticklish?" No, Artoria's tone remained calm, but due to Asher's recent actions, there was a deep sense of shame within that calm tone. A qualified knight wouldn't have such a trivial weakness. "Good, as long as you're not ticklish." Asher nodded, grabbing Artoria's left foot with one hand and the top of the sock with the other, then slowly pulling it down. It seemed Asher's finger accidentally touched the sole of Artoria's foot again. She instinctively retracted her leg and once again let out an alluring sound. "What's wrong?" Asher looked up and asked. "Don't touch the sole of my foot," Artoria said softly, her cold expression tinged with a faint blush, her golden eyes flickering slightly. She rubbed her legs together lightly, looking up. "It's a little ticklish. I'll try my best, but don't make those strange noises anymore." Asher scratched his forehead with his pinky. "I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. That's beyond my control." "Who told you to attack someone's weakness?" Artoria bit her lip tightly. "All right, you can continue. I'll try not to make any sound." Why do these lines sound so bad? Asher grumbled in his heart, finally managing to take off the white ankle sock from Artoria's other foot as well. Artoria's toes curled up, her tender white toes as delicate and smooth as oval pearls, seeming to shimmer with a crystalline luster in the dim light, making him gaze at them in a daze. You really do have strange fetishes. Royal sister was right. Artoria snatched the towel from Asher's hand and lowered her head to wipe the liquid from her feet. Although she didn't dislike Asher, she was very afraid of Asher's fingers touching the soles of her feet. I don't think there are any so-called strange fetishes, it's just that everyone likes different things, Asher said, looking at Artoria as she wiped her tender white feet. It's still not too late, what I told you before. Artoria stopped wiping her toes, looked up and said, I've been an adult for over a week now. 16 is already the age for an coming-of-age ceremony. So, that can happen too. Undeniably, this was a rather captivating proposal. Coupled with what had just happened in the room with Asher, all these accumulated events, plus such a proposal, made Asher hold his breath for a moment. I need to go get you the antidote first, his gaze darted to the side. No need to rush for a moment, right? Artoria shifted forward slightly. Perhaps because her feet were so ticklish and she had struggled, her knee-length dress was a bit disheveled, with the hem slightly lifted, revealing large expanses of fair skin. A hint of green seemed to appear in her golden eyes, proof that her original personality was returning. But Artoria didn't mind. She wrapped her arms around Asher's neck and brought her lips closer. She didn't press them directly, but stopped just before touching Asher's lips. Then, a teasing look entered her eyes. This was revenge for what just happened. Asher had made her embarrass herself, so she needed revenge. And this was also giving Asher the chance to choose for himself. The remaining small distance, whether to close it or not, was up to him. Asher gazed at Artoria's face. Her lips were as elastic as jelly, and a confident smile appeared on her face. You weren't so indecisive when you gave me the antidote with your mouth just now. Where did your earlier momentum go? You'll really regret it when you recover, Lily. Asher whispered. I won't regret it, Artoria said. I will take responsibility for myself. Looking at the girl slowly closing her eyes, Asher just stared at her in a daze. It seemed he really had paid little attention to her. Although she had always been by his side, she was always unconsciously overlooked. It wasn't that he didn't see Artoria as a girl, he just never saw her as a lover. But now, it seemed Lily had truly grown up. The first time it didn't happen in Morgan's dressing room was because he hoped to wait for Lily to calm down before making a decision, but this time, he had seen Artoria's determination. If he continued to be timid, he would probably regret it himself. So, Asher slowly closed that small distance, their lips meeting. Soft lips exhaled a faint breath onto his face, which only made Asher's spirit more excited. He instinctively reached out and placed his hand on Artoria's slender waist. Thump thump. Just then, a sudden knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice from outside. Lily, is Ash in your room? Asher flinched, instinctively wanting to stand up, but Artoria firmly pressed Asher's head down, giving him no such opportunity. Ash. A surprised female voice came from the doorway. Asher glanced at the girl at the door, his heart sinking into an icy abyss, and a chill immediately swept down his spine. Scáthach, his fiancée, had actually arrived. Scáthach stood at the doorway, staring intently at the young man sitting on the bed and the girl who was pressing her brother down. Her eyes flickered slightly, and a feeling of excitement and jealousy quietly rose in her heart. After a long time, Artoria released her hand from Asher's head, and their lips parted. Aren't you going to get the antidote? You can go now, Artoria said calmly, as if nothing had just happened. But the flush on her face and the shyness flickering in her eyes already proved what had just transpired in the room. Sister, long time no see. Asher turned to Scáthach, his heart feeling even guiltier. Long time no see. You're getting bolder now, aren't you? Before, you wouldn't dare kiss another girl in front of your sister, would you? Scáthach was wearing a black short skirt, with sexy stockings covering her slender legs. The glistening skin beneath the black stockings was vaguely visible. Asher was speechless for a moment. Scáthach walked into the room, tilting her head slightly, and asked with a strange expression. Didn't Lily tell you to go get the antidote? Or do you want to stay here and listen to our girl talk? Her tone was natural, as if she hadn't seen her fiancé just kissing another girl, which was perplexing. Asher naturally wished he could leave immediately, but what if these two started fighting? He knew that Lily's temper was quite volatile now. Normally, how could she say something like, I want to fuck you? But in her blackened state, she could say such things without inhibition. And his sister's temper had been spoiled since childhood. If she couldn't help but retaliate after being provoked by Lily, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, I'm very excited. Scáthach lightly coughed. I'm very calm now, I won't argue with Lily. She glanced indifferently at Asher. However, you should be careful with Mother. Mother would be very angry if she knew you secretly kissed another girl. Shishou, huh? Recalling what happened that night, Asher looked at Scáthach with increasing guilt. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent? Scáthach asked. Nothing. Then I'll go see if Sister Morgan has any more antidote. Asher shook his head, then glanced at Scáthach one last time, finding that his sister was already sitting beside Artoria, holding her hand, and whispering something into her ear. It seemed they really wouldn't argue. Asher finally felt relieved and turned to leave the room. Following the path he had taken that afternoon, Asher quickly arrived at Morgan's alchemy workshop. Sister Morgan, he called out. The alchemy workshop was pitch black, and there was no response. It seems she's already gone back. Asher muttered to himself, shaking his head, about to leave. Hey kid, wait. Just then, an urgent voice came from the alchemy workshop, and Asher's steps halted abruptly. He turned to see the voice say, over here. Where are you looking? The voice came from below. Asher looked down. It was the white mouse he had seen that afternoon. What do you want? Asher asked. I'm hungry now. Prepare some offerings for me, the white mouse said, lying flat in the cage, rubbing its bulging belly with its paws. What a lunatic. Offerings, indeed. Asher rolled his eyes at the white mouse. Sorry, I'm busy looking for Sister Morgan for something important. Take care of yourself. Saying that, he turned to leave. The white mouse seemed to get anxious, and quickly said, prepare me some food, and I'll tell you a shocking secret. Because of its special physique, it needed a large amount of food every day, otherwise, it wouldn't have gotten so fat. But that woman punished it today and didn't give it much food, which made the white mouse hungry all afternoon. Now that it finally saw someone, if it let him go, it would have to wait until Morgan came tomorrow to beg for food. Asher still didn't stop, stepping forward, ready to leave. The white mouse anxiously shouted, Vortigern was intentionally released by that witch. Your white dragon body isn't complete either. Morgan wants you and Vortigern to fight to the death. Asher's footsteps paused. He turned to look at the white mouse. What did you say? First, get me some food, and I'll tell you the truth, the white mouse said. Asher nodded silently. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 182, I'm betting on human nature. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. In the dim alchemy workshop, a single candlelight illuminated the gloomy space, quickly coating the shadows with a warm glow, revealing the peculiar materials scattered around. Asher glanced at the white rat still silently gnawing on the food he had brought it. From the looks of it, it probably wouldn't talk about what happened earlier until it finished eating. With nothing else to do, Asher's gaze swept around the room. The alchemy workshop wasn't large, but it held many things. Rare materials were placed on every cabinet, and the surfaces of the cabinets shimmered with a magical aura. Evidently, though seemingly within reach, some kind of barrier had been set up, preventing easy touch. Asher walked to the display cabinet and carefully examined the materials within, red stones that looked like tears, something resembling tree roots, bones that seemed to emit an aura of disaster, suspected phoenix feathers, and... Asher's gaze fixed on a withered branch on a certain shelf. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of familiarity with this branch. Asher activated his overload combat mode, and his body's strength instantly surged. Morgan had said that barriers wouldn't affect him, but just in case, Asher opted for a more cautious approach. After all, Morgan probably hadn't expected him to come to an alchemy workshop on his own. Asher tried to reach out and touch it. His fingers easily passed through the barrier and touched the branch. There seemed to be magic surging on the branch, and these magical energies, as Asher touched them, seemed to leap with joy. After swirling in midair for a while, they drilled into Asher's fingertips. He quickly felt as if something had been added to his body. It was a very comfortable feeling, like a gentle call from deep within his heart. The magic flowed naturally through his body, as if it were a part of him. The white rat, gnawing on a piece of meat, looked at Asher. That woman is really good to you, not even setting restrictions on you in a place like this. So you were overthinking it. Sister Morgan wouldn't harm me. Asher withdrew his hand and looked back at the chubby white rat. Its eyes were narrowed into slits due to its plumpness, giving it a very cunning look. Impossible. Why do you think Morgan le Fay is called a witch? The white rat shook its head emphatically. That woman only cares about her own interests. If you're no longer useful to her, you'll be kicked away immediately. Whatever you've taken from her now, you'll have to repay 100, 1,000 times over later. Do you know why I dared to curse her today? It's because I still have value to her. I am a precious experimental subject, the white rat said. No matter what magic potions I consume, I can automatically digest them afterwards. This is a very valuable thing for that woman, so she will never lay a hand on me. Then why didn't you get food today? Asher asked. Probably cursed her too hard. The white rat was also a bit puzzled, warning again, in short, never trust a witch's words. She must be hiding something from you. You go first. Asher pulled up a stool and sat in front of the white rat. By the way, why do you know such things? He asked, puzzled. Logically, how could an experimental white rat confined to a cage know so much? The white rat raised its plump paw and licked the grease from it, its beady eyes flickering as it spoke. Before I was caught by that witch, this lord was also a monster that intimidated one side. Those dragons and snakes were all my prey. Oh, Asher nodded. That's all the reaction you have. So amazing, Asher clapped stiffly. Can you tell me now? White rat. After a moment of speechless silence, it finally spoke. According to my deduction, Morgan wants to wait for you and Vortigern to be mutually wounded, then reap the benefits. Asher and the white rat stared at each other for a moment. He asked, puzzled, that's it. This is big news. News that concerns your life, the white rat shouted. If Sister Morgan wanted to make a move, Vortigern wouldn't have survived back then. Asher shook his head. Besides, he didn't believe Morgan would harm him. If she wanted to, she'd had countless opportunities, but she never did. If Vortigern were that easy to kill, she would have killed him long ago. He represents the will of Britain, an indelible existence. Otherwise, how could she not make a move? The white rat had a profound look. In this world, only one king can kill another king. That woman is a siskin and doesn't want her younger sister to be harmed, which is why she chose you, the white rat said solemnly. From the moment you became King Arthur, everything has been proceeding according to her plan. And you underestimate Vortigern too much. The otherworld gate cannot hold him. After all, the otherworld is not all hell, there are also heavens and opportunities. Gods, spirits, and fairies all reside there, and ugly, terrifying giants and monsters also exist. It is the paradise where souls temporarily reside before reincarnation, the only point where humans and gods intersect. And in this country, the otherworld also exists. Avalon. Asher muttered softly, then stared at the white rat and asked, you just said that only a king can kill a king, so why didn't she let me kill Vortigern, but let him go? This mouse was indeed a bit strange. It seemed very familiar with the otherworld. Asher even suspected that this creature came from the otherworld. This is also what puzzles me. Logically, if she wanted to kill Vortigern, she shouldn't have let him leave, the white rat sighed. But what I said is absolutely correct, King Arthur. If you have the chance, leave as soon as possible. That woman is very deep. If you stay by her side, you'll eventually drown in it. I won't go. Asher shook his head. I've told you the truth for the sake of the food, why don't you understand? The white rat was so angry it wanted to stomp its feet. I believe what you say. Asher opened the cage and took out a small piece of meat from his pocket, placing it inside the cage. The white rat brought its mouth closer, bit the meat, and gnawed on it in small bites. It looked up, its rat eyes gazing at Asher. It saw him smile, a relaxed smile. But I don't believe she would harm me, so I will definitely stay here. You'll regret it. She's a witch. If you're deceived, you'll definitely be dragged into hell, the white rat grumbled, its small head swaying back and forth, seemingly resigned to Asher's stubbornness. If I'm deceived, I'll be willing, Asher said. The white rat sighed, you're gambling with your life, King Arthur. Asher took out the last piece of meat and fed it to the white rat, then closed the cage door. He gently patted the cage. I'm betting on human nature. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, giving something substantial when thanking someone is common sense. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Sister Morgan isn't in the alchemy workshop or her room, so where did she go? Asher stood on the palace's highest terrace, sighing helplessly. He still hadn't gotten Lily's antidote. To be honest, he was a little worried about Scáthach and Artoria's situation in the room. Night had imperceptibly descended, painting the sky with a mysterious, inky hue. The rain seemed to shroud all of Britain, and the rustling of trees in the wind filled the air. Could she be in that secret room from before? A soft voice suddenly echoed in the darkness. That's possible too, Asher nodded thoughtfully, then hesitated, turning his head. Morgan le Fay, dressed in a raven black gown, stood behind Asher with her hands behind her back, smiling gracefully. Her figure was tall, and the dim environment couldn't conceal her breathtakingly beautiful, delicate face. Her proud and majestic empress-like aura was fully displayed. However, there was a teasing glint in Morgan le Fay's eyes. Just seeing this youth brightened her mood considerably. If she teased him a little, she could probably maintain a good mood all day. So late, what are you doing here alone? Standing on the night terrace looking at Britain's rainy scenery. Morgan's voice was relaxed. She walked slowly, her high heels clicking on the wet floor, splashing raindrops. I was looking for you everywhere earlier, couldn't find you, so I thought I'd come to the terrace to check, Asher said, silently watching Morgan approach. She wore high heels, her chest full and high, her legs long and slender. Her fair skin showed beneath the black dress, making her stunningly beautiful in the night. Looking for me? Morgan walked beside Asher, her eyes teasing. Is the rainy night too lonely, so you want to find your sister to relieve boredom? Lily hasn't finished her antidote, so I wanted to ask if you had any more, Asher said. The antidote, you can just get it from my alchemy workshop later. There's still some left from today's batch. Morgan finished speaking and looked at Asher. You don't have anything else to ask me? No, Asher shook his head. There should be, though. Morgan's eyes gazed at Asher, who was slightly lowering his head. What are you worried about? Asher didn't speak. He didn't know if he should bring up what happened in the alchemy workshop just now. He was really curious about the white dragon's body. What exactly was Morgan's purpose in letting Vortigern go back then? Was it just to release information so that the tribal leaders could temporarily unite against a common enemy? It was probably far more than that. Are you troubled by something, after all? Morgan lowered her eyelids slightly, looking down at Asher. Ash, I don't want there to be any barriers between us, so if there's anything, you can just say it directly. White dragon's body. Asher stopped abruptly at this point. Morgan didn't speak, just looked at him. Never mind, it's nothing, Asher shook his head. Sister Morgan, where did you find those materials? Bringing up the white dragon's body now would likely involve that mouse. Once he asked why Morgan let Vortigern go back then, Morgan would definitely guess something. After all, more than half a year had passed, and only now was he suddenly asking about this. With Sister Morgan's intelligence, she would definitely connect it to someone having told him something. Although that someone wasn't a person, but a mouse. Compared to that, it might be safer to ask about the branch first. As for the white dragon, it might be better to ask in a few days. Besides, Asher was also very curious about the branch. When he left earlier, Asher had carefully felt it. This magic was very special. Although it didn't belong to him, it could naturally integrate into his body and open certain switches, or rather, seals, within his body. If he could get more materials like this, it might not be impossible to reach the level of Scáthach or Morgan. Morgan looked deeply at Asher. In the past, if I found good things when I was out, I would try to take them. Some were also gifts from nobles. Before I knew it, I had collected so much. What's wrong? Then do you remember collecting a kind of branch? Asher said. A withered branch. A withered branch. Morgan frowned and pondered for a moment. I think I vaguely remember it. What's wrong? Actually. Asher briefly explained the situation he had just encountered. Morgan nodded occasionally. I see, a special kind of magic in your body. But I can't understand what you're saying. I need to feel what kind of magic it is to truly understand, she continued. Feel it. Asher repeated. Simply put, it's through intimate physical contact. Sister Morgan, I'm asking you a serious question right now. Asher silently rubbed his forehead. I'm answering you seriously too. After all, I can't understand what you're saying when it's so abstract. Morgan said this, looking up at the sky outside the terrace. The night wind blew, and the rain curtain slanted down, like countless fine threads hitting the ground, creating faint ripples, as if lotus flowers were blooming. All right then, I'll take you to the alchemy workshop. I'll get you the antidote, and we can also see what kind of branch you're talking about. Thank you. Asher looked up, gazing at Morgan le Fay's tall figure. Morgan seemed to notice Asher's gaze, a slight curve forming on her lips, a faint smile on her exquisitely beautiful face. You know, I hate verbal thanks the most. She tilted her head, scanning Asher, and licked her soft, tempting lips. When you thank someone, you should at least show some sincerity. For example, here. She pointed to her cheek. The dominatrix's aggressiveness was fully displayed, her fervent gaze making Asher's breathing quicken. He seemed to want to step forward but hesitated. Morgan couldn't help but smile, ruffling Asher's hair. This time it's fine, but remember for next time, sister doesn't accept verbal thanks. Her captivating face still held a faint smile as she scrutinized Asher again. Let's go, let's head to the alchemy workshop first. As she spoke, Morgan had already turned and walked down the terrace. Asher snapped out of his daze and followed behind Morgan. This woman always seemed to be like this, decisive and resolute, undisturbed by anything, like an emperor issuing commands from her throne. If King Uther hadn't intended to give the position to Artoria from the start, perhaps Britain under Morgan le Fay's leadership would have been a grand sight to behold. The two left the terrace. Asher looked up at the sky outside. Rain, like countless silver threads, silently drifted down from the sky. It wasn't heavy, rather than rain, it was more like mist. Everything in front of him was just blurred outlines. Asher stepped on the wet ground, closely following Morgan. Unconsciously, they arrived at Morgan's alchemy workshop. The night wind blew, Morgan's dress lifted slightly, revealing her fair skin, and her beautiful long hair fluttered. She glanced back at Asher, who seemed to have peeked at her as the wind blew. Her lips curved into a perfect arc, and she smiled, shaking her head, then pushed open the door to the alchemy workshop. She lets him do whatever he wants, and it's not even the first time, yet he's still so timid. There's just no helping him. Come in first. As Morgan spoke, she snapped her fingers, and the dark alchemy workshop lit up. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, this mouse seems to have heat stroke. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Warm light illuminated the alchemy workshop, and the scene within naturally came into view. Asher's gaze instinctively scanned the workshop, his eyes sweeping over the white mouse confined in an iron cage. It lay spread-eagled in the iron cage, its belly gently rising and falling, appearing to be sound asleep, completely unaware that someone had entered the alchemy workshop. Morgan's gaze swept over the iron cage, her eyes quickly falling on a certain spot inside. Faint oil stains remained in the iron cage, particularly noticeable under the light. Morgan pursed her lips, inadvertently glancing at Asher. She walked to a cabinet, took out a withered branch, and turned back to Asher. The branch you mentioned, is it this? Asher nodded. The light in the alchemy workshop had been very dim when he first arrived. Now, with the clear light, he could finally see what the branch looked like. This branch looked like a withered branch from autumn, and its surface still bore traces of something having gnawed on it. Previously, he had felt a connection to this branch, but now, that connection had disappeared. Sister Morgan, do you have any clues? Asher asked. This seems to be something obtained from the gate to the other world before, but I didn't know its effect, so I've kept it here, Morgan said, falling into thought as she looked at the branch in her hand. To resonate with something like this? It seems I need to investigate. You said earlier that you absorbed the magic from this. Are you sure? Morgan turned to Asher. Asher nodded and said, I can still feel the flow of that magic right now, there's no mistake. Sister Morgan, do you have any more of these branches? This child actually took the initiative to ask me for something. Morgan looked at Asher in surprise, but still shook her head regretfully. This is my only material. I'll keep an eye out for you later. Although she was happy that Asher would actively ask her for help, Morgan herself didn't know much about this kind of branch, so she inevitably felt a little regretful. It's okay, I'm not forcing it. If you don't have it, you don't need to go out of your way, Asher said. Morgan le Fay rubbed her temples, letting out an almost imperceptible sigh. Ash, don't say things like that to me again. It's as if our relationship isn't very close, and that's why you're being so reserved with me. I just don't want to trouble you too much, Asher said. That is being reserved. If you feel bad, just make it up to your sister in other ways, that's enough. Morgan gave Asher a sideways glance, her usual elegant smile tinged with a hint of irritation. This was the first time Asher had seen such an angry gaze. Although it wasn't good to say, he thought an angry Sister Morgan seemed even cuter. Asher silently stared at this exquisitely beautiful woman, his heart fluttering for a moment, an urge to hold her tightly. Take this to Lily. This time, make sure she drinks it all. Morgan's voice brought Asher's thoughts back. She took a narrow-mouthed bottle from a drawer and handed it to Asher. As for the branch, I'll research it further. At least I need to figure out what it is. Asher nodded silently and took the antidote. I'm going to Lily's room now. Do you want to come along? Asher looked up at Morgan, but immediately lowered his gaze again. Not good. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel Morgan is even more beautiful than before, as if I'm only now truly understanding her? I still have some things to deal with. You go find Lily first. Morgan's tone still showed a hint of annoyance, seemingly dissatisfied with Asher's previous response. Asher turned to leave, but before stepping out, he couldn't help but look back at the woman behind him. Morgan was carefully examining the branch, seemingly delving into its mysteries. The warm light fell upon her, as if naturally revealing a faint warmth on her usually cold and arrogant face, like early spring snow, gentle, quiet, and delicate as silk. "Sister Morgan." Asher walked forward and lightly patted Morgan's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Morgan turned back, puzzled. Asher wrapped his arms around Morgan's slender waist, and slightly tiptoed to kiss her cheek. "Thank you." In Morgan's brief moment of stunned surprise, Asher had already turned and slipped away after saying his thanks. Staring at the young man leaving the alchemy workshop, the woman's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint, serene smile. When thanking someone, one should give something substantial. This child learns quite fast. It wasn't until Asher's figure had completely disappeared that Morgan turned to look at the white mouse in the cage. Her previous smile gradually turned cold. "If you keep playing dead, I might have an extra late-night snack tonight." The white mouse remained motionless, still lying there, its belly gently rising and falling, seemingly sound asleep. A hint of coldness flashed in Morgan's pupils. She clenched the branch in her hand and walked to the cage, poking the seemingly dead white mouse with the branch. Whoosh! A string of fiery sparks danced at Morgan's fingertips. The white mouse suddenly opened its eyes and retreated to the corner of the cage, trembling as it said, What do you want?" Morgan opened the cage door and grabbed the white mouse. "If I recall correctly, that branch was in your mouth, wasn't it? Do you know what it is? And where can I find more of these branches?" The white mouse turned its head away. "I don't know." Morgan stared at the white mouse in her hand, saying nothing. A deathly silence. "What did you tell that child?" she then asked. The white mouse didn't make a sound, but its heart grew increasingly guilty. Morgan le Fay was not only terrifying in strength, but also incredibly perceptive. If someone were truly with her in the future, they would be held tightly in her palm. Even the slightest hint of a relationship with another woman outside would probably be immediately detected. "You're not going to talk?" Morgan suddenly showed a smile that broke the ice, gently stroking the white mouse's fur. "Let me guess. When I caught you, it was the day Vortigern entered the gate to the other world. You must be a creature from there, right? Did you tell him about the white dragon body? What else did you say? You're a witch, so you think I'd be against him. You said something similar, right? Don't you only care about your own interests?" The white mouse didn't struggle at all, just stared at Morgan and said, "Yes." Morgan nodded frankly and said lightly, "Everyone acts for their own benefit, that's common sense." The white mouse remained silent. "Do you know how to catch a mouse?" Morgan suddenly asked. "Catch a mouse?" The white mouse hesitated. "Have you forgotten how I caught you back then?" Morgan said slowly. "The first day I discovered someone secretly entered my alchemy workshop and ate my precious materials. After that, I wanted to catch the culprit, but that mouse was too cautious, so I had to find a way. I placed precious materials on the ground, luring it closer little by little, until it entered my room." Morgan curled her finger and flicked it hard on the white mouse's head. "The cage door closed, so that's why you're here now." "Asher, is that mouse?" the white mouse asked. "Yes." Morgan's face softened as she mentioned the young man. "After luring him into my room, I can eat him. And he was clearly willing, but at this moment, someone wants to persuade him to escape from me. Don't you think such a fellow is detestable?" The white mouse instinctively tried to shrink back, but was held in Morgan's hand, completely unable to move. Its gaze was unsteady, as if it had a bad premonition. It was an important experimental subject, but it had overlooked King Arthur's place in this woman's heart. It had thought this witch intended to use Asher, but from its recent observation, it seemed that wasn't the case. "I just want love," Morgan caressed the white mouse's head. "There are only two people around me, and only those two are willing to talk to me. Anyone who tries to separate us will die." Morgan's face showed a bright smile, yet a cold indifference always lingered in her brows. "You're sick," she suddenly said, staring at the white mouse. "I'm not sick." "You're sick, you have heat stroke," Morgan said seriously, the flames in her hand roaring, the scorching light seemingly igniting the entire alchemy workshop. I'm wrong, I'll tell you. I know where there are more of these branches, not just branches, but also seeds. If you want them, I'll take you. I've hidden a lot, I guarantee King Arthur will be satisfied." The white mouse was tied to a barbecue rack, the flames beneath it already lit. Its beautiful white fur was already somewhat scorched from the heat. This woman actually wanted to eat it. Not like eating Asher, but actually roasting it into food. If it didn't speak now, it would probably lose its life. Given that the child still trusts me, I'll consider this a test for me, a test of my standing in that child's heart. Morgan snapped her fingers, and the flames quietly receded considerably. All right, tell me everything you know. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, Lily doesn't ride the master. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. In the room, warm lamplight enveloped it, illuminating the faces of the two girls. Outside, the wind and rain swayed, and raindrops densely hit the glass window. Scáthach remained silent, simply gazing at Artoria. This alone made Artoria involuntarily lower her gaze, her brilliant golden eyes appearing somewhat dim. This girl, who always maintained a calm demeanor in front of Asher, now looked very embarrassed, consistently avoiding Scáthach's gaze. It was understandable, after all, she had done some things to offend Scáthach, so feeling guilty was only natural. Earlier, Asher had given her the antidote. Although it couldn't completely remove the aphrodisiac incense she had initially inhaled, it did restore much of her original personality. The righteous girl, upon realizing that she had attempted to do that to Asher in that room, and then said some embarrassing things to him afterwards, felt an urge to bury her face in a pillow and sleep for a long time without waking up. Asher's suggestion at the time was right, the more she said and did while blackened, the more it would become a dark history after she recovered. So, Ash kissed you? Scáthach asked calmly. Compared to her usual cheerfulness, the girl now appeared much more composed, yet she exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. Artoria nodded silently. She had told Scáthach most of what happened, or rather, there were many things she had intended to gloss over, but Scáthach had caught on to the clues and pressed her for answers. Scáthach rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Artoria for a long time, then suddenly smiled. Is that so? I thought he'd be having a hard time here. Turns out he's living quite comfortably. Not only Morgan, but he didn't even spare Lily, a girl who was only 16. I made the first move. Artoria couldn't help but defend Asher. I know, Scáthach said with a faint smile. Aren't you angry? Artoria hesitated for a moment, then looked up and asked. Of course not, Scáthach lightly coughed. Of course I'm very angry, but you're also my good friend, and you've helped Ash so much. This much is within my acceptable range. But as compensation, it would be great if you could describe in detail what happened with Ash in the dressing room at that time. Her eyes seemed to glow as she finished speaking. Artoria was stunned. Kissing is also within your acceptable range. How wide was this girl's acceptable range? And if she didn't mind what she did to Ash, did that mean she also didn't mind Royal Sister, or even Shishou? It was truly hard to understand what Asher's sister was thinking. Did she truly not mind, as she claimed? Could there be a person with such a broad mind? Yes, otherwise I would have been angry the moment I heard you and Ash kissed. How could I be so calm now? Scáthach stretched out her fair hand and placed it on Artoria's face, smiling sweetly. But I don't look angry at all right now, do I? Artoria remained silent. She couldn't quite understand the girl in front of her. Was her current smile a facade of strength, or did she genuinely not care? Can I ask you a question? Scáthach's voice pulled Artoria back to reality. What? What did it feel like to kiss Ash? Was this girl really doing this to torture her as revenge? Artoria's heart skipped a beat, feeling a lump in her throat. She wanted to say something, but when she thought of that scene, her mind became a mess. Thump thump. Lily, I've brought the antidote. Just then, Asher's voice came from outside the door. Then, he pushed the door open. Artoria's shoulder twitched slightly. When she looked up, she saw Asher placing the antidote by the bed, not forgetting to repeatedly warn her, don't knock over the antidote this time. Artoria didn't say anything, silently staring at Asher's lips. Noticing Scáthach's playful gaze, the temperature on her small face gradually rose, and she softly, Asher looked at Artoria strangely, but didn't press her, only muttering to himself. Why is Lily suddenly blushing so much? What did sister talk to her about? Thinking this, Asher's gaze instinctively fell on Scáthach. Are you done with your business? If you're done, go out. Scáthach sat upright on the bed, her hands on her knees. She looked up at Asher and reached out to pinch his cheek. We'll have a good chat after sister's business here is done. As she finished speaking, she seemed to have a hint of gnashing anger, yet there was no trace of anger in her eyes. Instead, a certain excited glow flickered in them. Asher secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good, if she's willing to talk to me, it means sister isn't truly angry. Then I'll go out now. You two rest early, Asher said, then left the room. As he stepped out, he looked back at the two girls in the room again. Lily, remember to drink the antidote. I know. Artoria stood up and closed the door. Feeling the young man's footsteps fading outside, she slowly let out a sigh of relief. However, just then, a figure quietly overshadowed her. When Artoria looked up, she saw Scáthach approaching her with a smile. Let's continue our conversation from just now. For some reason, Artoria suddenly felt that the sweet-looking girl in front of her was the true witch, making her orally recount every single detail of what she did with Asher. Was this really not an execution? He really couldn't understand what Sister Scáthach was thinking. Asher rubbed his forehead, letting out a slight sigh. He had thought he would be met with Sister Scáthach's angry interrogation, but not only was she not angry, it seemed she and Lily were getting along quite well. While this was a good thing, it made him feel increasingly uneasy. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Asher gripped the caliban in his hand and walked towards the training grounds. At this point, only training could dispel the annoyance in his heart. After all, it was still early, and even if he returned to his room, he would only feel anxious, worrying about Scáthach. Asher quickly arrived at the training grounds, looking at the somewhat dim surroundings. Faint drizzles of rain floated down, blurring his vision slightly. It seems someone's here. Asher suddenly noticed a figure wielding a long spear in the center of the wide training grounds. Each of that figure's attacks was accompanied by a swift whooshing sound, cutting through the falling raindrops. The red light was particularly conspicuous in the gloom. But even more conspicuous was the woman wielding the long spear. Even the darkness couldn't conceal her brilliance. She seemed to be unaware of anyone nearby. She raised her long spear, and a faint glow appeared in her hand. Asher simply sat on a high platform to the side, quietly gazing at Scáthach. The faint light at Scáthach's fingertips seemed to turn into daylight in the next instant, completely illuminating the gloomy training grounds. At that moment, the clouds dissipated, the rain cleared, and the sky brightened, as if all the light in the world was concentrated on her alone. Scáthach's beautiful purple hair gently swayed in the wind. As if remembering something troublesome, her brows furrowed slightly, her lips parted slightly, and she softly chanted some complex characters. The daylight slowly disappeared. Asher pursed his lips, instinctively holding his breath. This woman was always so alluring, powerful and aloof, breathtakingly beautiful. Even though she hadn't done anything wrong before, he still felt a vague unease in his heart. His eyes refused to move away from Scáthach, afraid that this beautiful scene would disappear with just a blink. Until the light gradually faded, Scáthach seemed to notice. She turned her head and saw the young man sitting on the high platform, then licked her dry lips. The faint light illuminated her alluring cherry lips, which seemed to shimmer with a delicate luster. "Come here," she said, gently beckoning Asher with her finger. Asher, after a brief moment of stunned surprise, didn't hesitate for a moment. He leaped down from the high platform. Only scattered raindrops remained. He stepped on the shallow puddles on the ground and walked in front of Scáthach. "It seems we have the same idea." Scáthach looked at Asher for a few moments, a faint smile on her face. Both wanted to relieve their troubled minds in this way. "No spear today." Scáthach glanced at the caliban in Asher's hand. Asher silently gazed at the woman who had once captivated him, recalling her stance as she wielded the spear and the perfect figure accentuated by her tight clothing. He couldn't help but secretly swallow. "Sometimes I want to use other weapons too," he said, slightly lowering his head to the ground, answering casually. Scáthach's lips curved into a faint, unintentional arc. Looking down at the young man, she gently touched his hair. "It's good to practice other weapons occasionally. Take this opportunity, and I'll teach you swordsmanship again." "Does Shishou also know swordsmanship?" Asher asked softly. Smelling the faint fragrance that wafted as the woman approached him, he felt his cheeks unconsciously flush. "Who told you I only know spear arts? I know a little bit of everything when it comes to weapons." Scáthach raised her cool fingertips, slowly tracing down Asher's hair. When her fingertips touched his face, her movement paused for a moment. "Your face is so hot, do you have a fever?" "No." Without giving Asher a chance to speak, her other hand pushed back Asher's bangs. She slightly squatted down, pressing her forehead against the young man's forehead. "It doesn't seem like a fever." "Then what's wrong?" Scáthach pretended to look puzzled, gazing into Asher's eyes, appearing utterly confused. "Shishou, if Sister Scáthach saw us." Asher's body was slightly stiff, and his expression was a little unnatural. He didn't know what to do. Given the environment here, even if you shouted at the top of your lungs, no one would probably hear you. And the visibility on the training ground is very low. Even if something happened, it wouldn't be clearly seen. Scáthach said this, then smiled faintly, her fingers tracing Asher's face. "It seems it's not a fever." "That's great. This way, I can confidently teach you swordsmanship." As her fingertips brushed his face, Asher seemed to see a soft expression flash across his Shishou's face. But soon, she became the queen of the land of shadows again, unattainable and daunting. "You should know the most basic swordsmanship, so I won't go over introductory swordsmanship from scratch. First, raise your sword. I will demonstrate a new sword technique for you step by step." Asher raised his sword as Scáthach instructed, then looked up and asked, and then. Scáthach came to Asher's side and pressed his shoulder. Asher, following Scáthach's movements, naturally followed her actions. Finally, the sword he held remained in a strange posture. No, it's still a little too high, Scáthach said softly. This is too low. Looking at the young man who had lowered his sword slightly, she shook her head again. This is too difficult, isn't it? Asher said helplessly. Sometimes too high, sometimes too low, Shishou's demands were as strict as ever. It's just that you haven't Shishou'd it yet. As the saying goes, all things are difficult before they are easy. A clear voice, mixed with softness, sounded from behind Asher. Two highly oppressive soft masses also pressed against his back, and a warm aura quietly enveloped Asher. Asher's entire body stiffened instantly. Even without looking back, he could imagine what the scene behind him looked like. Relax your body, Scáthach's strict voice sounded again. Asher came back to his senses, quickly shook his head, and tried to concentrate. Focus, focus. Shishou is very strict during training. I absolutely cannot be distracted by such a small thing, or she'll reprimand me. Scáthach held his wrist from behind Asher, her graceful body almost completely pressed against his. Her hand manipulated Asher, making him maintain a sword-holding posture. Well, how could I possibly concentrate in this situation? Fortunately, although his mind was chaotic, Asher's body naturally relaxed, so Scáthach didn't notice how extremely nervous he was at the moment. After a moment, the softness behind him quietly left, and Scáthach walked to Asher's side. Keep this posture for now. I'll teach you the next step in a moment. This wasn't the first time for such training, so Asher naturally allowed his body to freeze in place, but his heart was still savoring the wonderful sensation of Scáthach's body pressed against him earlier. Perhaps I should have done a little more that night, he couldn't help but think. Have you seen your sister? Scáthach's voice came from the side. Yes, she and Lily were talking about something, but they seemed to be getting along quite naturally, Asher answered subconsciously. Quite naturally. Scáthach was slightly stunned. You mean, that child already knows what Lily did to you? She knows, Asher replied. Scáthach's expression froze for a moment, and for the first time, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Her daughter knew what Lily had done to her disciple, yet remained calm. That was truly strange. A cold wind brushed past. Scáthach gently pushed back her hair, which was slightly disheveled by the wind, and looked up, gazing at the young men in front of her again. The more she thought about these things, the more annoying they became. She would just slowly consider them after returning tonight. As for now, Scáthach's fair hand once again covered Asher's hand. Training her disciple was more important. Relax a little, relax. Are you still afraid I'll do something to you? Feeling the young man's slightly stiff body, Scáthach's voice came again. You showed good talent in swordsmanship before, so why can't you learn the sword technique I want to teach you today? Scáthach shook her head slightly. Still too unfocused. Sorry. Asher knew his performance tonight had disappointed his Shishou and answered very apologetically. His Shishou was diligently teaching him swordsmanship, yet his mind was filled with other random thoughts. Thinking about it made him truly ashamed. It's fine. It's understandable to be in a bad state occasionally. After all, with Scáthach's arrival today, your thoughts must be completely jumbled. Scáthach withdrew her hand and walked in front of Asher, placing her fingertip on the tip of the caliban. Come to my room tonight. I'll explain it to you thoroughly again. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, After Class Tutoring.mp. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Leading Asher back to her room, Scáthach walked to the window, gazed at the gloomy sky, and sighed softly, this weather is truly oppressive. Asher also looked up. Is Shishou troubled by something too? Scáthach turned, her gaze fixed on the young man through the dim light. She walked towards him, hands behind her back, step by step, until she stood before Asher. My troubles are also related to you. Asher remained silent. There was no point in feigning ignorance now, he knew very well what his Shishou's troubles were. Without a doubt, Scáthach's arrival had left Scáthach unsure how to handle the situation. But even knowing that, Asher couldn't understand what his Shishou was thinking. Scáthach was currently in Lily's room, yet his Shishou had brought him back to her own room. Logically, they should be keeping a certain distance, shouldn't they? As if seeing through the young man's thoughts, Scáthach's lips curved slightly. Keeping a distance from you now would only make that child suspicious. We should continue to interact as we always have, without needing to maintain distance out of guilt. This was the so-called clear conscience. Though they did have a guilty conscience. Asher sighed helplessly in his heart, yet felt that his Shishou's words made sense. Scáthach was a very intelligent girl, even the smallest detail might catch her attention. Rather than that, it was better to be open and honest. After all, his sister had told him more than once that he had a Shishou fetish. So be it, then. He might as well go all in. At worst, his sister would axe him. But he hoped she'd be decisive when she did it. If she tortured him slowly, his mind would probably break first. Thinking this, Asher felt much more relaxed, and the pressure from Scáthach suddenly lessened significantly. Actually, Asher had also considered the possibility that Sister Scáthach might be broad-minded enough to accept the fact that her younger brother and mother were together. If her tolerance was better, perhaps even a mother-daughter-son bowl wouldn't be impossible. But he seemed to be thinking too much. Asher silently gazed out the window. The night was deep, and the rain, which had finally stopped for a while, began to fall again, weaving densely like fine threads, drifting like smoke and mist over the town's rooftops. "Did you just go see Morgan?" Scáthach's voice broke the tranquility of the rainy night. Asher, after a brief daze, responded with a slight nod, "Because Lily spilled the antidote, I went to get some from her." Scáthach leaned against the window sill, quietly observing the young man's somewhat flustered expression, and smiled faintly. "Is that all?" Just that." Asher's mind flashed back to the scene of him embracing Morgan le Fay's waist and kissing her cheek. Under Scáthach's red eyes, he couldn't help but feel increasingly guilty. Scáthach's eyes narrowed slightly, and she pursed her lips. "That's good. Let's continue with our training from just now." Her fingers grazed Asher's cheek, her eyes soft. "This is a special tutoring session from your teacher." Asher shivered, and for some reason, a faint sense of anticipation arose in his heart. Special tutoring. This was far too easy to misinterpret, especially now that they were alone. Scáthach's slender, pale fingers gently stroked Asher's cheek, and with a waft of fragrance, she walked to the door and locked it. Asher merely gazed at his Shishou's back. Her battle-worn leotard perfectly accentuated her flawless, curvaceous figure, her ample, proud chest, and the stiletto heels she wore on her feet, making her already tall frame appear even more imposing. She turned to face the young man who was watching her, feeling the fervent gaze that seemed to melt people. She casually brushed back her long hair from her shoulder, her stiletto heels clicking on the floor as she approached. Even the sound of her footsteps alone made one's nerves tingle with excitement. Scáthach slowly walked in front of Asher, looking down at the young man whose gaze was fervent but whose fists were subtly clenched due to nervousness. She knelt down slightly, gazing at his face, and offered a captivating, mysterious smile. "Are you ready?" Her usually cold voice was much softer, seemingly intending to tease her disciple's nerves and see him make a fool of himself in front of her. This was one of a mature woman's tricks. Seeing a still young man blush furiously after being provoked by a few words brought her a sense of pleasure. "No answer, so I'll take that as a yes." Scáthach placed her hand on Asher's shoulder. "Or do you not want to talk to me?" "I'm ready." Asher's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. The previous sudden incident prevented him from truly experiencing it, but this time, he was mentally prepared. Retreating now would be too foolish. Scáthach's smile held a hint of cunning. "Is that so? You're ready then, good. I'll make sure to thoroughly exhaust your stamina." For some reason, looking at his Shishou smile, Asher seemed to recall the fear of being dominated by his Shishou in the land of shadows, and his body involuntarily shivered. Sweat beaded on Asher's forehead, his legs felt sore and somewhat numb. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the woman sitting by the window, sipping red wine and admiring the rainy view. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never believe his Shishou's words again. Shishou's words are deceptive. How was this tutoring? Wasn't this corporal punishment? Asher had been holding a sword stance for almost 2 hours now. The tutoring Scáthach mentioned was actually a training method where his body remained frozen in a certain pose. To say, exhausting your stamina, was so misleading, and the result was actually this kind of training. Asher felt a deep sense of indignation towards his Shishou's wordplay again. It was only then that he remembered his Shishou had said similar things to him before, and after that came devilish training. He should have remembered earlier. After all, it wasn't the first time his Shishou had done this. "Shishou, is it almost time?" "I can't hold on any longer," Asher asked in a muffled voice. "Can't hold on?" Scáthach took a sip of red wine, still sitting by the window, unmoving. "You used to be able to hold on for almost 2 hours. Surely you're not weaker now than before. It's mainly just boring to stay in one position for so long. If you're teaching sword techniques, you should be able to continue teaching, right?" Asher shifted his feet slightly to prevent his legs from going numb from standing too long. "Teaching sword techniques?" Scáthach's lips curved into a faint arc. Who told you I was teaching you sword techniques? Otherwise, what is this? Corporal punishment. Asher. So the pose I maintained for so long really was corporal punishment. Scáthach stepped down from the window and came before Asher. The scent of red wine, mingled with his Shishou's unique fragrance, wafted around his nostrils. Her lips slightly parted as she softly said, I don't like disciples lying to me. Even if he told the truth, I wouldn't be so angry. Asher was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what his Shishou was referring to, and much of his previous indignation disappeared. If I tell the truth, will Shishou forgive me? Asher asked in a low voice. Ah, of course. My heart isn't that narrow-minded, Scáthach said with a charming smile. She knew what kind of person Morgan was. It was understandable that her disciple, going to see her, might encounter some irresistible circumstances. She had long been mentally prepared. It was simply the fact that her disciple tried to conceal it that displeased her. Scáthach's hand rested on Asher's face, then she looked at Asher, who was covered in sweat, and suddenly came back to herself. Oh, right, let's sit down and talk. You must be tired after training for so long. Shishou actually has such a gentle side. Until Scáthach led Asher to sit on the bed, feeling the woman beside him and listening to her soft voice, Asher had an unreal feeling, for a moment thinking that this woman was Morgan in disguise. But she clearly wasn't Morgan. If it were Morgan, how could she have disciplined him for so long, and for the reason that he concealed what happened earlier with Morgan in the alchemy workshop? All right, speak. Scáthach crossed her legs, and the warm light illuminated her profile perfectly. Even her expression seemed so gentle, her soft hair silently cascading down. As if to compensate for the bad impression caused by the corporal punishment, she extended her fair, slender fingers and gently massaged Asher's thigh. Breathing in the delicate fragrance from his Shishou's hair, Asher felt his mind become somewhat muddled, completely immersed in his Shishou's gentleness. Actually, I kissed Sister Morgan just now, Asher said. Scáthach's grip tightened slightly, making Asher wince and almost cry out. Voluntarily. Scáthach, head bowed, had a hint of danger in her smile. Asher nodded gently. I never would have thought. Although she was mentally prepared, Scáthach never imagined that her disciple would voluntarily kiss that woman. But even without thinking, she knew that with her disciple's personality, he wouldn't voluntarily do such a thing. He must have been bewitched by that woman Morgan. Shishou, can you be a little gentler? It hurts a bit. The sudden increase in force from Scáthach's massage made Asher want to move his leg, but he was also a bit reluctant and afraid that his Shishou would get angry, so he just tried to negotiate with her. Does it hurt a lot? Scáthach asked, looking up. Asher nodded. He. Good that it hurts. She pressed her thumb hard into Asher's thigh, each push heavy, the soreness making Asher instinctively want to pull back. Don't move, Scáthach's voice brought Asher's movements to a sudden halt. Asher endured the pain and looked at his Shishou. Her delicate face held a hint of annoyed emotion, her eyelashes long, and her red eyes clear and deep, possessing a mysterious charm that irresistibly drew one in. What is Shishou thinking? Asher stared at this extremely beautiful woman, secretly wondering. Your endurance is quite good. I thought you'd run away because of the pain. Scáthach looked up, meeting Asher's fervent gaze. She raised her hand and brushed back a stray lock of hair, smiling teasingly. What are you dazing about? Thinking. Asher came back to his senses and turned his face away. Thinking what? Scáthach persisted. Thinking of you. It seemed a bit embarrassing to say that, so Asher added, thinking about you. So, the woman's smile deepened. She raised her hand and ruffled Asher's head. Those last few words were unnecessary. What did you do with your sister Morgan today? Besides voluntarily kissing her? Scáthach asked. Didn't do much, just went to get the antidote, and then there was something about the branch. Asher generally explained about the branch, but omitted details of his conversation with Morgan. He understood now, even his Shishou didn't like to hear him mention other women. He had to be careful about this in the future. Asher suddenly realized that he still knew too little about Scáthach. He only knew that his Shishou was skilled in martial arts and often acted as a confidant, chatting with him at night, but he didn't seem to have a thorough understanding of her other affairs. Can absorb magic from the branch. Scáthach showed a thoughtful expression, her red eyes flickering slightly. Shishou, do you know something? Asher asked. Scáthach quickly snapped back to reality, smiling and shaking her head. No, I'm just thinking about what you just said. Unfortunately, I have no idea. Is that so? Asher lowered his head, seemingly thinking about something. He always felt that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on why. Scáthach looked deeply at Asher. You still have the energy to think about other things. It seems the training wasn't enough after all. Asher jolted, snapping out of his thoughts, and quickly shook his head. I'm already very tired. Shouldn't today's training be over? I'm going to rest. Good night, Shishou. Asher had just said this, and before he could even stand up, a beautiful face appeared before him. Soft and elastic, sexy cherry lips approached and kissed Asher's lips. The warm, moist sensation instantly sent Asher into a state of blissful oblivion, his expression somewhat dazed. Scáthach proactively wrapped her arms around Asher's neck, her soft body pressing completely against him, only seeking Asher's kiss and refusing to let go. Asher was stunned for a while before recovering. He looked at his Shishou's face, so close, and his little brother quietly woke up, but he didn't dare to move at all. Although this was Scáthach's room, Sister Scáthach was still in the palace. She hadn't said anything when she saw him kissing Lily, but if she saw him kissing her mother, she'd probably pull out an axe and chop him to pieces. But his Shishou clearly had no intention of letting him go. She had already pinned him down during the kiss, her hands pressing on either side of Asher's head, and the smile on her face had changed from cold to alluring. The training still isn't enough, so let's try some other training this time, Scáthach licked her sexy lips. You've been looking forward to it since just now, haven't you? If Sister comes in and sees us. Asher hesitated. The door was already locked. I know, but... Asher silently gazed at Scáthach's moist eyes. All right. Asher wrapped his arms around Scáthach's waist, flipped over, pinning her down, feeling the softness of his Shishou's body. He originally wanted to say it's better to be careful, to avoid being discovered by his sister, but he genuinely couldn't help himself. Because, his Shishou was simply too alluring. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 187, Shishou on top, fish below, Guinevere's plea. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Scáthach yawned a little, tears welling in her eyes. Lily, you seem very sleepy. How about we call it a night? Artoria, eager for the girl to leave, immediately nodded. Go on, it's late now, and I should be getting some rest too. Being interrogated by Asher's sister about all sorts of random things was no less than a public execution for Artoria. Now, hearing that the other party was leaving, she was naturally overjoyed. If she didn't feel a little guilty towards Scáthach, Artoria would have already kicked out this person who kept asking her, what does it feel like to kiss Ash, from her room. I'll come find you again tomorrow. Artoria had just let out a sigh of relief when she heard this, and her expression gradually froze again. Wouldn't you learn more by asking Royal Sister about this kind of thing? Why do you have to ask me? Artoria, in a rare moment, wanted to angrily say this to Scáthach, but she held back. No, I absolutely cannot tell Scáthach about Royal Sister and Ash. I can't be a double-crosser. Oh, right, the antidote. Scáthach clapped her hands, walked back to Artoria, and picked up the antidote Asher had just brought. Ash specially brought this for you, right? Why don't you drink it now? Seeing the girl who looked like, if you don't drink it, I won't leave, Artoria silently opened the bottle and took the antidote. That's good. Then I'll go find Ash now. See you tomorrow. Scáthach waved with a smile and left the room. Watching the graceful figure disappear behind the closed door, Artoria quietly breathed a sigh of relief. What was Asher's sister thinking? She insisted on interrogating her about what she had done with Ash before, relentlessly digging for answers, looking curious and eager to learn, even having a faint green glow in her eyes as she listened. She was truly a strange child. Thinking of this, Artoria lowered her head slightly, instantly becoming a little dejected. In the end, she still couldn't do anything to Ash. Even though she had made such a huge decision. What exactly was Ash thinking? It couldn't be just because she was too young, but rather. Artoria looked down at her still slowly developing chest, and sighed softly. It must be because Ash is a big boob fetishist, right? The golden glow in her eyes gradually faded, and the sacred blue eye color reappeared in Artoria's eyes. The effect of the antidote had fully activated at this moment. Artoria's gaze was slightly dazed for a moment, and she covered her forehead. What did I do? She suddenly muttered to herself. Slowly, recalling everything that had happened throughout the day, and finally that conversation with Scáthach that was no less than a public execution, Artoria's cheeks gradually turned red, and she silently covered her face. Why did I tie Ash up? And said those kinds of things to him? How can I face him after this? That's strange, why isn't Ash in his room? Is he still training this late? Scáthach arrived at Asher's room and knocked on his door, but there was no sound of it opening. Is he asleep? She pressed her ear against Asher's door, trying to hear any movement inside. There was no sound at all, not even the slightest hint of breathing during sleep, which meant Asher wasn't in the room. It was so late, he he shouldn't be at the training ground either, right? Besides, it was still raining. Scáthach thought to herself, then looked back at the rain outside, which had grown heavier without her noticing. The pattering of raindrops sounded in her ears, mingled with the occasional gust of wind. Scáthach brushed back a strand of hair from her ear, her purple eyes flickering slightly. Could he still be in Mom's room? She had seen this happen before. Sometimes Ash would go to chat with Mom at night and accidentally fall asleep in Mom's room. I'll just sneak a peek. Scáthach looked left and right, confirmed no one was around, then slightly lifted her skirt, revealing a pair of slender legs. Her fair feet were encased in light-colored sandals. She stepped onto the slightly damp floor, intending to brave the rain and leave the palace to find a suitable vantage point for peeking from outside. But just as she was about to step out, Scáthach paused again. Come to think of it, do I really need to sneak around outside? It's probably fine if I go chat with Mom, right? Thinking this, Scáthach released her grip on her skirt and walked along the corridor towards Scáthach's room. Knock knock. Scáthach knocked on the door. But there was no response from inside the room. Scáthach's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Is Mom not in her room either? Knock knock knock. Scáthach knocked on the door again. Who is it? A woman's slightly breathless voice came from inside. Mom, is Ash with you? Scáthach said, trying to push the door open but found it was locked from the inside. He's not here. For some reason, Scáthach felt that her mother seemed to be suppressing her emotions, and her eyes grew even more suspicious. Can you open the door, Mom? Scáthach asked. Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. If it's nothing important, wait until tomorrow. Scáthach's voice suddenly cut off. Let's talk tomorrow, she said a moment later, her voice back to its usual calm. But what about Ash? Will something happen to him? Scáthach grumbled. No, he's fine, Scáthach said. Trust me, you go back and rest. Scáthach's eyes grew even more suspicious. She stared intently at the closed door, recalling the scene she had witnessed that night before. Looking at the tightly shut door, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. After humming an she left the doorway. Listening to her daughter's footsteps gradually fade away, inside the room, the high and mighty queen supported herself against the wall, her hair somewhat disheveled. She turned to stare at the young man behind her, feeling the hands on her slender waist begin to wander restlessly again. For the first time, a look of lingering fear appeared on her face. If your sister finds out, what do you think will happen? Scáthach asked in a low voice, with a hint of reproach. It wasn't me who started it just now. Asher mumbled. Shishou was the one who shifted back. You started it, you foolish disciple. Scáthach repeated. All right, then let's say I started it, Asher could only reply under Scáthach's threatening gaze. What else could he do? Argue with his Shishou. That would just be asking for trouble. But since his Shishou had said so, then he'd be the one to start. Asher's hand covered Scáthach's, and he lowered his head slightly, gently nibbling on his Shishou's earlobe. A muffled sound once again filled the room. By the time it ended, night had fallen. Asher changed his clothes, his steps unsteady as he walked out of the room. Behind him, Scáthach gazed at her disciple, her eyes filled with a teasing glint. My disciple still needs more training. But this time was truly close, Scáthach almost discovered them. Scáthach thought of this and shook her head again. She put on a thin white coat, her legs exposed, her fair skin perfectly visible in the darkness. To do such a thing with her disciple when her daughter was here, it seemed her own mindset was changing. No, this was just to confirm what kind of new magic her disciple had absorbed from the branch, as he claimed. From the intimate physical contact just now, it seems it is indeed related to that person. That co-originating being whose concept is intertwined with her own. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Scáthach turned to look out the window. The rain outside had started to fall heavily again. The window rattled in the strong wind, and the rainwater blurred the view outside, making it unclear to see from inside. Swish. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly flitted past her eyes. Scáthach instantly stood up abruptly and quickly walked to the window. She opened the door and suddenly froze. A purple-haired girl in a dress was struggling to climb onto the windowsill. As if feeling a figure covering her, she looked up, and an embarrassed smile immediately appeared on her face. She raised her hand and gently waved. I couldn't sleep well tonight, so I wanted to come and sleep with Mom. Scáthach looked silently at her daughter, who was soaked like a drowned rat, and pulled her down from the windowsill into the room. Then she took out a towel to help wipe her wet hair. Didn't I tell you to go back and rest properly? Why did you suddenly think of climbing through the window? Because I felt like Mom wouldn't open the door if I knocked, so I wanted to sneak in and find you. Scáthach said, her eyes brightly scanning the surroundings. She sniffed her nose and said with some excitement, I feel like I smell Ash's scent. Scáthach's wiping motion paused slightly, then quickly returned to normal. Your brother was in my room earlier, but then he went out to train. He's probably back in his room by now. Is that so? Scáthach buried her head, looking at the corner of her mother's outfit, which was only a coat, and the long, shapely legs beneath it. Her perfect figure was naturally presented before her. She looked up, and her mother's face seemed to carry a mature charm she hadn't possessed before, with a faint lingering blush. Even she couldn't help but feel a little flutter in her heart. Mom seems more mature than before, Scáthach said softly, curiously observing her surroundings. The leotard was casually placed at the head of the bed, the bedding was somewhat disheveled, and Scáthach's smooth, long hair seemed a little messy. What nonsense are you talking about? It's normal to mature, isn't it? You'll also become very mature when you grow up, Scáthach said, rubbing her daughter's hair through the towel, subtly changing the subject. It's late at night. Why did you suddenly climb in? Is there something urgent? Nothing much, I just felt a little restless, so I wanted to come and sleep with Mom, Scáthach said, hugging Scáthach's soft body and looking up. Can I, Mom? Scáthach's eyes held indulgence. You specifically climbed into the room, I can't possibly kick you out again, can I? Actually, I initially wanted to climb into Ash's room, but then I thought he might not be there, so I decided against it, Scáthach said with a hint of cunning in her smile. He should be back by now, Scáthach said, taking off her coat and putting on a thin nightgown, then looked back at her daughter. Then let's sleep together tonight. Mom is the best. Scáthach threw herself into Scáthach's embrace, but a hint of excitement showed in her eyes. Lying down in the covers with Scáthach, hugging the woman's soft body, Scáthach suddenly said, Mom, next time let Ash come and sleep with us too. Scáthach's eyelid twitched slightly, and she said calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? Did the rain just now make you silly? Scáthach just smiled and said nothing more. Her fair, small face rubbed gently against Scáthach's full, soft chest. She whispered, I don't think Ash would mind. He likes you very much. Stop talking nonsense and go to sleep, Scáthach said. For some reason, battles with enemies had never made Scáthach feel such panic, but at this moment, hearing her daughter's words, she felt a vague unease in her heart. Could Scáthach have guessed something? But she clearly hadn't exposed anything. It's nothing. Ash is still young. When he gets older, he won't be able to sleep with you anymore, Scáthach said, holding Scáthach's arm, her legs slightly bent, her left leg perfectly clasped between Scáthach's legs. She treated her mother like a body pillow. Ash is still young. Hearing her daughter's words, Scáthach's expression became slightly dazed. Thinking about it, she had previously shown disdain and anger towards that Lulakan woman, yet she herself had done the same thing, and more than once. No. Her disciple had already transformed from a boy into a man. Before she even made a move, Morgan had already turned him into a man. That's right, she and Morgan were different, fundamentally different. Just as Scáthach was still pondering these thoughts, Scáthach looked up at her mother's face, a faint smile on her lips. Good night, Mom, she said, then closed her eyes. Scáthach lowered her eyelids, looking at her daughter's sleeping face, her thoughts returning to reality. I shouldn't have been discovered, probably. A cold wind swept furiously through the corridor. In the sky, lightning flashed and vanished in an instant, and dense rain hammered the ground. Asher tightened his collar and quickly walked through the corridor to his room. The eventful day had left him very tired. He didn't know if it was because people who exercised regularly had good physiques, or for some personal reason of his Shishous, but one night had already left Asher feeling a bit overwhelmed. It was still fine now, Asher was young and had the blessing of the white dragon's body, but if it was like this every day after they got together, anyone would collapse. Asher opened his room door. The sheer curtains fluttered continuously in the wind, and cold air blew into the room through the window gaps, making a devilish howling sound that was clearly audible in the darkness. Strange, didn't I close the window during the day? A hint of confusion appeared in Asher's eyes. He walked forward and closed the window. The floor was already soaking wet from the rain. I'll clean it up tomorrow. Tonight had already made Asher tired enough, he really didn't have the energy to clean the floor now. He changed his clothes and climbed into bed. A day's worth of sleepiness instantly washed over him. Asher closed his eyes, about to fall asleep, but then he felt his clothes being gently tugged. Asher suddenly woke up, abruptly throwing off the covers. Guinevere, wearing a nightgown, was lying on her side in the bed. Because she was curled up, a large expanse of fair skin on her legs was exposed from beneath her nightgown. She looked up at Asher, then suddenly reached out and hugged his arm, her substantial chest naturally pressing against him. Arthur, help me. Her voice was very soft, as if she was sobbing, and her body was trembling slightly. It was only then that Asher realized she seemed to be afraid of something. Her whole body was shaking, and her usual gentle demeanor had completely vanished. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, an ultra-hardcore night raid. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The sound of rain splattering against the window sill filled the air. Asher turned on the light, and a warm glow enveloped the room, revealing Guinevere. She was wearing a black nightgown, her usual gentle smile completely gone. Her moist eyes seemed to be trembling with fear, and her delicate shoulders quivered slightly. This vulnerable appearance ignited a protective instinct in Asher's heart. He patted her shoulder and softly said, "It's all right, I'm here. Arthur." Guinevere pressed her forehead against Asher's chest, her trembling hands gripping his arm tightly. Feeling the girl's softness, Asher gently patted Guinevere's back and whispered, "What happened?" Asher found it hard to imagine what kind of difficulty the usually gentle Guinevere had encountered to make her run to a man's room late at night. As Asher's arm rested on Guinevere's shoulder, the girl's body, which had been slightly trembling with fear, slowly calmed down, but her voice still trembled. "There's a ghost in my room." Asher was stunned. A ghost. He knew such beings existed in this world, but they were different from the ghosts he knew. Previously, Vortigern, while imprisoned, had once awakened sleeping ghosts with his roars, but not long after, those ghosts fell back into slumber. It was clear that Morgan had dealt with them. After all, she was the goddess of death, dealing with mere ghosts would naturally be no problem for her. In fact, those ghosts probably saw her like mice seeing a cat. And now Morgan resided in the palace, so logically, ghosts should avoid it. How could a ghost possibly cause trouble in the palace? Asher's gaze fell on Guinevere's face. That exquisite, captivating face showed genuine fear. Perhaps because of the fear, she hadn't even noticed her thin shoulder strap slipping down, revealing her fair skin. Asher covered Guinevere with the quilt, concealing her alluring body. He sat up from the bed, gazing at the girl. "Can you tell me exactly what happened now? What did the ghost in your room look like?" Guinevere didn't speak, her eyes just flickered slightly, glistening tears welling up in her eyes. The fear in her beautiful eyes made him feel a pang of pity. After a moment, she gently shook her head, biting her lips. "I don't know what it looked like." "You didn't see its face?" Asher couldn't help but ask, puzzled. "I couldn't see clearly." "I don't know." Guinevere just shook her head, her arms wrapped tightly around Asher's waist, her graceful body completely pressing against him. "Arthur, I don't want to go back. I want to stay here, can I?" she asked, looking up at the end, her face still streaked with tears, making his heart flutter. Asher could only nod gently. "You sleep first. Tell me in the morning when you're calm. I'll protect you." Guinevere looked up at the young man under the lamplight. Although he was younger than her, his words were incredibly reassuring. Perhaps this was King Arthur. She softly ed, clutching Asher's clothes, her perfect profile resting on his arm, and slowly closed her eyes. Before long, Guinevere's steady breathing filled the room. What's going on? Asher's mind was full of unanswered questions as he looked at Guinevere, who was clutching his clothes and sound asleep. Her chest, beneath her nightgown, gently rose and fell with her breathing, and her faintly visible cleavage made him want to explore. Asher sighed from the bottom of his heart. How am I supposed to sleep like this? He gently pushed aside Guinevere's hand that was gripping his clothes, turned his back, and looked out the window. Only scattered raindrops hit the sill, and the darkness was profound. Listening to the pattering rain, Asher's agitated mood slowly calmed down. He'd ask Guinevere in detail tomorrow morning. But if Lily came over early again tomorrow, this would be really hard to explain. Thinking about this, Asher felt a headache coming on. His relationship with Lily was already delicate, and if she saw this scene, it would probably be even harder to explain later. The fatigue accumulated throughout the day slowly swept over his brain. Asher turned off the light, his eyelids fluttering with drowsiness. Slowly, his eyelids were about to close. Just then, a shadow flickered past the window sill. Almost in that instant, Asher suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring intently outside the window. But the shadow had already disappeared. A hallucination. Asher murmured to himself. As he thought this, Asher suddenly felt that the temperature in the room had unconsciously dropped significantly, and a chill seemed to permeate the air he inhaled. Asher held his breath. The power of the white dragon's body surged instantly, and his overdrive mode activated in a flash. His senses suddenly sharpened, everything around him registered completely in his ears. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the darkness, a creak, like stepping on rotten wooden planks. The sound was very faint, but it couldn't escape Asher's ears in overdrive mode. Damn it. It must be my imagination. Asher cursed inwardly, only hoping that this was all just his imagination. But he hadn't misheard, there really were footsteps approaching, very light, almost imperceptibly so. Creak, creak. That thing had arrived from the rainy night. The windowsill made a slight trembling sound. The shadow was trying to climb through the window. Cold sweat unconsciously beaded on Asher's forehead. Recalling Guinevere's words from earlier, and thinking of the ghosts he had seen before, cold sweat trickled down his back. It's okay, it's okay. I have the white dragon's body. Even if it's not a complete white dragon's body, I'm much stronger than ordinary people. I have rune magic, and Caliban. It's okay, justice will prevail. Asher secretly narrowed his eyes to a slit, staring intently at the shadow that was gradually opening the window. Logically, as someone with the white dragon's body, his night vision should be very strong, but he couldn't see the shadow clearly. He couldn't make out what it was. It was almost like mist. Yes, mist. The shadow seemed to be enveloped in a haze, its face indistinct. The window opened, and a gust of wind, mixed with raindrops, poured into the room. The shadow, amidst the fluttering curtains, floated lightly down from the windowsill. Plink. Water droplets splashed on the ground. It approached silently. 1 step, 2 steps. Its footsteps were getting closer to the head of the bed. Dense, long hair extended from its back, dancing in the darkness, like countless water snakes gracefully swirling in the room. Finally, the footsteps stopped. The shadow had reached the head of Asher's bed. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, The Caliban Breaks. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Despite his confidence in his own strength, Asher felt a chill in his heart when facing such a non-human creature, and his body unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. He. A very eerie laugh rang out. Asher, already terrified by the ghost's identity, was now completely frozen. How did Guinevere provoke something like this? And speaking of which, how could Sister Morgan not have noticed when something like this entered the palace? Isn't her perception very strong? Asher strongly suppressed the urge to get up and run now. Now was not the time, he had to figure out what this thing was. Asher stared intently at the ghost standing in front of him through the slit of his narrowed eyes. Guinevere was right, its face was indeed indistinct, but not because of the dark environment. It was because of some kind of spell or illusion. He could only see a blurred face, as if shrouded in a haze. Its long hair danced in the air, and an unsettling coldness continuously emanated from its body. Even hidden deep in the warm covers, Asher felt no warmth at all. Although he had undergone training before, Asher still couldn't bring himself to act when facing such a monster. I can't win. I definitely can't win against something like this. The moment he saw it, Asher had this feeling. The shadow did not move, only stood silently at the head of the bed. It suddenly grinned. In that instant, Asher felt countless goosebumps break out on his body. It found me. For some reason, Asher felt that his feigned sleep had been detected. The shadow slowly approached, floating gently in midair, letting out a slight, eerie chuckle. Asher felt an increasing, indescribable sense of oppression. This pressure made his body completely unable to move, and his breathing became very difficult. He didn't know if this was the shadow's ability or stemmed from his own inner fear. The shadow slowly floated down to the head of the bed. It extended its hand. In the darkness, the hand was pale and withered, like a decaying corpse. Suddenly, the rain outside seemed to stop. In the darkness, the shadow's long hair twisted rapidly. It slowly bent down and reached out towards the girl beside Asher. Its target, from beginning to end, was only Guinevere. A terrifyingly cold aura enveloped them. Looking at the hand reaching for Guinevere, Asher suddenly felt his mind clear, a surge in his heart, and his heartbeat quickening. This surge then gradually turned into a surge of anger. What was all that training in this world for? Accepting Morgan and Scáthach's training. Was defeating Shishou just talk? I haven't even made a move, why should I be afraid? And let it brazenly attack Guinevere. What's the point of the promise I made to her earlier? The shadow had clearly noticed that he was awake, yet in this situation, it still attacked Guinevere. It firmly believed that Asher was too afraid to act, and that last strange laugh was proof of its mockery. Asher clenched his teeth tightly, a stinging pain constantly coming from his palm due to his fingernails, but this also gradually warmed up his previously stiff body. Just as the shadow's hand was about to touch Guinevere's face, Asher opened his eyes. In the darkness, his brilliant golden pupils shone like daylight. The shadow noticed the voice coming from the young man lying beside it and turned to look. A light glowed at Asher's fingertips. Go to hell. He threw a punch, and a fist of ice as hard as steel shot towards the shadow in midair. The ice pierced through the shadow's body, and a piercing scream filled the room, a sharp sound like something puncturing eardrums. Asher scooped up Guinevere, who had just been startled awake by the sound. He took a step forward and quickly retreated backward. Arthur, that's it. The ghost that entered my room. Guinevere fully awoke from her confusion, her pupils wide, staring intently at the shadow covering its head and screaming. You killed it. Guinevere looked at Asher, who was holding her horizontally. Asher stared grimly at the shadow and whispered, It's not dead. Let's get out of here first. Another Asher appeared in the room. This was an illusion, one of the abilities Morgan had taught him, now used to draw fire. Asher lifted Guinevere horizontally, disregarding the girl's gasps of surprise, and took a step towards the window. But in that instant, countless strands of long hair swept over from behind, completely sealing the window. A deeper darkness enveloped the room. And the illusion was pierced through the heart by a single strand of hair, instantly vanishing. This shadow possessed intelligence, its target was clearly Guinevere. Step back, Asher said, lowering Guinevere and slightly tilting his head. Asher had no time to think why Guinevere would attract such a creature. The most crucial thing now was to protect her. Guinevere retreated in small steps, then looked back at the shadow uneasily, before looking at Asher. Arthur. Let's talk about explanations later. Stand to the side. Asher finished speaking, tightly gripping the sword of selection he had just drawn, and slashed towards the window, behind the shadow. A golden light surged towards the dense hair at the head of the bed, a golden beam piercing the night. But almost in that instant, the hair once again enveloped the window. The shadow floated lightly towards Guinevere, seemingly not paying Asher any mind. Asher gripped the sword of selection and took half a step back, perfectly blocking Guinevere. His body was trembling, but he didn't retreat another half step. He had already promised Guinevere he would protect her, and she had also helped him before. If he ran now, he probably wouldn't be able to accept it himself. The shadow gradually approached. Asher breathed lightly, his gaze fixed on this creature that seemed to envelop the entire room. Just then, a thread fell into Asher's sight. Asher's body twitched slightly, feeling his weakened body gradually recovering. He raised the sword of selection in his hand and threw it fiercely in the direction of the shadow. Die. The shadow's forward movement stopped. It slightly turned sideways to avoid the attack, but at this moment, the invisible thread suddenly tightened. The sword of selection, with the certain hit ability attached by Asher's throw, was unavoidable for the shadow. Swish. The blade of the sword of selection glowed with an icy blue light. This was the rune script Asher had applied to the sword. Even if it couldn't kill the shadow, it could slow down its movements. Clang. The sword of selection pierced into the shadow. However, unexpectedly, a crisp sound came from the sword of selection as it pierced the shadow's body. Then, this Caliban broke into two pieces and fell powerlessly to the ground. Asher's pupils slightly contracted, looking at this scene with some disbelief. Why? I just threw the sword, but it broke upon touching the shadow. The ice shards just now weren't that easy to break. Sigh. Asher seemed to hear a faint sigh from the darkness. Then, countless strands of hair enveloped him from all directions. Arthur. Guinevere cried out in alarm, quickly reaching out to grab Asher. But at this moment, the sweeping long hair bound Guinevere tightly, her fair skin constricted by the strands of hair. What to do, what to do? Asher tightly clenched his fists. The long hair was forming a ball to envelop him. The chilling sensation, as if life itself was being devoured, was so terrifying. He felt his body's strength gradually draining, and his eyes slowly closed. Thump, thump. His heart violently contracted, and Asher felt his mind go blank. A strange feeling emerged spontaneously. Deep within Asher's heart, a voice seemed to roar. Then, as if two souls overlapped, he suddenly opened his eyes. Get out. This voice was like a divine decree. The surging long hair retreated rapidly as if obeying Asher's words, finally disappearing completely from the room. After that word fell, Asher felt the magic in his body completely dry up. His legs went weak, and Guinevere, quick to react, quickly supported him. The shadow seemed stunned, but after a brief hesitation, it raised its hand again. And at this moment, the air suddenly distorted. A crisp sound echoed in the darkness. It was a word of power that controlled life and death. The voice said, Die. The shadow, as if facing something terrifying, quickly retreated backward. In front of the window, the woman's beautiful face was as if covered in frost. She glanced at the young man who seemed to be losing his strength, then raised her eyes again. Morgan le Fay's cherry lips parted slightly, and a single word echoed. The domain centered around her transformed into a land of death, with the only exceptions being where Asher and Guinevere stood. Their position seemed to be protected by a layer of light, isolating them from this power. The shadow shrieked, its body rapidly twisting, and it rushed out towards the window. Morgan did not pursue, simply staring coldly at the shadow. Boom. In midair, a red spear transformed into a lightning bolt striking the shadow. A halo of light, like lightning, rose out of thin air under the night sky. This was the power of space, rendering any creature impaled by this distorted space immobile. Scáthach stepped forward, and another red spear was hurled towards the shadow. The shadow struggled violently, its entire body twisting like an illusion. Before the red spear could strike, it vanished into the night. A monster capable of escaping restraints. Scáthach's eyes showed surprise. She turned to look at Morgan le Fay in the room. Why didn't you notice such a dangerous thing entering the palace? Didn't you set all the barriers? I set the barriers. I can detect anyone who enters the palace, Morgan said slowly. Scáthach was slightly stunned. Meaning? Morgan nodded slightly. That thing, it was probably in the palace from the very beginning. A very, very long time ago, it was already in the palace. As for why it suddenly attacked here, I suppose we'll have to ask our Princess Guinevere. Morgan finished speaking, her gaze shifting to Guinevere. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 190, Chapter 190, a 1v1 battle of men in the room. Why did the Caliban break? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. What exactly was that thing, Princess Guinevere? I believe you must know something about it. Morgan le Fay walked up to Guinevere, effortlessly cradling the weak Asher in her arms, her gaze fixed intently on Guinevere. Guinevere bit her lip, hesitation clouding her face. Asher looked awkwardly at the woman before him. On her delicate face, her usual gentleness had been replaced by icy frost, and a hint of killing intent flickered in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Guinevere. I hope you understand that I have no interest in interfering in your affairs, but now King Arthur's safety is involved. Guinevere looked at the young man lying in Morgan's embrace, a complex expression on her face. Sister Morgan, can you please let me go first? I still have the strength to stand, Asher said weakly. Shishou and Guinevere are both here. Don't I have any dignity? Morgan glanced at Asher, ignoring him, and her gaze returned to Guinevere. You must be hiding some secret, right? That woman said before that you gave her a very strange feeling. Scáthach had indeed felt a strange sensation when she first met Guinevere, a subtle feeling that Scáthach herself couldn't quite describe. But without a doubt, Guinevere was not an ordinary person, or rather, she was a commoner, but perhaps not a commoner without abilities. Hey! Sister Morgan, Asher called out again, a bitter smile in his heart. She's completely ignoring me. This posture is incredibly embarrassing. What man gets carried in a princess carry by a woman? Especially with Shishou right there. Asher had just thought of this when he suddenly felt a chilling gaze from not far away. He tilted his head slightly and saw that Scáthach's face was also covered in frost, but it wasn't directed at him. Her eyes were fixed on Morgan le Fay. First, release my disciple, Scáthach stepped forward. All right, this is exactly what Asher was worried about. Shishou was a very strong-willed person and certainly wouldn't tolerate her disciple being held in such a posture. He's injured and needs a place to rest right now. We can't guarantee that thing from earlier doesn't have accomplices, so staying with me is safer. Morgan breathed a warm puff of air onto Asher's face. The current focus isn't your disciple, it's Princess Guinevere's issue. I hope you can focus on the bigger picture first. I naturally know to focus on the bigger picture, but didn't you hear my disciple? He told you to put him down, Scáthach said coldly. He can't see the situation clearly, so staying in my arms is the safest right now. Don't play such boring tricks. Don't you know if there will be more enemies coming? Or do you only know how to play these irritating, childish games? Scáthach reached out and grabbed Morgan's hand. I'm not playing any tricks, Morgan avoided Scáthach's hand. It's you, are you trying to ruin my good time because you acted too late? You're the one who can't see the situation clearly. Both of you, shut up. Asher, having endured enough, felt increasingly annoyed and loudly stopped their voices. Scáthach and Morgan's gazes fell on Asher, and even the overly frightened Guinevere was stunned for a moment, recovering slightly. I think I just did something pretty incredible. This kind of thing, at least in Asher's opinion, no one else would dare to do right now. However, because of Asher's words, Morgan still put Asher down, though her eyes still faintly glinted with excitement, leaving Asher bewildered. Isn't Sister Morgan a sadist? Why is she so excited after I yelled at her? Disciple, did you get a clear look at that black shadow? Scáthach seized the opportunity to walk to Asher's side, placing a hand on his shoulder, and looking down at him. Or, did anything feel off about your battle with it? Asher didn't know what to say. If anything felt off, he felt he was the one who was off. The black shadow's strength was clearly superior to his. A move that even the Sword of Selection couldn't break was repelled by a single word from him. Moreover, at the time, he felt nothing real, completely unaware of what he was thinking, only feeling anger, believing that he was being underestimated by the other party, and then wanting all those annoying hairs to go back where they came from. And they actually did. In addition, the black shadow gave Asher a very strange feeling. This strangeness was not because its aura was strange, but rather Asher felt that he was not facing a ghost, but more like facing an intelligent creature. Most importantly, that creature never intended to kill him from beginning to end, and even let out a sigh when the Caliban broke. Thinking of this, Asher said, I can definitely feel something is off, but I can't quite pinpoint what the problem is right now. I apologize. Scáthach nodded, understood. She herself had this feeling. A creature that could escape from a sealed space shouldn't be too weak, yet it decisively fled at that time. Was it because Morgan was also present, or did the opponent simply not intend to engage in a prolonged battle? Morgan coldly stared at the woman supporting Asher, anger rising in her heart at this woman's shamelessness. She spoke so nicely, telling her to put Ash down, but Scáthach, seizing the opportunity, went up and supported Asher. Indeed, the older you get, the thicker your skin. But now Morgan couldn't tell Scáthach to let go. If she spoke now, she would seem petty. After all, with what had just happened, the top priority was to figure out what that black shadow was. Morgan's gaze swept around the room, focusing slightly on a spot on the floor. She stepped forward and picked up the Caliban, now broken in two. Asher also noticed Morgan's movement and said with a serious expression, earlier, I used the infallible magic spear technique my Shishou taught me and threw the Caliban. The sword broke when it touched the black shadow. Just touched its body? Morgan asked in a low voice. Asher nodded in confirmation. This was truly a very strange matter. According to the legends of King Arthur, the Caliban broke because King Arthur did not adhere to the spirit of chivalry. But in his battle with the Black Shadow, where did he not adhere to the spirit of chivalry? Weren't they having a 1v1 battle of men in the room? Did anyone interfere in this battle? Morgan and Scáthach only arrived later because of the light cannon he shot into the sky. Well, the other party might not necessarily be a men, given that their hair was long enough to drag on the ground. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, Arthur wouldn't have faced tonight's crisis, but besides him, I really couldn't find anyone else. Guinevere's voice trembled with unease. When she looked up, her eyes were moist and faintly shimmering with tears. I'm really sorry. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Trinity Guinevere. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Meaningless apologies are unnecessary. You know this child won't criticize you harshly for something like this, Morgan le Fay said, stroking the broken blade of the Caliban, then raised her icy eyes. However, I need to confirm something. Guinevere, you must have told Arthur about encountering trouble when you came to him tonight, right? Guinevere nodded gently. Then it's fine. In that case, it was purely because Arthur was so eager to protect a flower that he agreed to let you sleep in his bed tonight, Morgan said, casually glancing at Asher. At the same time, Scáthach also looked at Asher beside her, instantly making his throat subtly gulp, but he dared not swallow his saliva. Frankly, Asher would rather fight the Black Shadow from before again than face the scrutinizing gazes of his Shishou and sister Morgan. Although his reasons were legitimate, the fact remained that Guinevere was indeed in his bed tonight. And during that time, he did harbor some improper thoughts. But it couldn't be helped. Lying beside him was a stunningly beautiful woman in a nightgown, almost half-naked, her skin occasionally touching his body. Who wouldn't be tempted? Is it wrong for a man to be lustful? I'm just base, is it wrong to desire her body? Of course. Asher would die before saying such a thing. Princess Guinevere, do you really have no clue about that Black Shadow from earlier? Asher stiffened and changed the subject. Its target was always only Guinevere, which meant that Guinevere was hiding some kind of secret. Scáthach and Morgan's gazes also returned to Guinevere. Guinevere's face again showed hesitation, but she finally bit her lip and nodded seriously. About this, I do have a little clue, but I don't think my words alone are convincing, so I need a witness. Who? Morgan asked. Sir Milo. Guinevere uttered a name that surprised Asher, and after a brief moment of daze, an intriguing smile quickly appeared on Morgan's face. I see. No wonder she found my dressing room so quickly back then. Was it you who told her? No, it wasn't verbally telling her, but information sharing. Morgan speculated. Something like that. Guinevere nodded gently, then looked at Asher with a hint of embarrassment, a faint blush on her face, as if recalling some unpleasant things. Sometimes, when Milo was doing things to make herself happy at night, she would call out King Arthur's name, and such feelings would naturally flow into Guinevere's heart. This was one of the reasons she fell for King Arthur. Morgan looked at Guinevere meaningfully. It's getting late. You two should go back and rest. Ash probably doesn't have the energy to think about things now, does he? Asher remained silent, but immediately saw a flash of panic in Guinevere's clear eyes. That's true, after something like this just happened, asking her to go back and rest now seemed unrealistic. But this room was clearly not a place for living either. Asher glanced at the window, where cold wind continuously poured in. That window had been almost completely destroyed by his previous small light cannon. You all come to my room. I'll have this place repaired as soon as possible, Morgan continued. Scáthach stood silently nearby, unusually quiet. After all, there was someone resting in her room. Scáthach was very difficult to wake once she fell asleep, even shaking the bed next to her probably wouldn't rouse her, let alone with the soundproof barrier previously set up in this room. I'll go check on Scáthach's safety, and I'll also go to Sir Milo's. In the meantime, I hope you won't do anything else. Scáthach looked at Morgan. Don't worry, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. I don't think he's in the mood for it right now, anyway. Morgan smiled at Asher. Asher. So why does she assume I'd do something? Why did it turn out this way? Asher looked at Guinevere, who had fallen asleep quickly and was hugging one of his arms, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Although she seems gentle and elegant, she's unexpectedly clumsy sometimes, Asher mumbled. Not long after Scáthach left, Morgan took Asher and Guinevere to her room and arranged for them to sleep. Before sleeping, Asher was still quietly talking to Guinevere, probably saying that with Morgan nearby, it would be difficult for them to sleep. Guinevere also nodded in agreement, but she fell asleep just a few minutes after closing her eyes. Perhaps she was used to hugging something when she slept, and she had used Asher's arm as a pillow. Asher had never seen someone who slept so soundly. In the land of shadows, he had coaxed Scáthach to sleep before, but Scáthach wasn't so easy to put to sleep. He always had to play with her until she was tired. It was kind of like being a cat owner. Cats are like that. If you want them to sleep well at night, you have to play with them during the day, giving them no rest time. As long as they've played enough, they'll sleep soundly at night, just like Scáthach. Guinevere's sleeping speed was incredibly fast. He didn't have to do anything at all. He didn't know if it was due to being overly startled earlier or if she was just naturally a heavy sleeper. To be honest, being relied upon like this, and having his arm occasionally touch her soft chest, was quite nice, but the problem was that Morgan le Fay was staring at him right next to him, staring so intensely that Asher questioned his life. Sister Morgan, can you please stop staring at me? It's hard for me to sleep like this, Asher finally said, looking up in exasperation. This is my job, and I hope you can understand. Also, Morgan glanced at Guinevere's already substantial chest. I also need to prevent you from doing anything bad to Princess Guinevere. Do I look like that kind of person? Asher asked. Yes, Morgan nodded. Inexperienced children like you have no immunity to chests, don't they? Otherwise, you wouldn't have licked your sister, would you? So it's very possible you'd secretly rub her chest while Guinevere is sound asleep. If I wanted to rub, I would have done it already. Asher attempted to clear his name. I'm here, so you didn't do it, Morgan said flatly. In your heart, am I the kind of person who would take advantage of someone? Asher looked somewhat heartbroken. Hard to say, you're repressed, Morgan said. Asher. Fine, sister, as long as you're happy, happy face. The next day, before dawn, Asher was mercilessly woken up by Scáthach before he had gotten enough sleep. Asher was still a bit groggy and on the verge of a temper tantrum, but upon seeing his Shishou, he obediently dragged his somewhat weak legs out of bed. Because, in addition to Scáthach, Morgan, Artoria, Guinevere, Milo, and Scáthach were all there. Being stared at by so many people, if he could still sleep, his mental state would truly be invincible. As for the reason his legs were weak, it was naturally because of Guinevere. This girl usually appeared dignified and elegant, but her sleeping posture was a bit poor. Not only did she kick him twice during the night, but at some point in the middle of the night, one of her legs was pressed on his leg. That alone would be fine, but the crucial thing was that her knee was pressing on his thigh. If pressure is applied to the thigh for too long, it can easily lead to weakness in the legs. Princess Guinevere, can you explain now? Scáthach's gaze fell on Guinevere. Guinevere's expression struggled for a long time, and she looked at Milo again. Tell them. Even if you don't say anything now, they'll investigate it anyway, Milo sighed, covering her forehead. Clearly, the current situation was beyond her expectations. That guy is really impatient. I'm not even in a hurry, what's it rushing for? Milo mumbled. That guy. Is Milo talking about the black shadow from last night? Asher noticed the words Milo used. Arthur, can you hold my hand? Guinevere walked to the head of the bed and sat down, extending her hand to Asher. I need a little courage to recall what happened before. Asher came back to his senses, looking at the sadness in Guinevere's eyes, and could only reach out and grasp the girl's soft, slightly cool small hand. In the room, the gazes of several girls subtly sharpened, their expressions changing slightly at the same time. Actually, this was probably a few years ago, probably starting when I was 12, Guinevere began to slowly recount the past. After listening to Guinevere's narration of the past, Scáthach's face showed a thoughtful expression. No wonder. The strange feeling I had before was because of this. She had felt a strange sensation when she first met Guinevere, but couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. After hearing Guinevere's words, Scáthach finally understood what that strangeness was about. Guinevere's situation was very similar to Morgan le Fay's, but fundamentally different. Both were a trinity, but Morgan was a divine trinity, while Guinevere was not a god, but her name was not merely a human name. Guinevere is a title. Its meaning is roughly, white enchantress, fairy, beauty, and another meaning is purity, justice, holiness. In other words, this princess is not human but a magical creature. One is Milo, one is you, so who is the other person? Morgan looked at Guinevere, who was tightly clutching Asher's hand due to nervousness. The gazes of the others also fell on her. This matter concerns the enemy who attacked Ash last night, right? Artoria looked at Guinevere. Can't you tell us? Guinevere remained silent for a long time, then finally shook her head. I cannot reveal any information about that person to outsiders. This is a guise, Milo interjected, her voice low. A long time ago, I swore an oath to that person, and it is through them that I can kill the enemies who obstruct me. Residing deep within Camelot Castle, strength comparable to mine, holding some purpose towards Princess Guinevere, and sighing when Asher's Caliban breaks. Morgan's eyes shimmered with contemplation. Besides that lazy, philandering good-for-nothing, does such a person really exist? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Those who praise my true name shall see eternal life in reincarnation. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. What was its purpose? Asher stared into Guinevere's eyes. It wasn't interested in me at all. It was only after you, but it didn't seem like it wanted to kill you. What exactly did it want? Guinevere hesitated, a trace of melancholy in her gentle smile. It wanted my body. Asher nodded slightly. Oh. Then, a few seconds later, he suddenly widened his eyes and became alert. Huh? Wanted Guinevere's body, why does that sound so lewd? A male? Asher asked. Female. Guinevere suddenly clapped her hand over her mouth, feeling a suffocating sensation in her chest. She turned her back, supporting herself on the headboard with both hands, gasping for breath. Her already alluring body, with its uncontrollable soft moans, couldn't help but make one's blood run hot. Asher wanted to step forward to check on her, but Morgan immediately raised a hand to stop him. It's nothing, just the effect of the geise. Just let her calm down. When the effect of a geise is activated, one cannot casually touch the person. It's not that it would cause a chain reaction, but it might incur karma, and she didn't want Asher to take that risk. It wasn't until several minutes later that sweat beaded on Guinevere's forehead, her platinum blonde hair sticking to her exquisite, fair face. When she turned back, Asher saw a flush on her face. Sorry. I just asked out of habit, Asher apologized. He had also made a geise in the Land of Shadows before, but it had never been activated, so he didn't really understand its effects. Now, seeing Guinevere react like this just by revealing a gender, Asher secretly became more vigilant. Fortunately, I never thought of betraying the Land of Shadows, otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. It's all right, I just wasn't careful enough myself. Guinevere gently shook her head. After speaking, enticing gasps clearly filled the room. The flush on the girl's face, combined with her pure, innocent, first love-like cheeks, was a perfect blend of charm and purity. Not to mention Asher, even Artoria and Scáthach felt somewhat moved. She truly is a very dangerous woman. Asher sighed inwardly, inadvertently shifting his gaze. In that case, it seems we can't figure out the Shadow's identity now. There's still a way, Morgan said, playing with a lock of hair, her gaze coldly fixed on Guinevere. What way? Asher instinctively asked. Make her say that name. But she made an oath, wouldn't something terrible happen if she just said it? Looking at Asher's startled expression, Morgan smiled and shook her head. Just a joke, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. But there really is no way to catch that guy now. Her tone became a bit more regretful at the end. Sister Morgan's words, why do they sound serious? Asher looked at Morgan le Fay's regretful expression and sighed. In fact, Morgan had never been a good person, at least not in the public eye. So it was only natural that she was disliked. She was a person who prioritized her own interests, and she probably didn't care about the lives or deaths of others. But one couldn't say Morgan was wrong. Born into a royal family full of intrigue, if she didn't have some cunning, she would probably have been harmed long ago. For the next few days, we'll take turns guarding her, Scáthach said. Protect Guinevere, you say? Morgan repeated. Although she didn't particularly want to waste time on this, after all, strictly speaking, Guinevere was a love rival. But even if she didn't do it, Asher would protect Guinevere anyway, so she had no choice but to act. I understand, Morgan said, nodding. Also, just in case, my disciple here also needs protection, Scáthach said, looking at Asher. Leave him to me tonight for now. Protect Asher? Morgan was stunned when she heard the last part, then revealed a meaningful smile. If I let you protect him, it might turn into embezzlement. Not everyone is like you, Scáthach said lightly. She, after all, only made a move after knowing her disciple had been secretly nibbled by other women more than once. How could Morgan, as the first one to eat the cake, have the nerve to lecture her? Yes, you can be jealous, Morgan said calmly. But leave the protection of Asher to me. This is a matter of Britain, and it doesn't have much to do with you. I am his Shishou, Scáthach said. Also, he is from the land of shadows. He's a person of Britain now, Morgan said. Scáthach watched her mother and Morgan le Fay with a face full of question marks, her eyes flickering slightly. Although she didn't understand what they were saying, why did it feel so exciting? Asher had a headache listening to them, rubbing his forehead, and was about to stop their meaningless bickering. But soon, he realized he didn't need to do anything. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Morgan and Scáthach's gazes simultaneously fell on the door. Asher, after saying, I'll get it, quickly walked over and opened the door. Everyone's eyes fell on the men. Oh dear, so many people welcoming me with their eyes, it makes me quite shy, Merlin scratched his head, a brilliant smile on his face. That's right. The one standing here is Britain's most handsome and popular. Great mage, Merlin, I tell you. What are you doing here? Morgan looked at Merlin with an unfriendly gaze. This man always appeared when something bad was about to happen. Artoria glanced at Merlin, her mouth slightly ajar, wanting to greet him, but ultimately remained silent. Scáthach, on the other hand, curiously observed the men in front of her, then suddenly frowned slightly. She didn't know why, but she felt a strong dislike for the aura emanating from this man. Oh. Even the Queen of the Land of Shadows is here. It's quite lively indeed, Merlin said, glancing at Scáthach in surprise. What exactly do you want? Morgan asked impatiently. Asher's gaze also fell on Merlin. He had a feeling Merlin was here because of Guinevere. As if sensing Asher's gaze, Merlin's eyes met his for a moment, revealing a calm smile. That's right, it's just as you think. I had a premonition that you encountered difficulties, so I specially came to help you. Are you here to tell us who attacked Princess Guinevere? Morgan asked. The commotion last night was so great that Merlin couldn't possibly have not noticed. Morgan was actually not surprised by his arrival. No, I wouldn't do such an offensive thing, Merlin said, shaking his head with a smile and picking up the broken hilt of the sword next to him. King Arthur needs a new weapon now, doesn't he? Morgan nodded slightly. In reality, the weapon wasn't the main point, the issue was the meaning represented by the Caliban. With the sword symbolizing kingship broken, and foreign races outside, plus the covetous kings within Britain, Morgan truly didn't believe they would let go of this opportunity without the sword of kingship. Do you have a way to repair the Caliban? Asher asked. Merlin stroked his chin, pondering for a moment as he looked at the Caliban. If you just glue it a little and don't swing it hard, it probably won't break easily. Sister Morgan, let's kick him out, Asher turned to Morgan and said. Morgan nodded. Exactly, I agree with you. She was about to make a move, but Merlin quickly raised his hand. Wait a minute. I can't repair the Caliban, but I can help you get a stronger weapon. At the end, seeing Morgan stop, he deliberately built suspense. After everyone's eyes were on him, he slowly placed the Caliban on the bed and then turned to Morgan. Actually, the one with the solution isn't me, because I don't really want to go to that place. You want me to take Arthur to find that person? Morgan immediately understood Merlin's meaning and looked up at him. Why don't you go yourself? Honestly, I don't really want to see that woman, but if it's you, you should be able to, right? Merlin said with a smile, looking at Morgan. Morgan's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly hesitating. Who is the person Merlin is talking about? Scáthach glanced at Morgan le Fay. The Lady of the Lake. Morgan said the name with a solemn expression. Vivian. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, The Lady of the Lake. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Almost at the same time Morgan uttered the name, Guinevere's expression showed a subtle change. Asher noticed the change in Guinevere's face and then glanced at Milo, whose face also looked somewhat off. Upon hearing the name Vivian, Asher already had the answer in his heart. In the legends of King Arthur, after the Caliban broke, King Arthur received the Sword of the Lake from Lake Avalon. That is, Excalibur. Wait. Vivian. Morgan suddenly remembered something important and murmured to herself, could it be her? She looked up at Merlin. Are you here to give us the answer? No, I haven't said anything from beginning to end. I'm just giving King Arthur a little correct guidance. Merlin spread his hands. I didn't say anything else. Morgan stared at Merlin for a long time, then suddenly smiled. If she knew you told tales, she'd kill you. I told you I didn't say anything. I just came to guide the king to obtain the Sword of Kingship. Merlin shrugged innocently and transformed into petals, disappearing from everyone's sight, as if afraid of causing trouble. Morgan stared at Merlin, who had long since vanished from the room, remaining silent. Shouldn't you explain a little? Scáthach lightly tapped the doorframe, bringing Morgan back to reality. Feeling everyone's gaze, Morgan rubbed her temples as if with a headache and slowly began. If nothing unexpected happened, the person who attacked Guinevere last night should be the Lady of the Lake from Lake Avalon. The Lady of the Lake. Scáthach glanced at Guinevere and Milo, who both seemed to have somewhat strange expressions, then asked. Merlin means for you to take my disciple to obtain that Sword of Kingship. Morgan nodded gently, then sighed. Frankly, if I could, I would never want to go to that place in my entire life. For some reason, Scáthach had a feeling that Morgan's words were sincere. However, I can take him to find Vivian, Morgan continued. But tonight, I'll be responsible for protecting your disciple's safety. As for Guinevere, you'll be responsible for her tonight. If she had to go to such a place, how could she not demand some substantial compensation for wrapping Asher up for a night? Scáthach was slightly startled, and looked at Asher with a complicated gaze. Believe me, if you knew how much I truly don't want to face that woman, you would definitely agree to my conditions, Morgan said again. A woman you dislike? Scáthach raised an eyebrow. How rare. Is her personality worse than yours? Her personality is as gentle as Guinevere's, Morgan said, glancing at the pure girl beside her. But sometimes, she can be 100 times worse than me. Scáthach stared into Morgan's eyes for a long time, finally nodding gently. I accept. Morgan was clearly not surprised by Scáthach's answer, her expression unchanged, only her eyes flickering, seemingly contemplating the upcoming journey. Asher looked left and right. So, what about my opinion? Scáthach also looked left and right, then glanced at Asher. Ash is my fiancée, right? Royal sister, who is Vivian? Artoria looked up at Morgan, puzzled. Although she was a little suspicious that Royal sister had suddenly offered to protect Ash with ulterior motives, she was more curious about the name Morgan had mentioned. Morgan gently ruffled Artoria's head. To be precise, she's not a person, but a fairy. As she finished speaking, Morgan looked out the window and said softly, I probably know why she attacked Guinevere. Coveting her body. Asher tried to guess. Last night, Vivian clearly had no murderous intent, but rather another purpose. Asher thought about it, and it seemed this was the only possibility. Morgan gave Asher a strange look, then nodded slightly. That explanation seemed fine. Vivian indeed wanted Guinevere's body. As for the reason, she wasn't very clear now, only by going to Lake Avalon could she learn the truth. Come with me, Morgan said. To Lake Avalon? Asher asked. Morgan said nothing, stepping out of the room. Her expression was somewhat heavy. Clearly, for Morgan, this was a very difficult decision. But on second thought, even if she didn't go this time, she would have to face Vivian eventually, so it might as well be now, getting a night with Asher as a bonus. I'm going ahead, Shishou. Asher turned to Scáthach and the others. Scáthach nodded slightly. I'll handle things here. You take care of yourself. With Sister Morgan, there won't be any problems, Asher said, stepping to follow her. But upon hearing Asher's words, Morgan secretly shook her head. This time, she couldn't interfere. If anything, she owed Vivian. What should we do now? Guinevere asked cautiously, her expression somewhat apologetic. This incident started because of her. If it weren't for the possibility of causing greater trouble by going along, she would even want to go with Asher to meet that woman. Continue with your training as usual, Scáthach said. Besides waiting, there's nothing else to do now. After speaking, she looked at Milo, who was standing silently to the side. What about you? Scáthach suddenly remembered why she had found Milo so familiar before. Clearly, it wasn't familiarity, but rather seeing Guinevere's shadow in her. I'll come along too. If possible, I'd really like to have a group of friends, Milo said with a sweet smile, looking incredibly friendly. If you want to open your heart to others, Scáthach gently patted Milo's head and turned to leave the room. Put away your false facade first. Asher looked up at the lush green forest before him. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, and as the wind stirred the leaves, colorful light and shadows danced on the ground. It was like a fairyland. In fact, it truly was a fairyland, for this was one of the other worlds Avalon. Asher had no idea how much time had passed since he followed Morgan to this place. During that time, they paddled a small boat for a while, then crossed swamps and mist. Once on shore, they saw this forest. Throughout this time, Morgan hadn't said a word. Asher also tried to find topics to cheer her up, but Morgan clearly wasn't in the mood for jokes, which was evident from the disappearance of her usual smile. With nothing else to do, Asher could only look at the surrounding scenery to ease the unease in his heart. Yes, he had felt very uneasy since just now. After all, this was Avalon, the legendary Isle of the Dead. Don't look around. Stay behind me, and look straight ahead, Morgan's voice suddenly came. Sister Morgan is suddenly so serious. The difference is too great. Asher quickly pulled back his gaze, looking straight ahead, but secretly observing Morgan's changing expression. It seems Sister Morgan is a woman with many stories. He felt he understood. Perhaps sensing that her earlier words had been too harsh, Morgan, after a long silence, finally spoke. I know what you're thinking, but knowing those things won't do you any good. But I still want to know, Asher said. He at least needed to know what that shadow from last night was, right? Vivian shouldn't be that ugly, right? She's the Lady of the Lake, after all. Even so, you still want to know. Morgan slowed her pace considerably, her gaze falling on the young man beside her. Why? I want to know about you, Asher said. He was genuinely curious now, wanting to know about Morgan's connection to the Isle of Avalon. Of course, asking directly like that wouldn't work. Anyone with eyes could see that Morgan didn't want to talk about these things, so a more roundabout way of speaking would be better. Morgan's mouth slightly parted, then she quickly smiled, a very gentle smile, as pure as a fairy. That's why I like you so much. Her footsteps slowly stopped. She gazed into the distance at the faintly visible, fairy-like lake. You probably don't know, but I was once a lady of the lake. Morgan said this, then gave a casual smile, a lock of her beautiful hair fluttering with the distant breeze. She slowly began to recount a long-sealed past. A long time ago, Morgan was the designated evil aspect of the Lady of the Lake. In short, she was Vivian's agent in the present world. And after that, something unexpected happened. The goddess of death possessed Morgan, and Vivian had no choice but to transfer the evil aspect to another person. That is, Milo. The current Milo is the other aspect of the Lady of the Lake. The Enchantress of the Lake. Asher murmured after a long stunned silence, so, Guinevere is actually a title, and this title refers to the names of 3 people. They correspond to the Enchantress, the Fairy, and the Beauty, respectively. And the current Guinevere is actually the Beauty among these 3 titles, while Milo is the Enchantress, and Vivian is the Fairy. Morgan nodded gently. Asher was stunned for a long time before he finally came back to his senses, his body trembling slightly. In the legends of King Arthur, Morgan le Fay used magic to bewitch King Arthur and had sexual relations with him. But now, it seemed very likely that Morgan did not use magic. Nor did King Arthur mistake someone else. Rather, Morgan le Fay might very well be another aspect of Guinevere. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, I like who she likes. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher didn't know if the world he transmigrated to was problematic, or if this world itself was problematic. Because the goddess of death had possessed Morgan, Milo replaced the former Morgan le Fay, becoming the Lady of the Lake. If someone married Guinevere, wouldn't that be like marrying 3 wives? Asher suddenly thought of this out of nowhere. Perhaps one day, when someone was kissing Guinevere, she might suddenly transform into Vivian. Thinking about it, it's really dangerous. Frankly, Asher had already experienced the pressure brought by 3 women. After all, a large part of the reason he was bedridden for an entire day previously was thanks to the 3 Morgan le Fays. A trinity goddess, so there were 3 times the pleasure, and the subsequent pain. Let's talk about the idle chatter when we get back. Morgan gazed at a slowly rising illusory figure on the lake. It seems she's been waiting for us for a long time. Asher followed her gaze. An illusory figure, as if shrouded in mist, stood silently on the surface of the lake. It was the Black Shadow from last night. The Black Shadow, accompanied by a swirl of dark smoke, attacked Morgan. Morgan looked up expressionlessly, making no movement. Asher stepped forward to block the Black Shadow, but Morgan stopped him. It's all right, she won't attack me, nor will she attack you. Remember, absolutely do not anger her. On this island, she is truly invincible. As soon as Morgan finished speaking, the Black Shadow enveloped Asher. A pair of eyes seemed to glance at Morgan, then the long, dark hair covered Asher, and soon they disappeared from Morgan's sight. Morgan was not surprised, she simply looked at the distant lakeside and let out a soft breath. The rest is up to you, Ash. A fierce wind, accompanied by a terrifying whooshing sound, made Asher's vision go completely black. When his vision returned, he was no longer in the forest, but in a palace. A palace in the lake. Before him was a world of azure blue. Water surrounded them, but it seemed to be magically separated, so he didn't feel any difficulty breathing, just like on land. I never thought that woman would specially come to see me for you. The woman's voice pulled Asher back to reality. He turned his head and saw the Black Shadow standing before him, dressed in a black and red robe, revealing her proud twin peaks, her flowing long hair tied into pigtails. Although her face was obscured, it was not difficult to tell from her demeanor what astonishing beauty this woman possessed. Vivian? Asher asked, just in case. That's right, it's me, the most beautiful fairy in the world. Vivian tilted her head slightly towards Asher. Last night, I had no intention of fighting you, but you, on the other hand, actually tried to take away my prey. Are you referring to Princess Guinevere? Asher asked. Who else could it be? Vivian raised her hand and looked at her slender fingers, clicking her tongue in regret. I just wanted to go out and take a stroll through her. Didn't I just not say hello? But she actually treated me like a ghost and ran to your bed for refuge. As she finished, Vivian sized Asher up, shaking her head with a click of her tongue. If the people knew that Britain's great beauty, Guinevere, ran to King Arthur's bed late at night, her reputation would probably be ruined, especially since you're not even lovers. We didn't do anything, Asher said. I know, after all, I caused trouble last night, didn't I? Otherwise, could you have resisted that woman's temptation? Vivian clicked her tongue in disdain, mumbling, even if that guy doesn't care about her own reputation, she should at least consider me. How can I possibly use her body to act in the future? Princess Guinevere didn't do anything to tempt me. She just came to me because of you, Asher said with a frown. You're King Arthur, so why does it feel like your brain isn't working too well? Vivian blew away a speck of dust from the back of her hand and said softly, you see her too perfectly. Don't be deceived by her pure appearance. You know, the prettier a woman is, the more she lies. Asher nodded. He largely agreed with this. Back in the land of shadows, Scáthach had used tears more than once to trick him into doing certain things, and after they were done, she would burst into a sly smile. And back then, Morgan had basically tricked Asher, through a mix of coaxing and deception, into going to Britain to become King Arthur. A woman's words are deceptive. But honestly, Asher found it hard to believe Guinevere had any ulterior motives. From her every word and action, Asher couldn't discern even a hint of an ulterior motive. Guinevere's impression on him was that of a lovable, gentle, and occasionally playful and cunning girl, nothing more. If all of that was an act, then Guinevere's acting skills were simply too good. You've come for the sword in the lake, haven't you? Vivian asked. Finally getting to the point. Asher nodded. No problem, Vivian said softly. After all, the Caliban broke because of me, so I should compensate you. She agreed readily, but when Asher heard her gentle voice, he instantly became more cautious. Asher was too familiar with this tone. Whenever Morgan was scheming something, it would be accompanied by such a gentle voice, subtly lulling people into letting down their guard. What are your conditions? Asher asked. Vivian looked at Asher in surprise. You're quite clever, aren't you? I don't believe you'd give me the sword of the lake for no reason, Asher sighed. Tell me, what are your terms? I want one person. Vivian raised an index finger. Give me that person, and I'll give you the sword of the lake. No, I can give you anything you want. Asher shook his head firmly. Impossible. Guinevere will absolutely not be given to you. On this matter, there was no room for negotiation. He would rather not have the sword of the lake than hand Guinevere over to this woman. Vivian showed an interesting smile. You don't want Excalibur anymore. If those are the terms, I won't accept. Asher paused. Even without that sword, I can drive out the foreign tribes and quell the internal strife in Britain. Set another condition, Asher said. I only have this condition, and it won't change. Asher gently shook his head. Then, unfortunately, this matter will probably have to end here. Vivian tilted her head, interrupting Asher's voice. Who told you I want Guinevere? Although I certainly do. Asher was startled, then shook his head again. Not Sir Milo either. Milo, I'd hate to take Milo. That child is very obedient and willingly bears my evil side, so I don't really want to use her body anymore. Though it might sound bad coming from me, she's a bit dirty. Morgan had previously said that Milo's body was dirty, but that wasn't to say Milo's body was physically unclean, it was because Milo had voluntarily taken on the evil aspect of the Lady of the Lake, which was why Morgan disliked her so much. Asher hesitated. Then what do you want? He completely failed to understand this woman's thought process. From the moment she brought him to this lake, he had completely failed to understand Vivian's intentions. I want you, Vivian said with a smile. Asher was startled. Don't joke around. I'm not joking, I really want you. Vivian put her index finger to her chin, tilted her head slightly, and thought for a moment. How should I explain it so you understand? We've never even met before. Asher stared warily at the woman whose face he couldn't see. It can't be because you think I'm handsome, can it? Puffed. Vivian burst into laughter, unable to hold it in. If we're talking about handsomeness, isn't that child Lancelot handsome enough? Besides, how old are you? She then shook her head. Don't worry, I'm not interested in humans, and neither are you. Don't be so conceited. To be precise, I don't like you. The black mist on her face was quietly receding. Though shrouded in black mist, she exuded a chilling aura. When the mist receded, it revealed a perfectly beautiful face with an unhealthy pale complexion. Vivian stared at Asher, her slender, pale hand stroking his face. But I like what Morgan likes. Her slightly pale lips parted slightly, and she gently breathed a fragrant sigh onto Asher's face. Choose, either give me Guinevere, or declare to everyone that you will marry me. Actually, it's not a loss, is it? A beauty as stunning as I am is no worse than Guinevere or anyone else, and Excalibur is included. It's a profitable deal no matter how you look at it. Asher had to admit that Vivian's words were completely correct, and he couldn't help but nod gently. As expected, very clever. Truly worthy of King Arthur, Vivian smiled. I refuse. Vivian's smile froze on her face. What did you say? Asher sighed. Although it's a bit regrettable, I cannot agree to your terms. The Sword of the Lake. I don't want it anymore. Why? Vivian said in disbelief. Are such terms not enough to tempt you? If my words just now made you uncomfortable, I can apologize. You are very beautiful, and I am very tempted, Asher said frankly. Vivian was indeed a very beautiful woman. She had a sickly beauty, and her slightly unhealthy pale complexion actually became part of her charm. This was the first time Asher had seen such a woman, and she even came with Excalibur. It was a completely profitable deal. Then why? Vivian's words were cut off by Asher. He looked deeply at Vivian, shaking his head gently, and sighed. Is there something you can't say? Vivian asked. Asher sighed from the bottom of his heart. I'm afraid of death. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, the winner marries Ash, the loser becomes the mistress. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. So that's how it is, Asher sighed. I can't agree to your terms. As Vivian's smile gradually froze on her face, Asher continued, besides, I'm not a tool, am I? If you and Sister Morgan have some grievance, you should go to her. If you want what she likes, why don't you go to Lily? After a moment, Vivian's face returned to its usual smile. You mean the red dragon body, the girl that Lyre and Uther cultivated together? Asher nodded, thinking, why does that sound a bit off? A girl cultivated by Merlin and Uther together. Cultivated together, sounds a bit like a verb. Actually, I originally intended to find her, Vivian sighed. But I think you're more suitable. Why? Asher asked. If he had to say, both he and Lily were Morgan's wings, so why did it have to be him? Can Lily bear me children? Vivian asked. Asher. She seems like a quiet, gentle, and cute girl, but what she says is quite shocking. Are all these older women so direct and uninhibited when they speak? Even Lily was influenced by them before. Vivian suddenly paused, looking at Asher with a half-smile. For some reason, Asher felt as if his thoughts had just been seen through. So, you don't want that sword anymore? Vivian asked again. I can only give you one last chance. Are you sure? Although the Caliban broke because of me, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't thrown the sword. Ultimately, it was your fault for attacking me first. Vivian walked to the ethereal blue throne behind them and leaned back into it. One of her elbows rested on the armrest, her legs crossed, and she looked down at the young man before her. King Arthur, this is your last chance. Are you really sure you don't want Excalibur? Though she appeared to be a frail girl, the aura emanating from Vivian now was astonishing. The pressure from her gaze and suddenly serious tone washed over Asher. You have nothing to lose, so why do you refuse me? Is it because you're afraid of other women? If so, you don't have to immediately declare that you'll marry me, just give me a promise. Even then, you won't agree. Asher shook his head again. This was like walking down the street one day and a strange girl suddenly asking you to marry her, promising that everything she owned would be yours. Would you agree then? You'd probably think there was something fishy going on, right? Vivian narrowed her eyes, her lips slightly parted. The surrounding lake water surged, forming sharp, needle-like icicles suspended in midair. Countless fish swam frantically in the lake, appearing distressed. Asher remained still, without any movement. You're not resisting? Vivian asked in surprise. Your goal isn't to kill me, otherwise, you could have delivered a fatal blow last night, Asher said, shaking his head. Last night? Vivian crossed her other leg. Since she was in her castle in the lake, she wasn't wearing shoes, and her slightly pale feet dangled freely while she recalled the events of the previous night. Although she didn't know how Asher did it, one thing was undeniable: the last attack Asher launched last night had approached the power of a deity. If they hadn't been in Britain, even she would have been severely injured. Actually, I want you to marry me, and it's not just because of Morgan. Vivian suddenly said something out of the blue, leaving Asher completely bewildered. Not because of Morgan. Is it love at first sight, then? Vivian, since there's no room for negotiation regarding the Sword of the Lake, I'll be leaving, Asher said. Since the other party had no intention, there was no point in staying here stubbornly. He couldn't possibly force it, could he? Morgan had said before that Vivian was invincible on this island. It's not that I'm not negotiating, it's that you're not negotiating with me, Vivian said with a smile. The terms I offered you were clearly so generous, but you're the one who refused me. Either you marry me, or you bring Guinevere here to me. Fulfill either of these conditions, and I'll give you the sword. So, how are these impossible conditions generous? He definitely couldn't bring Guinevere to Vivian, but he absolutely couldn't marry Vivian either. He was already having headaches over his Shishou and Morgan, and if he suddenly proposed marrying Vivian now, it would be a question of whether he'd even live to see the next day. As for agreeing to marry Vivian first and then not publicly announcing it, that wouldn't work either. If Vivian made him swear an oath, it wouldn't matter whether he announced it or not. Vivian gazed at Asher, who had already made up his mind. She remained silent for a while, then slowly spoke. All right, how about this? Isn't this world where the strong prevail? If Morgan agrees, you should have no objections, right? No, even if Sister Morgan agrees. Asher hadn't finished speaking when he saw Vivian stand up. She looked up at the surface of the lake, rose slightly on her tiptoes, and floated towards the water. Asher looked up. Sunlight streamed through the lake, gleaming brightly. Vivian's long black pigtails, almost reaching her feet, swayed gently, and her pale legs were faintly visible beneath her black and red robe. He could vaguely make out the captivating sight of her upper thighs. Vivian seemed to notice Asher's gaze. She looked at him twice, stopped floating further towards the lake, turned to face Asher, and gently pulled open the corner of her robe, revealing a pair of fair, tender thighs. Why don't Morgan or Vivian feel embarrassed doing this? Asher silently covered his eyes. He peeked through his fingers, then peeked again, and then several more times. It seems she's not wearing underwear. Noticing his gaze, Vivian chuckled lightly, turned around, and disappeared within the castle in the lake. It wasn't until the Lady of the Lake had left that Asher snapped out of his daze, still savoring the sight he had just witnessed, and only came back to his senses a moment later. How to put it? Vivian truly lived up to her name as a fairy. Asher's gaze swept around. Previously, his attention had been entirely on Vivian, and he hadn't paid much attention to his surroundings. Only now did he have time to observe them. It looked like a castle in the lake constructed by magic. When he looked up, the sunlight shone through the water, illuminating it with dazzling light, and he could see many small fish slowly swimming around. The entire environment did not appear gloomy at all, instead, it gave off a tranquil and peaceful feeling. Oh! Is that? Asher's attention was quickly drawn to a sword that was casually tossed in a corner, as if it were a pile of junk. Excalibur. Morgan sat under a tree, her eyes slightly narrowed, enjoying the refreshing breeze. But at that moment, a figure suddenly overshadowed her. Ash didn't come out with you. Morgan didn't open her eyes, still squinting. Is that so? So you call him Ash? Vivian chuckled. He's been charmed by me and promised to marry me and spend his life with me in the lake. He even kissed me just now. Morgan opened her eyes. Finally nervous. It seems he's really important to you. Vivian sat down beside Morgan, like two old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Morgan shook her head. You don't know him well enough. He wouldn't agree to such a thing. Vivian said in surprise, so confident. Morgan looked at the seemingly frail girl beside her. If he were that easy to trick, he'd probably still be in bed with me right now. Vivian's smile deepened. You really are clever. It's just that your lie was too foolish. If you had said you pinned him down on the bed and did something, I might have believed you, but to say he voluntarily kissed you, that just shows how little you know him. Does that mean you believe in King Arthur's character? No, Morgan shook her head. I just believe his repressed nature wouldn't let him do anything out of line. Vivian suddenly laughed. It seemed she had heard something very amusing. He was King Arthur, and if he wished, he could choose any woman in this country, yet he dared not do anything because of his repressed nature. That's his own personality issue, Morgan added. After becoming King Arthur, he ignored the romantic advances of other women. Isn't that noble chivalry? Vivian said. No, that's just plain repressed, Morgan shook her head. Vivian stared at Morgan, silent for a long time. It was the first time she had seen such a gentle side of Morgan. Was it because of that person? Since you left that time, I think this is the first time we've had a conversation like this, Vivian's voice deepened significantly. Since you gave up Avalon. I never expected it to turn out like this, Morgan shrugged. But compared to my life before, I prefer it now. In the past, Morgan would either bury herself in the magic workshop or stay on Avalon Island. Her life was incredibly monotonous and boring. She felt that her current life suited her better. It seems you really like King Arthur, Vivian said. Morgan remained silent, implicitly agreeing with Vivian. If it hadn't been for the Sword of the Lake this time, she probably never would have come here. Vivian stared at Morgan. After a long while, she suddenly smiled. Let's have a duel. A duel. Morgan looked back at Vivian. What do you want to bet on? If I lose, I return to my evil side. No, honestly, I'm quite satisfied with that child Milo. At this point, I wouldn't want you back, Vivian shook her head. We'll have a fight. The winner marries King Arthur, and the loser becomes the concubine. How about it? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Mentality Collapsed X. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. If you win, our past debts are cleared. If you lose, give King Arthur to me. Ah, of course, I'll explain it to him. Even if he's disobedient at first, once we spend more time together, he'll naturally understand my charm. After all, I'm a flawless beautiful girl. Morgan evidently hadn't expected Vivian to suddenly mention Asher. After a moment of surprise, she quickly revealed a meaningful smile and nodded gently. You agree? Vivian asked. I must say, your suggestion is excellent, Morgan said softly. Honestly, if this could make you forgive me for leaving alone before, it's truly tempting. I know you're a person of your word. Vivian was stunned. Why does this answer sound so familiar? You agree, she asked cautiously. No, I refuse, Morgan said. Vivian. It really does sound familiar. Asher just refused her like that. I'm not even a queen myself yet, so even if I gamble with you, it's useless. Even if I'm willing to let him go, she won't accept it, Morgan continued. The Queen of the Land of Shadows. Vivian recovered from her previous daze, murmuring to herself thoughtfully. She recalled the woman with flowing purple hair from last night. If she hadn't run in time, that spear would have caused her considerable trouble. Why do you like him? Clearly, he doesn't only have you in his heart, Vivian quickly snapped out of it, asking incredulously. Morgan scrutinized the girl for a few moments, then gave a casual smile. Vivian, you should know my personality, right? Vivian was stunned. A gentle breeze brushed past, accompanied by Morgan's faint voice. I love taking away what others love the most, and besides, I really like that thing this time too. But he definitely only likes your body. He looked at me with that lecherous gaze just now too. Believe me, if this continues, one day he won't be able to resist making a move on you. Vivian warned, but then saw Morgan's eyes light up. Really? Vivian was silent for a long time before turning her back. I'll bring King Arthur back, and then you two can leave. Morgan stared at Vivian's back, making no move to stop her. This fairy had helped her a lot. She could be treacherous, but she couldn't force Vivian to do anything. Since she refused to hand over the sword of the lake, there was nothing that could be done. But is what she said true? Will Ash make a move on me on his own? That sounds rather exciting. Frankly, Vivian didn't like Asher. If anything, she really disliked him. Morgan le Fay had betrayed her, abandoned her evil aspect, and left the Isle of Avalon, but she still loved Morgan, loved her loneliness and power, and was obsessed with her cold demeanor. So even when Morgan left Avalon, she wasn't particularly angry. As long as she could continue to see Morgan like that, she was content. However, this continued until 4 years ago. At some point, Morgan stopped being enthusiastic about brewing potions. She left Britain almost every day to go somewhere. From then on, Vivian started to feel that something was wrong. Facts proved her feeling was correct. Because of the boy she brought back, Morgan's personality completely changed. She not only reigned in her venomous fangs, but even her way of doing things differed greatly. Morgan must be using the boy for something. Vivian had always thought this, until one day, she learned from Milo that Morgan truly loved King Arthur. From that day on, the Lady of the Lake's mentality collapsed. How could this be? Morgan le Fay was a solitary and powerful being, revered by people. The only person who understood Morgan was her, that's how it should be. Everything was ruined, all because of that boy. Everything was ruined. After that, she learned through Guinevere that King Arthur was not only involved with Morgan, but also with Morgan's sister, and even his master. From then on, Vivian became even more convinced that Morgan must have been deceived. If only King Arthur would agree to marry her, and then she told Morgan about it, she would surely make Morgan realize the truth. However, that despicable man refused her. Even though he kept looking at her with that lecherous gaze, he still refused her. I must stop King Arthur's conspiracy and make Morgan realize the truth. Vivian made up her mind. She walked barefoot on the lake, then looked back at Morgan one last time, her body slowly sinking, returning to the bottom of the lake. Upon arriving at her palace, Vivian saw Asher examining Excalibur. She put away her gloomy expression, approached with a smile, and gently patted his shoulder. Arthur, do you want it? A soft voice came from behind. Asher wasn't surprised, he had sensed Vivian's return long ago. He turned around and looked at the girl behind him. Still the same condition as before. Of course, Vivian chuckled. Why is this woman so persistent? Asher looked at Vivian, then shook his head again. I refuse. Vivian narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Asher for a few moments. Is that so? That's truly a pity, after I've given you several chances. Could that even be considered a chance? There was clearly no possibility whatsoever. If he were to truly agree to Vivian's request, what awaited Asher would be immense trouble. You will definitely regret it and come begging me, King Arthur. Vivian's smile faded. But by then, I might not accept. Oh, perhaps if you kiss my feet and please me, I might consider it. She wasn't in a hurry, knowing that King Arthur would come back to her eventually. And, whether it was her, Milo, or Guinevere, if one of them succeeded in winning over King Arthur, it would surely make Morgan see King Arthur's true colors. Before that, she would wait a little longer. She believed that with Guinevere's abilities, conquering King Arthur was only a matter of time. Vivian raised her hand, and a snap of her fingers echoed. Asher felt the world suddenly spin. When he regained his bearings, the person before him was Morgan le Fay. Did she let me go so easily? Asher couldn't help but wonder. It seems you failed. Morgan glanced at Asher's empty hands, asking without surprise. I couldn't accept her terms, Asher said, shaking his head helplessly. Let's go back, Sister Morgan. Morgan nodded gently and walked towards the forest exit. Asher followed closely behind. What will you do? Morgan asked again on the way. That sword represents the king's authority. The news might be kept secret for a while, but not forever. Sooner or later, people will discover that the Caliban is broken. Asher naturally understood what Morgan was saying. He shook his head. The symbolic meaning of the Caliban is greater than its practicality. And the news should be able to be kept secret for a while. As long as we expel all the foreign races and quell the internal strife as soon as possible, not having the Caliban won't be a problem. Morgan was silent. Although she didn't know what conditions Vivian had offered Asher, seeing his unwavering resolve, they must have been hard to accept. However, there was no need to rush. The Sword of the Lake was useless to Vivian. The fact that she hadn't given it to Asher meant she had other motives. They could figure out a way later. Besides, the news of the Caliban breaking wouldn't spread that quickly. By the time they returned to the palace, night had already fallen. Asher returned to his room. Morgan followed closely behind and closed the door, looking expectant. According to their agreement, it was her turn to protect Asher's safety tonight. "Sister Morgan, Vivian probably won't come to attack me now, right?" Asher said. "Instead, Princess Guinevere might need some attention." Morgan le Fay shook her head solemnly. "You don't know, Vivian's personality is volatile. I once betrayed her. As my lover, it's highly likely she'll come to retaliate against you. So, it's safer for me to stay and guard you tonight." Just as Asher was about to say something else, Morgan had already walked to the bed and sat down, looking at him sadly. "Are you perhaps rejecting your sister? Does it have to be your Shishou protecting you?" Morgan said, covering her face at the end, looking heartbroken. This made Asher immediately soften. Even knowing she was acting, he couldn't refuse her. This was Morgan's terror, or rather, her charm. "I understand. I'll trouble you tonight, Sister Morgan," Asher could only say. "That's wonderful," Morgan clapped her hands softly, tilting her head slightly. "You've been traveling all day, you must be tired. Come and rest." She looked at Asher, who was still standing, and gently patted the empty space on the bed beside her. Asher slowly walked over and sat down beside Morgan le Fay. Morgan's lips curved slightly. She placed her hand on Asher's and said softly, "Sister's hand is a little cold. Could you warm it for me?" Asher naturally understood Morgan's meaning and naturally placed his hand over her soft, slightly cool hand. Morgan's eyes twinkled with a smile as she stared at Asher, her mouth slightly parted, about to proceed with the next step of her plan. But just then, a knock suddenly came from outside the room. Immediately after, a gloomy voice sounded from beyond the door. "Mother, I'm back. Tangerine, boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong." Chapter 197, Chapter 197, This old lady's going to kill that little bitch. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher awoke from his daze, got up, and opened the door. Before him stood a somewhat lifeless-looking man. "Sir Agravain, it's been a while since I've seen you," Asher observed the men before him. It has been a while, probably several days. King Arthur." Agravain bowed, secretly glancing at Morgan. He didn't know why, but he felt like his mother was glaring at him. Regardless, he had to report what he had scouted at King Marco's place recently. Fortunately, he had run into King Arthur's Shishou on the way, otherwise he wouldn't have known his mother was protecting King Arthur's safety. Agravain thought with some relief. Morgan took a shallow breath and slowly exhaled. "Just say what you need to say directly. King Arthur has the right to know about that matter." "Are you talking about King Marco?" Asher asked, not surprised. He had a premonition when Agravain disappeared 2 days ago. After all, at the knighting ceremony, King Marco had clearly intended to target him. Given Morgan's personality, it wasn't strange for her to send someone. Agravain's face showed hesitation. "From the disappointment written on your face, I assume you failed." Morgan stared into Agravain's eyes. "I tried to find opportunities outside the city for several days, but all of them failed without exception. The other party was already on alert, with barriers set up all around. I was detected as soon as I entered the city, and I also saw 2 guards, no weaker than a knight of the Round Table, guarding King Marco." Agravain lowered his head deeply. Although it was unavoidable, a failure was a failure, and anything more was just an excuse. "A barrier that cannot be easily entered," Morgan murmured. "It seems the other party had already anticipated our movements." "All right, you can go back first. I'll send someone to continue monitoring that area," she said, looking up quickly. The evening hours were precious. But Agravain did not leave. He stood at the door, his face grim, and said, "Mother, if needed, I can also stay to protect the king's safety." Agravain felt that since the previous mission had failed, it was necessary to make up for it here, for example, by guarding King Arthur tonight. "No need, I am enough here." "You've traveled extensively and are tired, so go and rest well first," Morgan said lightly. "Actually, I'm not that tired," and it's still early. Go rest first. There's a new mission for you tomorrow. Morgan interrupted Agravain. She felt like she was losing her patience. If Asher wasn't right there and she needed to maintain the image of a gentle older sister, she probably wouldn't have been able to control her temper. But Agravain hesitated. Could it be that because of the failed mission, Mother has lost confidence in him? Morgan's eyelid twitched slightly, and she slowly stood up. For some reason, Agravain suddenly felt a chill down his spine in that instant. But fortunately, at that moment, Asher timely grabbed Morgan's hand and looked at Agravain at the door. You may withdraw now, Sir Agravain. Get a good rest tonight. Hearing Asher's words, Agravain immediately nodded, then I shall withdraw. Watching Agravain leave, Morgan immediately stood up and closed the door, then slowly exhaled. Asher also shook his head helplessly. Perhaps next time, I'll have to talk to Agravain a bit and make him at least understand how to read the room. He's truly a child who doesn't understand how to read the room. Morgan regripped Asher's hand, her gaze falling back on his face, her cheek slowly drawing closer. Asher understood Morgan's intention but didn't refuse. Or rather, even if he refused, it wouldn't make much sense. Knock, knock. Just as Asher's lips were about to meet hers, another knock came from outside the room. And at this point, Morgan knew that she wouldn't have any opportunities for a while. After all, it was still early, and it was normal for others to come check on them. I should wait until later. Yes, after night falls. Asher opened the door. The person standing at the doorway was Guinevere. She was wearing a pure white dress, her fingers resting uneasily on her chest, and she raised her moist eyes. Arthur, how did it go? Asher shook his head. There was no need to hide this, after all, one glance would tell whether he got the sword of the lake. I see. Guinevere lowered her head slightly, saying with some self-reproach, I wish I hadn't come to you last night. Don't say that. If anything, it makes me happy that you thought to come to me for help the first time you encountered difficulty. Asher shook his head. He was telling the truth. The fact that Guinevere immediately thought of him for help when she encountered difficulty indeed made him quite happy. After all, whether in front of Scáthach or Morgan, he had always played the role of the protected one. Even Lily didn't need anyone's protection because her strength was comparable to his. The only person who relied on him was Guinevere. Did she refuse you directly? Guinevere looked up and asked. Since Asher already knew about Vivian, the Geist naturally wouldn't activate. Asher's mouth slightly parted, then he gently nodded. If Guinevere knew about the conditions Vivian offered, given this child's kind-hearted nature, she might become distressed and agree to exchange her body for the sword of the lake. But speaking of which, why did Vivian want Guinevere's body so much? Asher suddenly thought of this. If I'm not mistaken, the conditions Vivian proposed might be related to Princess Guinevere. Morgan, sitting at the head of the bed, suddenly said. That's why you refused Vivian. Asher's expression changed slightly. Morgan's reaction speed was too fast. Just from that brief conversation and observation, she had deduced this. Vivian's unique identity prevents her from easily leaving Avalon. If she wants to be active in this world for a long time, having a body would be more convenient, Morgan said, giving Guinevere a deep look. Now that I think about it, she probably wants to permanently acquire a body that can operate in the present world. Ash, there's no point in hiding it. If Vivian finds an opportunity to tell Guinevere this someday, the result will be the same, won't it? Morgan continued, seeing Asher's body stiffen slightly. Is what Princess Morgan said true? Guinevere looked at Asher, whose expression was somewhat off, and asked. Under the girl's gaze, Asher gently nodded. She proposed 2 conditions. That was one of them. Guinevere's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly thinking about something. Actually, agreeing to such a condition wouldn't be a problem. She wouldn't use Guinevere's body forever, would she? Morgan smiled. Such a condition is a big concession for Vivian. Besides that, what other conditions did she propose? Morgan asked interestedly. Take this opportunity to state all the conditions she proposed. We'll pick a more suitable one to accept. If you think exchanging Guinevere isn't good, you can consider agreeing to her other condition. Morgan said again, the power of the sword of the lake far exceeds your imagination. Making a small sacrifice for it is quite reasonable. If I marry her, she can also give me the sword of the lake, Asher said softly. Morgan's smile gradually froze. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Guinevere's Temptation. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Morgan stood expressionlessly at the door. She was very angry right now. Not just because Guinevere or Agravain interrupted her, well, maybe a little because of that. But more importantly, she had slapped herself in the face. Just moments ago, in the room, she had said that sacrificing a bit of interest for the lake sword was inevitable, and the next second, when she heard Asher's second condition, Morgan couldn't help but feel that it was a pity she hadn't accepted Vivian's duel challenge today. She really should have fought Vivian and beaten her into an RBQ, so Vivian would never again set her sights on her Ash. But easier said than done. Even she wasn't sure she could defeat Vivian. After all, Vivian now had the bonus from the island. Morgan gently shook her head, brushing away the thoughts in her mind, and glanced at the tightly closed door. What were Asher and Guinevere talking about? Earlier, Guinevere said she had something to say to Asher, and then secretly glanced at Morgan. Clearly, there were things Guinevere didn't want Morgan to hear. With Morgan le Fay's prideful personality, she wouldn't follow anyone's advice or act based on anyone's expression. She always acted on her own desires. The more someone wanted her to do something, the more she preferred doing the opposite. So, it was obvious that she wasn't planning to leave the room. But after Asher noticed Guinevere's desire to speak to him privately, he gently suggested Morgan wait outside for a moment. So Morgan had to come out. She acted based on her inner desires, and Asher was one of those desires. And when that desire gently asked her to step out, even with a slightly pleading look in his eyes, refusing would be too damaging to his affection for her. It didn't really matter though, since Guinevere was a good girl. If it had been Scáthach or her daughter, then she would have had to be cautious. Oh, and now even Lily needed to be watched. That child, while obedient, sometimes walked into dead ends on her own. If she got stuck in her thoughts, she might do something extreme, like using drugs or something. Thinking of Artoria's situation, Morgan couldn't help but shake her head and sigh inwardly. Lily really shouldn't be like this. Of all the things she could have done, why resort to drugging someone? She needed to have a good talk with her sometime. Thought the very same woman who had brewed countless aphrodisiacs. Inside the room, Guinevere nervously fidgeted with the hem of her white skirt. She lowered her head, beneath her short skirt were a pair of long legs, and her fair little feet rubbed against each other. Her hands were tightly clasped together. Asher's gaze involuntarily paused on those translucent, almost luminous white toes. He coughed lightly. Princess Guinevere, what did you want to say? They had been sitting in silence like this for almost 5 minutes now. If no one spoke up, he really didn't know where to put his eyes. Because the girl sitting at the edge of the bed, whether it was due to her lack of experience with men or something else, every movement of hers was unbearably alluring. Her lightly pressed together thighs, her already well-developed chest, and the way her silky, shiny long hair slid down slightly as she moved, exposing her soft, delicate neck. How to say this? For some reason, Asher felt like she was particularly seductive today, giving him an almost criminal urge. Maybe it was because Morgan had already aroused his desire earlier. Asher thought. But it couldn't be helped, Morgan really was too enticing. After a bit of hesitation, Guinevere finally looked up. Arthur. Asher turned his head to look at her. But Guinevere immediately fell silent again, gazing blankly at the boy so close to her, then shyly lowering her eyes and biting her lip. Relax. I'm not going to eat you. Just say what you want to say, Asher said comfortingly, feeling a bit helpless. Guinevere really was a good girl, too gentle and too easily embarrassed. But maybe that's what made it nice. He was finally starting to understand why Morgan and his teacher liked teasing him so much. Watching someone get flustered really did bring a strange kind of joy. No wonder Morgan enjoyed teasing him all the time. Guinevere took small breaths, and finally lifted her head again. The nervousness on her face seemed to fade under Asher's reassurance. Arthur, can you take me to Avalon? Asher nodded. Really? Guinevere's face lit up with joy. Asher nodded again. Just kidding. Even someone as gentle as Guinevere was momentarily speechless. She looked at Asher with a slightly aggrieved expression and muttered, could it be that Arthur is the kind of mean-spirited person? Princess Guinevere, please don't bring this up again. This isn't something open for discussion, Asher sighed sincerely. I thought you had something urgent to talk about. Turns out it was just this. Why won't you agree? Guinevere asked, confused. Even if I offer myself to Vivian, it's not like I'd never see you again. As long as she allows it, I can always come back. And I could get the sword of promised victory too. To put it a bit emotionally, it's because I don't want to treat you like a bargaining chip, Asher said. To put it more bluntly. Bluntly. Guinevere clasped her hands and looked up at him, just in time to catch his smile. I love rejecting people who think they're clever. You're giving up the lake sword for a reason like that, Guinevere muttered in a daze. That reason is good enough, Asher shook his head. If I really traded you for the sword, I don't think even that sword would acknowledge me. Besides, I don't think Vivian is all that trustworthy. Even if I let you go exchange for the lake sword, she'd probably pull something shady, Asher added. That was the impression he'd gotten from his conversation with Vivian earlier. Although it felt wrong to say, he couldn't help but feel that Vivian reminded him of someone else. Morgan le Fay. Princess Guinevere. Seeing the girl stay silent, Asher looked over. She still had her head down, unmoving. Princess Guinevere. Only after he called her again did Guinevere raise her head. Her eyes were shimmering with tears as her hand pressed softly against Asher's chest. Arthur, you really are a wonderful person. Asher opened his mouth slightly, holding her gaze for a long moment before swallowing. Guinevere's hand slowly traced up from his chest, gently cupping his face as she softly murmured his name. Ash. Her rosy lips were soft and full. As they parted slightly, her little tongue moistened them, and she said, "Can you kiss me?" Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Scáthach's Weapon. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Scáthach. Morgan looked at the woman who walked up to her. Why are you here? Guinevere said she wanted to see how my disciple was doing, so I brought her over. Scáthach gestured to the young girl walking behind her. Her demeanor was elegant and gentle. When she looked up at Morgan, she used her little finger to brush a strand of hair from her forehead and softly said, I was a bit worried about Arthur's situation here, so I spoke with teacher and came over. Has King Arthur obtained Excalibur? Guinevere asked with concern. Morgan froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, abruptly turning and pushing open the room door. Damn it, why did she forget such an important matter? Trinity, 1 in 3, if she herself could transform into others, Vivian certainly could too. The only difference was that Vivian couldn't leave Avalon for too long. But only a little over 10 minutes had passed from just now until now. 10 minutes was enough to finish things and leave. No. It wasn't that she was too lax and careless, but that she trusted Scáthach too much. She believed that as long as Scáthach was guarding Guinevere, Vivian would have no chance to approach Guinevere. But Vivian never intended to approach Guinevere from the start. The person she approached was Asher. When Morgan pushed open the door, she just happened to see Asher punch away the attacking long hair, and the power of runes was unleashed in the room, filling the entire space with magic. Guinevere stood by the window, looking at Asher in disbelief. How did you find out? Princess Guinevere wouldn't actively ask for a kiss, nor would she say something shameless like, Arthur, do you want to touch my leg? Asher said flatly, I felt a bit strange from the moment you started talking to me. Although he only realized it after the kiss. Asher added silently. If I had to say, Princess Guinevere is several times more elegant than you. Even if you can imitate her appearance, you can't imitate her temperament. The Guinevere in the room slowly reverted to Vivian's original appearance. Her face was frosty as she stared coldly at Asher, then glanced at Morgan le Fay. Morgan le Fay, do you know what King Arthur thinks of you? Seeing that Asher was fine, Morgan finally relaxed and looked at the girl by the window, calmly asking, what? He thinks you're a bad person who breaks promises and uses ruthless methods. Vivian loudly spoke Asher's previous thoughts. Asher looked at Vivian in surprise. Could this guy really have mind-reading abilities? Vivian sneered, looking at Morgan le Fay who stood at the door with a look of realization. Now you know this man's filthy heart, don't you? He looks young, but his heart is dirtier than any man's. Just now when I was seducing him, he was actually thinking about your body while badmouthing you in his mind. Morgan's expression flickered, and after a moment, she nodded softly, oh. So that's it, so Ash also really wanted her just now. Don't you feel anything? He genuinely thinks you're a bad person. Vivian looked at Morgan, asking incredulously. Morgan paused slightly, then smiled brightly. Then do you think I'm a good person? Vivian. Remember this. Now, even if you lick my shoes, I won't forgive you, and don't even think about Excalibur. Vivian quickly reacted, glaring at Asher, then turned and jumped out the window. She didn't do anything to you, did she? Morgan withdrew her gaze and asked Asher. It's nothing, I saw through her identity a long time ago. Asher shook his head, inadvertently wiping the corner of his mouth. He almost fell for Vivian's trick. To actually transform into Guinevere to seduce someone. That was truly despicable. If it weren't for that sentence she said later, Asher really wouldn't have realized. After all, from his perception, the pure Princess Guinevere would never proactively ask someone if they wanted to touch her leg or similar things. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Is that so? So you were thinking about her body just now? Scáthach's voice abruptly pulled Asher back to reality. His shoulders trembled inadvertently, and a chill ran down his spine. He almost forgot that Shishou was here too. This is quite normal, you can't blame Ash. Morgan spread her hands. After all, at this age, it's normal to have desires for mysterious older sisters. I see. Scáthach nodded slightly. Asher listened to Scáthach's understated reply, but only felt his scalp tingle. He felt that compared to these two women in the room, Vivian didn't seem so troublesome. But fortunately, Scáthach didn't dwell on the topic. Having been with Asher for so long, she actually understood how alluring Morgan was. If she were a man, she probably would also be unable to extricate herself. The runes you just used seemed different from before. Scáthach looked up at the magic filling the room, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. There's magic mixed in that doesn't belong to you. It's probably because of the branch I absorbed earlier, right? Asher was eager to change the subject, and quickly followed along. New magic generated by a branch. Scáthach pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something, her eyes widening slightly. Wait for me here. She finished speaking and turned to leave the room. Asher couldn't quite understand what Scáthach suddenly wanted to do, but seeing her leave so decisively, he couldn't call her back. After all, there was still one matter to deal with. He looked up at Guinevere, who was standing in front of him. Was what Vivian said just now true, Arthur? Guinevere walked towards Asher in small steps. Can Excalibur really be exchanged for me? Initially, there was such a condition, but now, as you can see, it's fallen through, so don't think about it. Asher said, go back and rest. But Guinevere still wanted to say something, but Asher interrupted her. I have other ways to solve the matter of Excalibur. Are there really other ways? Guinevere recalled Vivian's angry look from earlier, and asked with a worried expression. There will be a way, Asher nodded. Actually, Sister Morgan has already thought of a way, it just needs a little time. He said, glancing at the woman beside him who was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, her high heels gently tapping the floor, seemingly thinking about something. It wasn't until Asher's gaze fell on her that she came back to her senses and nodded with a smile. Yes, I'll find a way to solve the Excalibur matter, don't worry. Since Asher was determined not to exchange Guinevere, it was best to temporarily comply with him for now. Seeing this, Guinevere looked at Asher again, and finally only nodded gently. Then I'll go back first, Arthur. Mem, go ahead, Asher said with a smile. After watching Guinevere leave, the woman in the room let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Tonight's protection was completely meaningless, wasn't it? Asher pretended not to hear, his gaze drifting to the side, feigning to look at the scenery. Ash, next time we should go to my secret room. Morgan said again. Or should we go now, she continued. If we go now, Shishou won't be able to find me, and won't she stab me to death with a spear? Asher grumbled inwardly, just about to speak, but at that moment, Scáthach's voice came from the doorway. Go where? Scáthach had appeared at the doorway at some point, asking calmly. TCH. Morgan clicked her tongue softly, and said faintly. None of your business. I see. Scáthach didn't press the matter and stepped into the room. Morgan's gaze quickly fell on the staff in Scáthach's hand. It looks like an unfamiliar weapon. And, it's very similar to the branch Asher mentioned that night. Asher's gaze also fell on the staff in Scáthach's hand, his eyes widening slightly in realization. He had seen this staff in Scáthach's room before when he was in the Land of Shadows. It was one of Scáthach's weapons. Or rather, Sky's. The branch you mentioned, is it this? Scáthach brought the staff in her hand close to Asher. Asher took the staff, and immediately felt a very familiar sensation wash over him, a feeling of innate joy. The aura is very similar. Asher said in surprise. Even though he had touched this staff before in the Land of Shadows, he hadn't felt anything special then. But now he had this feeling of familiarity. I see, Scáthach nodded softly. If possible, absorb its magic. Asher was stunned. One must know that such staves were very rare. If he accidentally absorbed it, even Shishou wouldn't have a second one. But this is Shishou's weapon. Asher looked at the weapon in front of him, hesitating. It was impossible not to be tempted, but destroying such an important item was still difficult for him to accept. Scáthach gazed at the young man in front of her, smiled, and took the staff back into her hand. Light glowed in her hand. Scáthach gripped both ends of the staff and snapped it forcefully. A crisp sound echoed in the room. Scáthach placed the staff, broken into two pieces, into Asher's hand. Now it isn't. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 200, it's my turn. Fire Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire Fire. That Scáthach is truly ruthless. Morgan le Fay's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the staff in Asher's hand, a hint of surprise in her heart. She hadn't expected this woman to be so decisive. Asher had been hesitant, not wanting to absorb the magic within the weapon for fear of damaging it. But Scáthach had simply broken the staff and given it to Asher, leaving him no choice. With such a resolute action, would her position in Asher's heart be shaken? Morgan looked at the young man beside her and indeed saw a look of emotion on his face, as if reminiscing about the past. In this moment, she could only see Scáthach in Asher's eyes. This woman is truly difficult to deal with. Morgan thought to herself. Shishou, you shouldn't have done that. Asher looked up at Scáthach's face, his eyes flickering slightly, seemingly deeply touched. Scáthach's eyes held a smile. She raised a hand to caress Asher's head, smiling and shaking her head. It's all right, I don't need it anyway. Don't burden yourself too much. But. Asher hesitated, seemingly wanting to say more. It's all right. If you truly feel apologetic, then work hard to repay me, Scáthach said with a gentle smile, her eyes full of indulgence. But what if I can't further resonate with this weapon and can't absorb the magic within it? Wouldn't breaking this weapon be pointless then? He felt a familiar connection to the weapon, but what if absorbing that tree branch earlier was just a fluke? Or what if after absorbing that branch, he couldn't absorb any other similar branches, perhaps because he was saturated? Wouldn't this weapon then be wasted for nothing? Because he had just tried, and it seemed he really couldn't absorb it. Scáthach was stunned by her disciple's words. Is it still too late to drag this unfilial disciple out and discipline him? Morgan, on the side, was also stunned, then couldn't help but let out a puffed laugh, covering her mouth. This child is truly straightforward. Scáthach glared at Morgan with anger in her eyes, then composed herself as much as possible and said, it's all right. If you can't absorb it, just keep it for now. Since it resonates with you, you might be able to discover some secrets from it. Moreover, do you really think I would break this weapon without considering the possibility of you not being able to absorb it? Scáthach asked calmly. You are mistaken, she shook her head. This is to show you my resolve. As your Shishou, I don't want you to be so cautious even with me. If our relationship still requires such timidity, it would disappoint me. Scáthach's face regained a faint smile as she finished speaking, her gaze at Asher filled with tenderness. Why do I feel like Shishou didn't even think that far ahead just now? Asher grumbled inwardly. But now, he couldn't press the matter further. He could only look at the staff broken in two in his hand and nod heavily. I understand. I will not disappoint Shishou's expectations. That's good, Scáthach nodded gently. Morgan le Fay watched the scene, silently complimenting them with a tsk. Should I say she's worthy of being a teacher? She can smooth things over even in such a situation. Even if Asher knows it might just be an excuse, he'll still be touched, right? No wonder he was so devoted to his teacher a few years ago. All right, since you've already discussed it, why don't you try it tonight? Morgan interrupted their conversation, her gaze falling back on the woman's face before her. Do you remember today's agreement? Scáthach's earlier gentle smile faded. Her gaze met Morgan le Fay's, but she ultimately sighed softly, looking at Asher, who was currently holding the two pieces of the staff. Disciple, try your best tonight. Tell me the results tomorrow, whether you succeed or not. I understand, Asher nodded seriously. I believe in you. Scáthach gently patted Asher's head, then walked out of the room without even glancing at Morgan. Although she knew this woman definitely had ulterior motives, she couldn't bring herself to go back on her word now. Having agreed to Morgan, if she went back on it now, she herself wouldn't be able to accept it. Don't worry, I'll protect him well tonight. Morgan's voice came from behind. Scáthach's footsteps paused slightly but ultimately left the room. After seeing Scáthach leave, Morgan's gaze quickly returned to Asher. Looking at Asher, who was sitting at the head of the bed with his eyes closed, seemingly trying to absorb the staff, Morgan turned, closed the door, walked to the head of the bed, sat down, and waited patiently. Not until she felt he had returned from his meditation did Morgan ask, "How is it? Did you feel that special magic flowing into your body again?" Asher shook his head, sighed softly, and slowly opened his eyes. Although I felt that magic, I can't absorb it. That's why I said Shishou broke it too early. Asher said somewhat helplessly. He felt like he had wasted a weapon for his Shishou for nothing. If he couldn't absorb it, wouldn't that be a huge sin? Let me see. Morgan's shoulder rested against Asher's. Her full, proud chest naturally pressed against Asher's arm. She picked up one half of the staff and observed it carefully. Asher's brain, which had just been seriously contemplating the reason, slightly dulled. Feeling Morgan's full softness touching his arm, even through a layer of fabric, made his heart flutter. Morgan made a soft sound, as if she had noticed something. What is it? Did you find anything special? Asher pretended not to feel the softness from his arm, trying hard not to look at those alluring curves, and turned to ask. It feels just right in length after being broken in half, Morgan said seriously. Asher. Just kidding, just kidding. Morgan also sensed Asher's somewhat speechless glance. She waved the staff in her hand, pondering for a moment. This weapon shouldn't be your Shishou's, right? I don't know. Shishou didn't say. Asher shook his head. I don't think it's her weapon, Morgan said with a playful smile. Your Shishou is a battle maniac. How could she fight others with something like this? Would she hit people over the head with a staff? That sounds a bit stupid. Asher muttered. Come to think of it, he had never seen Morgan engage in close combat with enemies. She always stood far away, merely moving her lips, and then various light contaminations would burst forth across the sky. Although I don't know how your Shishou got this weapon, she definitely has no use for it. So, Morgan placed the staff back in Asher's hand, and her slender, cool fingers stroked his face. Even if you can't absorb it, don't feel guilty or sorry towards your Shishou. Just take your time. Asher looked at the woman sitting beside him, involuntarily stunned. Morgan had said all that, just to tell him not to feel too burdened. He felt a bit surprised. Did Morgan le Fay actually have such a meticulous side? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 201, Chapter 201, repeated falls are a tacit price. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. With Morgan's comfort, Asher's mental pressure considerably lessened. He picked up the half-broken staff, trying to recall that peculiar sensation of absorbing the tree branch earlier. Although Asher knew that Scáthach breaking the weapon and giving it to him was an unchangeable fact, at least he wouldn't feel the same way as before, thinking that if he failed, he would have wasted his Shishou's expectations. Because this weapon was just something Scáthach had discarded. Even if that wasn't the case, it would at least bring Asher some comfort if he failed. Thinking of this, Asher couldn't help but glance at Morgan le Fay beside him again. Morgan was leaning against the headboard, legs crossed, a pair of fair, tender thighs faintly visible beneath her skirt, seemingly completely unconcerned about exposure. She was just looking at the ceiling, thinking about something. Recalling Morgan's earlier soft whispers and the soft touch of her full chest against his arm, Asher's heart fluttered. Sister Morgan is truly gentle. What is it? Morgan noticed Asher's gaze, raised her eyes, and asked. No, nothing. Asher shook his head and cleared his throat softly. Thank you just now. No need to thank me. Just relax, Morgan said flatly. Asher nodded, about to look away, but at this moment, Morgan let out a small yawn, and her high-heeled sandals, covering her delicate feet, rested on Asher's thigh. Help me take off my shoes. You can do that yourself, can't you? Asher's gaze drifted. My top priority right now is to absorb the magic within this, I don't have time to waste here. Of course, this was just Asher's excuse. He just felt a little embarrassed and wanted to struggle a bit. If I were to rephrase it in a cruder way, it's probably like wanting to be pleasured but fearing the pain, so struggling to show that I tried my best, but it was utterly helpless. Not much time. Morgan narrowed her eyes, staring at Asher, but quickly returned to her previous languid state. Sister is sleepy now, too lazy to move, she said, yawning again, seemingly genuinely tired. Does the goddess of death get sleepy at night too? Asher muttered. Can't gods rest? Morgan looked at Asher, her eyes showing a hint of resentment. Are you looking down on your sister, refusing even to help her take off her sandals? Didn't you want to thank me for comforting you just now? Then consider this your thanks, won't that be fine? Morgan said softly, looking at the still hesitant Asher. This time, Asher finally stopped hesitating. His fingers touched Morgan's slender, smooth, fair foot, slowly removing the sandal from her left foot. Perhaps because of the touch of an unfamiliar hand, her nimble, pale toes curled slightly, looking incredibly enticing. Asher couldn't resist gently kneading it for a moment. Morgan couldn't help but let out a seductive, suppressed sound. That tickles a bit, she said softly, raising her alluring, moist eyes. Sorry, Asher finally snapped out of it, looking at his hand that was playing with Morgan's left foot, and quickly let go. All right. Asher had to admit, this woman was truly alluring, to the point where he felt lightheaded now. In fact, with Morgan le Fay's charm, she didn't need to create any aphrodisiacs, her enticing body would probably be much more effective. Are you a foot fetishist? Morgan couldn't help but chuckle, seeing Asher staring intently at her feet, and asked. No, Asher shook his head. The truth? Morgan asked. It feels quite cute. Asher honestly chose to tell the truth. Do you like it? Morgan asked again. It's okay, Asher played coy. It's okay, is it? Morgan looked at Asher with a half-smile, watching him reach for her other foot. She gently kicked Asher's outstretched hand, moving her delicate foot from his thigh. I'll take off the other sandal myself. You just keep busy with your own affairs, she said faintly. This definitely has to be on purpose. Asher grumbled fiercely in his mind. Doesn't she know I have OCD? Only taking off one shoe makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable because it's too asymmetrical. How can you only take off one shoe? Alright, to be honest, he was just simply not satisfied. But since she had said that much, Asher could only refocus his attention on the staff. Otherwise, what else could he do? He couldn't possibly force himself on her, could he? Morgan watched Asher, who had finally refocused his attention on the staff. She withdrew her gaze, lay down on the bed, then boredly yawned. It seems you still haven't found the correct absorption method. A few minutes later, she looked at Asher, whose gaze was somewhat unfocused, and asked languidly. Asher nodded gently, saying with some regret, if only I could find that feeling of absorbing the tree branch again. No rush, take your time. You don't necessarily have to absorb it completely in one day. Morgan's voice suddenly paused as she saw Asher gnaw on the staff with his teeth. What are you doing? Morgan was uncharacteristically speechless and also wanted to laugh a little. Do you think gnawing on this thing will help? Just wanted to vent some frustration. Asher put down the staff. There wasn't even a single tooth mark on it. Despite how easily Scáthach had broken it earlier, this staff was actually quite sturdy. Try again. Asher didn't give up. He clutched the staff, closed his eyes again, and tried to find that feeling from that day. Morgan stared at Asher's face, remained silent for a long time, then slowly moved the tip of her foot along his thigh. Seeing the young man suddenly open his eyes with a jolt, she narrowed her eyes as if resting, acting as if nothing had happened. Sister Morgan. Even Asher, if he were an idiot, would know that this woman was deliberately teasing him. His desire, having been repeatedly provoked by this goddess tonight, was almost at its limit. He had just managed to distract himself, and now Morgan had stirred his interest again. What is it? Morgan opened her eyes, her delicate, fair foot gently caressing a certain spot on Asher's thigh, looking puzzled. Before Asher could speak, she lightly clapped her hand, a look of sudden realization on her face. Oh, you think I'm in the way, right? After all, you just told me not to cause trouble. I understand. I'll lie quietly to the side and rest. You continue. I won't waste your precious time. After speaking, she withdrew her small foot from Asher's thigh, pulled up the covers, and really seemed to lie down to sleep. Looking at Morgan le Fay lying on her side on the bed, Asher was almost going crazy. But what could he do? Could he really gather the courage to pounce on her and retaliate? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, you even anticipated this. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Morgan, it must be said, still underestimated Asher too much. She had originally thought that he would become a carnivore from a herbivore after being teased too many times and reaching his breaking point. However, when she saw Asher slap his own face hard and then walk to a corner of the room to focus on his research, she knew it would probably take several years to cultivate a carnivorous nature in this child. Looking at the young man huddled in the corner of the room, Morgan got off the bed and walked behind Asher. She had intended to go forward and tease him again, but after squatting beside him, seeing him gradually calm down, that teasing impulse also gradually faded. Asher was completely engrossed at this moment. He didn't even notice Morgan walking up beside him. Morgan was silent for a moment, then quietly sat down next to him. Moonlight poured in, and the world outside the room seemed to fall completely silent. She tilted her head slightly, glanced at the young man's serious face, smiled, and then withdrew her gaze. Forget it, sometimes this is also good. Asher was indeed in the zone now. He could clearly feel the flow of magical power within the staff. This magic was exactly the same as the magic from the branch he had absorbed earlier. He just didn't know why he couldn't absorb the magic from it now. No, if he had to say, it wasn't that he couldn't absorb it. He could still absorb it if he concentrated, but it was very slow. If he had to describe it, it was probably like this. Asher's previous absorption of the branch's magic was like a water pipe, but now, absorbing the magic from the staff had become a very, very thin straw. At this rate, it would probably take several months to fully absorb it. No choice, just slowly proceed tonight. Maybe the speed will pick up later. Asher adjusted his breathing, carefully focusing all his attention on the staff. Time quietly passed. By the time Asher became aware, it was already night. At this rate, it would take at least half a year, right? Asher muttered to himself. However, although the staff was slow to absorb, the magic contained within it was much more than that of the previous branch. Thinking of it this way, it should be a good thing. Sister Morgan. Asher suddenly noticed Morgan le Fay leaning beside him, appearing to be asleep. She said she came to protect him, but she fell asleep first. Asher sighed helplessly in his heart. However, he only thought about it that way. After all, with Morgan's level of existence, even the slightest danger would probably wake her immediately. And there was a bed over there she could lie on, but she still came to sit on the floor with him here. Looking at Morgan le Fay's sweet sleeping face, Asher's eyes couldn't help but soften a few degrees. He carefully picked her up and placed her on the nearby bed, then covered her with the quilt. Good night. Asher looked at Morgan's perfect face as she slept soundly, gently stroking her cheek with his finger, then turned and left the room. Although it was already night, having been repeatedly teased by Morgan tonight, even though he later calmed down and focused on absorbing the magic from the staff, now that he was awake, Asher's mind immediately recalled Morgan's previous actions, and so he felt a little hot-blooded again. It would be better to take a cool walk outside to calm his mind before resting. After the door closed, the woman in the room quietly opened her eyes, looked at the closed door, and let out a soft sigh. He doesn't even know to secretly make a move when I'm asleep. While I'm happy the child I favor is so upright, it's also a little sad. Could it be that my charm isn't enough? Morgan couldn't help but have such a thought. It was night, the moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and magpies flew south. Asher strolled under the blossoming trees bathed in the rich moonlight. His mind had cooled down considerably in the slightly chilly weather. After walking around for a bit, Asher turned to go back to Morgan's room to rest. But as he took a step, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Asher pulled his foot back, hid behind a blossoming tree, and looked at the figure in confusion. So late, and someone is still walking in the garden. It couldn't possibly be Lily, coming out for training in the middle of the night because she was upset, could it? In this confusion, a young girl dressed in a pure white dress appeared in Asher's sight. Under the soft moonlight, the girl's gentle expression carried a hint of melancholy, and her pure and lovely delicate face immediately made it clear at first glance that she must be a true princess. Because such an elegant temperament was something ordinary people could not imitate. So late, what was Princess Guinevere doing out here? Asher couldn't help but wonder. And, wasn't Shishou protecting Guinevere's safety? Why couldn't he see Shishou? Asher hesitated for a moment, then stepped out and stood in front of Guinevere. The girl clearly hadn't expected Asher to be in such a place. Her eyes widened slightly, and she slowly took a step back, looking somewhat incredulous. Arthur, you even anticipated this? Asher was startled, then nodded softly. This is just basic deduction. Guinevere looked up at Asher, then lowered her head slightly as if she had done something wrong. Asher observed the panic on Guinevere's face. After a brief moment of confusion, he recalled Guinevere's distracted look when she left the room earlier tonight. Connecting this with Vivian's matter, Asher asked with a strange expression, "You want to find Vivian? Or rather, did Vivian say something to you?" Guinevere's expression changed slightly, and she whispered, "I'm sorry, this is all I can do to help you, and the Caliban broke because I went to find you that night." Asher sighed sincerely, interrupting Guinevere's words. "The Caliban breaking has nothing to do with you. Also, helping others doesn't mean sacrificing yourself, Princess Guinevere." Guinevere said nothing, just kept her head down. A cold wind blew, and silence quietly spread between the two. "Go back and rest. The weather is a bit cold tonight." Asher broke the silence, walked forward, and draped his jacket over Guinevere's shoulders. But Guinevere still seemed to want to say something. "I said, go back to sleep." Rarely, Asher spoke again with a firm tone. "This is the king's order. As for Vivian, ignore her. Excalibur, we don't need it." Guinevere's eyes flickered. Amidst Asher's resolute voice, she nodded gently, turned, and walked in the opposite direction from Asher. "Just in case, let me tell you again, Princess Guinevere." Asher stared at the girl who had stopped. "If you go to exchange yourself with Vivian for Excalibur because of this, even if I get Excalibur, I will definitely throw it away, making your efforts wasted." Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Clues. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher watched Guinevere, who was on the verge of tears from distress, and only after she covered her face and ran away from the garden did he murmur to himself. Did I speak too harshly just now? However, this was only a last resort to cut off Guinevere's idea, lest she suddenly have another irrational thought and sell her body to Vivian for Excalibur. But he felt his words weren't too harsh. If he had spoken more severely, Guinevere would probably have burst into tears on the spot. For example, if he had said to her just now, I don't need your help with my matters, it has nothing to do with you. In short, if he spoke harshly enough to hurt her feelings, she probably wouldn't help him, right? But to say such things to such a pure and pitiful girl, let alone Guinevere, Asher probably would want to kill himself. Anyway, he hoped that what he said just now would make Guinevere give up. Otherwise, next time he'd really have to be the big bad guy. Sacrificing herself for others, what exactly is the deal with this child, Guinevere? Asher shook his head, dispersing those thoughts from his mind, and looked up at his surroundings. Shishou, you should be here, right? Since Scáthach promised to protect Guinevere tonight, she wouldn't be unaware of Guinevere coming out in the middle of the night. The only possibility was that she had been secretly following Guinevere. However, he felt no trace of Scáthach. Indeed, if Shishou wanted to, she would have quite the potential as an assassin. Your mind is working much faster than before. Scáthach appeared from the darkness. Asher didn't see where she came from at all, but while marveling at Shishou's stealth abilities, he asked. Shishou, do you have your own ideas? Otherwise, why would you let Guinevere out? Scáthach nodded slightly. I was a little curious about where she was going to meet Vivian. I originally wanted to secretly follow and see, but I didn't expect to run into you. As she finished speaking, a hint of regret entered her tone. So that's how it is. Asher couldn't help but smile wryly, so I was in the way tonight, after all. Scáthach smiled and shook her head. This is good too. It completely cuts off Guinevere's intentions. What you said to Princess Guinevere tonight should also make her completely give up. Even if he got Excalibur, Asher would throw it away, saying something like that should make Guinevere abandon her original idea. That staff, was there any progress just now? Scáthach asked again. It will probably take half a year to fully absorb, Asher said. Half a year, that's fine, it's not a long time. Scáthach nodded gently, secretly calculating where else she could find similar branches for Asher after that. Half a year is quite long for me, Asher said, shaking his head. Half a year is quite long. Scáthach was startled. She looked at the still youthful boy, her eyes filled with a smile. You're right, after all, you're only 16, unlike me. The cowlick on Asher's head instantly sounded an alarm, and he quickly shook his head, saying, I never thought Shishou was old or anything like that. Is that so? Scáthach asked slowly. Asher immediately nodded and said, Shishou is still very young, and her skin is very good. I know this very well. Delicate, fair, and elastic skin, and those mature softnesses, he had confirmed that with his own hands more than once. Scáthach said nothing, just quietly gazed at Asher, then suddenly asked, By the way, why are you still out so late? I couldn't sleep a bit, so I came out for a walk to clear my head. Asher scratched his forehead, his hand conveniently blocking his somewhat guilty eyes. He couldn't possibly say that Morgan had teased him several times in the room just now, so he almost lost control, which was why he came out for a walk, right? Scáthach frowned slightly, looking like she wanted to press further, but fortunately, because Guinevere had already gone far, Scáthach didn't have time to stay and chat with Asher. She turned and looked in the direction Guinevere had gone. I need to go watch that child first. You should also go back early. Okay, I understand. Asher nodded. After watching Scáthach leave, Asher stood rooted to the spot for a while longer, then muttered to himself inwardly. Vivian, huh? Scáthach's words just now reminded him. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed a bit strange. Scáthach had been guarding Guinevere all this time. Logically, Vivian should have had no chance to approach her. So how did she communicate with Guinevere and get Guinevere to meet her? It couldn't possibly be telepathy, could it? If she could do that, Guinevere wouldn't have run to his room in fright back then. So, stringing these clues together. To be able to talk to Guinevere without anyone knowing, and to hide it from Shishou's eyes, there seems to be only one possibility. Speaking of which, why do I feel like I'm becoming Holmes' fish? Of course, that's just a joke, my friend. Asher quickly followed in the direction Scáthach had left earlier. Soon he saw Scáthach's figure and called out to her. Shishou, wait a moment, there's something I need to ask of you. What? Scáthach stopped and looked in surprise at Asher, who was jogging towards her. Asher briefly explained his recent speculation. After a brief thought, Scáthach showed an amused smile. No wonder. If that's the case, it makes sense when Vivian secretly contacted Princess Guinevere. Can you help? Asher asked. Do you think I would refuse? Scáthach smiled. especially for something so interesting. Then I'll trouble you, Shishou. Asher bowed slightly, then turned and left. Besides Scáthach, he also needed Morgan's help. But Morgan should be resting now, so he would have to wait until tomorrow. Asher suddenly froze. No. How could Sister Morgan be so careless as to not even know he had left the room? Thinking of this, Asher looked up at the treetops nearby, scanning each large tree branch, and finally, his gaze settled on a crow on a certain branch. Sure enough. Morgan had already noticed him leaving, and probably secretly followed him the whole way. The crow on the branch clearly noticed Asher's gaze. After staring at him for a moment, it flapped its wings and flew into the distance. Asher was startled. Did I guess wrong? Or did I mistake it? Asher looked up at the surrounding treetops again, but found no other crows. Just then, a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder lightly. Asher instinctively flinched, but immediately relaxed. He knew who it was with just a slight sniff of the familiar scent. Sister Morgan, you must have heard my conversation with Shishou just now, right? Asher turned to the woman behind him and asked. Ah. Your guess should be correct, but it won't be easy to send Vivian back. Morgan sighed. I should have told you, right? Vivian is invincible here. Stronger than you? Asher asked. If I had to say, it should be about even. Morgan naturally didn't want to lose face in front of her future queen, defending herself. Her hands were placed on Asher's shoulders, her entire weight pressed down, and her soft breasts pressed tightly against Asher's back. I'll help, but I won't make a move. After all, I feel indebted to her, Morgan said softly. It's a matter of principle, and my bottom line. It's fine, that's enough, Asher said, secretly glancing back. Sister Morgan, shall we go back now? Let's go, Morgan nodded, her hands tightly clasped around Asher's neck. Then can you let go first? Asher tried to ask. Just carry me back like this, Morgan's mouth slightly open, she gently blew a warm breath into Asher's ear, looking at the still hesitating young man. Hurry up, or do you want someone to see King Arthur and the former king's daughter secretly flirting in the garden late at night? Asher had northwest choice but to place his hands on Morgan's plump thighs, about to carry her on his back. But at that moment, he immediately let go of her hand, looking ahead in surprise and saying, Lily. Almost at that instant, Morgan le Fay let go, but after confirming that no one was around, her expression immediately became incredibly resentful, and she glared at Asher exasperatedly. It seems you haven't been disciplined for too long, your guts have grown quite big. Morgan le Fay was a woman who was almost fearless, but she already felt apologetic towards her younger sister. If her sister saw that scene just now, even she would feel embarrassed. I'm sorry, but if I didn't do that, you probably wouldn't let go. Asher smiled gently, feeling a bit triumphant. Having known Morgan for so long, he finally found her weakness. Undoubtedly, Lily was her soft spot. You even dare to mock your sister, you're really starting to disregard your sister more and more. Morgan poked Asher's face hard with her index finger, and only let him go after Asher begged for mercy. Forget it, I'll let you off this time. Let's go back first. Morgan rolled her eyes at Asher, then turned and walked out of the garden, with Asher following closely behind. In fact, not just Morgan, Asher himself felt a bit guilty. He still didn't know how to get along with Lily better, and the matter with Scáthach hadn't been dealt with at all. Thinking of this, Asher couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling a headache coming on. It really was one wave after another. Never mind, he should deal with Vivian's matter first. Having someone constantly thinking about Guinevere and him hiding in the palace was not a comfortable feeling. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, The Terror of an Older Woman. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The next morning, Asher left Morgan le Fay's room. Actually, he felt he didn't need Morgan's protection at all. Even if he couldn't defeat Vivian, he should still be able to protect himself, of course, provided Vivian wasn't aiming to kill. However, even if Asher told Morgan he wanted his own room, Morgan probably wouldn't agree. Not just Morgan, but Scáthach probably wouldn't agree either. So, he didn't bother mentioning it. Anyway, Asher didn't have trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds. If anything, he was a bit unaccustomed at first, but when he slept last night with Morgan's arm wrapped around him and his arm resting on her ample chest, Asher instantly adapted. After walking down the corridor for a while, Asher was about to head towards a certain room beside him. But just then, a young girl walked past him, her golden hair swaying gently. She also noticed Asher's gaze but simply walked past him in silence. Lily, Asher called out to her. Artoria's steps paused slightly. She said respectfully, "Good morning, King Arthur." Her tone and expression seemed no different from the usual Artoria, but it was precisely this unchanging demeanor and tone that was strange. His relationship with Lily has gone back to square one. Asher muttered helplessly in his heart. If he had followed Lily's intentions that day, their relationship might not be so awkward, perhaps. It would definitely be better to have gone through with it than to stop abruptly halfway. "If there's nothing else, I'll go get busy," Artoria said, then continued walking in the opposite direction from Asher. But as she turned, the indifferent expression on her face gradually melted away. One could clearly see the tips of her ears beneath her golden hair were crimson, evidently recalling something embarrassing. For example, what she had said to Asher before, and what she had done. Asher was right. After the effects of the medicine wore off for Artoria, some of the things she had said indeed became a dark past. Now, just thinking about them made her feel incredibly ashamed. Asher watched Artoria leave, then sighed helplessly, shaking his head. It seemed he wouldn't be able to get along well with Lily in the short term. He could only hope to find a suitable opportunity to reconcile with her later. Asher walked to the adjacent room and knocked on the door. Milo had previously made an agreement with Asher that she would hand over her territory to him, on the condition that she would reside in the palace and in the room next to King Arthur's. He initially thought the other party had some ulterior motive, but to Asher's surprise, Milo had been working diligently ever since, doing nothing wrong at all. "Coming." A moment later, a girl's voice came from the room. Soon after, a young girl pushed open the door. She was wearing an elegant dress, with a graceful figure and fair, delicate skin tinged with a faint pink. When Milo looked up and saw the young man standing at the door, she was stunned. "Arthur? Why are you coming to see me today? I felt you were working hard managing those towns every day, and I felt a bit bad, so I wanted to come see you," Asher said. "I'm not disturbing you, am I? How could you be?" "Serving the king has always been my dream," Milo said with a gentle smile, tilting her head slightly, her pink hair swaying gently. "Would you like to come in and sit, Arthur?" she said, opening the door and stepping back 2 paces, lowering her gaze slightly. Her alluring eyes suddenly gained a hint of darkness. "No need, I want to talk to you about something." "Is it convenient to go somewhere else?" Asher asked. Milo stared at Asher for a while, then suddenly chuckled softly. "All right." In the early morning garden, thick mist hung in the air. Asher and Milo, dressed in a black dress, walked through the garden. "Arthur, I'm so happy. I never thought you'd come to visit me on your own." Milo gently clapped her hands, tilting her head slightly, at a perfectly cute angle that accentuated her profile beautifully. Asher observed the surroundings as they walked, then subtly asked, "Sir Milo, you usually get up quite early. Have you been ill these past 2 days? Or is something bothering you? If there's anything you need help with, please feel free to say so. I'll do my best to help." "No, it's nothing really. I just went to bed late, so I couldn't get up," Milo said with a cute smile. Even though Asher knew it was a deliberately feigned cuteness, he still had to admit that she was indeed very cute. "Is Arthur here to see me because of this?" Milo asked, looking at the clearly distracted Asher. Just concerned about my subordinates," Asher said, snapping out of it. "Is that so?" Milo gently leaned against Asher's shoulder, saying softly, "I thought Arthur had finally come to his senses. I've been waiting for you for so long." Her soft, slender hand quietly clasped Asher's. "Hey, Arthur. Compared to some older women, I'm better, right?" Asher didn't know how to answer Milo for a moment, his gaze somewhat unfixed. "Arthur, are you perhaps waiting for someone?" Milo's voice pulled Asher back to reality. He immediately shook his head. "How could I be? It's just your imagination." Milo held one of Asher's hands with both of hers, staring into his eyes for a moment. Her lips suddenly leaned forward, and her soft little tongue licked Asher's face. "Sir Milo." "Ah, I'm sorry. I just really wanted to see if Arthur was lying." Milo licked her lips. "It tastes like a lie, Arthur. Let me guess what you're thinking right now." Milo gently took one of Asher's hands, raising her eyes. "You're thinking about how to test whether I'm Sir Milo or Vivian, right?" Almost at the instant these words fell, Asher abruptly pulled his hand away, creating distance between himself and Milo. "You really are Vivian. You already suspected me. Why are you so surprised now?" Vivian sighed softly. "I thought you preferred a naughty child like Milo over Guinevere, but it turns out you just wanted to confirm my identity. How disappointing. Tell me, why do you like those older women? Compared to them, aren't younger girls more vibrant? Guinevere, Milo, or even Artoria, they're all quite good, aren't they? Why do you insist on getting tangled up with Scáthach and Morgan?" Asher remained silent, warily staring at Vivian. Milo was Vivian's evil aspect. He guessed that Milo probably didn't mind Vivian using her body. Last night, Vivian had likely used Milo's body to speak with Guinevere. If it was just simply borrowing Milo's body, Asher might not say anything, but she had clearly said something to Guinevere, otherwise Guinevere wouldn't have suddenly wanted to exchange the sword of the lake with Vivian last night. In that case, Vivian could not be left unchecked. Vivian, however, ignored the wary Asher, slowly walking towards him, leisurely saying, "What is it about women like Morgan and Scáthach that you like so much?" "Their bodies. If you knew their ages, you probably wouldn't like them. I don't know about Scáthach, but for Morgan, she's probably this old." Vivian raised a finger and made a gesture indicating a number. Asher's pupils slowly widened. "Sister Morgan is actually that old." "Surprised, aren't you?" Vivian smiled triumphantly. "Your Shishou's age should be about the same as Morgan's." Asher was indeed very surprised. Although he had known for a long time that Morgan and Scáthach were old, he hadn't expected them to be so much older than him. No wonder she's so sensitive about her age. Vivian looked at Asher's surprised expression and nodded with satisfaction. She herself didn't care about age, but a young man like Asher should care, right? The result was as she expected. Upon hearing Morgan and Scáthach's ages, Asher indeed looked very surprised. In this way, saying a little more should be enough to shake their position in King Arthur's heart. Since Morgan wouldn't give up King Arthur, then they just needed King Arthur to give up on his own. Vivian's mouth slightly parted, about to continue speaking, but before the words could leave her lips, her voice suddenly paused. She looked up in a certain direction. A barrier seemed to envelop the garden in the air, and a sense of oppression instantly swept over them. And at the same time, a voice filled with rage came from afar. "Guy Balg alternative." A red spear streaked like lightning, and a terrifying aura surged towards Vivian. Asher immediately retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "This again." Vivian smiled and shook her head, twisting her body and disappearing from her spot. "This kind of move is only good for dealing with small fries. It's not quite enough to deal with me." Gate of Sky. Before the voice faded, a gate that seemed to herald ill omens opened in midair. The magical and otherworldly realms cut off from the world, that is the gate of the land of shadows, the gate of the magical realm brimming with death. Vivian's expression changed. She looked up and saw a circular, tunnel-like portal emitting a terrifying aura of death and suction. Everything around it was rapidly being pulled towards that gate. Although she resisted the suction with great difficulty, Vivian felt her magic being rapidly absorbed by that gate, as if endlessly. In the distance, a woman with long, flowing hair walked towards Asher. She wasn't worried about Asher's safety. Those recognized by the land of shadows didn't need to worry about being sucked into that great gate and dying. However, Scáthach's face was clearly not looking good. In just the short time it took her to set up the barrier, Vivian had said all sorts of nonsensical things to her disciple. By the time the gate of the magical realm closed, Vivian was in a disheveled state. She was gasping heavily, her hair disheveled, and her eyes held an incredulous look as she stared at Scáthach. She truly hadn't expected this woman to hide such a deadly move. There was no choice but to temporarily retreat today. Vivian's eyes flickered, just as she was about to separate from Milo, but then, footsteps were heard approaching from a distance, one by one. High heels clacked on the ground, making a heart-pounding sound. Soon, Morgan le Fay's figure appeared before Vivian. Morgan. Vivian subconsciously uttered the name, her pupils reflecting the woman's exquisite features. "Vivian, I told Ash before that because I felt I owed you, I wouldn't make a move, as that is my personal bottom line." Morgan gave Vivian a gentle smile. Vivian's eyes widened considerably. "Ah, what a truly healing and gentle smile," she thought. "Die." Morgan snapped her fingers. "Tangerine boost this fanfic." Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Torture the Prisoner with Tickling. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Vivian sat on the floor in a seiza position, opening her eyes to find herself in a room. It looked like a very quaint room. She felt a throbbing pain in her head and raised her hand to cover her forehead, but immediately felt something like shackles on her wrists. Looking down, she saw a chain. It had runes she was very familiar with. Clearly, these were handcuffs developed by Morgan le Fay, capable of restricting magic. She had already left Milo's body, and she had been captured. But more than this irrelevant matter, Vivian was more concerned about something else. Morgan actually hit me. Vivian raised her hand and slammed the table hard, her eyes filled with sadness and anger. She never used to lay a hand on me. Damn King Arthur. What kind of love potion did he give her? Vivian angrily slammed the table again. At this moment, she was no different from an ordinary girl, simply venting the anger in her heart. He didn't give the royal sister any love potion. On the contrary, the royal sister was suspected of having drugged him before. A calm voice of a young girl came from beside her. Vivian turned to look. It was a very cute-looking girl, standing silently in the dimness beside her, as if completely hidden within it. If she hadn't spoken, Vivian probably wouldn't have noticed her at all. Daughter of Uther. Artoria. Vivian narrowed her eyes, gradually calming down. You should have been King Arthur, but you were robbed of the throne by that man. Why do you still wholeheartedly help him? He who draws the Caliban is king. There's no robbing of the throne, Artoria said flatly, as if stating something commonplace. But this premise was that Morgan wouldn't make a move. She and Morgan were best friends. Yet this morning, Morgan had made a move against her. It must be King Arthur who had given Morgan some love potion and badmouthed her into her ear. Otherwise, how could Morgan possibly make a move against her? Thinking of this, Vivian's hatred for Asher deepened even further. Vivian never even considered that Morgan's actions against her were precisely because she had mentioned the age issue to Asher earlier. She herself didn't care about the age issue, after all, for fairies, a few hundred or even 1,000 years made no difference. In Vivian's view, well, a goddess, even if she was thousands of years old, it was nothing. Morgan probably wouldn't care too much either. That woman was supposed to be such a cold and ruthless being, how could she care about age? They're here. At this moment, she suddenly heard Artoria's voice, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Vivian followed Artoria's gaze. The door was pushed open, and a young man appeared before Vivian. Asher. Just seeing this young man, Vivian had an urge to pounce on him and bite him fiercely. He was using this gentle and frail appearance to deceive Morgan's eyes, making Morgan infatuated and lose herself. That's right, this young man was definitely a schemer. He had made Morgan, who usually sat high on her throne playing power games, spin in circles, and even deceived Morgan, causing Morgan to actually make a move against her best friend. What do you want? Vivian asked coldly. Asher walked up to Vivian, first glancing at Artoria. The girl was also looking at him, but when she noticed Asher's gaze, she immediately averted her eyes. You want me to hand over the sword of the lake? Dream on. Vivian's voice came to Asher's ears. Asher quickly composed himself, looking at the lady of the lake who was staring at him with cold eyes. I don't want the sword of the lake, but I hope you can give me a promise. If you agree, I can let you go. You're that kind. Vivian sneered. I've seen through you. Your so-called promise is that you want me to make a geis, right? Asher nodded gently. If I'm not mistaken, you want me to swear an oath to serve only you, to go nowhere else, to just obediently stay in the palace waiting for you to come back at night to serve your, beep, then to pin me down on the bed and do, beep, things to me, and so on every day until I get pregnant with your child, right? Asher's forehead was covered in black lines. What in the world are you talking about? What kind of person do you take me for? Someone who likes his Shishou and his Shishou's daughter, and also has lust for the girl in my room, and who deceived Morgan to fall for him, and now plans to turn me into his, beep, lustful human-shaped mobile cannon, Vivian said. Asher. After a brief stunned moment, he finally managed to calm himself down, suppressing the urge to teach Vivian a lesson, and said, what I want to talk about is Guinevere. Oh, you want me to possess Guinevere, so you can have 2 women under you at once. So that's the kind of play you like. I really didn't misjudge you. Asher stared into Vivian's eyes. Her pupils held deep contempt. Her complexion was an unhealthy pale, and her long hair was styled into twin tails that hung naturally, making her look like a sickly girl, yet her words were always incredibly explosive. Clearly, she was deliberately trying to provoke him. Watching Asher stand up, Vivian curled her lip disdainfully. If you know what's good for you, get out. I won't compromise with you. Watching Asher actually leave the room, Vivian's lips curled into a slight sneer. That's all you've got, King Arthur. But only a moment later, she saw Asher return to the room. Do you have anything else to say? Although I won't obey, I can listen to you talk, Vivian said faintly. Asher walked up to Vivian and crouched down, holding a soft feather in his hand, then suddenly grinned. What are you doing? Seeing that smile, Vivian had a bad premonition for some reason, but she still stubbornly asked. Sister Morgan said you're ticklish. Asher picked up one of the girl's fair, tender feet and looked up at her. I won't stop until you're willing to listen to me. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Vivian, a woman of unyielding spirit. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Vivian desperately tried to kick away from Asher's hand, but with her hands cuffed, she was helpless. Asher held one of Vivian's feet and tickled the sole with a white feather. Ha, ha 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 ha. Ar King Arthur, you will pay for your actions, ha 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 ha. The Lady of the Lake's toes involuntarily curled, trying desperately to avoid Asher's feather, but with her foot held in his hand, no amount of struggling helped. She twisted her body forcefully but still couldn't escape Asher's grasp, laughing uncontrollably, her clothes becoming disheveled from the intense struggle. Artoria silently watched the scene, eventually unable to bear the sight, and averted her gaze. A few minutes later, Vivian finally found an opportunity and, with a trembling voice, loudly declared, "Don't even think about it, I will never compromise, ha 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 ha, ha." Several more minutes passed, and Vivian, panting, hurriedly said, I understand, I'll listen to you, please." Asher stopped his hand movements, looked up, and asked, "Really?" Vivian huffed lightly, somewhat unwillingly turning her face away, "I'll listen." Seeing this, Asher put down the feather in his hand. "Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? You had to make me the bad guy, and Lily even saw it. She probably really thinks I'm a pervert, right?" He glanced at Artoria and indeed saw a look of regret in her eyes. Asher cleared his throat, feigning indifference, briefly composed his thoughts, and returned his gaze to the girl staring at him, saying, "Vivian, I don't need Excalibur. I just need you to promise me one thing." Vivian squinted at Asher. Because of his recent actions, the girl clearly had an even worse expression towards him, saying coldly, "You tell me first, then I'll consider whether to agree." "Go back to your Avalon and stop bothering Guinevere," Asher said. "Although I don't know why you're so fixated on Guinevere's body, you don't necessarily need her, do you?" "Just that." Vivian's eyes widened, asking incredulously. "Otherwise?" Asher retorted. "You captured me just to make me swear such a boring oath." She raised the handcuffs on her wrists. "I'm a weak woman now, completely devoid of magic. A great beauty like me, and you don't plan to take advantage of the situation. I'm completely defenseless now. Even if you did something, I couldn't resist. Don't you want to see a helpless woman shed tears of humiliation beneath you? What on earth is wrong with this woman's thought process?" Asher inwardly complained viciously, his face remaining calm, and he nodded again. "I just need you to agree to my request from earlier." Vivian stared into Asher's eyes, gazing for a long time. After seeing the sincerity in his eyes, she nodded softly. "If it's just that, then I can." "Wait a minute." Just then, a voice suddenly came from the doorway, interrupting their conversation. Upon hearing this voice, Vivian's eyes immediately lit up. She looked at one of the two women who entered the doorway. "Morgan, you really came to save me, didn't you?" Morgan feigned not hearing, and walked up to Vivian. She first gestured for Asher to remain silent, then looked at Vivian and said, "Vivian, I can release you, as long as you hand over Excalibur." "This is different from what King Arthur just said." Vivian shook her head, saying firmly, "Excalibur, don't even think about it. I've already said, even if King Arthur kisses my feet, I won't hand over Excalibur. I, Vivian, am a woman of my word. Even if you kill me today, I will not produce Excalibur." Scáthach stood to the side, looking at the seemingly sickly, frail girl with interest, then turned to Asher and, feigning confusion, asked, "Disciple, what did you just do to her?" "I just tickled the sole of her foot with this, based on the weakness Sister Morgan mentioned," Asher said, holding up the feather in his hand. "Then continue," Scáthach said. Asher was startled, then glanced at Morgan, and seeing her nod as well, he walked towards Vivian again. "Hey, wait. This isn't what we just agreed on. You only wanted me to stop bothering Guinevere, didn't you? Why are you going back on your word now?" Vivian subconsciously moved backward, looking small, helpless, and pitiful. But this was just her appearance. This woman's age was not much younger than Morgan or Scáthach, and she had experienced far more than a young man like Asher could compare to. She was merely trying to soften Asher with a cute facade at the moment. But Asher was unmoved. After all, Morgan had also tried to deceive him in this way, and Asher no longer believed in such a feigned weak woman image. He walked up to Vivian, took her slender, cool, delicate foot, and gradually brought the feather in his hand closer to the sole of her foot. "No, no, don't come closer." Vivian shrieked, instinctively wanting to pull her leg back, but her foot was held in Asher's hand, making escape impossible. She looked at Morgan, who was watching coldly from the side. "Didn't you say you wouldn't lay a hand on me? Why? Did I do something to make you angry?" Vivian still hadn't realized that Morgan attacked her simply because she mentioned her age. Actually, if it were just that, Morgan wouldn't have been angry enough to attack Vivian earlier. But Vivian actually told Asher about her age, and she even compared herself to that annoying woman, Scáthach. If anyone else had said those previous words, their fate would not have been just like Vivian's current predicament. "I didn't make a move either." Morgan blinked innocently, looking at Scáthach and Asher. Did you two see me make a move just now? Asher shook his head, and Scáthach also shook her head, somewhat speechless. Morgan indeed didn't make a move, she only spoke. As a defeated captive, what right do you have to negotiate? Hand over Excalibur obediently, and I'll have Ash release you, Morgan said, looking at Vivian and the young man approaching Vivian. King Arthur, I will never let you off. When I remove these handcuffs, I will surely take revenge. I would rather die today than hand over Excalibur. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Excalibur Stolen. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Still stubborn. Asher grabbed one of Vivian's feet, and the soft feather continuously tickled the sole of Vivian's foot, filling the room with Vivian's laughter. But this time, her performance was noticeably more resolute than before. Clearly, she was betting on her dignity as the Lady of the Lake, refusing to yield easily. But Asher persistently continued to tickle the sole of her foot, and the girl's laughter in the room continued without interruption. Ha 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 ha, ha ha. I understand, let me go, I'll give you Excalibur. Vivian finally said loudly in frustration, seemingly ashamed of her surrender, and also seeming to immediately regret it after saying those words. Asher heard this and finally released Vivian's foot. Vivian's face was flushed, faint beads of sweat seeped from her skin, and her clothes were disheveled. From Asher's perspective, he could just see a glimpse of plump, snowy softness revealed beneath her slightly slipped clothing. If one didn't know what was happening in the room, an outsider might have thought King Arthur had done something unspeakable to Vivian. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Morgan said flatly. Since she had already made a move, she figured she might as well go all the way and be the villain to the end. Anyway, it wasn't her first time being the villain. Release me, Vivian said, looking up, her voice laced with gasps. Asher hesitated for a moment. If you don't release me, how can I go back and get Excalibur? Vivian asked exasperatedly. As King Arthur, is your courage only this much? Yes, I don't trust you. Asher nodded. Vivian was almost driven mad with anger. If she didn't have to maintain her image, she really wanted to pounce and bite Asher's hand fiercely to vent her anger. Fortunately, at this moment, Morgan suddenly spoke, it's fine, release her. Vivian, as the Lady of the Lake, is still very trustworthy. You can believe her even without an oath. Upon hearing this, Asher walked to the side to retrieve the key. And Vivian's previously angry gaze immediately softened considerably, and her eyes sparkled as she turned to look at Morgan. Indeed, Morgan still understood her well. That's right, as the Lady of the Lake, she could be trusted, only Morgan knew this. Morgan truly still remembered her, only now she was being misled by King Arthur. She must rescue Morgan from King Arthur's clutches. Vivian secretly vowed in her heart as Asher unlocked her handcuffs. Go get Excalibur now. We'll wait for you here. At this moment, Morgan's voice sounded in Vivian's ear. Vivian came back to her senses, but her previously somewhat relaxed expression suddenly stiffened much more. What's wrong? Is there anything else you want to say? Morgan asked, looking at Vivian's somewhat strange expression. Nothing, I'll go get Excalibur now. Vivian quickly regained her composure, nodded somewhat guiltily, stood up, stretched her limbs, and her curvaceous figure was perfectly displayed. She quickly noticed Asher's gaze, and uncomprehendingly followed his line of sight to her disheveled robes. She quickly realized something, swiftly tidied her robes, covering her previously visible thigh and the snowy cleavage of her chest with fabric, then glared at Asher with a blushing face, and turned to walk out of the room. Isn't Vivian very beautiful? As Vivian left, Morgan's voice suddenly came faintly. Asher then came back to his senses, nodded, but immediately reacted, quickly shaking his head. Yes, she is indeed very beautiful. Otherwise, my disciple wouldn't have been completely mesmerized just now, Scáthach said blandly. While tickling Vivian just now, his gaze was also tightly fixed on her feet. Artoria's voice then chimed in, her tone cold. How else am I supposed to tickle the soles of her feet without looking at her? Asher immediately retorted. Speaking of which, Ash also seemed to often stare at my feet before, Morgan mused for a moment. Speaking of which, something like that did happen. As Scáthach's voice just fell, Asher couldn't help but interrupt, I don't have those kinds of thoughts about Vivian. If he didn't change the subject, the conversation would probably shift from Vivian to whether Ash had a foot fetish. So you don't fancy her then? Morgan asked. Frankly, even I think she's very beautiful, she added. I don't have any thoughts about her. I just hope she stops bothering Princess Guinevere. Asher cleared his throat. You only hope she doesn't bother Guinevere. You're so good to her, offending the Lady of the Lake for her sake. Morgan nodded gently. But you're right. After all, older women like us really aren't as good as Guinevere. Scáthach's eyelid twitched slightly, but she said nothing. This has nothing to do with that. Asher felt his scalp tingle, and had to declare again for himself. I don't like younger women. You don't like younger women. And at this moment, Artoria's soft murmur entered Asher's ears. Asher silently covered his forehead, almost going crazy. What do you want from me? But fortunately, not long after, Vivian's figure appeared in his sight. Her return speed was much faster than expected. She probably had some special way to quickly return to Avalon. Excalibur, here. Vivian had changed into a raven-black dress, her high heels clicking on the floor as she walked, placing the seemingly exquisite and splendid sword into Asher's arms. As promised, I've brought you Excalibur, and I won't bother Guinevere anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. After speaking, she turned to walk out of the room. Let me see. Morgan took Excalibur from Asher's hands. After staring at it for a long time, she looked up at Vivian, who was about to leave the room. No, this isn't Excalibur, is it? Vivian's body stiffened, and she was about to quicken her pace to leave, but at that moment, Morgan's voice came again. Vivian, what's going on? Her voice had a hint of sternness. Scáthach simultaneously blocked the doorway, stopping Vivian's path. Artoria also followed closely, guarding the door, while Asher picked up Excalibur from Morgan's hand in confusion. This is the Excalibur I saw last time. Is something wrong with it? Morgan shook her head. This is merely a replica in form, but without the true effects of Excalibur. You can prove this by pouring your magic into it. This is just a counterfeit. Morgan walked behind Vivian, looking down at the girl who was half a head shorter than herself. Vivian, what exactly is going on? Facing Morgan's gaze, Vivian gave an awkward smile, her gaze flickering. Vivian. Morgan said, her voice deep. Vivian looked up at the approaching figures, then suddenly tapped her head and playfully stuck out her tongue. Vi Sixen. Morgan repeated the girl's name, syllable by syllable. Sensing the woman's obvious anger, Vivian lowered her head in frustration. Excalibur was stolen. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, The Forged Sword. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Isn't this the Sword of the Lake? Asher picked up the Sword of the Lake that Morgan was holding and observed it for a while. He looked up at Vivian and asked, puzzled. I remember seeing this sword in the junk pile when I was in Avalon. Could it be that even then? Asher remembered clearly seeing Excalibur in the castle at the bottom of the lake before. It was just discarded in a corner like junk, and he had even considered taking it back. I don't need to answer you. Vivian turned her face away, her expression cold, showing her disdain for Asher. Is that so? That's a shame. Then I'll just have to continue. Asher said, taking out his noble phantasm against the Lady of the Lake, a white feather. Vivian's expression subtly changed. She subconsciously took half a step back, her voice quickening considerably. The sword you saw at the bottom of the lake before was one I forged, but it does have a little bit of the Sword of the Lake's effect, which is the one you're holding now. It needs to be stated that as the incredibly high-status Lady of the Lake, she, Vivian, absolutely did not answer Asher because she was ticklish. She merely answered him begrudgingly out of consideration for Morgan. It was truly just that. If anyone questioned this, even people from different worlds, she would appear before them and grind them underfoot until they believed her. Has a little bit of the Sword of the Lake's effect. Asher half believed, half doubted as he infused magic into this Sword of the Lake. Swish. A dazzling golden light shone, and a terrifying aura enveloped the room. Asher couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh. This is really something, my friend. Artoria's eyes also widened a bit. She had seen the light cannon emitted by the Caliban before, and now the light emitted by this Sword of the Lake was even brighter than the previous Caliban, and its terrifying aura was also much stronger than the Caliban to date. It was simply an enhanced version of the Caliban. And most importantly, this weapon was not the real Sword of the Lake, but one forged by Vivian. Should I say, as expected of the Lady of the Lake? Asher couldn't help but praise, and a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes as he looked at Vivian. To think a forged sword would have such an effect. It's just this level, nothing special, Vivian said flatly. Noticing Asher's admiring gaze, she spread her hands, though she couldn't help but feel a little proud in her heart. This child is quite honest, after all. Vivian thought to herself. No, no. I absolutely cannot be deceived by his facade. Morgan must have been fooled by this very facade and become infatuated. Asher, that fellow, is very dangerous. He actually tried to increase her favorability. Sure enough, he has ulterior motives for her. Vivian quickly shook her head, her gaze towards Asher instantly becoming much more wary. Just as Asher was about to stop infusing magic into the Sword of the Lake, Morgan looked at the Sword of the Lake with a thoughtful expression and suddenly said. Ash, try attacking me with the Sword of the Lake. Infuse magic into the sword. Asher was startled and looked at Morgan le Fay. Really? Just try it, Morgan said flatly, seemingly seeing the worry in Asher's eyes. Don't worry about hurting me. Feel free to attack me. Scáthach looked at the Sword of the Lake in Asher's hand, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. She probably knew why Morgan had said that to Asher. Asher no longer hesitated. He raised the pseudo-sword of the lake. A brilliant golden light shone from the blade. He raised the caliban and blasted it towards Morgan. In that instant, magic surged, strong winds arose, and a terrifying light seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. Asher's expression couldn't help but change. Perhaps the true Sword of the Lake's power is no more than this. Sister Morgan will be all right, right? After the light faded, Asher quickly looked forward. Morgan le Fay was still standing in place, her face showing a calm expression of, as expected, just as I thought. Not just Morgan le Fay, but everything in the room was unharmed. Asher was stunned for a long time. What's going on? Artoria was also stunned. She had clearly seen it from the side. The terrifying light cannon from the Sword of the Lake had been blasted directly at Morgan, but the light cannon had actually passed through Morgan's body and disappeared without even breaking through the wall. Don't you understand yet? Morgan pointed to the pseudo-sword of the lake in Asher's hand. This is just something with a superficial appearance. The attacks it emits are also illusory, like sunlight without warmth. Can't you understand? In short, this thing is as useless as Merlin's illusion. Simply put, it looks like it has great destructive power, but it actually has no destructive power at all. It's just a toy sword used to fool people. Stare. Asher turned his head and stared intently at Vivian, his eyes deep. Vivian snorted, saying faintly, "What does it matter? What you want is a sword that represents royalty. This sword is very successfully forged, ordinary people won't be able to tell. As long as you don't use it to attack others, no one will recognize it. That's enough, isn't it? Stare." Asher still stared intently at the somewhat sickly-looking girl. What do you want? Do you have an opinion? Vivian asked, her face slightly red, gently shaking her twin tails. All talk and no show, Asher said. He had really been fooled earlier. Because it looked like a truly destructive attack, but it was utterly useless. In terms of game data, this forged sword looks beautiful, but its attack power is 0. It can emit light much brighter than a flashlight, and it looks very intimidating. But it's useless. It's already very strong, okay. Ordinary people absolutely cannot forge a weapon that looks so much like the Sword of the Lake. Vivian's tone was cold, but a blush of embarrassment had already appeared on her cold face. Vivian was a little embarrassed by what she herself was saying. Earlier, she was accepting Asher's praise, but now being exposed immediately made her feel a bit awkward. Where is the real Sword of the Lake? Asher asked. If I knew, I would have severely beaten the thief, then tied them to a pillar and thrown them into the lake to drown, Vivian said, her voice filled with hatred. She could be considered the guardian fairy of the Sword of the Lake. Yet the Sword of the Lake was actually stolen. If she really caught the thief, she swore she would teach them a severe lesson. Killing the thief would be too easy for them. You know, I'm thinking of tying you to a pillar and throwing you into the lake to drown right now, Morgan said with a smile. Vivian was startled, staring blankly at Morgan's smiling face. Morgan is so beautiful even when she's angry. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 209, Mind Reading. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. When was the Sword of the Lake stolen? Asher's voice pulled Vivian back from her infatuated state. The Lady of the Lake clearly disliked Asher very much. She couldn't help but frown even at the sound of his voice, saying unpleasantly, "It's already been stolen. The established fact cannot be changed. What's the point of asking about it now? I won't answer such boring questions. Just take that pseudo-sword as compensation. Anyway, it's a king's sword. As long as you don't use it to attack, the common people won't be able to tell. Asher sighed somewhat speechlessly. It seemed this Vivian had a considerable prejudice against him. However, the current situation was probably the best it could be. At least there was a forged sword to fool people with. Roughly when was it stolen? Do you remember the exact time? Morgan's gaze fell on Vivian, her majestic presence making Vivian feel a refreshing sensation as if all her pores were clear. She shivered slightly but quickly composed herself, saying in a steady tone, probably within 2 weeks after King Arthur pulled out the Caliban. Ah. What about the established fact cannot be changed? I won't answer such boring questions. Why did you answer as soon as Morgan asked? Morgan was startled, her eyes cold as she stared at the seemingly frail Lady of the Lake. It's already been almost half a year. Is that how you act as the Lady of the Lake? Originally, I wasn't suited to be the Lady of the Lake. You should know that the evil side was initially your responsibility, and you were responsible for most things. After you left, I didn't manage much. Vivian toyed with her hair, maintaining her usual indifferent smile. Yes, it's not my fault, but yours for insisting on leaving me back then. Morgan remained silent, only a slight flicker in her eyes. She did feel a bit guilty towards Vivian and found it hard to get angry. Were you not at the bottom of the lake when the sword of the lake was stolen? Asher suddenly asked. Otherwise, how could you not have noticed? This Lady of the Lake is too unreliable, isn't she? Despite being so powerful, she lost something so important. Vivian spread her hands innocently. That's not my business. Logically, I should have been able to sense someone entering the bottom of Avalon's lake, but I didn't. This means the other party has very strong stealth abilities. You didn't even notice someone entering the bottom of the lake. Morgan stared at Vivian with a doubtful look. Does such a person really exist? Who knows? Maybe they do. Vivian quietly shifted her gaze, looking a little guilty. It seems Vivian is still hiding something. Asher noticed her change in expression and thought to himself. Actually, there's another possibility, but I don't think it's very likely, Vivian added. You mean, a fellow lake fairy stole the sword of the lake? Morgan realized the meaning behind Vivian's words and immediately shook her head. Impossible. They wouldn't have any desire for the sword of the lake, and besides, they're all still in Avalon, aren't they? Taking that sword wouldn't benefit them at all. After all, they were all fairies living at the bottom of the lake, so it was indeed unlikely they would do such a thing. Asher looked at the sword in his hand, then suddenly thought of something and looked up at Vivian. Those 2 conditions you mentioned earlier, you never intended for me to accept them from the very beginning, did you? No, actually, I thought you would accept them, Vivian said, shaking her head. After all, you like beautiful women. If Asher had really agreed to marry her, she would have immediately told Morgan the news Asher had revealed. It was a pity that he had refused her. Even though he had been so proactive that day. Don't assume everyone likes beautiful women when they see them, okay? Asher said angrily. Do you dare say you've never had any desires for me since we met? Vivian glanced sideways at Asher. Don't forget, I can read minds a little. I can probably guess what you're thinking. Just now, when I was tickling your soul, you were very excited, right? And you secretly looked at my thighs several times before, thinking, these legs look so pretty, right? Asher's voice trailed off. He almost forgot, this fairy could read minds. Scáthach heard this and simply glanced at Asher as if nothing had happened. Even without mind reading, you can tell that much. Indeed, you can judge many things from his eyes, Morgan sighed, supporting her forehead. But it's understandable. He's young, and it's quite normal for him to have a lot of energy. Besides, she had teased him several times last night, so Asher was probably always in a state of excitement. I should find some time to completely release that energy. Morgan muttered softly. Scáthach beside her seemed to have heard it too, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her red eyes. Facial expressions can also tell a lot, Artoria added. So why did the topic suddenly shift from the sword of the lake to whether I have other thoughts about Vivian? Asher grumbled in his heart. You said there were 2 conditions earlier. Scáthach suddenly asked. One was to hand over Guinevere, what was the other? She wanted Ash to marry her, Morgan said faintly. Scáthach's eyes narrowed slightly, glancing at Vivian. Her gaze lingered for a moment on that seemingly sickly, pitiable face, then she said flatly, is that so? And Artoria's gaze also subtly swept over Vivian. For some reason, as Vivian felt these 3 gazes, a sudden chill ran down her spine. I feel like I'm going to be killed. She suddenly had a strong sense of impending doom. Perhaps King Arthur not agreeing to marry her before actually saved her. Vivian couldn't help but think as she faced the gazes of 3 women simultaneously, especially Scáthach and Morgan's gentle smiles tinged with faint amusement. I think Vivian probably never intended for me to accept from the beginning. After all, the sword of the lake was stolen, so even if I agreed to her, she couldn't produce it. This was just a joke, right? Asher suddenly said. Is this guy a good person? Vivian looked at Asher in surprise, but quickly curled her lip in disdain. In the end, it was just an act to win her over. Morgan might fall for it, but she wouldn't. He must be trying to win her favor, then make a move on her like he did with Morgan. After all, with the beauty of the Lady of the Lake, it was normal for mortals to be tempted. Vivian naturally didn't realize that Asher was simply speaking up for her to quickly move past this topic. In any case, until we find the real sword of the lake, we'll use this weapon for now, Morgan said, then her gaze fixed on Vivian. Who do you think is most likely to have stolen the sword of the lake? Aside from fairies. To steal the sword of the lake without Vivian's knowledge, and without her even noticing, was not something an ordinary person could do. Vivian's thoughts returned to reality. After a brief contemplation, she looked up and smiled at Morgan. You must already have a suspect, that's why you're asking me, right? Morgan's lips curved slightly. It seems we thought of the same person. Asher looked left and right, then walked behind Artoria, covered her ears, and asked, Merlin. Morgan gave a meaningful smile. I'm not sure, but I think we can ask him. What are you doing? Artoria pushed Asher's hand away, glaring at him, but she didn't seem angry. A cute blush spread across her delicate cheeks. What do we do now? Asher asked. We'll know if we ask him, Morgan said with a smile. To be honest, I'm a little interested too. I'll go with you, Scáthach said with a smile, looking eager. Vivian glanced left and right, looking at the two women's smiles and Asher's subtle expression. She cleared her throat. I won't go with you. I'm going back to the bottom of the lake. Although she wanted to see Morgan's face more, if Morgan didn't get any useful information from Merlin, she would definitely come looking for trouble again. She liked to see Morgan's coldness towards others, not towards herself. So, it was better to go back for now. You stay here and wait for us to come back, Asher said. He always felt that Vivian was still hiding something. If it wasn't Merlin who stole the sword of the lake, he could ask Vivian in detail when they returned. To be honest, he had been feeling a bit uneasy since earlier, as if he had overlooked something important, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason. What are you talking about? Who wants to stay here? I'm going back. Vivian said, then turned to leave. Why does that sound like something a suspect would say before dying? Asher grumbled in his heart. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 210, Merlin is such a good person, Vivian was ultimately kept. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. However, it wasn't voluntary, Morgan had forcibly ordered her to remain in the room. Although she herself seemed to quite enjoy such compulsory commands. But why is this man also kept here? Vivian tisk ed, glancing at the young man beside her who was holding a staff and doing who knows what, her face showing displeasure. Does Morgan trust King Arthur that much? To actually put herself and King Arthur alone in one room, and even handcuff herself, isn't she afraid of returning to find herself violated by King Arthur and having lost her chastity? Although as the Lady of the Lake, she wouldn't get pregnant, she still valued her chastity greatly. Asher naturally didn't know what Vivian was thinking. He was currently holding the staff Scáthach had given him earlier, and after absorbing for over 2 hours, he slowly opened his eyes. That special magical power had increased a bit more than before. Although it was just a little, the feeling of definite progress was quite pleasing. Noticing Vivian watching him vigilantly from the side, Asher felt strangely amused. You seem to dislike me quite a lot, he said, putting down the staff. After all, she was an elf of Avalon, if possible, he hoped they could get along. Though, due to a series of events earlier, Vivian probably thoroughly disliked him now. Vivian glanced at Asher, saying blandly, after all, I'm alone in a room with a man like you, who always looks at his Shishou and sister with lustful eyes. How could you possibly think I'd do anything to you? It would be troublesome if you retaliated afterwards, Asher said. Oh. Vivian was surprised, her mouth slightly open, looking incredibly cute. What's wrong? Asher asked. Do you seriously think you won't be retaliated against after this? Asher. Come to think of it, he had refused Vivian's request before, and this time, he locked her in a room and tickled her, making her lose face. It seems he would be held accountable. Looking at Asher, who had fallen silent, Vivian chuckled softly. She sat on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed, her high heel tapping the floor lightly. Besides, who knows if you'll suddenly get a crazy idea and do something to me. For example, when Morgan and your Shishou leave, you could take the opportunity to discipline me, then stop suddenly when I'm about to feel comfortable, forcing me to make a guise to acknowledge you as my Shishou before you continue, and then by the time Morgan returns, I'd already be your maid, serving you wholeheartedly. It's not impossible. Asher nearly fell headfirst to the ground. So, where does this woman get all these perverted ideas? Does she have paranoid delusions? She looks like a delicate, sickly young lady, elegant as an Edelweiss, but her mind is full of such chaotic thoughts. Speaking of which, why does it feel like what Vivian said is actually a feasible plan? No. What am I even thinking? He almost got led astray by this woman. It wasn't that he wanted to commit a crime, it was Vivian who kept verbally tempting him to commit one. For some reason, he always felt as if she was deliberately waiting for him to make a move. But logically, that shouldn't be the case. Doing so wouldn't benefit Vivian at all. What on earth was this woman thinking? Asher couldn't help but look at the woman sitting on the edge of the bed. She casually kicked off one high heel, exposing her exquisitely manicured, fair toes to the air, wiggling them gently, making one's gaze involuntarily follow their movement. A moment later, Asher came back to his senses, quickly shaking his head. Forget it, he wouldn't bother with her. It would save him from being led astray again. Asher walked to the room door, looked at the clear blue sky outside, took a light breath, and slowly exhaled. He wondered if Sister Morgan and Shishou could extract any useful information from Merlin. If it's Morgan, she definitely can, don't worry. Vivian looked up at Asher's back, her tone flat. She's an incredibly powerful existence, not just in strength, but also very skilled in scheming. Can you stop reading people's minds all the time? It's super disgusting. Asher's forehead was covered in black lines as he turned to look at Vivian. Do you think I want to? Vivian pouted, pushing aside a strand of hair. This is passive reading. The very existence of this body can read others' thoughts, which is why I hate appearing in this world with this body. Asher was startled. It won't happen with other bodies. Yes, Vivian nodded. Also, other elves won't have their thoughts read by me. No wonder her personality is so peculiar. Asher muttered. Being able to read others' minds, she naturally had little patience for most people. After all, everyone has dark thoughts, so it was normal for Vivian to feel disgusted. So that's why she wanted Guinevere's body. Asher couldn't help but think. That's right, after all, compared to others, Guinevere is already a very pure person. Although she's still a bit cunning, like she'll do whatever it takes for her own happiness, but that can all be ignored, Vivian said. Languidly. Also, you seem to be worried about Morgan's side just now. You can rest assured, even if the current Morgan is far weaker than before, she definitely won't suffer any losses against Merlin. Are you that sure? Asher asked. Of course, Vivian lightly played with a strand of her hair, saying nonchalantly, when it comes to scheming, she's far more cunning than that liar. Has Sister Morgan always been so cunning? Asher subconsciously asked. Always. Vivian savored the word, revealing a meaningful smile. She's much more restrained now. 5 years ago, she was far more formidable than she is now. 5 years ago, huh? Asher murmured to himself. He had no real feeling about what Vivian said, because in his impression, Morgan le Fay's personality had always been quite good. She always meticulously helped him and listened to his troubles. Although she often showed a tendency to tease, it was always just playful teasing and never went too far. In short, although he was wary of her at first, after getting to know her, he felt that Morgan was a very respectable big sister. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway, Asher said, shaking his head. She's a witch, you know. She's done a lot of bad things, Vivian feigned mystery. What does that have to do with me? I'm not interested in knowing all that, Asher said. She hasn't harmed me. Even if you paint her as an incorrigible villain, to me, she's still a gentle older sister. Vivian froze. Her mind reading told her that this was actually King Arthur's honest thought. Asher was too lazy to pay attention to Vivian anymore. He walked to the bedside table, intending to take out that fake Excalibur and study it further. Since it had abilities similar to the Sword of Promised Victory, did its scabbard also have similar abilities? But before his hand could touch Excalibur, Vivian quickly came back to her senses, pouted slightly, feeling inexplicably angry. She grabbed the Excalibur next to her, pressed it under her smooth thigh, looked up at the stunned Asher, and showed a mischievous smile. If you want the sword, then pick me up. Merlin took several steps back until he was cornered against the wall, clutching his staff and saying, weak and helpless, hey, wait a minute, I really don't know anything about this Excalibur you're talking about. I didn't steal Excalibur, I'm not that kind of thief. I'm an honest, ordinary citizen of Britain. Morgan raised her finger, and a magic bullet hit Merlin's abdomen. Ugh, even if you don't believe me, you shouldn't hit people, Merlin said with difficulty, clutching his stomach. I believe you, Morgan said. Then why are you still But I've wanted to hit you ever since Ash pulled out the caliban, Morgan said seriously. If Asher hadn't been nearby at the time, she would have lost her patience long ago. At that moment, Scáthach frowned slightly. Don't hit people with magic bullets. Merlin, seeing this, nodded in agreement. Exactly, how can you be so violent? The light from magic bullets is too conspicuous, it's easy to attract unnecessary trouble. It's better to use attacks with less brightness, Scáthach continued. Merlin. Watching Morgan raise her finger again, and Scáthach standing by, glaring, Merlin quickly raised his hand. Wait, I can tell you where Excalibur is. Another magic bullet, but this time the light was noticeably much dimmer. Where? Merlin finished his unfinished sentence from earlier. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He raised his eyes, looking indignant. Now even I have to fight back. He was about to draw his sword from his staff, but at that moment, a spear shot from afar, grazed Merlin's cheek, and went straight into the stone wall behind him. Do you really think two people can deal with me? Merlin smiled and shook his head, raising his profound eyes. Yes, actually. He raised both hands. All right, I'll tell you then. I hope your next sentence isn't nonsense, Morgan said with a gentle smile. Excalibur really wasn't stolen by you. Excalibur wasn't stolen by me, Merlin revealed a mysterious smile. It was hidden by a certain entity in a place you'd never imagine. Thud. A magic bullet once again hit Merlin's abdomen. Morgan lifted her chin, staring coldly at Merlin. Can you just explain it directly? I can't say. If I do, destiny will change. Merlin shook his head, his eyes showing a serious light for the first time. Morgan gazed into Merlin's eyes for a long time, then finally sighed. Forget it, you can go. She knew that although the trickster wasn't entirely reliable, he wouldn't easily compromise on certain matters of principle. Merlin, while stretching his limbs, grumbled things like, oh dear, to think I was tricked, it truly infuriates me, as he walked out of the garden exit. He glanced at a frightened maid nearby, whose rather attractive face showed an uneasy expression. Merlin smiled and patted her head. It's all right, it's not your fault. I'm happy you invited me out for a date, and I welcome you next time too. Bringing your companions along is also fine. After speaking, he strode away. The maid was stunned, staring blankly at Merlin's retreating figure, suddenly feeling her heart involuntarily quicken. Just then, Morgan also walked out of the garden exit and said to the still dazed maid, you may return. Your reward will be sent to you later. Yes, thank you, Princess Morgan. The maid quickly bowed in gratitude, then swiftly left the scene. She had been working peacefully in the palace, but earlier, Princess Morgan had suddenly asked her to trick the great mage Merlin into coming here. Frankly, she had thought Merlin would be angry with her after learning the truth, but not only did he show no resentment, he even comforted her. Merlin truly is such a good person. The maid couldn't help but think. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 211, Misconduct in front of Shishou. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. So, if you want Excalibur, come and get it. Vivian looked up at Asher with her legs crossed, a scornful expression on her face. She had Excalibur completely pinned under her thigh. If Asher wanted to get the sword, he would have to pick her up. Given this lazy fish's personality, even if he had twice the courage, he probably wouldn't dare. Asher stared at the girl, who was clearly deliberately provoking him, looking left and right, seemingly searching for something. What are you looking at? Vivian asked. I'm looking for where I put that feather. Asher said, his gaze falling on the feather placed on the table. He walked over and picked up the feather. He turned and walked towards Vivian. Hey, wait a minute. Vivian subconsciously moved backward. You're such a boring man. Do you only know how to force me into submission with such methods? As long as it's effective, it's fine. Asher said, walking up to Vivian and squatting down. The girl, uncharacteristically, didn't struggle at all, just looked down at him. Asher looked up in confusion. Aren't you afraid? Vivian kicked towards Asher's face. Asher quickly dodged the kick. When he looked up again, he saw the inscrutable girl, Tisk, in frustration, then hugged Excalibur and rolled over, pressing the sword beneath her. I've decided. Now I won't even give you the fake Excalibur. If you're so capable, come and get it yourself. Vivian looked back at Asher with a sidelong glance, then averted her gaze. Asher walked forward. Before his finger could even touch Vivian's shoulder, he heard her shout, help, everyone. King Arthur is assaulting me. Why is this woman such a rogue? Asher's eyelid twitched slightly. He quickly stepped forward and covered Vivian's mouth, while his other hand tried to snatch Excalibur, but she hugged it tightly to her chest, giving him no chance at all. After repeatedly trying and failing several times, Asher finally became enraged. Does she really think I'm a lazy fish? If so, I will definitely succeed in taking this fake Excalibur today. Turns out we didn't get any information from Merlin at all. Morgan sighed, supporting her forehead. Although she really wanted to capture and interrogate that Merlin fellow, catching him was no easy feat. It wasn't entirely fruitless, right? Scáthach's tone was calm as she glanced at the woman beside her. How much of what that man said do you think was a lie? A 70-30 split, no, maybe an 80-20 split. Morgan rested her hand on her chin. In any case, that liar, even if he knows something, would never tell the whole truth. He seemed serious just now, but it could very well have just been an act. Ultimately, a guy like Merlin, if you ever get the chance to catch him, you should properly interrogate him and make him realize the cruelty of this world. Morgan's expression became a bit more sinister. Scáthach remained silent, walking straight out of the garden exit. Unlike Morgan, she wasn't one to enjoy interrogating others. Well, at least not usually too excessively in front of her beloved disciple. As she reached a certain corner, Scáthach slowed her pace and looked at Artoria, who was quietly waiting there. Sunlight poured down, and Artoria's golden hair seemed to shimmer with dazzling luster in the breeze, looking exceptionally captivating. Let's go, Lily. What did you and Merlin talk about just now? Artoria followed closely beside Scáthach, asking with a slight hint of unease in her tone. After all, Artoria now was still just a teenage girl. Merlin was a mentor on her life's path. Although she never thought her big sister and Shishou were cruel and violent women, nor did she believe they would lay a hand on Merlin, she still felt a little uneasy deep down. After all, when she had wanted to go with Morgan to find Merlin earlier, Morgan had flatly refused, telling her only to wait there and saying that her big sister wasn't the type to lay hands on people, so she could rest assured. Just a regular inquiry to Merlin about the whereabouts of Excalibur, then some regular small talk, and finally a regular departure from the scene, that's all. Morgan quickened her pace and walked beside Artoria, her face wearing a gentle smile. Just regular, huh? Artoria's eyes flickered slightly, still seeming a bit uneasy. When Merlin left just now, she thought she heard him complaining about Morgan being too violent or something. I know what you're worried about, Scáthach glanced at Artoria, saying with a hint of teasing, don't worry, your big sister truly isn't the type to lay hands on people. Morgan only moved her fingers. I see. Artoria nodded softly, her eyes slightly lowered, wondering about something. Is there anything else you're worried about? Scáthach asked, out of a Shishou's concern for her disciple. Nothing. Artoria gently shook her head, looking straight ahead. She couldn't possibly say that besides the Merlin matter, she was still a little uneasy about Asher and Vivian being in the same room when she left earlier, could she? Is it about Ash? It really goes to show they're sisters. Morgan easily discerned something from Artoria's poker face. If you're worried, you could have stayed there earlier instead of coming with us, Morgan patted Artoria's head. And you can rest assured, Vivian is handcuffed with handcuffs I developed. She's just like any ordinary girl right now. Artoria hesitated, saying nothing. Scáthach looked at the hint of worry on Artoria's delicate little face and suddenly smiled. Do you think Vivian would lay a hand on Ash? Morgan was startled, then smiled and shook her head. That's impossible. She could clearly feel Vivian's hostility towards Asher. Although she didn't know where this hostility came from, she truly didn't believe Vivian would lay a hand on Asher. I didn't think you two would lay a hand on Ash before either. Artoria murmured almost imperceptibly. Morgan cleared her throat, feigning not to have heard. Scáthach also remained unusually quiet. She could defeat enemies without hesitation in battle, but faced with Lily's words, she couldn't find any rebuttal. But then again, this was all because of Lily's help in the first place. Thinking of this, Scáthach's gaze towards Artoria softened a bit. If it weren't for her, she would probably still be playing the role of Shishou in front of her disciple. Amidst a stream of thoughts, Scáthach unknowingly reached the room door. She was about to push it open, but just then, a shout suddenly reached her ears. And no. Don't touch there. It's too late to regret now. Asher's voice came from inside the room. Don't force it open. I can't believe you're such a rough person. The bed frame groaned under strain. Scáthach's fingers paused slightly, and she looked at Artoria, who had walked up beside her, with a strange expression. What's wrong? Artoria looked at Scáthach in confusion. Did they set up a barrier so the door can't be opened? Morgan also walked forward, extending her hand in confusion. A helpless voice came from inside. Keep your voice down, it wouldn't be good if someone heard. Who told you to force yourself on a defenseless girl like this? You deserve to be heard, Vivian said, heavily panting, and no, it would be so embarrassing if someone saw. Just listen to me obediently and don't resist. It'll be over. Soon, just a little more. Scáthach abruptly pushed open the room door. Inside the room, Asher was pressing down on the girl, trying to pry open Vivian's fingers that were tightly gripping Excalibur, while Vivian was struggling violently but helplessly. From their posture, it looked as if he was forcibly doing something bad to Vivian. Scáthach's expression stiffened slightly. Soon, she smiled nonchalantly, sizing up Asher. It seems Lily's earlier worries were somewhat necessary. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 212, Chapter 212, Help Me Rub My Feet. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. I apologize, I didn't expect to cause such unnecessary trouble. Asher silently lowered his head and apologized to the woman in front of him. It's fine, you've explained it clearly, haven't you? Scáthach sat with her legs crossed, exuding an air of composure, though she had almost lost her self-control when she saw that scene in Vivian's room where she was being held. But why does that child dislike you so much? Did you really not do anything to her when you were at the bottom of the lake? Scáthach looked at the young man sitting opposite her with his head down, asking with considerable confusion. She didn't seem to consider that Vivian's age probably wasn't much younger than hers, and habitually referred to her as that child. How could I have done anything to her? With my meager strength, if I had done anything, I wouldn't have been able to leave Avalon at all, Asher said helplessly, shaking his head. I really don't understand what she's thinking. Vivian had clearly been quite gentle with him at first, and even proposed the condition of marrying her. To be honest, he was quite happy, though he didn't intend to accept. But to be offered such a request by a beautiful girl of that caliber, it was something to be happy about regardless. Scáthach showed a thoughtful expression. Perhaps she's angry because you rejected her proposal. Impossible. The first time I met her, she proposed such a condition. There must be something wrong with that. It couldn't possibly be love at first sight, could it? Asher shook his head. The probability is too low. So-called love at first sight, no matter how you look at it, still comes down to appearance. He didn't think his face was handsome enough to make that kind of old monster fall for him at first glance. Speaking of which, at this distance, Vivian probably can't hear what I'm thinking, right? Probability too low, you say? Scáthach repeated, shaking her head distractedly. The probability isn't low at all, isn't there an example right here? Asher was startled, then after a moment, nodded softly. You're right. However, he wasn't exactly love at first sight either. At first, he simply admired Shishou's strength and decisiveness. After that, he often followed her, and then he fell for Shishou. No, there should be more than one example, Scáthach suddenly said. There's also Morgan, Lily, and even Guinevere. Speaking of which, the possibility of love at first sight for Vivian leading to secretly making a move when alone in a room isn't impossible. I'm not that kind of person. Asher interrupted Scáthach's voice, somewhat embarrassed. That's not necessarily true. I don't have the guts. You're right about that. Scáthach nodded slightly. Asher. Scáthach looked at the speechless Asher, a thoughtful expression on her face. Indeed, given her disciple's timidity, it was highly unlikely that he would make a move on Vivian during the short time they were away. Although his previous posture with Vivian was full of misunderstanding, she still didn't believe her disciple would do such a thing. After all, he was a timid disciple who could hide his feelings for 5 years. Shishou. Asher's voice pulled Scáthach back to reality. She raised her hand and stretched, her thin skirt reaching her smooth thighs, revealing a languid curve that made Asher stare in a daze. If this was outerwear, it was a bit too revealing. Scáthach's tender skin was almost completely visible to Asher's eyes. Thinking about it carefully, there must be some misunderstanding here. What that child Vivian said is indeed unreliable. Scáthach came back to her senses. As she spoke, she noticed the young man's fervent gaze, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. She casually kicked Asher's shin. Why are you spacing out? You've seen me many times before, haven't you? It's different. Although Shishou is beautiful normally, this outfit is several times better than before, and more revealing, Asher said subconsciously. After all, it exposed large areas of fair skin. The clothes Scáthach was wearing now were a completely different kind of beauty compared to her usual attire. Is that so? Scáthach tilted her head slightly, a strand of hair falling down. Asher's fervent gaze made her feel her blood boiling and her heart racing. This feeling was different from the burning sensation brought by battle, it was another kind of exciting feeling apart from battle. It wasn't in vain that she had specifically changed into this outfit and brought him to her room under the guise of educating her disciple. No, she just purely wanted to educate her disciple. As for the clothes, it was just because the weather was too hot. Yes, simply put, changing outfits is like the difference between sweet tofu pudding and savory tofu pudding. Asher said again. Because of the difference in styling, the essential taste will change dramatically. Tofu pudding. What's that? Scáthach asked, confused. Asher cleared his throat. Simply put, it's a kind of food. Never mind, let's not talk about that topic. That's a topic that can cause wars. Is it that terrifying a food? Asher nodded. Scáthach's eyes still held confusion, but she quickly shook her head. Forget it, it doesn't matter. She glanced at the young man whose gaze was drifting, occasionally secretly peeking at her thighs, and said nonchalantly, I said I would punish you earlier in Vivian's room where she was being held, regardless of whether you did anything to her or not. Asher's previously fluttering heart slowly calmed down a lot. Indeed, Shishou had said earlier that she would properly educate her disciple. When he was seen in that scene in the room, Asher had once thought he was going to be killed by his Shishou, but when Scáthach took him out of the room, he saw that his Shishou's previously angry expression immediately disappeared. He had thought Shishou had forgotten about this during their previous conversation. It seems her old memory isn't that bad after all. In the end, he still had to be punished. And that Vivian, when she saw him being taken away by Shishou, actually gave him such a mocking look. He should have just actually laid a hand on her. Asher thought indignantly in his heart. Then I'll punish you. Scáthach looked at Asher's dazed expression, first speaking to get his attention. When he looked up at her with a nervous expression, the corners of her lips curled slightly. Help me rub my feet. Asher. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Asher subtly declined a little, but his gaze remained fixed on his Shishou. Sensing the young man's clearly tempted gaze, Scáthach's smile grew even wider. She clasped her right knee with both hands, slightly arched her toes, and tilted her head slightly. No. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, Miss Scáthach wants me to confess. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. What's wrong? Scáthach tilted her head slightly, creating a perfect angle for Asher to clearly see her damp eyes fixed on him. Undeniably, ignoring her true age, it was truly heart-fluttering to hear such a beautiful woman speak in such a spoiled tone. It's not that I can't, Asher swallowed lightly, it's just that it doesn't seem to have anything to do with punishment. Then consider it compensation for your Shishou. After all, I get tired from training every day, Scáthach chuckled. Are you unwilling? Asher's gaze lingered for a moment on his Shishou's dazzlingly beautiful feet, then he coughed softly twice. In that case, please forgive my impropriety. After all, he still had to obey his Shishou's commands. Speaking of which, Shishou is dressed so lightly today, is it really because of the heat? The fair skin exposed beneath Scáthach's thin dress was almost comparable to wearing a swimsuit. Her usual aloof queenly aura was also reined in considerably, making her seem like an ordinary woman. As he walked to the head of the bed beside Scáthach and sat down, Asher didn't forget to glance at the dusk sky outside the window. Today's weather didn't seem hot enough for this. And if she wore these clothes outside? Scáthach silently watched Asher sit down beside her, and chuckled softly. Don't worry, no one goes out dressed like this. It's just being more casual indoors. Don't you like it? No. Asher shook his head. Seeing his Shishou smile slightly freeze, Asher continued, I was going to say that, but it really suits you, Shishou. It was better to be honest at this point. After all, Shishou probably already saw through what he was thinking. You've learned to flirt with your own Shishou now. It seems the training here has made you a lot bolder. Scáthach watched the young man reach out and grasp one of her feet. Noticing his eyes staring intently at her thighs, her lips couldn't help but curl slightly, a smile appearing on her face. Is this how you rub feet? Asher finally snapped out of it, about to gently press on Scáthach's soul, but just then, a knock suddenly came from the door. Knock knock. Teacher, may I come in? It was Artoria. After a period of struggle, she had finally decided to save Asher. After all, she was the king's court steward. Personal feelings should be put aside, and protecting the king should be her main duty. Scáthach's expression was slightly strange. She gestured for Asher not to open the door yet. She needed to change her clothes. It wouldn't be good if Lily saw her dressed like this. Teacher, I think there might be some misunderstanding here. Ash shouldn't do such things to Vivian. Perhaps we should investigate clearly before punishing him. But before Scáthach could stand up, Artoria pushed open the door. Her voice quickly stopped as she stared blankly at the scene in the room. Her emerald eyes reflected the young man sitting at the head of the bed, and the woman dressed in extremely revealing clothes. Artoria's hogue, illuminated by the distant trees, seemed to faintly glow green. She stared blankly at the scene in the room. This atmosphere doesn't seem to have anything to do with punishment, does it? Also, why is teacher dressed so revealingly? Feeling Artoria's doubtful gaze, even the battle-hardened queen of the land of shadows showed a hint of panic in her eyes, but quickly regained her composure, saying faintly, "This is a custom of the land of shadows. When the weather is hot, dressing like this can properly dissipate body heat and ensure optimal combat performance." Artoria subconsciously looked at Asher beside her. Although she didn't speak, the question in her eyes was already very obvious. "Ah, yes, that's indeed the case," Asher quickly nodded. He and his Shishou were now in the same boat. If he denied it now, he would have to face his Shishou's wrath later. And, once he denied it, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy such a feast for his eyes again. Dissipate heat, huh? Fortunately, Artoria only muttered to herself. Although still looking suspicious, she seemed to believe it somewhat. "What are you all talking about?" However, before Asher could breathe a sigh of relief, Morgan suddenly walked out from behind. As soon as her words fell, her gaze quickly froze on Scáthach's attire. This woman is truly shameless, actually dressing like this to seduce her disciple. Teacher says this is a custom of the land of shadows, to dissipate heat when the weather is hot, Artoria probably explained for her royal sister. Scáthach's expression suddenly became a little strange. Things seemed to have gotten a bit complicated. She should have locked the door just now. She hadn't expected a momentary impulse to cause her so much trouble, and to be seen by Morgan. Lily was a bit naive. Well, innocent, perhaps she wouldn't notice too much, but Morgan was different. This woman is troublesome. As expected, Morgan stared at Scáthach's expression for a long time, then glanced at the young man with the strange expression beside her, and soon revealed a meaningful smile. "Oh, is that so? Yes, I think I heard about something like that before. Let's go, Lily, we should change clothes too." Artoria was startled. It's not bad to occasionally embrace the customs of other countries, is it? "Come on, let's go," Morgan said, pulling Artoria out of the room. The room returned to quiet. "I should consider adding a rule like this when I get back." After a brief silence, Scáthach muttered to herself. "Asher." "Just kidding," she added, then sighed again. "But this is a bit troublesome now. I should have known not to wear these clothes." That woman Morgan was clearly thinking bad things, otherwise she wouldn't have eagerly dragged her sister to change clothes. Now she could only bite the bullet and try to trick those sisters into leaving. Not long after Scáthach thought of this, Morgan returned to the room with Artoria. Morgan le Fay was now wearing a vintage black dress, revealing fair skin from the chest down, and Artoria behind her was also in a dress, with white stockings covering her slender legs, also highly revealing. She lowered her head slightly, seeming a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, changing clothes took a bit of time." Guinevere was slightly out of breath as she trotted to the doorway. She was also in a very revealing dress, her fair skin seeming to shimmer under the light. "Are you captivated, foolish disciple?" Scáthach's voice pulled Asher back to reality, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. It's hard not to be captivated when they're dressed like this. Asher composed himself, difficultly shifting his gaze from the three, his eyes having nowhere to settle, so he could only look out the window. "No, I was just thinking." Feeling that Shishou seemed to want to say something more, Asher quickly spoke, trying to change the subject. "Princess Guinevere, why are you here too? I met Lily and Princess Morgan on the way, and they said they were going to punish you. I was thinking of helping out, but then I somehow ended up changing clothes with them," Guinevere said with a shy smile, seemingly very embarrassed by her current attire. "Is that so?" Asher nodded gently, then glanced at Scáthach again, whispering, "Shishou, is this really okay? Just shut up for now. We just need to fool them into leaving first," Scáthach advised in a low voice. As long as Morgan was sent away, things would be easier later. Among these people, only Morgan was troublesome. Thinking of this, Scáthach raised her calm red eyes and asked, "By the way, is it really all right that no one is watching Vivian?" It's fine, it's fine. She promised me she wouldn't leave. Vivian is quite good at keeping promises, so it's fine," Morgan said with a smile, shaking her head. "And then, how are we going to punish Ash next? I remember you were very angry just now, saying you wanted to educate your disciple, which is why you brought him to the room. Why did you change clothes as soon as you came back?" Morgan gave a gentle smile, glancing out the window. "It's not very hot today, is it? I just finished training, so it's not strange for me to feel hot," Scáthach said, then looked at Artoria several times, nodding slightly, changing the subject. "It seems Lily isn't as shy as before." I've pretty much gotten used to it, Artoria said, lowering her gaze slightly, a bit shy. As long as Asher didn't keep staring at her like he did when he first entered the room, she wouldn't feel particularly embarrassed. But why was Ash staring out the window? Artoria stared at Asher's eyes, which were fixed intently on the window. Am I not as good-looking as the scenery outside? Artoria couldn't help but think indignantly, though she had been annoyed 2 minutes ago because Asher kept staring at her. You're truly adorable, Lily, dressed like this. Guinevere walked to Artoria's side and looked her over, a look of admiration on her face. She is my sister, after all. Morgan's attention was also drawn to Artoria. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Artoria. Seeing this, Scáthach slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the seemingly embarrassed Artoria, a faint smile appeared on her face. Although she felt a little bad for Lily, she could only shift the topic to Lily for now. After all, Morgan was a sister complex. I think we're safe, Shishou, Asher whispered to Scáthach. You go send them away first, Scáthach also whispered. I need to change my clothes. If she had known things would turn out like this, she wouldn't have dressed like this from the start. How could a Shishou punish a disciple while dressed so revealingly? Asher was startled, then glanced at the three still chatting. How do I send them away in this situation? This is your punishment. Go, Scáthach said. This is just a temporary change in punishment, Shishou. Asher grumbled fiercely. Not going. Scáthach glanced at the helpless young man. I'll go. Asher sighed. Mom, I heard you're punishing Ash, but before Asher could stand up, the door suddenly opened. Asher's body stiffened slightly as he looked at the purple-haired girl standing at the doorway. Sister Scáthach. Scáthach's expression also subtly changed in an instant. This is truly troublesome now. What's going on? Scáthach looked at the scene in the room with a puzzled expression, clearly not yet understanding what had happened. Don't you know? I heard it's a custom in your land of shadows to dress like this to dissipate heat when the weather is hot, Guinevere explained with a smile at the first opportunity. Is that so, little you? Morgan looked at Scáthach with a half-smile, her gaze quickly falling on Scáthach's face. Scáthach's face showed a confused expression as she looked at her mother, her eyes flickering slightly. Then, she glanced at her younger brother. After a brief hesitation, Scáthach's face bloomed into a warm smile. That's right, it's a custom of the land of shadows. Hearing Scáthach's words, Asher immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sister reacted quickly. Now, if we just fool them for now, I can explain to Sister alone later. Though he hadn't thought of an excuse yet. Sister, Shishou being dressed like this and staying in a room with me has no motive. She's just simply feeling hot. What? You're asking what I was doing in the room just now. I wasn't doing anything. I just felt Shishou was tired from training and wanted to rub her feet. Would Sister believe that? Looking at Asher's subtle expression, Scáthach's eyes, after a brief moment of doubt, slightly curved upwards at the corners of her lips. Her tone suddenly changed. Actually, Mom didn't finish. This custom isn't just about women changing clothes. It also has a second hidden game rule. Am I right, Mom? Scáthach looked at her mother with a beaming smile. At this point, Scáthach could only nod, going along with her daughter's meaning. But even she didn't know what her daughter was thinking now. Given Scáthach's intelligence, she must have seen through something, right? What's the second hidden game rule? Guinevere asked curiously. Rule number 2, Scáthach looked at Asher with a mischievous smile. From now on, everyone close their eyes. The people in the room must simultaneously shout out the name of the person they like the most within 3 seconds. Asher. Isn't she just messing with me? He subconsciously looked at Scáthach. Shishou should be able to stop this farce. Scáthach silently averted her gaze. To be honest, she also quite wanted to know whose name her disciple would shout. Not just Scáthach, Morgan and Artoria's gazes also intentionally or unintentionally fell on Asher. Guinevere pursed her lips, secretly glanced at Asher, then averted her gaze. By the way, if you're not honest, your future wishes won't come true, Scáthach said with a beaming smile, glancing around at everyone. Gods don't favor liars, especially the god of love. In this era, gods truly existed. It was very likely that liars would not be favored by the gods. God of love, huh? Scáthach's eyes narrowed slightly. She was already considering whether she should immediately slay a god after lying. At this moment, Scáthach raised a finger. Then, everyone close your eyes. This game is about to begin. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 214, Plan Achieved. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. 3. Scáthach raised an index finger, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally falling on Asher. Seeing the young man's visibly flustered eyes, her lips curved slightly. 2. Scáthach drew out the sound. As this sound rang out, cold sweat unconsciously trickled down Asher's back. The several women in the room, adhering to the rules, had closed their eyes. No one spoke, they just stood there quietly. Whose name will he call out? Morgan le Fay licked her moist lips, muttering to herself. Is this putting King Arthur in too difficult a position? Guinevere brushed a strand of hair from her ear, her tone sounding somewhat helpless, but inwardly she felt a little anticipation. Don't misunderstand, it was really just a tiny bit of anticipation. A gentle girl wouldn't do anything to put the king in a difficult position, but if it wasn't she who did something to put the king in a difficult position, then it was fine. At this moment, she just needed to calmly listen to the final answer. 1. Scáthach closed her eyes. As this final sound rang out, Asher felt his heart suddenly quicken. His mouth slightly agape. As the others opened their eyes, a voice difficultly emerged, G.A. Gawain. Even without speaking, a question mark could be seen on the faces of the several women. At the same time, a certain man diligently handling state affairs in a room suddenly shivered, feeling a chill wash over him. What's wrong? Agravain asked from beside him. No, nothing, I just suddenly feel a bit cold, Gawain said. It's probably because of the cold weather, it's nothing. Probably due to lack of exercise, your body is too weak, Agravain said blandly, then withdrew his gaze. You see. Sir Gawain is usually so diligent in handling state affairs, without a single complaint despite all the hard work. He truly is someone worthy of being liked. Asher had calmed down significantly by the end of his sentence. That's right, this was never an unsolvable problem. Although his sister playing outside the rules did catch him off guard, he could also play outside the rules. Diligently handling state affairs, huh? Morgan repeated. If you put it that way, then that child Agravain is also someone you like, right? Asher nodded gently. Agravain and Gawain, huh? Morgan murmured, a heart-stopping gentle smile appearing on her face. In a certain room, Agravain's body also involuntarily shivered. What's wrong with you? Gawain couldn't help but ask with a smile. I'm a bit cold too. It seems I'll have to strengthen my training after this, Agravain rubbed his arm, muttering to himself. That kind of answer is too cunning, Ash. Scáthach was clearly not satisfied with that answer. She put her hands on her hips and stepped closer to Asher, looking quite angry. Though even when angry, she looked quite captivating. After all, you didn't specify if it had to be male or female, sister. Asher averted his gaze and whistled. Anyway, he had followed the rules of the game. Even if Sister Scáthach was unwilling now, there was nothing she could do. Scáthach stared intently into Asher's eyes for a long time, then suddenly smiled. Didn't our rule state it had to be female? Did Ash even forget that? Goodness, your memory is so poor. Asher. She can really cheat like that. Well, though he was the one who cheated first. I did forget that rule, but since I've already answered, it's too unfair to play again now. Everyone else should think so too, right? Asher said, glancing at Scáthach beside him. However, Scáthach seemed determined not to help today, her gaze quietly shifting to the scenery outside the window, wearing an I know nothing detached expression. Asher's gaze swept over Artoria and Morgan one by one, both also shifted their gaze to the window. Is the scenery outside the window really that good? Maybe I should just look out the window too. Asher bitterly complained in his heart, then also turned his head to look out the window. Just then, Guinevere raised her hand slightly. Asher looked at Guinevere as if he had seen hope. Princess Guinevere is indeed considerate. He hadn't misjudged her. Just as Asher thought this, he heard Guinevere say, Arthur, you only have to say the name of one person of the opposite sex this time, no need to say more. So, in the end, I still have to answer. And she said it so casually. What? Just say the name of one person of the opposite sex, it's nothing. This is no joke. If he really said it, it would have very serious consequences. Well, if he had to say, if there was even a slight mistake in his answer here, if he was careless even a little, he wouldn't be King Arthur here, but would become a servant fighting in a Holy Grail war. As for what he'd look like before dying, it would probably be a quintuplet Asher. In any case, since he had to answer again, he had to answer carefully here. Asher bit his thumb, secretly contemplating suitable candidates in his mind, and at this moment, Scáthach had already begun her merciless countdown. Asher's heart grew increasingly tense with each tick of Scáthach's countdown. He subconsciously glanced at the women staring at him, and suddenly froze. They said they'd follow the game rules and keep their eyes closed, didn't they? 1. And at this moment, Scáthach's countdown had reached its final call. Shishou, then. Asher said this title after a brief hesitation. Oh, I won. Morgan suddenly said. Scáthach squinted at the woman beside her. Humph, what a shameless goddess. Her disciple clearly meant her. But it's still a bit embarrassing. I really didn't expect his answer to be me. Reason? Scáthach asked with a smile, a faint glint of pleasure sparkling in her purple eyes. Shishou taught me many things, so it's normal for me to like her, Asher said solemnly. That's right, this should be the answer. Sister Scáthach's game rule was to name a liked person of the opposite sex, but it didn't specify what kind of liking. If he liked Scáthach as a student to a Shishou, then even others would have nothing to say. By the way, my sister also taught me many things. Similarly, Guinevere, Lily, and Sister Morgan also taught me many things, so I like them all very much, Asher added. Morgan gazed at the young man who spoke these words so earnestly, and suddenly couldn't help but break into a smile. She was rather amused by Asher. It wasn't good to speak with so many people around, otherwise she really wanted to say to Asher, you didn't seem to think about these things when you were holding Sister's waist on the bed earlier. Lily, you should remember too, our previous sparring, exchanging insights, so we're also each other's Shure's house, Asher turned to Artoria and said. The girl was slightly startled. After a brief hesitation, she seemed to recall some pleasant memories, and so, her initially tense expression also softened considerably. You're getting more cunning, Ash, Scáthach spread her hands helplessly. What a pity. When I first heard you say you liked Shishou, I thought you had romantic feelings for Mom. How could that be, sister, you're overthinking it. Asher smiled and shook his head, though his tone was noticeably more guilty. He subconsciously glanced at Scáthach, only to find her expression remained calm, as if she wasn't bothered by what was happening here. Indeed, Shishou is Shishou, her composure is much better than his. All right, I'll let you off this time. As Scáthach's voice fell, Asher had just let out a sigh of relief when he heard Scáthach's next sentence. Then it's the lady's turn for the game rules. Just like before, call out the name of a male you like. Before Scáthach could finish, Asher covered Scáthach's mouth. Enough. Game over. I have something I want to talk to you about. Let's go out first, sister. Asher finished, then pulled Scáthach out of the room. Oh dear, you're impossible. You're so big already, and you still like clinging to your sister so much, Scáthach said with a helpless tone, but the corners of her mouth were slightly turned up. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong.